soapbox, for now at least, is when I look at the revenue coming in, it was just interesting to me that, well, we're bringing in this 62,000. Actually, maybe I'm trying to think how I did this. Oh no, I'm sorry, we're bringing in 294,000 in state aid. Vernon is, but our cost is
534.
Is almost 600,000. So our state aid is covering 50% of our cost, whereas on the SD side, state aid is only covering 40% of the cost, which doesn't quite seem fair to me. That
and that has to do with the type of costs. So up here in the
because they have the 03 grant and we don't. Okay.
And as you pointed out correctly, there you don't have the extraordinary costs outside placement. And so that
makes it worse to me now because we don't have the extraordinary cost, and yet.
But remember, extraordinary cost is only a reimbursement, meaning you're spending more than the revenue. So the fact that you don't have the revenue means you're not spending more, on the cost side. But these are all good questions. And,
all right, that's my soapbox.
So I was wondering if it's also partially that you pay a lower rate when you tuition in, because then the SU has to cover it. So part of that was sort of hidden, part of those costs, not hidden, because we're rolled into.
Can't be.
We're included in the tuition, and because you can't put special ed costs and transportation costs into the tuition number.
Right.
So it's.
So I'm not going to have a true answer to this until this boils down to a Vernon budget. And if you come in next Monday with a Vernon budget that's $300,000 less, I will be happy. And I will say, okay, we've got a balance here.
Yeah,
but I don't think you're going to do that.
Unfortunately, the only reason why that would happen is if, 10 kids, IEPs said, we have addressed those learning disabilities and we no longer need, then this statistic would go down. You'd go from 16 down to 7 like it used to be.
Okay.
And you'd be back into that old mechanism. But that's and unfortunately maybe our experts can speak to it a little more, maybe not. But what I'm hearing is the need is growing in Vernon. It's not going the other way. So unfortunately, it means that this is a pattern that may continue. Not that it's going to double every year, but it doesn't sound like it's going the other way.
Other questions?
The other question I could have would be all the things that you just enumerated. It's all statute driven, is that correct?
Yeah, the way tuition towns are billed, the way the state audits how the billing is done, it's prescriptive in that if we made a mistake and we billed Vernon more than the costs that they incurred, the state requires a refund. So yes, all of those things are part of a practice that they collect the data through the annual statistical report. They then reconcile it against your budget versus your actual, and they say you either typically host districts try to avoid billing too much because it's really problematic when you have to cut a check in a future budget for a prior year. But yes, that's true. Title 16, and it's the whole 820 series of statutes. We did talk about using the statistics that are relevant for this budget, FY20, until the AOE gives us the updated November 2019 census. So, I just want to remind you of that. Typically, the supervisory union board and any board, school board, they warn an amount to spend. So the motion is to approve a spending budget. It's not approving a revenue budget. Okay, so when we get those statistics, I wouldn't expect them to change substantially, but it's likely to have some change. So we would revise the assessment data associated with that. With the secondary special ed, we're using actual enrollment, so that won't change, right? And you don't have any.
It will go up, it's likely to go up in some instances, but.
Right, but as far as, we're using a data point that was captured December 4th.
Right, exactly,
And
yes.
there's
yes.
no reason to believe that wasn't accurate.
No, yes, I thought you meant like in the future.
Oh, in the future, yeah, we know every year that.
Right, no, that is real-time data that was just pulled a few days ago.
Any other questions?
One of my questions about the Putney food program and trying to figure out the net. I tried to do this beforehand, but ran out of time.
Yeah,
We
that's
talked about that a long time ago.
Yep. Let's go to the food. It's very much at the back, and they're 1, 2, 3, 4, so they're page 76 on the expense side. And it looks different than the other districts from the historical point of view, because they didn't operate through the SU and a contract with food service like the rest of the districts did. So you don't see actuals in the FY 19 or 20, with the exception of the pass-through sub-grants. So that's when the state just was saying, we'll pass through the child nutrition and the fresh fruits and vegetable grants. And Putney employed and had a separate food service fund, so the SU, that's what you're looking at on page 76, is in the FY20 period, it was just cutting a check for the reimbursement that was passed through the SU. We go to the 168,000 proposed, and now you see payroll, actually it starts on the page above, so page 75, you see payroll of 80,000, and then we have some health insurance, and then there's the cost of food down the line there, 44,000. So that's the alternative to, paying a food service manager who does all of that for you. They pay the staff, they buy the food, and you just have one line that says food. So there's the cost. In that 168, if you did go back to the Putney Town Report, you would see that that's about where they've been. They started out, remember how many years, Ann? It's been what, 4? 4 years, yeah. So they started out and they were only about a $60,000, $70,000 program, and then more participation and an attempt to provide catering services to some of the other entities in the area has brought them up to about 170, 175, I think, in the prior year. So that's the expense side, salary and benefits, and purchasing food, some equipment. The revenue side, we go back a few pages, and we do need to look at what formerly all districts, their general fund cut a check to subsidize the program. So with Putney, again, going back to the 1, 2, 3, 4 on the revenues, we get back to page, let's see.
72?
Is it 72?
71.
Is it the 177,750?
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, page 72. And their subsidy was calculated at 57,000. And when I say there, that means the SD now. All of the sites, they're now school sites as opposed to school districts, had a subsidy budget, and as you might recall, that's quite a bit more than, let's say, the Dummerston, 20,000.
Right.
But the volume's higher too. The Dummerston volume, just as we try to get a sense of comparability, Dummerston is on, I think, an earlier page.
71.
Yeah, there it is. And I'm just looking at the revenues for Dummerston, 109,000. So it's, it's a, it's 50%. Well, not quite 50%, but it's, it's a fairly good percentage smaller than the Putney program. But I know there's been some discussion, at other sites that, hey, let's look at the Putney program and see if it can be replicated, and those are all good options to consider.
Sean?
Well, I was just sort of looking at those numbers and I'm thinking to myself, where does the equity fall in? And I think what you just explained, if there's a revenue stream that doesn't show on the same line of expenses, that balances it. And so actually it is a picture of equity, but it doesn't appear to be at first glance.
Yeah, you have to go back to the revenue section of the financial statement. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
But
Go.
I would say that if you're looking at Dummerston, that is, 20% smaller, and that's generous than Putney, the support that the full tax base is giving is 19,000, versus to Putney, the support that the tax base is giving is $57,000. So there's multiple ways to look at equity, and their program is well supported with better participation, and we should all be moving towards better participation that maybe would cost us more. But when I'm looking at the bottom line, that's a significant dollar difference. I mean,
Yeah,
that
good point. Yeah.
I'm,
and part of that analysis is the federal reimbursement is based on poverty, and to what extent have parents elected to participate and qualify for reimbursement. So that is nothing to do with school quality or generally accessibility, but it has a lot to do with what appears financially comparable or not. So that's a very important factor. But most of the students in the Wyndham Southeast School District now are accustomed to the essentially the free lunch program, the community eligibility program for all of the Brattleboro Town schools, and the Provision 2 community eligibility program for all of the high school, which includes middle school. So, but you may have noticed, and I think I mentioned it, I know Sean was aware of it, because we reviewed with the Agency of Ed what was the impact going to be on the high school moving to a Provision 2, where your students that don't qualify, or the parents that don't participate in becoming eligible. Provision 2 says you're only going to get about 30 cents for every meal served when you go to that model, which means you're giving up as much as $3 of what they were paying. So obviously that's a cost, and the high school contribution has gone up, as we thought it might, to about 20-25% of costs. So cost is about $500,000, and the contribution's a couple $100,000.
So where do we see that? Is that page 75?
Page 70.
70?
Under revenues? Yeah.
Under revenues.
Yeah. So that's a reason why all entities don't go to Provision 2 overnight. Because, I mean, maybe we'll get there, but we just have to be aware that it will require a much larger local contribution to the program.
I remember when that came up in District 6, and it had to do with the fact that the enrollment in the program drops, in the free and reduced lunch program. Drops when you get to high school, because there's not the, as you mentioned, the participation by the care providers of the children.
Yeah, so it's really frustrating, for the folks that are trying to make a quality food accessible, because it really increases the cost. And when we know that the Brattleboro town schools are, what are they, about 650 kids? And the high school is,
788, I think.
yeah, and so if,
That does include the middle school.
right, and the high school is, 1,200 kids, we know that the poverty level is there, but we're only getting qualified at 35%. And that, we can't, make, families participate, of course, we wouldn't do that, but the result is that, as you just said, we lose reimbursement. And that shifts costs to the local tax.
Other questions, anybody, as we keep flipping through?
As an aside on that general topic, I've heard that administrators, teachers are pleased with what they see, the effects at the high school with more kids eating good food, and the quality is it's never perfect, but they're doing a good job. Cafe Services is doing a very good job responding to the higher volume, higher participation, and the request for the nutritional programs.
Do we review that, or is that, no, that would be an SD, or would that be an SU?
That'd be an SD.
Review it.
The contract when it comes up every
Every
year?
year,
or
it's with the SU.
It would be the SU?
Yeah, that's
And
part
when
of
does
the
that
state law.
happen?
Typically, it's in February.
Okay,
Mhm.
so
And
maybe
we-
something to put on a calendar?
Yeah, we did a we did the 5-year bid.
Yeah.
Just was it,
But we do have an opportunity every year to
and we have an opportunity to non-renew.
non-renew.
Yeah,
Or to maybe make very nicely worded suggestions.
absolutely. Yeah, the child nutrition program, it's all, the specification for the bid process is very highly regulated by the USDA, and one of the provisions related to suggestions is if there's any kind of a material change to the program, like, let's say Dummerston wanted to operate their own kitchen, like Putney, then we'd have to go out and bid the whole contract. Anytime you want to reconfigure that could potentially affect costs per meal, then they want the whole
They
thing
want- okay.
rebid, which is, it's a lot of work
Okay.
to do it, but not a reason not to explore.
And that used to be, the food service used to be negotiated on a district basis.
It
Right, because the District 6 negotiated with Cafe Services specifically for this campus, and then all the other towns did it also,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, that was Act 156 that said similar to like collective bargaining and transportation, they wanted more of a collaborative and cohesive approach to the bid process, and that's why.
That's why it's at the SU level
Yeah.
now,
That's right.
yeah.
So, maybe I'll go last in, first out. For FY '20, for the high school, back on page 70, we had budgeted $65,000 for the district support, and what was gonna be left, and now it's $200,000, so can I assume things didn't work out as we thought they might, or?
Yeah, well, this is before there was a commitment to Provision 2, and we were disappointed with the Agency of Ed's forecast on the transition. We knew there would be higher costs. We were not expecting 20%.
Okay.
Yeah, and what that relates
But
to.
is this revenue? No.
This is
That's-
revenue.
This is
That's-
revenue.
Yeah,
It's the revenue that comes from the taxpayer. It's
Yeah.
not like, it's not,
Gotcha.
yeah, it's revenue to the SU to pay
So this
for
is what
the
we
expenses.
have to, oh.
Yeah,
well, what the WSESD has to pay.
yeah,
Oh.
yeah, not really
Okay.
in this case.
Not
Sorry
the
about
kind of
that.
revenue we like.
That-
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, and a big
Huh.
part of this gap, and again, Sean, if you recall our conversations on this, it was in the à la carte. The state, and again, it's a USDA specification, substantially reduced essentially the margin on the à la carte sales that used to be retained by the school district, and it would pay for a number of the meal costs. And it essentially artificially reduced that, the 65,000 from what it would be without a la carte sales. But then the new formula, this cost per meal program that the AOE required, it doesn't share the a la carte revenue with the district or with the school. It essentially, shares it more with the contracted service, with cafe services. They gain and we lose.
Okay.
And theoretically, that means their bid dropped the cost per meal to us, but the AOE didn't anticipate the extent to which we think we lost maybe $70,000 in a la carte revenue that would have been retained, and it's because they really hadn't finished the metric on how they were going to implement the a la carte cost per meal reimbursement until after. So that was disappointing, but we've also seen that other high schools that have gone this way, they're dealing with the same issue, and they're finding that the favorable impact of kids having a good meal is, in this case, this might be you can think of a number of programs that go along with 200,000, and folks are saying it's worth it.
Without a doubt. So could I expect that there's going to be some deficit from this current fiscal year?
In the food service, there probably will be. I don't think it's significant. We certainly couldn't sustain another year, like FY20 in terms of the gap.
Right.
But some of the districts did have fund balance in the food service funds from the old format. All of the district June 30, 2019 fund balances are going to come in,
Yeah.
and I think we'll be reasonably close.
Okay. And I guess the other comment that I have that maybe needs to get worked out at the district level or the PPE committee is if there's some way we can find ways to make that Putney program more sustainable, or try to even out some of the differences in the food program between Putney's food program and some other programs. So, and certainly don't want to ask anybody to renegotiate a food contract this year, but I think it's a pretty significant difference between the quality of the food and the cost that the district is supporting it. But that doesn't really affect this budget terribly much in the scheme of things. So.
Yeah. One thing that we did add in here, based on the principal input, was in Dummerston, the breakfast program. There was an interest in doing that, so that is also part of the cost increase.
That was my other question. Yeah.
So what do you do?
The management fee and Dummerston's.
The adding but it would also be food costs, yes, and the management fee for
Page 75.
the breakfast program.
So that's why Dummerston's going from 77 to 100,000.
Yes.
So what is that difference? 75? So what is the difference?
Adding a breakfast program?
Oh, so you've got it, okay.
Dummerston was the only school that did not have a breakfast program.
Okay.
And the new principal was very, very interested in getting that going.
But it doesn't really appear to affect materially the amount of support that in the end. Because,
yeah, breakfast is a pretty well reimbursed program by the USDA.
Other questions?
So it's there is almost such a thing as a free breakfast.
What about lunch?
But there's no such thing as a free lunch.
No
Okay.
such thing.
amazed at how low your fuel bill is at the SU office.
Yeah, it's a pretty good sized building, but
We're always cold.
I'm looking at it going, how are you guys heating that building for that amount of money?
now, good point though, and that one other explanation for that is the lease says that
Oh, do
the
they,
landlord will pay the
a
first.
certain,
yeah,
okay,
so
okay,
we
now
just-
I feel better. I'm going,
yeah.
how do you, that's an old house.
Yeah.
And
What page you on?
I'm on page 11. So they have 3,400 for fuel, and I'm thinking, I don't know how you're doing that. You're hardy, thank you. How's the net metering? Where would I see?
Very good.
Is that on the elect, well, no, that would be elsewhere.
At the
That would
SD
be-
and in the Vernon.
Okay, so
project,
that's
but
where we would see that.
Because we don't own buildings, we,
Yeah,
you know,
it's-
we have a little bit of electricity in here, but.
Okay, but-
we don't control
You
the
don't, yeah,
relationship.
okay.
But that's, in general, going very well.
It's going well, okay,
And-
because now we should see it in this year's budget, a
Yes.
larger,
Yeah, because.
or a better,
We'll have the summer months.
this,
yeah,
okay,
To get the
okay.
credits, yeah.
Wasn't that like a $70,000 a year number or something like that?
Yeah. Yep, 70,000 a year is the anticipated savings for 20 years.
Other questions? So if people want to keep looking for a few more minutes, let me ask one procedure question, which is, if we wrap this up tonight, what's the timeline looking like? Are we still on your timeline? Which-
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. I don't know, is that-
So, this was scheduled as the final budget review, and if there's a motion to approve, then this would become the fiscal year '21 budget for the supervisory union.
Okay,
And then the assumptions around spending and then those allocation methodologies that the board approved would get turned into the two assessments, one to the SD, one to Vernon, and it creates a billing mechanism to the state and to the other tuition towns.
okay,
And kind of just to follow up on that a little bit more, so the first draft budget for the Wyndham Southeast School District is scheduled for Wednesday, December 18. And I think we were shooting for were we shooting one for Monday? Yeah,
Monday,
Bernie?
okay.
Vernon, yeah. I better check my original calendar, I don't want to overpromise, but,
Hey, you pulled this off today, so we're kind of going to hold you.
yeah.
Have a good weekend, Frank.
Let's look at our
Oh, so you guys are meeting
Calendar.
next Wednesday? Do you know where? Might as well add you to the book.
Not the keys.
budget timeline.
Where?
Maybe Guilford.
Very-
I think.
Guilford?
Guilford?
Well, I'm guessing. I think I did read it somewhere. That agenda has not come out yet?
Okay.
No, I just sent it to Barb this afternoon.
I think it's
We will get that for you on
Okay.
Monday. How are you doing, Mary? Are you ready for a Monday drive?
We're gonna talk tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or Friday. Yeah.
Or tonight. All right, any other questions? It is a thick document, so go through it. Although we have seen it a few times.
Yes, we met on the 18th, and that was our focus. November 18th was curriculum assessment, services, and the grants. And on the 25th, we met on the allocation methodology and the administrative supportive instruction. And we were shooting for the second, of December for special ed review. That's got snowed out, so we met December 9th for special education review. So this is our 4th review of the budget.
I might have one more question. And could you just comment a little bit, Frank, on the increase, that 14.5?
Yeah, so that as you see, the largest component of that is the special education group on line 28. You see, if you look on the far right, there's a series of numbers there, and I'm on the first, the summary page, the first page.
Yep.
So,
Oh, yeah.
so that 14% is driven primarily by the largest segment of our budget here associated with the special education programming. And then the other components are substantially less. The administration, supportive instruction is up at the top group. That's on that line 19,
Yep.
up 1.8%. And then the other two programs are essentially self-funded, but the grants up 5.9, and the food service mainly because of the Putney and the Dummerston structural changes. That's how we get from an administrative budget up 1.8% to a total budget up 14%. It's primarily the special ed.
And when it is coalesced all into a single budget and the annual meeting, I presume that number will be something different than what this represents.
It could in terms of the assessment.
Well, at the annual meeting, when the WSDSD and I presume but this budget will not be, when does this budget get presented to the public, per se?
This is it, right now. Yeah, the assumptions from this budget get integrated into the Vernon and the Wyndham SD starting as soon as the board approves this
I
budget.
see, yeah, okay.
Yeah, but this is
But
the,
like when you have an annual meeting at the District 6 level,
yeah,
everything is coalesced into one annual report.
yeah.
And this will be too, but it's a little, it's different.
Yeah, it is in that the supervisory unions don't have a requirement like a school district to have a vote of the electorate. It's the appointed school board who is elected by the electorate,
Right.
and then those assumptions are integrated. But yes, we do integrate parts of the budget data into. It now will be the Wyndham Southeast School District annual report.
Right.
These assumptions will be a subset of that report, just like they would be in Vernon, and they have been over the years. No change there.
But the Vernon will actually vote for the Vernon budget at town meeting day.
Yes.
Right.
And they will not be able to vote in the WSESD annual meeting. Is that right?
Correct.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, thank you.
Other questions?
I do have one, I'm just trying to figure out how to ask it. We'll work on that for a minute if somebody else has another question. Because there were some assumptions we spoke about Monday.
Mhm.
Are these in here as well?
Oh,
They-
yes,
they are,
they are.
yeah.
Okay, that's what I was
Okay.
trying to find a comparison.
Oh,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Okay,
Like, yeah.
that explains why the percent's different than what I
Yeah.
remembered. Okay,
It's-
Yes,
great.
so this is completely
Yeah.
up to date,
Right.
accurate,
Yeah,
based on real time,
that's it.
and where we are at. Any other questions? Or you all want to keep looking for a few more minutes? I don't want to cut anybody off. Anne, if you'd like to do a song and dance for BCTV.
There will be no singing, no dancing.
All right, so we've answered David's questions, I'm glad we did that.
I'm just looking for 2 million in terms of.
Yeah, I'm with you, I'm looking for the,
That's
oops,
not
there's a
gonna
comma in the right,
happen,
yeah. 3 would be better, but. And it's far too early to tell how this is going to impact our tax rate and the
Yeah.
SD tax rate.
Yeah.
So that's where it's a little nerve-wracking.
It is, yeah.
Frank, did you say that the arbitrator came back with the answer?
I have not seen a official, did we have an official report? I've been
They
in,
took the employee, I heard.
According to
Yeah.
Digger.
It was
yeah.
in Vermont Digger, yeah.
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 I saw that
But
too.
was it in its entirety or only provisions of?
I thought it was
You had to take
in
the last best
entirety.
offer, you had to take it, that was the deal with the arbitrator, everybody had to
Mm.
submit their last best offer, and the arbitrator had to determine to one or the other. There
Okay.
was no horse trading.
Mm,
So you could horse trade up until the last minute.
okay. Yeah, I haven't seen that, but I will be curious to look at the details.
So you do have another question coming?
No, I got that, that was my question.
Oh, that was your question? All right.
One quick question, Frank. On page 24 of 78,
Mm-hmm.
sort of midway down the page, is the professional educational services that went from 107 to 257.
Ooh, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just curious about that. It was a high
Yes.
number.
I can start the conversation, or I can just turn it over to our special ed educators. It's the 321, and I'm assuming it's something to do with the tutoring services.
What page?
Page 24. And it's, so it's within special ed at the high school level. And we've gone from 107 to 257. As I recall, it's part of the priority placement.
Right, it's for tutoring of students who have lost their placements. Some students have,
What does that mean, sorry?
that they've lost their placements, that they are no longer able to go to, whether it be the high school or to a private school. And so we have to provide tutoring for those students during the time that we're finding another placement.
Okay.
And that number has increased.
And at the same time, the placements, which I'm assuming are 2 lines down,
Tuition, yeah.
the tuitions,
Mhm.
those have bumped up 400,000.
Yeah,
Correct.
yeah, and that's,
I think we talked about that
yeah,
whatever day we were all,
Right, my day.
and that goes back to the same data sheet you were referring to,
Mhm.
where there's some stability in numbers, but in the outside placement, it was
It's-
going from 29 to 54. And that's what those numbers reflect.
all right?
Did
And
we,
oh.
did we answer your question?
I-
No,
yes.
that was Tim's question.
That was,
Yeah.
yeah,
Did
oh
we
yeah,
answer your
is that good, Tim?
That line encompasses other things in addition to tutoring, like the professional educational services. So we contract with several agencies who help us service students with disabilities. So like 9 East is a professional service we contract with for students who are hard of hearing. Vermont Association, you know, there are several professional organizations that we contract with per student IEP needs. So it's hard to get into, to be blunt, it's hard to get into the nitty gritty because it's, you know, it's protected information. We want to be sensitive to student needs and whatnot. But as Marisa pointed out, we, you know, really based on events that have transpired in the past month, you know, made a decision to, because we have an increase in students who are, you know, as Marisa put it, they've lost their school placement, and we have the duty to tutor them and provide them with a, you know, with an educational program. So hopefully.
I mean, that is an amazing increase, though, from FY19 to be at 18,000 to now be at 257.
One component of that is we have students who move into the area that have high needs based on their individualized components, and we can't, that provide professional, that require professional services.
Okay.
I just, is the intensive service program in this budget, or where does that come?
Yes.
It is, yeah.
Yep. That's page 26, or part of it is on 26. Yeah. Yep. Other questions? I'll keep asking. Anybody?
It's my understanding that that tutoring is required by statute, right? Yeah, just
Yeah.
pretty good to put in the notes here, because it sounds kind of,
Oh, yep.
Yes. Yeah, we are always obligated to provide a student an education if they have an IEP,
Okay.
no matter what happens.
Anything else? And tell me all when you've reached the end and you're just.
If I can just say that, you know, the three of us continue and will always continue to work on fixing this, you know, making sure that we come to another solution. It's just that right now, we haven't been able to really figure that out with
You
all
have
the
kids
things
to
that are
service.
happening. Yeah.
I would say that, you know, since I've been involved, the scope of your job has only gotten bigger. And so your dedication is pretty out there, and it's obvious that you are dedicated, so. You know, since I'm not on this board, I can say what I want as a public member. Good job.
I'm on this board, and I will second that motion.
And I think we'd all say ditto. All right, anything else?
Does anybody have a sense of, is this kind of happening around the state, or is this just our luck here?
It's
So
happening
it's-
nationally. I was home for, to visit my family, and I'm from Pittsburgh, and I shared an article with Shelley, and their special ed costs had gone up about the same amount. But around the state, it's also the
It's
same.
also,
Every special ed director we speak to, everybody is in the same boat.
They all have the same look at you guys, too.
Yeah, you know, because we are always looking for answers, and it's
Right.
like, how about you? And it's like, nope, we're sort of in the same place.
I feel, it feels especially hard in this geographic area, to be honest. And I think that, you know, in this kind of, in our southern Vermont, I think that, that being said, our partners in the north, I mean, my perception is that everything in Burlington is wonderful and they have all these resources and it's because they, you know, because it's the city. But they, you know, they definitely struggle too. I think that we have, you know, we talked about it, I mentioned it very briefly on Monday, but with implementation of Act 173, you know, we have work to do as a system to, you know, to make sure that we are, you know, that we are meeting the needs of all the kids that we can in the least restrictive way. So, you know, we're up for it, and you know, we have excellent partners, you know, in our administrative staff, and so we, you know, we're mindful of that.
And I would say, I mean, it's all driven by statute anyway. It has to be done.
Sure.
You cannot avoid the responsibility, just,
Sure.
you know, nobody wants to, but you can't do it by statute anyway. So it's a requirement.
I feel slightly compelled to say, on a bright note, because this is, you know, this is intense, right? But you know, for just for the sense of, since we're talking, we have programs and resources that I feel very confident in saying are extremely effective to serve our students. And so we have exciting, innovative teachers and staff and partnerships with families that are very effective in educating kids in their home schools and reducing the need for some of the services that we see here reflected in the budget. And so I think that, you know, to Maurice's point that she started with, it's really, we are working tirelessly to expand those opportunities, you know, to expand and build on those opportunities so that we can find those systems that make our kids more successful and reach their full potential, and really broaden that in a way that is, you know, in the best interest of kids. So there are great things happening, and you know, we aim to keep those things happening.
If you were to look forward, do you see that that things are going to progress in this same direction in the future? I mean, are you looking at higher percentages of students needing special ed services, or I mean, what do you see the trend there?
Anyone else want to talk about that?
I can start.
Sure.
I think what we're really seeing is that things have changed so dramatically for children and families so quickly that from my perspective, I feel like we're trying to catch up, and we haven't done that yet. We're trying to figure out what's really going to work for these kids to make them successful. What is it? And we're all working on that, and that's what we do at Leadership every month. You know, we've really been focused on that. We're focused on trying to figure that out. There's also there's a group of superintendents that are looking at building a collaborative so that some kids with really high need, instead of us each doing it individually, could we do it collaboratively? So there's a lot of things sort of in the works. I just feel like we're just in this moment where things have happened so fast that it's just, I find that it's just difficult to catch up. I don't know how.
I mean, we are seeing a greater need earlier in kids' educational experiences
Yeah.
than what we've seen in the past.
Do you think by catching them earlier, I mean, how do you think that affects them as they, do they, if you catch them earlier, does it help them to no longer need the services, or would you see that they just continue to need the services? What's your sense of that?
I think that's kind of student dependent, right? There are some students that will need, you know, special education services for their whole career, and there are some that don't. And it's, I mean, it's sort of a kind of a, I didn't mean it to be such a weird answer, but I mean, it is kind of that simple.
Yeah.
When it comes to things, you know, social emotional development, like there are some instances for students that are very temporary, right? Where outside factors are influencing a child's behavior or ability to function in a, you know, socially and emotionally with their peers. And if we intervene strong enough and early enough and with the right interventions, a child will learn the skills, you know, more socially appropriate skills as opposed to, you know, not socially appropriate skills that might be problematic. We have a lot of great we have a lot of great systems in place, I feel, for that. And, you know, and we do the same thing for instruction, right? You know, we're really focused on early literacy, trying to, you know, to make sure that we don't have students who are casualties of lost instructional time or instruction that doesn't match their learning style. You know, I think that we're getting better all the time at helping those students meet their biggest potential. And I would agree with Marisa. Like I feel like we just have to sort of catch up, and then you know, that's your question, I think, is maybe part of the intention of the legislature, you know, doing Act 173 is so that we can, you know, change our state system a little bit so that we can do, so that we can hopefully reduce the number of students who need that highest level of need. But there will always be students who, you know, who need, you know, very intensive levels of support in order to make progress.
Any other questions?
I'm gonna get the party started.
That's why you're here.
I move we approve the SU budget in the amount of $22,783,474.
Whew. Do we have a second?
Seconded.
All right, any final discussion? Everybody ready for the question? All right, all those in favor of passing the SU budget in the amount of $22,783,474, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Any abstentions? Okay, and the budget passes. All right, next up, VSBA dues.
Have we met yet?
Vernon has not met yet.
Okay.
Does everyone mind if we table one more time?
No, because I could be home for dinner.
Okay.
Would it be the courtesy to the Vermont School Board Association to write a brief letter saying that we are in the process
I don't
of
mind at
doing
all.
such a thing?
Yeah, so I can email.
Because, I mean, the bill is
Yeah.
marked as overdue.
Overdue,
and
okay.
As a business person, I always hated those bills.
Just saying, hey, you know, Vernon's meeting schedule did not.
I'm sure they'll, you know, we would appreciate it, but
Yeah.
I'm sure they anticipate that.
Right. No, but you're right, it is the polite thing to do, and I like to be polite, so. New business, so broadcast of the Superintendent Search Exploratory Committee meetings. So the question is, do we want to put some funds out there so that we can ask BCTV to cover however many future SSEC meetings we might have? I'm anticipating 2 to 3 before we get into the actual search. Is that agreeable to people?
I move we approve the expenditure of up to $600 for the filming of the Superintendent's Search Exploratory Committee meetings.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor of spending up to $600 to broadcast on BCTV the SSEC meetings? Say aye. Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Okay. Any other business? Seeing none? Our favorite motion?
Madam Chairwoman, I move to adjourn.
Second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you all.
Then let's go ahead and call the meeting to order at 5 o'clock. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes from December 10th, 2019.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes from December 10th, 2019, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the budget meeting on December 11th, 2019.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the budget meeting on September 11th, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. As far as additions and deletions, Carla, did we decide to wait on the Grace Cottage request?
We did,
Okay, so that's going in January, okay.
right, but we did add the SVCC public service announcement.
We did?
Yes.
Okay. I gave all the paperwork away, so that's gonna be hard. I guess I'll just have to wing it. Anyway, I'll entertain a motion to take the agenda out of order and take members of the public first.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of taking members of the public first, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So, I don't know who's here to speak, but there's people's here.
You guys want to flip a coin?
Yeah, there you go. We got it.
Doesn't matter if we need.
You got something for us, Irv, or?
Yeah, did you get things from solid waste?
I did, yes.
It's gone down a little.
It went down a little. Yeah, we'll incorporate that tonight in the new budget numbers.
But there's another thing that, it hasn't nothing happened yet, but they're talking about roll-off boxes.
Mm-hmm.
And what's happened, they've got them out there of different towns, but like we say Triple T, they may not always get your box back. It might wind up in, we say Bradboro or somewhere else.
Yeah, my understanding is
And-
it's like a pool of
And
boxes,
then
right?
what's happened already is one box, it went to Wilmington, they condemned it. But it wasn't Wilmington's box, it was one that went somewhere else. But Wilmington stuck with replacing it. So we may, down the road, see if we can get some in of our own and just keep an eye on them. In fact, if we had one extra one, I was thinking about it here for the last week or two. If we wound up with one extra one, that way, you see what they do, they come up to pick up one of these, they may bring somebody else's box.
Right.
And if we had one extra one, it set down their yard, I know it's money, but it set in their yard, then they'd bring just our boxes, they'd bring up our empty one, and take our loaded one back. And then the next time they come up to pick up, they'd have another one. That way we wouldn't get stuck with everybody and his brother using them, and all of a sudden they go to pot.
Or they get crushed,
Then
or
you're
they
gonna
get
wind up,
damaged.
somebody's gonna wind up buying it. And if it happened to be the town of Townsend's got it at the time, they're gonna blame you for it.
Yeah, that seems kind of random. I mean, my understanding was that it was a pool of boxes, like we bought in for free.
Right.
Right.
We didn't buy
But I
the
didn't,
boxes.
right, I didn't realize that we could be charged.
Cause see, they don't come up and pick the box up and take it down and come bring it back, cause that's an extra cost.
Right.
Right.
But I don't know, it was brought up at the, not the last meeting, but the meeting before. That some of them didn't like the idea that, like Townsend had some of the boxes because, well, they didn't have any boxes. And so we're trying to figure out that maybe if we can get a decent price on a decent used box, or whatever them boxes are, whatever according to the condition of them.
Yep.
Then it might be safer for us to invest in them now before they, make sure we have an extra one. Something to think about.
Yeah, it certainly is. Okay, was there anything else then? Have anything else for us tonight, Irv?
Now, the only other thing that I was telling Steve, that like 35 here, when you get ready to repay that, you should cold plane that because you're up to almost to the top of the sidewalks of the asphalt now. You should cold plane it, so keep it down so the water and stuff don't run out onto your sidewalks and have ice.
Yep, more ice, just what we need. Okay, then Mr. Hammond?
Okay, I'm Al Halman, I live on Bushway. My wife and I are interested in finding out what the process is for returning Bushway, which was originally a town road, back to being a town road. My understanding was it was discontinued in about 1932. However, the documentation that's referred to on both my plot and an adjacent plot, I read the specific discontinuance, and I would be hard pressed to say that describes Bushway. Now, I know that the group that did the ancient roads and stuff looked at that, because originally when I bought the property, that was listed as a town trail, and presently it shows as discontinued. What I'm primarily concerned with is what's the process. I couldn't find an ordinance or anything that described how to go about getting the road back on the town maintenance records. And I was coming to you to ask for advice as to how do you want to proceed?
Irving, do you know if that was actually was that one of the ancient
It
roads?
hasn't been for years.
But was it an ancient road? It wasn't an ancient road?
Well,
Well, one of them we looked at, but then we found out it'd been discontinued.
Okay.
that's my question, is where do we have references to that discontinuance?
That's what it up in the records.
I appreciate that.
But I don't have a reference right,
No, but is there a report from the Ancient Roads Group that said,
Now, well, the select board that was in at that time, the legislature, in 2015, February of 2015, anything that was not on the town map automatically was discontinued.
And it went back to the landowner.
Yep.
okay, that was not the way I've been led to believe from a lawyer that that.
Well, that's the way it was, and it had to be done, because we went over them before February of 2015, and we turned the paperwork into the select board, and I questioned where it went. Oh, we lost it, we don't know where it is. So I think they didn't want to spend the time to have some few hearings, that's all, at that time, who was on the board. In fact, one of them had the road go through a yard and she wanted to get rid of it, so I think that was the easy way to do it.
All right, anyway, what I really want to do is, okay, what do you, as the select board, need from me and the abutting landowners to return that back to a town-maintained road?
Well, right now it belongs to you. If in fact it was an ancient road and it was not put on the map, then in fact it has been returned to the landowners.
No, I understand that. My
Okay.
point is, if somebody were to petition the select board or to create a subdivision someplace and they wanted to dedicate the road to the town, what is the process to make that happen? Is there a petition that has to be submitted? Is there a form I have to fill out? What are the standards required for the road, if there are any? And where is that written down so that I can do my part and get the road in the condition it needs to be and make sure all the paperwork is in order and then submit it to you in an appropriate manner?
Do you want to answer that, Steve?
Townsend has adopted Act 64.
All right, Act 64 does not refer to roads, Act 110 does.
Well, Act 64 refers to culvert sizes and ditches, percentage of grade,
right,
and types of material for the base, the top coat, and the bottom coat. That's what 64.
Okay, because I did not, when I looked at 64 online, it was,
Yeah,
that
but
was not what I got.
the town somewhere has got specifications.
Sure. But 64 is
Yeah,
an
that
updated version.
adds on to the town, it's
Right.
gonna make you bring it up to that, but there's so much gravel, so much drainage,
Right.
and all that stuff in the town specification somewhere.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, then Act 64 is a specification as to the condition of the road. It needs to be for what purpose? For the
Stormwater runoff.
Okay. Okay. So that provides that's the standard, and that has specific engineering details in it, what you're telling me.
Correct.
Okay.
It's going to tell you the size culverts you need. It's going to tell you the size ditch stone that's required.
Okay. But
And I don't know if you have any perennial streams that run.
there are no perennial streams that run.
It's just stormwater.
Correct. Okay. So what I'm hearing you say then is you would expect that I either have an engineer or somebody come through and design that, or can we just go out there and put gravel and culverts and et cetera in as we see fit, or what's the?
On that road, there's a ledge that'll have to be drilled and blasted for drainage.
No, I agree it's ledge, that's why there's no culverts in there now.
How long
No,
is
but
that
there's still, to meet town specs, it'll have to be drilled and blasted to get drainage in for
road? Instead of
ditch.
taking the left on Crane Mountain, you continue onto Brookline Road. Once you start coming down Brookline Road, it's on the left.
Probably
Misty Mountain Farm
Yes.
Less than 2/10 of a mile.
is the length of the road.
Right.
But the ancient trail, or that went to Brookline, didn't it?
Yes, it did originally go all the way to the Brookline Town.
Yeah, it goes down through it comes out on Parker's Road.
Okay, so, but for the purpose of the homes that are on that road, it's approximately 2/10 of a mile, you said?
Correct.
If you're getting about now, you're going to start plowing driveways. We went through that before.
Yeah.
And people want, hey, if you're gonna plow his driveway, you're gonna plow my driveway.
Right.
So how many, just for the record, how many homes are currently on
There are
that road?
presently 3 homes on it. One is mine, which is, I'm a permanent resident. There are 2 second homes.
Well, I would suggest the first place to start would be with the specifications on 64, just to understand what you
Right.
might be getting into in the way of an engineering piece and or what might need
Okay,
to happen.
what's the deliverable I need to deliver to you, though? Is my ultimate question.
But there's no way you can tell what it is with snow on the ground, you gotta wait
Right.
for bad ground.
No, I understand that. I'm just trying to find out so I can get the wickets, talk to the neighbors, get all the wickets started, and if we need to have engineering done and road work done, then I would need to go talk to them and be able to estimate what it's gonna cost and make sure everybody's on board. I'm just trying to come down with what's the bottom line that I need to deliver to you so that you can consider it.
I thought the standards were for 5 houses on a road.
What was that?
I thought it was 5 houses on a road to be able to
I think
lease
it
it.
was.
So this would,
What standard is that, then?
the town standards
So the
that
town
have,
would even think about taking it over.
Okay,
Right,
where is
had
that
that-
written down?
I don't know, I don't have access to the town
Well, that's
to
what I
records
say,
right
the
now.
town specs that we had when I was in, had all that stuff stated in it.
So what I'm hearing you tell me then is if I go to Anita and ask for the town spec for roads, she can give me that. Is that what I'm hearing?
I couldn't tell you now because it's been, 15 years or better, so I don't know what they've got for specs now. But I know it used to be.
It used to be 5 houses on a road. We had that discussion on Sawdust Alley, or
Yeah, right.
because with the old rail bed, and how many houses,
Yeah,
yeah.
'cause I had, that one there was, I forget how many houses in there, and,
But it was a rail
but it
bed.
was, that was, belonged to Department of Forests and Parks.
Right.
And them, there's, I don't know, 6, 7 houses, whatever it was, and, it was just a little short piece, but we couldn't, we could use it, but we couldn't collect any money or anything on it. So,
Just to make sure I'm clear as to what I'm hearing here. What I think I've heard is that there is a town standard of some kind that describes the process of how many houses there have to be, what the engineering specifications I need to follow are. Is that what I'm hearing?
The engineering specifications are going to have changed to a 64. Whatever's in the town record book now in the way of number of houses, etc., is going to be subservient to this new law that the state has passed. So while the number of houses that the town used to expect to be on a road before we would consider, that hasn't changed. The engineering specifications would have.
Okay, so what Act 64 gives me the engineering specifications, and there was some kind of a town standard or procedure
Prior to that.
that provides clarification of number of houses or what the expectation is before the select board will even consider.
Correct.
Okay, and Anita would be able to give me that, is that?
She's going to have to look it up because it's going to be buried somewhere in the town records, but yes.
All right, so it's not an ordinance, it's just buried in the town record someplace.
well, it had to be for the state standards back in because District 2 out of Brattleboro.
Right.
Okay.
We had to have this specifications.
Right.
Or we was not gonna be able to collect any state money.
Okay.
Mileage, the gas, whatever it is.
No, I
the gas
understand,
tax.
I understand the gas tax, yes, which was changed to the
So at that time, it
income
had to be
tax
certain,
or-
and then we had to update them because it changed the size of culverts and the drainage and
So it's going to be an ongoing, growing document.
Keep changing out
Right.
time.
Okay. Now, is this gonna be something that's relatively easy to find, or is this gonna be a big
It's in a book about this
research project?
thick, and there's like 4 or 5 of them. Yeah,
It's
they're not insects anymore like that, remember? The old ones would be.
All right, then I'll start there and look at that, and if I have any questions, how should I proceed? Should I talk to?
You're gonna be
somebody
further ahead to talk to the highway foreman,
specific?
as opposed to the whole board, because we have no foundation really whatsoever in, either in 64 or in the previous standards. We've never looked them up, we've never had need to
Okay.
be familiar with
Because
them.
my recollection of history from early history was if somebody wanted a town road, they petitioned the select board, and then the select board authorized a surveyor, et cetera, to go out and do that, and that's why, part of the reason.
But also you gotta go through all kinds of public hearings too.
Yeah.
Good, well, fine.
No, I say that's one of the
I'm willing.
stipulations on it is public hearings.
As long as I know what the process is, then I can go through it and follow, and
Check
follow it.
off,
If
check
it-
off the boxes.
And if it becomes too onerous, then we're not gonna do it, but if it's reasonable and we can accomplish it with the resources we have, then that's, there are advantages to having it. Okay, thank you very much, I appreciate your time.
I think that'd be.
Thank you.
Okay. That's the other ones. All right, then going backwards, back up to the additions and deletions. We received notification, or I received notification today, that Southern Vermont Cable Company is in the process of getting a certificate of public good to be sold to Comcast.
I was trying to work from home yesterday and my VPN wasn't working.
But they're in the hearing phase. We received notification that that is in the works right now, just as a matter of information, which will impact the garage, because that's where your connection is.
Yep.
Okay, so then let's move on to the warrants.
Okay. Make a motion to pay check warrant number 1 at the general fund in the amount of $18,542.15.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 1 in the amount of $18,542.15 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 2 at the highway department in the amount of $9,093.08.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Yes, there's an invoice in there from Econo Sign that I did not have an opportunity to see. The signs were delivered yesterday, and I need to split out that invoice to spread it over 2 different accounts. So we need to take that out so we can do that.
Okay.
So
that's-
the amended amount would be $8,229.48? So, does somebody want to amend the motion?
Can I
to-
amend my own motion?
Well, we all can also be a friendly amendment. If you'll allow us to amend, I'll make an amendment to bring that amount to $8,229.48. If you accept that, then,
I accept it.
okay, the second accept?
Second.
Okay,
28 cents or 48 cents, I'm sorry.
huh?
28 cents or 48 cents.
48, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
So there, any further discussion on that then? So all those in favor of approving highway warrant number 2 in the amount of $8,229.48 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Do you want me to pull this invoice out?
It's actually got a post-it note on it, does it not?
No.
Where'd you put the post-it note?
I put it on there. There's 2 pages.
Oh, there's, yep, okay.
Okay, so yeah, it should be good.
Okay.
That's the one you'll have to explain tomorrow.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 3 at the equipment fund in the amount of $30,585.
No, 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 no,
Oh,
no,
sorry.
no, 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 no.
Sorry, $2,950.32.
Second. Okay, I was gonna say, whose pocket's that going into?
I need a new mower.
Oh, is that what it is? You're gonna buy a new mower, you gotta buy a new Kubota, huh? All right. Is there any discussion on that equipment warrant? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving equipment warrant number 3 in the amount of $2,950.32 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Whew, that was whew. Let's try you, Will.
That time I shut down the equipment.
Okay,
Told you
so
I couldn't read.
what did we actually reading?
I was reading the total off the sheet.
Oh, okay. So then, moving on to the reports, highway?
We've had 2 more weather events since our last meeting on last Tuesday. We had a lot of icing Friday night from rain that we had. The dirt roads froze over. And then, of course, we know what happened yesterday. And we cleaned up this morning. Everything's up and running. There's no issues currently.
Well, that's good. Any questions? Okay. We didn't have a counter report today because it's the wrong month or the wrong week. And the treasurer.
Sweep account, you have $937,277.35. Your checking account is 30,000 even.
Okay. Any questions? All ready? Correspondence. Not really, we just did what Irv made note of. We did, in fact, for our budget discussions, we did receive notification from Wyndham Solid Waste of the new rates that were down slightly, so we'll talk about that when we do our budget piece. There's no other correspondence that isn't waiting until the next meeting. So the next thing under old business, we're going to postpone discussing the budget till the end, is the Cintas uniform contract acceptance. So we did receive a potential contract, and it's for 36 months for the uniforms, but I don't understand what we're talking about here. Let's see what we got here.
I think it was I apologize for not putting the main page, with the $87 and change for the standard uniforms that Steve requested.
Oh, with the reflective uniforms.
They're in the three.
Okay.
And how I read it, it seems like they could do a yearly price increase, but it didn't say how much they might, and we have a right to refuse. And if we refuse within 10 days, they can terminate the contract. So it's a little bit different.
As opposed to what we're dealing with now, which was a
As
5-year
opposed to
contract with
constant
a
price
buyout.
increases and renegotiations.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so it was for the high visibility shirts and jackets for a weekly total of $87.36 with potential increase annually and then opt-out time if you don't like the increase. And like I said, this is for 3 years as opposed to 5, which is what we were on with you first. So I would entertain a motion to accept and sign the contract with Cintas for the uniforms we've been discussing.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of entering into a 36-month contract with Cintas to provide Townsend Highway Department with uniforms, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Let's see what they actually did here. Okay. They give you big enough spaces to actually write without. I'm trying to figure out which email address to use. Carla,
Yes,
what is the select board email address? I had so long since I've written it.
the select
board
assistant, the new one?
No,
Oh,
not the
select board.
system.
No, the select board, I think it's SB
Is-
Townsend.
No, no, I think-
We're gonna have to look that one up. We'll
Yeah.
fill that one in later. 'Cause I don't remember
I didn't
what
see
it is.
anything from it, and I don't even know how long.
Okay, so that takes care of that. We have in fact, scheduled a meeting, it says budgetary meeting on January 7th. That one may be negotiable. Select board meeting is beginning at 6:30, so we may not have that early budgetary meeting. We're coming in at 5 for that, is that what that was? Yeah, special budgetary meeting on the 7th and select board meeting on the 7th at 6:30.
I
I
thought we,
thought we were starting at 6:30, like doing the
Yeah.
regular select board meeting and then following with the special meeting.
Okay. So the question becomes, the meeting following that would normally be the 14th. So we would be doing the 7th and the 14th and then the 28th, or are we doing the 7th and the 28th?
28th, that gives, what, 3 weeks? I think that makes more sense than trying to do,
So do the 7th and the 28th?
yeah.
Okay. Is everybody okay with
Yeah.
7th and 28th?
Yeah, we didn't, I mean, as long as we
Cancel the
don't-
14th.
We'll cancel 14th,
Yeah.
okay. All right, we can do that. So is there any other business to be discussed before we move into budgetary discussions? Are you ready?
Have anything?
All righty, then, as far as the camera goes, I'm not sure if you want to stay for budget. It's up to you, they normally don't. But if you want to hang out here, or you want to go home, you can do whatever you'd like.
Will there be any like announcements afterward that I should? Okay, then I'll head out.
Hello, and welcome to today's Select Board regular meeting of December 17th, 2019. Has the meeting been properly warned, Jan?
Yes, it has.
Got started a little quickly, I apologize. It's okay, I'm taking the fall. And we're going to start with approval of minutes of November 26th and December 3rd in this case. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
All right, and all those in favor of approving the minutes of this November 26th and December 3rd, say aye.
Aye.
And aye, thank you, and that's 4-0. We are missing one today. Well, I've suddenly found myself thrown into chair. So I think the remarks I'm going to say are slightly personal, but I think they're a little personal to almost everybody around us and to our community. We lost a very young man in our community, little Michael, and I got to know this little boy over the summer, and he was a joy, and our hearts go out to his family and our whole community, really. So many people that we know and love here are involved with the family, and we're just pulling for him, and he just didn't make it. But it's holiday season, and this is our last board meeting before a lot of holidays coming up and our bit of a break that we take. So I just ask you all to count your blessings and hug your kids close. Thank you. Thank you. Manager's comments?
Yes. I have an exciting announcement for town government that Stephen Dotson will be the town's first sustainability coordinator. He'll be beginning work on our team on February 3rd. He was one of over 75 applicants for this position. I can state unequivocally that during my time with the town, this was the largest, strongest applicant pool that we had for any of the openings that have come up in the last 5 years. Lots of interest in the position, lots of well-qualified people, and a difficult selection process, which is a great place for us to be. We had lots of help in this, so both Liz McLaughlin and Dave Scholes participated in the process, along with HR Director Sally Nix and Public Works Director Steve Barrett. Sue Fillion, the Planning Services Director, was on the selection committee, and she and I together did the final review of 2 really well-qualified finalists, because Stephen will be working within the Planning Services Department and reporting directly to Sue. He'll also be a member of our management team, working together with the department heads. And also participating in the screening and interviewing process were Oscar Heller, Chair of the Energy Committee and a very active member of the community in promoting the sustainability position when we were considering whether or not to create that. And Elizabeth Bridgewater, the Executive Director for the Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust. We really appreciated the time that they volunteered to this effort to help us make sure that we had a broad perspective in the selection process. I think a lot of people know Stephen. He's done a lot of work on sustainability issues and social action issues around the area and in his prior career elsewhere. One thing about him is, in addition to being an employee of a few different organizations locally over the years, he has provided lots of services, some leadership services as well as assistance as a contractor and a consultant to a variety of organizations. So I'm going to take a minute, just for those who don't know Stephen, to understand the breadth of what he's done already in our area and why we think that he stood out as being particularly the best person for this job. He's been Director of Communications and Marketing for the Northeast Sustainable Energy Association, Corporate Sustainability Operations Associate for One Report Incorporated, an Associate Director at the Rich Earth Institute. He's been on the Wyndham Regional Commission as a commissioner representing Westminster. He's a board member at the Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies leadership team, a member of the leadership team for the Ecovation Hub, was one of the initial co-creators of Hermit Thrush Brewery, and has provided assistance and service to the Brattleboro Savings and Loan, Retreat Farm, Friends of the West River Trail, Resilient Design Institute, and the Strolling of the Heifers Slow Living Summit. He's a person who has been deep into this work in a variety of ways over the years, and will now be leading our town effort around sustainability, both internally and out in the community.
Great.
Congratulations, Stephen Dotson.
Wonderful. Exciting to have such a well-qualified and a local person who's already very familiar with what we're going through. Thank you, Peter. The next item on our agenda is fellow select board member comments and/or committee reports. Does anybody have anything they'd like to throw out?
No committee report. I did, on the way in, notice it's a really beautiful night. And people, and I noticed this afternoon and then again this evening, because I had to be out, that people are being remarkably considerate and careful driving in these conditions. So it's a nice reminder that people actually know how to do it.
That's nice. A nice comment. Anyone else?
No, thank you.
And your comment actually makes me think. Breaking protocol here, but I did see a note from our fire department that they would like everybody, if you are near a fire hydrant, to please clear out around 3 feet around, all the way around. It really does help us out in times like these. And I think I'll just roll right into public participation, and this is the time when we invite members of the public to come up and say their piece. Just try to limit it to 2 minutes. We have a huge audience tonight, but anyone here would like to say anything? This is for anything that's not on tonight's agenda. Just throw it out. Hi, Franz.
Hi, Franz Reichsman, District 2. I'm going to comment on 2 things that are on the agenda because I have to leave. And they are the budget and municipal broadband. And I just want to, speaking strictly for myself here, want to say that, as I said last week, I think, that I would like to see a budget item on municipal broadband go into the fiscal year 2021 budget. I think it's, I know you'll be talking about this more. I just wanted to register my opinion right now. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for starting off with an unorthodox comment. Anyone else?
Continuing your pattern.
Exactly,
yeah.
exactly. Anyone else with any comments they'd like to say or questions? Jokes? No? Okay. We are moving on because we are not required tonight to do liquor commissioners or water and sewer commissioners. So our first order of business is an unfinished business item where we will discuss consideration of municipal broadband. I believe this is the 3rd time that this has come before us.
Yes. May I give a quick update about
Certainly.
that?
I wasn't sure which way to go.
Yeah, I think that Dave should lead off substantively, but I'd like to just ground the public in the knowledge that this was considered a couple of times previously, earlier in the fall by the select board. The action that the board took on the second evening of consideration was twofold: for the town to monitor and be engaged in the regional effort to create a communications union district, a CUD, for southeastern Vermont, and to write a letter to several state officials who were comprised a committee that was looking into the question of whether municipalities ought to be allowed to use general obligation bonds to fund municipal communications, telecommunications facilities. And we took a strong position, the town did, at select board direction, a strong position in favor of that being allowed, that utilization of general obligation bonding authority being allowed, on the principle that it represents self-governance and that communities ought to decide whether to use general obligation bonds rather than the state deciding whether or not it's okay for communities to use general obligation bonds. Those are the 2 directed actions. We did those 2 things. We are engaged with the regional effort that's getting underway. We wrote the letter, we received a response, and received consideration to the town's opinion in the report that that committee wrote to the legislature, but the committee decided not to recommend general obligation bonding authority. So that report was distributed to all of you, and Select Board Member Dave Scholes responded to that distribution by asking for some further consideration this evening. Here we are.
Yeah, it seemed like, well, the letter from the DPS came, was distributed to us, but we didn't ever talk about it. We just got that information. And so I thought we should talk about it. That seemed like that was the next sort of signpost along the way toward our conversations about how to pursue broadband. And their conclusion was, I think it's fair to say, is to wait and see. And initially I was thinking, well, that's terrible because we'd have a lot more options if we could do the general obligation bond and just spread it over the whole community. And I kind of thought that, as I often do, when I have a thought, I think I'm right. And I'm not quite so sure about that now because I talked to somebody from, I'm going to forget his name, but it'll come back to me, from who's the Norwich representative on the EC Fiber Communication Union District, which is Norwich, Barnard, and a few other towns around there. And he pointed out that he actually supported it. And I said, well, I got nothing more to say to this guy. But his perspective is that it would mean that only towns that had a lot of money would be able to do this. And other towns wouldn't be able to do it. And, or it would be much harder. And a lot of people who maybe don't have any use for the service would wind up having to pay for it. And although that's true of a lot of things in the world, you may not use every service that the town provides. You still have to, or for instance, schools, but you certainly get a benefit from it. So, but he talked a lot about the Union District and how, and the advantages of that. But the primary one is that they started, and this is almost 20 years ago now that they started doing this, and they wound up not getting it. They were ready. No, it was in 2008, and they were ready to go, and they had investors lined up, and then the banks exploded, and Lehman went out of business, and all the investors, that all went away. So they started over, and they found some individuals who would contribute, I think, up to about $90,000, and they did a stretch through town. And then the point of all this is that they took a really diverse approach. They got some users to invest in shorter-term bonds, no-interest bonds that would gradually get paid back for the revenues. They created their own model, and so that made the Communications Union District seem more appealing to me, because my context is the Waste Management District and the merged school district, and things, the issues that the towns have where interests don't align get really contentious and sometimes just bring things to a halt. And I still want this to move a lot faster. So but I've continued to look around. A couple of the articles, this one came late. I just found out about this on Sunday. That Bristol, New Hampshire, which is a town of not a few thousand people, and it's in the article here somewhere, did their own. They got $98,000. The town approved spending $98,000, and they got $132,000 grant, and they did a 3-mile stretch of Main Street, and now they're bit by bit trying to roll it out into the other communities. So that's another model. The Chesterfield, obviously they can do those bonds, and they did it. And one of the people, Brad Roscoe, I think I'm remembering his name right. He was going to come to the meeting, but unless you're Brad, right, you're not. He decided not to come because of the weather to talk about Chesterfield. And the other example was the excerpts that I sent in the link, although it's a link on paper, it's not very easy to link to, from Kentucky, where they did wire this very rural county, and in a few years they created 300 jobs, and many of them went to people that were making $5 an hour in an auto parts store or somewhere like that, and were able to get much better jobs, telecommuting, and so. What the conclusion of all that is that there are a bunch of different ways that we could proceed, and so I wanted to find. I'm sorry, Patrick's not here because I suspect he has some information. Maybe you do have information about. You mentioned that we are engaged in the CUD process. Maybe you can talk about some of the progress that is going on there.
Sure. That
would be great. But basically, my question is, well, first question is, do we want to proceed? Because there was some resistance. Some hesitant. Liz obviously doesn't. She's shaking her head no. So. I need to find that out before I try to get us to determine how we want to do it.
Okay. So, well, I'm going to let you steer a little bit. You threw a question to our town manager. Yeah. So sure. So the way I would characterize what's happened so far is there has been preparation to launch the CUD process. A fair amount of it, lots of communication among the parties who intend to participate in it, as well as some coordination among those who are organizing it and bringing in resources to assist. And it will launch all but immediately after the holidays. I don't know the exact date of the meeting in January, but there's a meeting that has been scheduled to be held in January where the group will assemble and begin to identify the steps they're going to take to move forward. They will be receiving advice from the individuals who created, the ones who created EC Fiber will be speaking from their direct experience with the creation of a district similar to what is being envisioned for southeastern Vermont. And there's funding that's been provided by the state that's being provided to the Wyndham Regional Commission to assist in this effort. I don't know the details of that, and I don't know whether or not it's coming with technical assistance from the state. But I do know that there's that they've engaged individuals who had participated in the organization around EC Fiber to bring that experience here.
And the state also funded a position for a person to provide support for exactly what you're talking about.
Right, and that's the part. I don't know whether or not that person is already engaged in providing that support around the state, and whether they are part of what's going to be the launch here, or whether it's just state funding that's going to help in terms of paying for the expertise that's coming in from the EC Fiber folks and perhaps others. But Patrick will be representing the town in that. He unfortunately wasn't able to be here for this evening's meeting, but he certainly will go to that first meeting and be able to provide a further update to us in January about what he learns there and how it's intended to move forward from here.
Before throwing it out to some other comments, I thought I might just ask for a couple clarifications on what you're actually looking for as far as a discussion. When you talk about broadband, and we talked about this twice before in sort of broad terms about high-speed internet, and I think a lot of the time there's a confusion around the term because the term is rather broad, quite literally. Because often when people are speaking of broadband, they're speaking about fiber. And I assume that's kind of what gets you excited.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's a good clarification, at least for me. But I'm kind of curious if you want something to be, you're advocating for something to be on our town meeting, what would that look like?
Well, that's what I thought that the way to proceed was to put some money in for a study to explore all the different options. And I don't know if we don't do that, and the CUD looks like it's going to take ages, then it'll be a whole year before we can put anything in the budget again, because that's not even going to start until January.
Right.
So where I am now is wondering whether to pursue that or not. And I think what I'd like to do is talk to Patrick and maybe the people of the district and find out a little bit more about what the prospects are for that. And if there's, I think that money has to be raised for the work. And if it's the initial money from the state is for exploring, but it's not going to get anything done. So I don't know exactly what to ask for. But I want to we'll find out more before we're done with the budget, if possible.
If you recall at the last meeting, I think it was October 15th, we generally had, at least 3 of us, I believe Brandy was also absent at that meeting as well. So there was only 4 of us at that meeting as well.
No, Brandy was there, because she had issues with the company that was doing the work in Chesterfield. I remember that really distinctly.
Daniel, were you here?
Oh, I recall Brandy not being here, but
okay,
that's
well,
fine.
It might have been another
yeah, since there were 2 earlier. So I'm just wondering, I remember Liz saying a couple of comments that I agreed with, which were why, if there's so many steps that could be taken in the community and exploring some background on this and gauging our community of whether or not people are really interested in this, pursuing this, however we might pursue it, why wouldn't we do that work first? And you actually volunteered to get the ball rolling, speaking to people, and it seemed...
And having people come in and talk with the snow.
Right.
Yeah.
And I know even, I don't want to call it Franz because he's not a member of this board, but a comment that Franz made was that there wasn't, he personally didn't support going towards the study until there were numbers attached to it. So I guess I'm just wondering, I feel like you are kind of feeling your way a little bit, which is fine, but in order for us to make a decision on actually putting something on the agenda, it would have to be a little more concrete.
Yeah.
Otherwise, maybe it should wait for petition if it was something that you really needed to
Well,
see.
well, that depends. I think that the part that I absolutely agree with is we need to get a broader sense from the community whether they would support it or not. And a petition and a conversation at town meeting would certainly indicate that interest. And that may be, the way to pursue. I would like us to talk about it at town meeting. I'm just not sure how to go about that. I'd like to get a consensus from the meeting about how vigorously we should proceed in this direction. I think it's really urgent, and that's the reason that I'm anxious to get things moving.
I have a comment.
Please.
So 3 weeks ago, I'd say, or I don't know exactly how long ago, we voted on a measure, didn't we not?
I don't. Well, you mean? Do you remember we had that sort of menu of options
Right.
to take? We
Yes.
went for 1 and 2, but I don't
Yes.
think we actually took a vote.
Okay.
I think it was consensus.
Well, so we had
3
a
out of 4.
consensus, and that consensus was to go with the CUD, to gain knowledge from them of what they were doing in lieu of spending money on a study. Because they were getting state resources, they were getting state personnel, they were discussing this. And frankly, the more rural towns have a greater interest in better service than Brattleboro has. So I am content to stick with the decision or consensus that we made just a short while ago and gain, whatever knowledge we can from that. It's interesting because, Peter talked about that there were 2 steps. And the one step was the CUD and the second step was the letter. So we got an answer to our letter, and I understand that you're eager, Johnny on the spot, to discuss it. But I think we need time for the CUD to learn, and we learn from that process. And we haven't had that time yet because it hasn't really started. So I think it's premature, and I am content with the decision that we made, and I want to let that bear fruit.
Just a couple of responses. One is that the decision included me finding people to come in and talk about the advantages of different systems, so that's what I'm doing. The other thing, I don't think, from the responses that I've seen, and they're small, but the number of responses I've seen, I've heard more people say, well, the rural places don't need it, the downtown needs it because that's where the businesses are concentrated. So I don't think there's a conclusion that the rural communities are more interested in it or not. And we're rural and urban, so it really doesn't matter. The fact that it's been 3 months and so far the CUD is prepared to launch indicates it's going to be a very slow, tedious process. And that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a better process. And so I'm looking to keep as many different options going as possible. And obviously you can support what you feel comfortable supporting. I'm still going to do that. I'm still going to promote whatever we can. And I will participate more actively and communicate with Patrick about the CUD. But I have heard nothing about it since it was initially in paper. And so obviously there's not much to report. But at this point, I don't really have an action that I want us to take until I get a better sense of whether that's going to proceed. It is a really good model. The way EC Fiber rolled it out, it's a really flexible model. And but it may mean that we still have to pay for ours all on our own anyway. So we'll see.
Daniel?
I remain fairly agnostic about this. I guess the one thing I want to kind of point out for folks who might be following along at home, so some of the communities that we've been compared to here are really small. So Leverett, Massachusetts has a population of, or at least from the 2010 census, had a population of 1,876 people compared to our nearly 13,000. And they had 813 households. We have 5,421. The amount of money that they raised in bonds for that project was $3.6 million for 813 households, of which 667 of them ended up becoming subscribers. And what I don't want us to go too far down the road is to kind of envision this project that is presumably at least a couple of times larger than that. You know, maybe it's in the tens of millions of dollars. And Leverett, Massachusetts was also a place that did not have access to any meaningful broadband of any sort. So there was no competitors there. We've already heard from Patrick's report that where towns have tried to do this, where there are competitors, those competitors compete. And that means that they're able to offer deals that they wouldn't typically. And, you know, I'm not saying that I'm in love with our local internet providers as things stand. I would love for a better deal. But if what it meant was I got a better deal and then the town was left holding all this infrastructure without subscribers to actually support it, that's bad for our taxpayers. So those are my concerns about it. I mean, like I say, I'm agnostic. If somebody can show me a way that this is financially viable for a town our size with the number of house sites and with the number of miles, right? Because we're also talking about laying cable. I mean, I guess in like the biggest vision would be laying cable to every single house site in Brattleboro. So how many miles of cable are we talking? It sounds to me like it would be a heck of a lot of money. And we know that we can't use general obligation bonds, so we can't raise money without having to worry whether it'll make money, right? We have to raise money through, and you can correct me if I get this wrong. Please do. So revenue bonds means that it has to like be kind of something that is able to make money.
Exactly. It's called a revenue bond because it has to be attached to a specific revenue stream that will pay off the bond.
So that would be subscribers for this service, which we would be competing with.
But it could be for a very long period of time.
Yeah, exactly. It could be for a really long period of time. And in the report from the state, it says here, a 2017 financial assessment conducted by the Center for Technology, Innovation and Competition at the University of Pennsylvania School of Law found that 11 of 20 projects assessed were cash flow negative during the assessment period. 5 projects had an estimated repayment period of 100 years. 2 projects were pegged at over 60 years, and only 2 were slated to break even. And so I don't often find myself in the fiscal conservative role on this board, but I think that, you know, our taxpayers need to be getting their money's worth, and I worry about going too far down a road for like a tens of millions of dollars vision, unless there was something that, you know, and I understand why we would study it, right? Because like we don't know. I'm not an expert in this. I'm taking opinions from folks that know more than I do, and so there's something to be said for a study. But even if a study is $80,000 and it looks like we're going to end up with a project that's $20 million and we really don't know if it's going to work, I don't know if I even want to spend that $80,000. When there are other things in Brattleboro right now that $80,000 would do a lot to help with. So that's where I'm at.
A couple responses and I'm happy to move on.
Oh, sure.
Obviously, it's entirely possible that Brattleboro is not large enough to sustain something like this on its own. That's one of the things I want to make sure that we find out.
Dave,
I have
could you
no
speak
idea.
up, please?
Sorry?
Speak up, please.
Yeah. It's entirely possible that Brattleboro is not large enough to sustain this kind of a thing, even if we paid it off over 100 years. And that's why the CUD might be a more viable option. And so that's entirely possible. I think the important thing about the competitors competing, at least in the examples that are in place now, Chattanooga, Tennessee is one of them. There's several others, a couple in North Carolina, I think Greenville, a couple other much larger towns than us that have done municipal fiber. And they found that what they did basically is resist and try and keep them from using the poles and try and keep them from having access and not cooperating with the backloading, because that has to go through those kinds of providers. But the deals that they offered were the typical deal that you get from a place like Comcast. You know, sign up and you can give you all of it for $20 this year, and next year it's 180. And so that hasn't changed, that model didn't change, and people are continually paying more than they need to. It's also important that places like Korea and Singapore have the entire nation, and they have lots of rural areas in Korea. The entire nation is wired, and the effect on the economy is really astonishing. There's just no question about what happens when you have that degree of broadband. And that's the primary reason I'm looking at this in terms of the potential economic growth.
Yeah, I'm sure that it would have a benefit to our economic development. Whether the benefit would match our outlay and continued like operation of a municipal utility is the big question mark.
Yeah, really. And it has to be answered.
Maybe.
Just like it to be answered sooner rather than later. And again, if the CUD process is moving and has some, time, some milestones and some goals and some time frames involved with it, then I'm perfectly content to let that play out. I just don't want to have it take forever. Those initiatives have not had a lot of success when towns are trying to work together with things. So, and the state obviously doesn't always help.
I think, before I throw it out, if maybe there's a couple of people that might want to say something, I just want to point out that I think Patrick, because he's not here, he did caution us in putting, a lot of hopes in the CUD, just because there was something described such as the donut hole, which is to this effect that the larger populated communities in these areas actually don't see the benefit that the least populated communities.
I have an update on the donut hole.
Me too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
Well, just that I mentioned that to the gentleman from Norwich, and he pointed out that it's not as bad as it seems or as it was described. It's not really it's not, well, you may have some better information just generally, but he said that it's really not accurate to think that a place like Brattleboro wouldn't be served by a CUD.
Maybe you could
It's one of the things that changed my
describe.
So I think it's actually more nuanced than would Brattleboro be served or would it not be served, and it's because Brattleboro itself has some land use diversity. So what we have come to understand, and I would say our understanding is still really in the early stages, right? The thing is in the process of launching, and we'll know a lot more a month from now, 2 months from now, about where it seems to be headed. But one of the things that Patrick learned and shared with me is the CUD could have a benefit for Brattleboro, broadly defined, because of the communities that are outside of Brattleboro being adjacent to parts of Brattleboro that are currently not served by the major carriers. And so there still would in fact be a donut hole, or in our case sort of the cavity in a sea.
Amoeba hole.
Well, it would be circled, but the downtown Brattleboro area and the developed residential area immediately around that is well served right now, actually, by competitive providers. And so that's the area where it would be hard for us to present ourselves as a public alternative to that in a way that would compete favorably, because they've got such tremendous resources internationally. So they could afford to undercut us. But that's within the developed part of Brattleboro. And so out in the area of Brattleboro that is currently underserved or unserved, that is adjacent to Dummerston and to Marlborough and to Guilford, there is at least a possibility, I think probably a likelihood, that if a southeastern Vermont CUD gets going, that those parts of Brattleboro could in fact benefit significantly from the regional CUD.
And then we'd be in the happy position of having a reverse HUD situation where we take advantage of the resources and the infrastructure that the surrounding towns have, rather than the other way around.
That's interesting.
Interesting. I'm not sure that's how it works, but.
Oh, well.
Yeah, does anybody in the public, do you mind if I throw it out to anyone who might be?
Well, I just wanted to mention that Daniel made a slightly different point than David's in saying that the benefit was to very small communities. And so David mentioned maybe we're not big enough. That's not the case. We may be too big.
relatively too
relatively too big.
To get aid from the state.
enough, right?
Yeah.
Sort of that Goldilocks effect.
Yes.
Or anti-Goldilocks.
Yes.
I mean, I had a couple comments too, but I was just going to throw it out. Anybody who wanted to speak to it who's here tonight, or no? Chris? My only comment was it's still, and I said this at the last meeting, it still feels like a bit of a solution in search of a problem to me. We have, according to Patrick's good report that he gave us a few meetings ago, 95% broadband, which is defined broadly, already in Brattleboro. We do have some outskirts that don't get very good service, and it's something certainly to work on. But we have fiber to this building, and we have fiber to, I know I just confirmed with somebody who helps me with my computers, Patrick Byrne out on Burge Street. There's 200 up, 200 down, which was a nice number that I've heard about being thrown about in fiber, and that's just the beginning. You can get 1,000 up and 1,000 down, and I won't go into all of what that means. But that's fast internet, it's super fast fiber, but it's already available. Now, I don't know the coverage, and that's part of the homework too, I think, to make sure that we have a problem. In my mind, let's make sure we have a real problem that is slowing us down, either from an economic development standpoint or from an equity standpoint, and we're not really sure where we are, I don't think, yet, before we can go forward with solving the problem, in my opinion. The Chesterfield partnership with Consolidated Communications is brand new. So as swimmingly as it seems to be going so far, I've heard some good things. That doesn't mean it's going to go really well. And they're also a model that we can't replicate here at this time, by my understanding, the way that they handled it. So right now, the general obligation bond is off the table. A lot of us are uncomfortable. Daniel, you spoke to the problem with revenue bonds, and at the last meeting, I think you mentioned equity and how that really just goes towards serving people who can afford it often, because the town would be forced to make money from the deal. So I just don't quite get the urgency at the moment. I'd love to see evidence that the lack of cohesive municipal broadband is slowing us down somehow, or impacting our economic development, because I'm not hearing that. I'm not hearing that so far from businesses who need fast internet. Anyway, that's my...
Just one thing I think I can clear up. Again, the gentleman from EC Fiber I mentioned that we have fiber going through town. I remember when Sabnet put it in, they put one of their junctions up at Academy School, and the school gets a little discount because it hosts that site.
I'm sorry, did you say Sabnet?
Did I say Sabnet? I said Sabnet, yeah, when it was Sabnet.
Okay, is that, I get confused, is that now First Light?
I don't know whether it was sold and changed.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but it was
And you
Sabnet
said
when they
it's
did
at
that.
Academy School?
Yes.
Is that what, I just didn't hear you.
And, gosh, I'm not talking well. I don't know. It seems like I'm fine. I've got new hearing aids, so maybe I'm
got the heat going as well.
But it sounds
just
loud to me. Let me turn it down
noisy
a
over
bit.
here.
It's the fans, probably.
The fiber that we have, it's a point-to-point fiber. It's not designed to have branches going off. So if someone's having access to it, they are somehow related to that point. It's a different design that they're doing in Norwich and Barnard and in that EC Fiber district.
All right, well then you're not requesting we take an action?
Yep.
Okay. Unless anyone has any other comments, I guess we'll move on to new business. And we have, I need to cough. Sorry. We have a financial report to go over.
We do. So the monthly financial report for the first 5 months of the fiscal year, 41.7% of the fiscal year is complete.
The prorated rate of expenditure in the general fund is 40.0. We're in good shape there. In fact, good shape across the board in this report, particularly in the parking fund. Of course, the parking fund is a little distorted because our capital expenditures from the parking fund are not in a separate capital fund. They're expended from the annual budget that you approve for the parking fund. So this is a number that will increase in the spring, but still, we've expended only 35.2% of the parking fund allocation in this 41.7% so far of the fiscal year. And the utilities fund, again, using a proration because of the fact that we make a couple of very large payments early in the year for annual interest and sludge removal. The prorated rate of expenditure is 40.5% in the utilities fund against that 41.7% marker. So good shape in all the major areas of operation. We have just shy of $4.2 million in outstanding loans that are being repaid to the town. There are, as there have been for many months now, 2 loans that are overdue but still where payments are being made. 1 loan that's in default and fully reserved. And there's a notation in this month's report, closure, unhappy closure, but not unexpected closure on the cultural intrigue matter, where we knew that there was a default, that the town was not going to receive the remaining funds. We did file a court action attempting to get some leverage there, and the court has ordered that cultural intrigue is free of paying back the debt of $67,837 to the town. And so that has been written off the books. That loan balance has been written off. The program income report shows that there are $492,000 or so available for loans and grants. That's a number, of course, that fluctuates some from month to month. We're always receiving repayments into that fund, and we're occasionally making disbursements from the fund. But we're right now just shy of $500,000 of available funding there. We currently have 40 active grants that the town is implementing and 5 grants that you have authorized us to apply for. We're still in the application process. Have any questions?
Nope.
I just see we're on the other side of the where we're supposed to be at this time, even with the surplus and the general fund. Nice to see.
I have one quick question.
Yes.
You mentioned that there was a loan late. How, when loans become late,
Yes.
what's the process that is taken to?
So there's communication ongoing between the finance department and the folks who owe these loans virtually as soon as anybody becomes late. And what we typically find is that somebody might have run into some cash flow issues at the business that was funded through the grant, or through their loan rather, I'm sorry, or that there's some other circumstance where folks just need a little bit of time and then they continue to make some payments while they're behind and then they get back current. That is the normal course of action. There are times when it becomes a more extreme situation like that. There was one that came before this board sometime last year, not in this fiscal year, but in the prior fiscal year, that we redid some restructuring. There was a loan that had been a 10-year loan. We were about halfway through the repayment period, and a local person who was really committed to repaying the funds had fallen far enough behind that they weren't going to be able to repay the funds on the original schedule, but made a very large payment, sold a piece of property, made a very large payment against that outstanding balance, and then we restructured the remainder of what was owed to the town for a new 10-year period. So that'll happen from time to time. It's very rare that we actually have somebody who just walks away and where the debt has to be written off. That did happen, unfortunately, in the cultural industry.
Thank you.
Sure.
I have an observation from the parking fund. I see that parking meter revenue is at 46%, right,
Yes.
ahead of the curve, and parking fines are down at 33%, which might suggest that the new parking meter system is working well, because there are fewer fines than you would have expected and more payments.
Might be
But it also could not.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's money in the bank.
Absolutely. And the fund overall is doing well.
Yeah.
We do have some repair costs coming up though, because somebody hit the last one on the west side of Main Street before you get to Elliott, and it's looking like the Tower of Pisa now.
But when we know who that somebody is, we recover.
do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well, it's an insurance claim usually, but yeah.
It wasn't one of our problems.
I don't know the particulars of that instance, but a lot of times when there is damage, particularly street side damage to town infrastructure, we're able to recover those funds.
That's why Cool Hand Luke was in prison, by the way.
Really? And there's a running over facts.
That's a valuable piece of culture.
Anytime I can help.
Some cultural interest.
Yes,
There's a movie I'd like to watch.
Failure
again.
to communicate.
That's right. That's what we have here.
Hopefully not too often.
So, thank you, Peter, for the report. Next is we have errors and omissions to the grand list, and we might be hearing from Jennifer.
We will.
Welcome. And would you like to let us know our process, just for the viewing public?
So, I have something written down, so.
Yeah.
If it is discovered an error or omission in the listing of real or personal property after it became the grand list, the approval of the select board is necessary to make a correction. Such errors or omissions of property listings may be corrected on or before December 31st. The grand list was lodged June 26, 2019 with the town clerk. From this date until today, the assessors have identified changes. And if you could please examine the attached spreadsheets from the material you were provided, detailing the errors and omissions to the 2019 grand list, which are being submitted for your review and approval. I'll continue. There were 5 changes to the value of real properties. 2 were the result of BCA hearings. 1 corrected an error in the sale of 2 contiguous parcels. 1 was the result of lister voted exemption. And 1 is an exemption per state statute. There were 4 changes of value of business personal property due to late filings or filings that were corrected after the grand list was lodged in June. There were 3 changes in tax stabilization. 1 participant in the farm tax stabilization program didn't submit the required paperwork, so the property has been removed from the farm tax stabilization list. The other 2 involved a correction in the methodology used to calculate value of tax stabilization applied to the real property and personal property at Commonwealth Dairy. Commonwealth Dairy adjustments warrant a more detailed explanation. While the assessed value of Commonwealth's business personal property has been materially reduced per the outcome of a grievance, the tax value of Commonwealth's real estate and personal property both have increased. This is due to a correction in the methodology of calculating the amount of tax stabilization that Commonwealth is entitled to under its 2011 agreement with the town. The calculations related to that complex set of adjustments is included in the bottom of the schedule of the attached sheet entitled Errors Omission Schedule 2019 Tax Stabilization. When the adjustment is made to reflect the increase in Commonwealth's taxable value despite the decrease in Commonwealth's assessed value, the net change in the total taxable value townwide for both real estate and business personal property is an increase in taxable value of $905,705. And I can help answer any questions you might have.
Okay, before we go into further discussion, I'd like to just amplify
two pieces of what Jen just described. Select board members who've been involved in this over the years and close observers to town finances will recognize that this is a really unusual moment in what is a really standard, frankly, sort of kind of boring but necessary, statutorily required procedure where we do small corrections each year to the grand list for the reasons that Jen described. What's different this year is the adjustment is much more complicated because of the Commonwealth Dairy situation, and because of that and the particular aspects of that, the grand list is actually increasing. The total taxable value based on this errors and omissions report is increasing by almost $1 million. And what we normally see at this time of year is a decrease because normally in a less complicated errors and omissions report, what we have is the report on adjustments that have been made because of the grievance process. So we lodge a grand list in June, property owners can contest their values, that process goes on through the summer and fall to make whatever adjustments might be made, and most often at this moment in time, we have a less complicated list that ends up with news that we're a little disappointed with. It's not usually a big decline, but it's usually a decline. And instead, this year we have an increase and a much more complicated report. Just wanted to note that for the record.
I must say, I'm confused because of this Commonwealth Dairy line. The old value was $16 million and the new value was $5 million changed. So we lost $10 million?
That's the personal property valuation that Jen referred to in the report as the assessed value went down, but the taxable value has actually gone up because the formula by which the amount of the assessment, so they are in a tax stabilization agreement for another 2 more years, this year and next year?
Yes.
And under that tax stabilization agreement, so much of that $16 million was being stabilized, so that reduced their tax obligation, that we're actually seeing this year an adjustment where the value, the assessed value went down, but the proportion of that that's taxable has gone up so significantly that we're going to have an increase in the taxable value.
So it went from the original taxable value of almost $4 million
Yes.
to the total corrected of five.
Over five. Five and a half about.
5.5.
Yes, that's exactly correct.
Correct.
Thank you.
Could you say more about business personal property? What is that?
Business personal property.
Yeah.
So we require businesses to send in an asset report of their equipment and any assets that they use to run their business. It can be desks, file cabinets, and the such. We do not require inventory, but we do have a tax on the depreciated value of your equipment. The equipment may be fully depreciated, but however, we assess that at 10% of its original cost. So there's always a value placed on the equipment.
And so if I'm reading this correctly, Commonwealth's business personal property went down, our assessment of that went down quite significantly.
Correct.
But their assessed value for their real estate increased?
So they grieved their value.
I'm trying to not muddy the waters, but I'm trying to just
No,
make sure.
yep, it's a very complicated question and far more complicated than usual. So what happened was they grieved their value and they won their grievance. So their assessed value was reduced very significantly. But Jen discovered that the amount of whatever that value is, whether it had been the original number or this revised number or something else at the outcome of the grievance process, whatever that number was, that it should be the proportion of it that should be taxed versus the proportion that where the tax is forgiven under the stabilization agreement that taxable portion should have been far greater. And so there was a dialogue that went on with Commonwealth where the resolution of the matter was that because they won their grievance, the value is changed to that value. But because the town substantiated that the formula that should be applied to that value would require a far greater amount of taxation percentage, they accepted that, and that's where we've landed. And that adjustment, the adjusted methodology will apply again to next year. And after that, they'll be just in the system like everybody else because we will have reached the end of their tax stabilization agreement.
Great. And this is all within the business personal property assessments?
Well, it actually, the Commonwealth matter affected both their business personal property numbers and their real estate numbers. So again, I apologize for the degree to which this is convoluted. It is convoluted. There was appeal of the values. That was one part of this, and there was the adjustment of the methodology that was the other part of this. The two work to different effect on the numbers. So this year it's very complicated and very confusing, but we end up in the good place of almost $1 million of additional value on the books for taxable value. So we'll actually yield some additional revenue to the town. Going forward, the report, both next year, because we won't be making all these different adjustments related to a complicated owner of property, and in years beyond that, because they won't be in tax stabilization any longer, it should be a simpler report again.
I just have a question about some of the language used. Why do we call it business personal property tax? I've always found that confusing.
So I believe the state calls it that in the statutes. Yeah, that's...
Because when I see business and personal next to each other, it feels...
Totally agree.
Right. Okay, keep them separate.
Why it's not an equipment tax or something else like that is a good question.
Yeah.
I totally agree with the confusion it creates by being business personal property.
Right, okay. My other question is we always call this the errors and omissions report. Is it really errors, omissions, and adjustments? Because most of the changes tend to come from grievance, right? Or most of the detailed changes.
No, not all. The BCA level.
Board of Civil Authority.
Correct, thank you. Board of Civil Authority level would warrant a change if it was reduced from the decision. Late filings for business personal property, they are adjustments, but there can be an error. An example of one where there was a sale of 2 parcels, each parcel separate parcels. They were contiguous, so in the state's mind, they were taxed on one tax bill, and they were sold off to separate parties. Each parcel had a house. The one house had not been removed from the main parcel, so it's called the parent parcel. So if you have 2 parcels, you have one parcel that's the parent parcel. That was an error on our part. There can, or it could be looked at as an omission.
Okay.
So
it's also the terminology, just like how the business personal property tax is terminology that's required under state statutes, so is the errors and omissions report.
It is, and it's...
So other nomenclature might feel more logical or common sense, but the report we have to file, there's a certificate you will sign tonight after you take this action. That is the errors and omissions certificate that's required for the town to submit to the state of Vermont.
Great. So we got to do it. We can't clarify it to our liking necessarily. Well, unless we have anybody else that wants to chime in, I'd be open to taking a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
I make a motion to approve changes in the 2019 grand list as set forth on the reports entitled Errors and Omissions, Schedule 2019 Grand List, and Errors and Omissions, Schedule 2019 Tax Stabilization, from Town Assessor Jennifer Brunel.
Great, thank you. Liz has made a motion to approve the changes in the 2019 grand list as set forth on those two reports aforementioned. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's 4-0. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. In the fear of losing our audience to that conversation, I think...
I was interested. Good.
I think I'll go on to item C, which is also confusing and strange. No, it's not. I'm
Less
joking.
so,
Less
I think.
confusing. The Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust 2016 Six Scattered Site Grant closeout.
Right.
Public hearing.
Yes, so I would ask that you please open a public hearing.
Yes.
And then I will explain what we're doing here. And Bruce Whitney is here from the Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust to speak to some of the details.
Yes, I will now officially open a public hearing.
Thank you.
Hi, Bruce.
So each time we finish administering a community development block grant project, we are required by the rules of the program to hold a public hearing where you hear the results of the work under that grant, and the public has an opportunity to tell you what they thought about it. The results in this particular case are not just here in Brattleboro, but actually to a broader geographic area that Mr. Whitney will describe here in a moment about the sort of full impact of this. And that's the result of this being one of a series of grants where because the town has maintained a good working relationship with the state, and because the state knows that Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust is a very reliable administrator of these programs, there are other counties now outside of Wyndham and Windsor's usual jurisdiction, and certainly outside of Brattleboro, that are beneficiaries of grant funds that come from the state to the town to the agency, and are then implemented through the programming for whatever that particular grant is. And Bruce will tell us about this particular grant.
Yes, and I'm Bruce Whitney. I'm the Director of Home Ownership with Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust. And because of errors, I gave you an updated report. And really the updates are on the numbers on the second page, the chart. Due to my travel schedule and communication with Patrick, I'd given him historic numbers, but the numbers here are just for this grant period, and that's what we need to report on for this closeout. So you'll see the numbers in the updated report are October 1st, 17 through actually today, yesterday. We've got the most up-to-date numbers. And yeah, we thank Brattleboro once again. The town of Brattleboro has sponsored this particular grant since 2014. We've been running this program for about 12 years. In the lingo of the state and CDBG, it's called the Scattered Site Grant because we are working throughout at this point, 5 counties. We did start in the Wyndham and Windsor counties, and in the grant period that started with this period, we are partnering with Down Street Housing and Community Development, which is a sister agency to ours, and they cover the 3 counties of Lamoille, Orange, and Washington counties. So we're doing back office administration for that program. And the services we're providing are home repair loans to income eligible people. We can loan up to $25,000 for necessary health and safety repairs. We do housing counseling advocacy. We work with people who want to buy homes. We provide free one-on-one counseling, and we also provide an 8-hour education course that is in person, and we also have an online version. And those are offered in our location and also up at Mount Ascutney Hospital in Windsor. And then through that service, we're helping people buy homes, and they're leveraging our assistance and our down payment assistance to get mortgages. So on the back side, you'll see the results through these 2 years, almost 2+ years. We've done 40 home repair loans, 6 in Brattleboro, and that's so 15% of the loans have been in Brattleboro, and Brattleboro is a much smaller per capita population-wise. It would be much smaller than 15%. So Brattleboro continues to see an increased effect there. We've counseled 429 people over the period. 116 of those are in Brattleboro, and we helped 173 people buy homes, and 33 of those were in Brattleboro. So with that, we are closing out this grant. Brattleboro also sponsored the next grant, which will start January 1st. We will be spending this particular money through December 31st, and so we have 6 to 8 more home repair projects that we expect to be complete, and 10 in our construction pipeline.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just need to throw out there, if people would be interested in getting more info, and how would they do that? If anybody watching is interested in.
Yes, they can go to homemattershere.org. Our main line is, let me see if I can remember, 254-4604. That gets you right to the front office, and you'll be directed to our program coordinator.
Thank you.
Tim?
Questions?
Listen.
I just wanted to congratulate you, Bruce, and your organization. And I think the most significant number is this 33 first-time home buyers in Brattleboro. That's great. Thank you.
In a similar vein, I just heard on the radio that Lamoille County is looking at a new low-income housing project, 25-unit project. I assume you're helping with that, and I hope you are. And one of the things that's unique about it is that they raise the income level to, I think it's 125% of poverty. A family could have an income up to $70,000 and still qualify for the housing assistance.
Well, Down Street is still running their own housing development program without assistance from us, other than collegial support. And yeah, that sounds like that money might be the state bond money, and the Snow Block also has, I think, 5 units that are up to 120% AMI. So we are housing people in that middle income right here in Snow Block.
I have a clarification question.
Yeah.
On the sheet you just gave, it lists home ownership assistance, but on the December 3rd letter we've got, it only mentions under the final hearing site grant provided home repair and housing counseling services. I'm wondering why the home ownership assistance wasn't.
I'm not sure why Patrick might have left that out. This is the report I provided him. The housing counseling is the service that helps people buy home ownership, buy homes. So maybe he just didn't maybe see it as a service, more as a result.
Yeah, it is in the detailed report. I think it was just an oversight that it wasn't mentioned in that paragraph that summarized what's in the detailed report.
Great.
I have a question about the home repair program. How do you guys do outreach for that program? You know, it seems like I work at SEVCA part-time and have a little bit of inside knowledge on this, and there are a lot of homes in this county that they're in need of repair. Are you guys actively looking for projects, or are you at capacity with what just kind of comes to you passively?
We are actively looking for projects. Our outreach includes working with partner agencies such as SEVCA, the Council on Aging. Those two tend to be our biggest referral sources, but we do media advertising from time to time. We are doing Facebook. We are doing Google AdWords. We've done some radio ads here in town through the radio stations, and actually, radio is pretty interesting these days. In that they're, big companies that have lots of different stations. So we found that we got a good bang for the buck in doing some radio that actually was spread around the state. So.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
We're spreading cookies around.
Would you like a cookie? Elizabeth
No,
made
no,
cookies.
thank you. A colleague brought in Christmas cookies today, so I'm
Very nice. Well, the purpose of this obviously is to take any comments from the public, but it looks like, unless Russ has a comment there, or Chris, I don't think we have anybody here to ask any questions. So I can, if everyone's satisfied, I can close out the public hearing portion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much again for the work.
Yeah.
Where are we? Okay. All right.
How could you forget?
So,
I'm sorry to leave you with no audience, but I am going to have
oh, that's
Well, there are thousands of people watching at home because of the weather.
get home safe, though.
Otherwise, they'd be here.
Oh, they're watching on your show.
I know.
That's good. Our town manager has stepped out, but we are about to enter item D, which is discussion of the FY21 proposed budget. We've had quite a few discussions, and how many meetings in a row? Does anybody remember?
Lots.
This is
Way too many.
Jen, I bet you know.
6.
Yeah,
this is
starting
6.
November 5, then 12, 19, 26, December 3, 10, and 17.
I wasn't counting. That's
1,
8 in a
2,
row.
3, 4, 5, 6. We're on 7 right now.
And if anybody's wondering, that's probably was one of the factors influencing us not to postpone this meeting due to the weather. Because, wow,
Because if
been a
it's
long haul.
Tuesday, we're meeting.
Yeah, exactly. No, but pushing it to
And the
next
next
Tuesday.
2 we won't be.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We
If
will
you wanna
not
let
be
the
here.
public.
But I was stalling a little bit for our town manager because I know that he wants to give us a little info on the current status of our budget talks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, so if it's okay with the board, you've had an opportunity to review this, but I'd like to take just a minute. There's quite a number of different pending matters. I think it would be helpful to the public while on a stormy night we no longer have a public here in the room. We certainly hopefully have plenty of people watching at home, and I think it would be helpful to them to know what is pending, and then you can decide at that point. Tell me if there's anything else that ought to have been on this list. But quickly, there were no changes made to the proposed revenues during your initial review through the budget. And again, for the benefit of the public, I'll say we've been through a series of 6 or 7 meetings where the board has looked at every single part of the town's budget, every line item within every component piece of the budget for the general fund for FY21. And along the way, you talked about some things, made very few changes, but identified quite a number of issues that you still wish to address further in January. So there were no changes made to revenues. There were a couple of very minor changes made on the expenditure side based on information that came to you from others. So the Human Services Committee of the Representative Town Meeting recommended an amount of funding that was $4,510 higher than what we had put into the budget, which would have been level funding from last year. And you accepted that for the purposes of including that higher figure in the budget that you intend to recommend for this year's Representative Town Meeting to consider, so that your number will match the Human Services Committee's recommendation. And you also heard a request from the Chamber of Commerce and the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance for an increase of just $1,629 to the amount of funding for the Community Marketing Initiative that was funded at $42,119 in the current year's budget. That was 10% of the receipts through the rooms and meals tax from the prior year. They asked that instead of that $42,119 being the figure again, that you increase it to make it 10% of the prior year's receipts
as a matter of policy going forward. You conceded agreed to that. Thank you. Yeah. You agreed to do that, sort of reserving judgment about future years, but for this year's budget, you intend to increase this number so that it reflects 10% of the prior year's receipts. So we have made that change as well. But beyond that, there's a number of matters that might have a substantially greater impact to the budget as it has been proposed and as you will ultimately recommend it to representative town meeting. And those topics include the potential for a pool house renovation or replacement at Living Memorial Park. Staff has been collecting some additional information that we will bring forward to you for your consideration as to whether to add that to the capital plan. You asked for some additional information regarding the fund balance guideline so that you can look at the 10% standard that we've been applying now for about a decade or so in Brattleboro to see how that relates to best practices and the policies that exist in other towns. When we identified the line item of $10,000 of funding for porta potties and other sanitary actions of the town to maintain public health and provide a place for folks to go to the bathroom in the summer months when there's more people living outdoors in Brattleboro, you responded to that by saying that was fine as far as it went. You thought that there were a couple of aspects of that that required more review. One, that you'd like to see some information about what a more permanent installation might look like. We are prepared to show that to you, although I don't anticipate you're going to want to pursue any of that for this particular budget because there's some very high price tags attached to those, unfortunately. But we will be able to at least provide that information and perhaps talk about what we might pursue in the future.
I have a question on that.
Yes.
Are there grants available for things like that?
We are looking for that as well. We're hopeful, but we haven't found one yet. So if we can find a grant that we could bring to you in January together with the information about the systems we've identified, you know, maybe there's an opportunity to move forward more assertively on this. If not, our expectation is that at least, you know, there'll be some initial information. We all can sort of look towards what we might want to achieve going forward, and we'll continue to be looking for a way forward to achieve that. But the least expensive units that we've seen so far are $150,000 to buy the unit, and the cost of getting it shipped here and installed with water and sewer service and so on is on top of that. So it'd be a very substantial investment versus the approximately $10,000 a summer cost of putting out the 3 porta potties. You also, my understanding of your concern that you raised was when you talked about more permanent solutions, I understood you to mean not just more permanent bathrooms in public spaces, but actually other ways in which the town might invest in things that help people not just cope with the situation, but you know, improve their living conditions and, you know, ways in which we as a community can better support people who are living in vulnerable conditions in our community. And so there is a very specific piece of this report that addresses Project CARE. You asked for that information very specifically, and we are happy to provide, if you want to take that into a broader conversation, we'll be happy to provide additional information that may support that, that particular consideration. We've been asked to provide more visual budget information to make the information more accessible to a broader group of people throughout the community, for people to be able to see at a glance graphically the most important information about the budget. And what we advised you before and reiterated in this report is we're happy to do that in a sort of relatively more rudimentary way, using tools that already exist for us, you know, basically taking the Excel spreadsheet programs that we use to create the budget and applying the graphical tools that are part of that program, so that we can show you some pie charts and some bar charts and some things that do help make that information pop a little better. But for something that is more sophisticated than that and a bigger step forward, we'll be you know, eager to talk with you more and talk with people in the community who have identified that, you know, they have some expertise in that area, and see what we might do in a more significant way forward on that for next year and beyond.
The CEVED's funding, once again, CEVED's requested $3,000 per resident or $36,000 worth of funding. You gave some consideration to that and to our report to you from staff that routinely now over the years the town has provided $2,000 per resident instead of $3,000.
Is it 3,000 or 3?
Oh my, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
$3.
I know that
So
the total
sorry.
amount
Yep.
is correct,
They would like
but
that.
I just don't want anybody to be thinking.
Yep, no,
we're
I
paying $3
wrote it
grand
wrong
each.
and said it wrong. I apologize. $3 per resident, 12,000 residents, $36,000 for the year. Sorry about that. And so the funding we provided has been at $2 per resident, at around $24,000, $25,000 per year. For several years now. You gave some consideration to that, but decided that you wanted to wait and make a decision about it in January when you're making your final budget decisions. In any event, whatever you decide about the amount, staff would continue to recommend that that funding come from program income rather than from general fund funding because it is economic development related. It's an appropriate expense from that source of funding that comes from the CDBG loans that are made through the federal money, through the state to the town, that comes back into program income and can be reused for economic development purposes and housing purposes. And so we think that's an appropriate expense from that fund rather than what would be at $25,000 would be about a fifth of a penny on the tax rate. For Project CARE, you asked particularly what if the pay for recovery coaches was, first of all, recovery coaches have been providing their services as volunteers up until now. We did propose to you that there be funding provided, but we proposed it at a rate that would supply $12 per hour funding to the recovery coaches. And you asked us what would it take to make that $15 per hour, and also what would it take to fund transportation services to help the clients get to the appointments for their services. And we've run some numbers on that and would be prepared to add to the budget if you approve this in January, $16,000 that would pay $12,000 to the recovery coaches and $4,000 to the providers of transportation. That $16,000 is equivalent to 14/100ths of a cent on the property tax rate. You indicated in our finale last week in the first review, the first time through all the different line items, one of the items we looked at was the general services part of the budget, and in that, that one of the line items there is the salaries for select board members. That has been a source of much consideration at town meeting over recent years. We confirmed that the rate of pay for select board members has not been increased since 2012, and prior to 2012, the last time was 1996. So this has been very static over time, and you showed some interest in considering that. If you want us to bring you any additional information, I'll need to know what it is that would be helpful to you in that consideration.
What other select boards receive throughout the state?
Sure.
I know some of that.
It would be good to know what it was in '96 and what it was in 2012.
Sure.
I know what it was in 2012.
Yeah. Do you remember it?
Yeah, it was 2 and 3. So it was each member getting $2,000 per year and the chair getting 3. And then in 2012 it was raised to 3 and 5. So that's quite a jump when you look at the.
Yeah, at that moment it was quite a jump. Yeah, sure.
And we'll find out what it was
Yeah.
before 1996, if we can. I think we can.
I think on my research back when I was a town meeting rep, we are like well paid, funnily enough, for select boards throughout the state.
Yeah.
I think the discussion at town meeting is if the stipend were higher, more people might be interested.
Yeah, and I'll
We'll
remind
have-
everybody that, oh, sorry, that just for a point of order, it is always on as a article. So it invites the discussion we don't have to place it on the article because it has to be on the article. to see what the town will pay its select board.
Okay.
So it's
Yes.
all automatically ripe for discussion, which is why it's, you know, almost always discussed.
That's what I was gonna say.
Sorry, tangent.
You also asked last week, and I should say these are being listed in the order in which you raised them during our first review, which is why this one, which otherwise probably should have been first, has appeared here in the middle of the list. You wish to review the Select Board's annual goals and our progress in pursuing those over the last 9 months for how well they're aligned with the proposed FY21 budget. And so what we'll plan to do is for the January 7th meeting, this is a fairly significant workload for January, and the schedule calls for meeting each of the 4 Tuesdays in January. And so what we'll plan to do at the outset of that to help you decide, you know, make some choices about where you go from there in the further review of these other items, is we'll provide that quarterly update that we do regarding your the progress, I should say. Some of it's yours and some of it's staff working on behalf of the things that you've directed. But our collective progress towards your annual goals will be reported at the January 7th meeting, so you can give that consideration to the relationship between the goals and the budget as you work through the rest of the pending budget items. When we were discussing the savings that the HRA has provided within the town's health insurance program, the health reimbursement arrangement, we talked about the fact that in the early years of that, we protected ourselves with cautious budgeting because we were concerned that the actuarial information we had received about where we would likely end up is, by the very nature of actuarial estimates, you know, an average and an expectation, and there could be a bad year where it could have significantly negatively affected the budget. We now have several years of administering the program under our belts, and while there is always the potential, and there will someday be a bad year, we're seeing really significant consistency from year to year, even though the individual claims vary and the number of claims and the severity of claims varies. As a group, we're large enough that the impact to the HRA portion of our budget has been really consistent, and so we feel comfortable bringing that down, which freed up some money to be available to be either a lower tax rate or invested in other services and programs, depending on your perspective. And so you asked us to confirm for your understanding and for you to be able to independently gauge the level of risk we're taking on here, what portion the funding for the HRA, the proposed funding for the HRA, what proportion of the overall exposure that the town has is represented in that funding. The answer is that the actuaries, based on our current plan design, the actuaries forecast that we should expect to spend 50% of our total exposure. Our total exposure is $415,000. If we did expend that 50%, it would be $207,500. The proposed FY21 budget includes $215,000, so still just slightly above the actuarial estimate, no longer a significant cushion, but sort of a rounding cushion. The $215,000 represents 51.8% of our total exposure, which is 103.6% of the actuarial estimate. There are 3 different organizations that you asked to come in and appear before you so that you could have some interaction with them about their parts of our budget during your January meetings. And so if you continue to want that, if you don't give us different direction tonight, we'll go ahead and work with these 3 to schedule them to come in. And we'll do that for the first 2 evenings. We'll shoot for January 7th and January 14th for these appearances, with the hope and expectation that most of the additional work you're going to do substantively on this is going to be on the 7th and the 14th, so that by the time we get to the 21st, we're narrowed down to just the final issues where maybe in the 7th and the 14th you've asked for some additional information or that sort of thing, so that by the time we're done on the 21st, you know what you want 100%, and we're able to put before you and the public on the 28th a budget where you're able to just look at it and say, yes, that's our budget. That's the goal of the January
evolution of the final stage of this process. And the three organizations that you're asking to come in are the Wyndham Regional Commission, the Representative Town Meeting Human Services Committee, and the Southeastern Vermont Transportation, which is the bus service that provides the current and mover services in Brattleboro. You also identified a fourth organization you'd like to hear from, but indicated that you didn't need to hear from them during the budget process. And because January is going to be such a full plate of business, we'd suggest that this occur in the spring, at least after you put your budget to bed, maybe after town meeting. And that's Rescue Inc. We'll invite them to come in sometime in the few months ahead. That's the list, I believe. Let me double check the next page. There is one more, sorry. There is one more item, and it's the cost of the additional storage for the body-worn cameras. There was a concern that was raised because it sounded like a lot of money compared to what people know they can buy storage for personal use. We've confirmed that, yes, that's true. The contractual relationship with Axon, who provides the storage and related services, which retrieval and in some cases actually editing the material so that the proper things are redacted when they're being prepared to go to court and that sort of thing, for the body-worn camera footage that is collected by police officers as they respond to different incidents. In amending the contract with Axon to add additional storage within that, the context of those services that are provided, the cost for 2 additional terabytes is $3,000. The overall contract is on the order of $15,000 to $20,000. I don't remember the exact figure, but we can confirm that again for you if that's important. The question you asked us last week was to confirm that it really is $3,000 for the additional 2 terabytes of storage, and the answer to that is yes. Finally, you identified as articles for which, topics for which you intend to place separate articles on the town meeting warning, separate and apart from just being included in the select board's proposed budget. Would include the SEVEDS funding, the Human Services funding, and the Community Marketing Initiative funding. And so as we prepare the draft warning for your review, which you'll also be looking at on January 21st and January 28th, we'll include those items as separate warning articles.
Now, 2 out of 3 of those is traditional.
That's correct. In fact, I believe Human Services is required by state statute to be a separate item. And SEVEDS has traditionally been a separate item. The Community Marketing Initiative, of course, is new. So, but you indicated last week you'd like that to be presented to town meeting as a separate article.
Well, I think it's complete. Does anyone have something that Peter forgot to add to the list?
I think this is plenty. Actually, I'm not sure what, I don't know that we can become, I can't remember the words you used, Peter, but experts on HRA funding. I think I'm not sure what we can decide or what would be, where we would go even for a conversation about that. Other than
my understanding was that you just wanted to satisfy yourselves when we talked about it generally as being, we had approached it conservatively, and now we've sort of brought that back in, but we believe still to a prudent place, not to a reckless place. I think you wanted to understand what did that mean in numbers. If this is sufficient that that's not an item we need to come back to as we go through the January process, then that'd be great.
Feels to me like we could put a check mark by that one unless Brandy, has a question herself.
Okay.
She could always put it back on. We wouldn't mind, probably. Yeah. Just trying to lighten the load here. I was also looking at the organization appearances. I felt like one of them was certainly needed, and I will just ask the board, whoever else wanted to have the transportation folks come before us. Do you think it's necessary for the budget discussions?
I think it's necessary for the advancement of our goals, because that was an item on our goals.
Okay. I guess just in the budget crunch is what I was suggesting, that maybe it would be something that we might push like we are doing with rescue.
Right.
unless it's tied to funding for you in your.
No, I mean, I think that's a good point. Like, out of the conversation we're going to have with the bus folks, do we imagine that we're going to say, hey, wait a second?
Well, they've already been approved for the year or something like that. You negotiated that?
No, it's been a standard amount for quite a few years now of $50,000. If as part of your communication around the services that are provided, you decided that that feels like too much or too little, that could be adjusted in your recommended budget to the representative town meeting. Or you could approach this as $50,000 is the amount that we've been allocating for this purpose. We've got some things we'd like to accomplish in the way the service is delivered. For now, it's not a budget matter, it's an operational matter. And
I think my
go from
concerns
there.
are more operational, and I would be happy to defer. But one of my goals in the select board roster is to have those operational changes to make bus usage more feasible and more likely.
Yeah, and better understanding as to how we might make that happen.
The presentation that they do is full of information.
Yeah.
It's definitely worth doing. I would rather put it off too and really delve into it. It's
Okay,
So-
there you go.
Do you want to have them in February?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Since it's part of this board's goals for the year
Yes.
to improve that service, we could have them come in February when this board is still the board, and we could have rescue be later in the spring when many of you, maybe all of you, will still be here, but
who knows?
Just in case you're not, since rescue's operation hasn't been part of our annual goals this year, we'll have that come secondary.
That
Make
works.
sense?
And just while we're asking questions about this, why was the regional commission, why are we asking them to come at this point? To talk about why we give them so much money, was it?
Well, you could say the same thing about the bus company, right? I mean, like, I think that was the impetus in part. You know, we.
Is Wyndham Regional's allocation it's part of the budget?
Yeah.
It is part of the budget. In that case, it's more like rescue in that it's part of a regionally applied formula, and our number comes out of that formula, and they say, here's what you owe.
Yes, it's regionally applied formula, but is it mandated? Or is it more like CEVEDS, where we have some flexibility? Because that CEVEDS amount is just a construct.
That's a good question.
I don't know if it is statutorily required or not. I would say the CEVEDS one is explicitly voluntary and is a process that's sort of evolved in recent years. And the Wyndham Regional Commission one has been applied much more like
Religiously,
dues.
yeah.
Whether it actually is statutorily dues or not, I don't know the answer to. I know that it's been for decades applied in the manner that it has been applied, and unlike CEVEDS, where individual communities make a decision from year to year about whether or not to pay their allocated share, it's paid more like the county tax allocation, where the power at B makes its decision, tells you what your share is, and you pay it.
Well, maybe I just have an inquiry whether that's mandated or voluntary.
Sure.
Yeah, I for one, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I recall asking that question the first time I saw it too, and I don't remember. The impression was, well, we just have to, but I don't know. Let's find out.
I mean, I guess like the spirit was like, are we getting value for money, right? What does this money represent? How does this benefit the people of Brattleboro?
Well, and particularly,
I mean, those are my big questions.
Particularly the per capita number,
Right.
because I feel that these groups that ask for money per capita may not give Brattleboro a commensurate service that outlying towns who pay significantly less might be the focus of their efforts.
Are you thinking with the regional commission that we already have a really good planning department, and we don't require the
yes,
regional commissions help as much as other places.
Feeding Liz lines.
I'm thinking about Liz's experience.
No communications district then.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me just say that I think that this kind of got mixed in with the whole county tax situation
Yes,
because
it
it
did.
appeared right next
Yeah.
to each other. I, for one, am very happy with the services the Wyndham Regional Commission provides, and I think they do excellent work. Just want to get that out there.
Yeah, no, they're great.
No, my question really
Oh, and I know
is
that
whether
you're-
that formula is statutory.
Sure.
or
So
flexible.
perhaps it's more of a staff response.
Sure.
Than a
And, you know,
bring them
kind of
before us.
what are we getting for that money?
I'm more interested in the county side. What are we getting for the money?
Yeah, for real.
So how about if we provide that required versus voluntary answer? That's a really clear, is it in the statute or is it not? Or is it in something that got adopted within the region that's a
Yes.
legal document or not? And then if we provide that to you for consideration on January 7th, you could tell us on January 7th whether you want them to visit on either the 14th or the 21st.
Yeah, they
Or later.
also regularly send us a letter saying what they did for us in
Yeah.
the year. And Sue
In the
must
town
have that.
report, there's usually.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's true.
So comparing those things together, I think would be handy for us to do on the 7th.
Okay.
They might not be ready.
Well,
without
I
little
think
notice,
we could
but
have whatever
yeah.
the last one was, whatever the last reporting is.
Oh.
No, I think we have a report for this year.
Yeah.
So I have like a newbie question. It feels like I've been here a while.
You
still
can
being
get away
newbie,
with it
but-
for another few months,
Yeah.
and no more.
So let me just understand the process here. So this was sort of like an overview of the things we're still thinking about.
Correct.
And at our next meeting, on January 7th, we'll come back to this list of things and get into it a little bit more, or
So
is this the time to be getting
what we'll
into
try to do, or what we will do to try to be helpful, is divide these into manageable pieces for the next 2 meetings. So approximately half of this load will be on the 7th, and approximately half of this load will be on the 14th, with the intent that it helps you decide what you're satisfied with. You might make some decisions on the 7th and be done with certain things. You might find that there's some things you still want some more information about, so we would go get that for you. But by the time we get to close of business on the 14th, hopefully you're nearly done, right? You're down to just the last few things that you are still grappling with. So that on the 21st, you can be done, make your final decisions. And then on the 28th, what would be before you, and we'll also have, on the 21st, we'll review the draft warning for representative town meeting. So then on the 28th, what happens is you have a short special meeting, you come together, you look at the warning as it may have been revised based on your direction from the week before, and the budget in what is hopefully its final form, and you say, yep, that's our warning and that's our budget. Or you do final tweaking if necessary. But if we don't get to where we're nearly done or substantively done on the 21st, it makes the 28th chaotic. We've got to, on the 28th, in order to meet the statutory requirements for the window of time within which the warning needs to be approved, and then everything needs to be final and ready to go into the town report, we need to have you make your final decisions on the evening of the 28th.
Okay.
This moment in time, I want to be really clear, is not meant to say, here's your list, this is what we're going to do. It's meant to say, here's what I understand your list to be. And if there's something missing or something that needs to be modified in some way, and we've been just doing that, right? You've been clarifying your intent on a couple of things. But if there is something that you think is missing from this that needs to be on the list, now's the time to say so that we're well prepared for our work in January.
Okay.
Now, and correct me if I'm wrong, but in at least the past couple of years that I've been on the board, we've had those 4 meetings in January in case there was more that came up. And I'm also kind of wondering if there's a chance we could get it down to 3 meetings. If one of them does become the 28th and we keep the 2 regulars, perhaps that 14th could be eliminated.
So
yeah, it does depend on that. You're correct. But I'm looking for consensus on the board if we think it might be possible. Slightly longer
Peter
meetings?
probably knows best.
I'd like to make an unpleasant or an unwelcome observation. I'd love to say, yeah, that's better. I know you've met every week now for 8 or 9 weeks. I'm going to get a little break these next couple of weeks, and then it's 4 more in a row. I get that that's onerous. This particular list is longer than we often have at this moment in time. Sometimes what we have is more change that has already occurred in the budget and fewer pending items. This year, I think quite appropriately, as you encountered some things where there was some difference of opinion, you said, yeah, let's get through the first review, and then we're going to come back and learn more about those things and resolve those things. And the result of that is, I think you've got a really full plate here, even for 2 meetings. And trying to put it all onto the 7th is ambition. We can do it if that's what you prefer.
We did successfully push one of the presentations off.
You did push one of the preservation off.
Maybe 2.
One of the presentations off.
And we know about the police storage, so we have to do that again.
Yep.
And the HRA.
If it's your pleasure that we have a really full list, this entire list of pending matters on the 7th, and see if we can get through all of it, we'll do that. We'll be happy to provide that. And then, if you don't get through all of it, you roll some of it over to the 14th.
So the 7th is a regular meeting?
7th is
So
a
there'll
regular
be
meeting.
Other stuff to do beyond the budget?
There will be, as of right now, it's not a heavy agenda, but it's still early yet for the 7th. But it's also going to be a holiday period where there's not likely to be a lot of things generated to go onto that agenda.
Right.
We could take a shot at getting it all done on the 7th if that's what the board would like to do.
Tim?
Oh, yes.
I wonder if we could also set aside the conversation about the $3 per resident, since the town is going to decide that anyway. The CEVED's $3.
Oh, no.
You need to decide what you're recommending.
Oh, we're okay.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
On that one?
Okay.
We have to have a number in there, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. And that's always a fun discussion, anyway.
Well, I'm looking at the fund balance in the past has, can take a whole meeting by itself. There's incredibly a lot of philosophical stuff in there, and a lot of fiscal stuff as well. And CEVED's, again, it's going to be decided by the town, by the representatives. So
I wouldn't we do have the power to recommend.
Otherwise, yeah, I'm suggesting that we just leave it as it is. Take their request, or let the town decide.
I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
You are? That's what you're
Well, let's
suggesting?
not launch into that discussion.
Okay.
Hasn't been warned.
Oh, well, it's actually on our agenda right here.
Well, this is kind of a check-in. I'm not sure we should start debating it.
No, fine.
I
we're trying to
think
get rid of
knowing
things.
this board, that we need every single one of these meetings.
Yep.
And if some of those meetings we get to go home half an hour earlier than we thought we might, then so be it.
Daniel, I'm concerned that you're going to want more money if we meet this many times.
I couldn't possibly comment. I didn't at all prepare some talking points around that.
It's not on the agenda.
Exactly.
But it sort of is. Yeah, I think we need all those meetings. Maybe we get done a bit early some nights. I don't know.
Okay.
But I think it would be,
For me,
unless
it all
that
depends
January
on
7th meeting has almost nothing else for us to do, and it would be mostly budget.
It doesn't have almost nothing else. It's light.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have almost nothing else. I don't recall right now. I recall one very specific item. I don't recall what the others are, and I believe there's like 3 or 4 substantive matters right now on that agenda.
All right.
As long as all this is okay with Jan, I'm fine.
It's good by me.
What is Jan's pleasure?
Power behind the throne.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Daniel. It would be very heavy to have a January 7 meeting with 2 holidays in between to try to prepare for that and make it the only.
And it might
meeting.
snow.
If it
Well,
snows,
we don't
we're
have
having
to
a meeting.
decide
Doesn't
until
make any
January
difference.
7 whether things roll over to the next week.
Yeah.
So we're gonna divvy these up then. We're not gonna put them all on for the 7th. We're gonna do some on the 7th, some on the 14th. If that's the place you've landed, I'd suggest that the Human Services Committee visit be on the 14th. I think it's important that the goals discussion happen on the 7th. And I also think that if you have a robust discussion of the fund balance guideline, I think David's right that that is something that could take a while. Heads up, foreshadowing to that, I would suggest that if you decide that as a group you think that there's room to maybe do something different, that deciding that in one evening in the midst of all the rest of this is not the best way to change a guideline. That the guideline is long-term planning, best practice. How are we trying to manage town finances as opposed to a decision you're making this year about this year's finances? So I would just urge you to be really cautious. I'm telling you, once we report back to you about that, we're going to give you the information you've asked for. And I have full respect for the fact that you might take it to a place where that guideline gets in play, but I think you should be really careful about changing the guideline in the middle of a budget process in order to free up some cash for that budget process. So with that caveat, that might be an item that takes an hour or two to discuss, or it might be an item that takes 5 or 10 minutes.
I vote for the 5 or 10 minutes.
I understand your point, and thank you for making it. That's exactly what I want you to say. The conversation generally strays into, well, if we did 9.5%, we could do a 2-cent tax increase instead of 3.5. That's where the conversation often goes. So, which means that we change it. We don't necessarily change the guideline, but that year we decide we're going to take a chance and make it 9.5. So anyway, I just wanted people should be ready for that to develop, if history is any indicator. The other thing is that as far as using all of these times and talking about all these things, I think it's really important, because we need to know what we're talking about. And a lot of these are complicated. This is the first time for 2 people. And it's just, Daniel keeps saying a newbie question, but it's I'll finish. Okay. It's actually a due diligence question every time. It's something that we need to understand. So, as much as I'd like to go home at 6:30 every night, it doesn't work that way.
I wasn't advocating for leaving anything off or incomplete discussions. I was advocating for fuller meetings, that's all.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that because it's really important. I don't have as many questions because I already asked them all. Poor John. Every budget I had something new that I didn't understand, and it was like 10 minutes off his life. No wonder he retired.
Okay, let's see. Where are we then?
I think we're at the place where you've done some modifying to this. I could go through it if you want, but I don't think that's necessary, especially since it's just the list and not actions on the list. But I can list those things, the things you've modified tonight if you want. Otherwise, I just need to know whether you think anything's missing. You've made that sort of more material decision that you are going to meet on both the 7th and the 14th. So we're going to divvy this up into, probably like a 60-40. Take a bigger bite out of it that first night, but have still a fair amount of business on for the second night. And we'll go from there.
Do you have any sense of whether the staff will have a cost estimate for the pool house on the 7th?
Yes.
Okay.
I can tell you, we've actually...
There are pool people that want to come.
We've got a more solid number now than I knew we had. So what I told you when we discussed that was we'd be bringing you a thumbnail number. We're actually going to have more of an engineer's cost estimate. It's still just that.
An estimate,
it's not any kind of a design. But it's a range of costs and some information around that. We just don't have it packaged for you yet.
Great.
But we definitely will have that for the first meeting.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to call out that often we have our number 11 is correspondence, and that always includes the department monthly reports. And I just want to say that I always appreciate them. And this time, that's where I got my comment about the fire hydrants. But this time there's also a little report from DCTV, which is interesting and informational. And a nice reminder that Recreation and Parks Department has some great things happening for families around the holidays and for last night, we call it here. So
Yeah, they're great.
check it out on brattleboro.org. You can find links to the PDF of their event schedule.
And all the communications that we get are all there on the website.
True. All right. Anyone have a motion to close out the evening?
What time is it? Is there anything else we can talk about?
I move that we adjourn.
All right. Liz has made a motion to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Thanks, BCTV.
Thank you.
Did it. Thank you.
Happy holidays.
Yes. I should have said that.
Oh, that's what I should have talked about. Yeah, there's a Shine a Light series of events to do with Hanukkah.
Right. 6 o'clock, call the meeting to order. Minutes for December 4th and 11th.
I'll move that we
approve the minutes of December 4th and 11th.
I'll second that.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, warrants 13, 13P, ratify 12A, Conservation Commission 4, and Capital Fund 4.
I'll move that we approve warrants 13, 13P, ratify 12A, Conservation Commission number 4, and Capital Fund number 4.
I'll second it.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Visitors, Carolyn, you've got something you wanna?
Yes. Well, nice. I'm here to update the select board on the Missing Links Trail project, that after 20 years, things are finally coming together, and that there was slow or no progress for a number of years, and then all of a sudden we have a complete access from Prospect Hill all the way to the Dummerston-Putney Town Line Pier through 9 different properties and 6 families who are cooperating in various ways. It's a combination of trail easements, permissions, and it's necessary to purchase 2 parcels in order to complete that trail. So these 2 parcels are the Evans parcel and the former King parcel, and it's on the unmaintained section, which is a Class 4 road between the end of Hague Road and the end of Evans Road. This section is particularly important because it is a wildlife corridor and is the area between 2 highly developed areas that don't have any full-time houses on it. No permanent residents on these 2 parcels. So you can see the density just by the dots showing the buildings here and then starting here. But through here, these are the 2 parcels that will be purchased. And it links for the wildlife an interior block of forest of 230 acres here and another block of about equal size down here for the wildlife to traverse. There will be a small parking area here for access on the north side of Hague Road on this parcel when the trail is actually built in a couple of years. The budget for this purchase is $200,000, and that includes the purchase of the land, stewardship costs, which is an endowment, the Vermont Land Trust conservation easement, and various associated costs. Of that $200,000, we have 2/3 of that right now. We have a Vermont Housing Conservation Board grant, a private foundation grant, and lots of generous Dummerston residents have contributed. We're in the quiet phase of our fundraising where we're approaching individual people asking for leadership contributions. The schedule for this, we plan on having a public meeting to really talk about this in January or February, and we'll bring people out on the properties to have a look and bushwhack through the woods. There isn't a trail right now through there to see what's being purchased and enjoy the property. So it will provide not only hiker access, but where appropriate, snowmobile access, biking in some areas is appropriate, and in some areas perhaps horses. We'll have to see what the trail actual conditions look like. We expect to have the funds raised and the funding in place by the end of next year, and all the documents that need to be signed and finished by that time. And then next summer, not this coming summer, but the following summer, actual volunteers working on a trail crew to make the trail. Some of the parcels in here, there will be a harvest, and so we will, it'll be a few years before they're harvested, and we can work our way through the trail process. So this is just an update on a project that's been ongoing for about 20 years and is coming together nicely. So from Prospect Hill to the Dummerston Town line, and then connecting to the Putney Mountain Trail System on north, which then connects with the Pinnacle Hill Association's trail system north. So this started, as I mentioned, with about 20 years ago with Dummerston residents who were interested in connecting Dummerston with the Putney Mountain Trail System and the Black Mountain Trail System, and has continued with various groups of people over that period of time. And so Putney Mountain is the 501c3, so we can make use of their tax exempt status for contributions.
How many acres did you say?
This is 55 acres. It is a relatively small piece, so it's not a massive land conservation, but it's important because of the wildlife corridor connecting forest blocks.
And what was the shift that made the leap forward?
It's a good question, because I think the seeds were planted by the previous Dummerston Trails group 15 or 20 years ago, and that landowners weren't willing to give an easement, and over time, with more conversation, we were able to work through those issues, and also a new group of people who were working on it, a new generation of people.
Great. It's exciting.
All right then, any more questions on that?
No, I don't have any.
So anything else, Carolyn, that you feel like we as the select board should know or say or do, or, you know, what, you know, you're informing us, that's awesome.
It mainly just keeping you in the loop, because a lot of this has come together in just the last few weeks or month, and I just wanted to make sure, rather than calling a special trustees Prospect Hill and having another meeting, I figured I'd come and just update you.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, road foreman's report. We got a signature we need for the certificate of project completion for the gravel pit. So if I could get a motion.
I'll move that we sign the completion of, what is it?
Renal gravel pit.
Oh, project completion for the gravel pit.
I'll second it.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, correspondence for information. Anybody see anything on there they'd like to speak to? Okay, correspondence for discussion and or action, there's nothing under there. New business, winter views deadline is January 14th. Anybody want to?
I thought maybe there was a training I could go to.
Yeah, on how to do the views, right, deadline, winter views.
Well, that's the one before town meeting, isn't it?
Terry and I made that deal, and then yeah, it's the one that comes out
Just before town meeting.
just before town meeting,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and we will have submitted the report, which will be in the
Town report.
town report. So is there something that would be of value to write about that from the select board? Something we want people to know, or?
Can't think of anything off the top of my head. Zeke, you heard anything?
I was thinking that you might write, you know, what folks should expect at town meeting. just going over maybe some of what we expect to be on the warrants.
So, the,
I mean, preparing them for town meeting?
Yeah.
right,
Yeah.
Trying to get more people there, something of interest or?
A little, maybe some of the highlights of what might be the articles that we're going to discuss, maybe the capital budget or
Have
the
you,
budget in general.
sounds like you've done that in the past.
Of course, we could always, put out the word that the towns, well, unless Wayne wants to just do it alone,
right.
or a new animal control officer.
Yeah.
Would you like to write that article?
Hmm. Let's see. January 14th. Of course, there's nothing to prevent us from having a guest author, say the treasurer or, something like that, in an article. How about we do, I think of a number, and whoever.
I'll think of that number and I'll let you guys guess on that. I'll hold it behind my back. So.
I got lots of budget numbers in my head, so that's where I'm at.
I guess we can push it off to the next meeting if
Okay, yeah,
nobody wants
I'll
to
think about,
jump on that.
think about it a little more.
Okay. We won't be having a meeting next week for a budget.
Let's see.
I don't know why, but
5th
5th of December. And then we won't be having a meeting on the 1st of January, so somebody'd like to
Yeah, I'd like
authorize-
to move that we authorize Louis to sign the warrants during the holidays.
I'll second it.
Discussion about that?
What would be the date that you would be needing to do that?
Well,
It was-
before-
We have our
the
treasurer here,
31st,
so.
the 30th?
The 30th.
30th, I'd come in and sign it.
And you're
Yeah.
available.
I'll have it done for you to sign on the afternoon of the 30th.
Yep.
Wait, that's Monday.
Monday.
Nope, 31st.
31st, yeah.
31st, sorry.
Tuesday.
Tuesday, yeah.
Perfect. Yep, you just let me know when and I'll be there. to
Before
do
he
it.
goes out for the evening.
That's what we gotta do. Yeah,
In
yeah,
bars.
I'll be up to the evening, all right. So, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay.
Thank
Any
you.
other
Thank you for doing that, Louis.
business? Motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Perfect.
Oh, who's second?
We are hosting a panel discussion about cannabis and next steps for Vermont, but more importantly, conversations from our neighbors, particularly from Maine. We have Eric Gunderson here, who I will give a full bio from Maine to my left, and Kevin Conroy from Massachusetts, and Charlotte Hanna from Massachusetts as well as some notable Vermonters. Joe Bergeron is here, as well as David Mickenberg and Laura Subin. I just want to say a few words about why we're having this conversation. I think Vermont is in a really weird position when it comes to cannabis. In fact, I think we're probably in the worst position we can possibly be in, where we've legalized possession of cannabis, but we've remained absolutely silent on how Vermonters obtain it. That's not good for consumer protection. It's not good for public health. It's not good from law enforcement. We dealt with this issue of gifting about a year ago, where people were saying, hey, buy a t-shirt and we'll give you a gift of cannabis. That doesn't work for anybody. So we need transparency, we need legitimacy, and we need a regulated marketplace in this area, in this state now. Our neighbors have done it in Massachusetts, our neighbors have done it in Maine. And we're going to hear about the challenges from those states, what's worked and what hasn't worked, and some lessons perhaps we can learn as the legislature convenes in January. I'm sure that this issue will come up. I know that Representative Maida Townsend is here from South Burlington. Representative Joey Donovan from Burlington is here, and I think others would come. I know that former representative and Judge Ben Joseph is here. Judge Joseph and I are good friends. We happen to disagree on this issue. And I want to note that there are strong opinions about legalization, and there are many people like Judge Joseph, who I have enormous respect for, who opposes legalization. I think we have a debate and a disagreement about whether or not you can put the genie back in the bottle when we've already legalized possession. But I'm sure that Judge Joseph will say a few words later. So this is what the night's going to look like. We'll have a conversation that I will moderate. At some point in time, I will invite questions from the audience, and hopefully we can just have a conversation. So with that, let me give a brief introduction of our panelists. To my left is Eric Gunderson. He is the director of the Maine Office of Marijuana Policy within the Department of Administrative and Financial Services. At the Office of Marijuana Policy, Eric oversees a newly created agency of state government that is responsible for all aspects of licensing, regulation, and oversight of Maine's medical use of marijuana and adult use marijuana programs. In his role as director, Eric is responsible for the rollout and establishment of Maine's adult use program. Since February of 2019, he and his staff have been working to develop the administrative rules required by the Marijuana Legalization Act, hire a vendor responsible for the tracking and tracing of marijuana plants and products in Maine, and deploy a licensing system. Eric, thanks for being here tonight. We appreciate it. Next, Eric, is Kevin Conroy, who is a partner in the law firm of Foley Hoag in Boston, Massachusetts, with a primary focus on government investigations and regulatory matters. He co-chairs the firm's Cannabis and Energy and Clean Tech and the State Attorney General Group. Kevin advises a variety of cannabis investors and operators across the United States regarding compliance with state and local cannabis laws and regulations. He has helped clients secure cannabis license in multiple states and has worked with clients to obtain state approval for changes of ownership as part of multi-state and international transaction. He previously served as a Massachusetts Deputy Attorney General. Kevin, thanks for being here. Thank you. Charlotte Hanna is an entrepreneur and founder of the Massachusetts-based Community Growth Partners, which is launching Rebel, a new cannabis social impact brand. Charlotte just successfully licensed 3 new cannabis operations in Massachusetts and closed her first round of debt financing. Her first store will open in the Berkshires in early 2020, and her team will begin cultivating and manufacturing products later in Northampton, Massachusetts. Charlotte has nearly 30 years of experience in multinational corporations, real estate, and other ventures. Since 2012, she has invested in undervalued real estate and development projects. Previously, she worked for over 11 years at Goldman Sachs, holding various positions within the firm's training and organizational development group, helping to build the workforce and structures the company needed as it evolved and grew. Charlotte, thank you for coming to Vermont. Joe Bergeron is the president of the Association of Vermont Credit Unions. He has led that organization since 1979 as the primary point of contact in the areas of legislative advocacy, regulatory compliance, legal human services, IT, and management. Joe is a member of the board of directors of the Credit Union National Association and currently serves on the board of Tri-Corp Federal Corp Unions. He also currently serves on the board of the National Cooperative Business Association, along with numerous committees for credit unions and cooperative interests at both the state and national level. Joe, thanks for coming out tonight.
Thank you.
Laura Subin is the director of the Vermont Coalition to Regulate Marijuana and has led the organization since it was founded in 2014. Laura has engaged extensively with a wide variety of stakeholders regarding Vermont's cannabis policy. She regularly speaks publicly on cannabis policy issues and has been invited to testify on the subject before the Vermont legislature on a number of occasions. She was appointed a member on the Tax and Regulate Subcommittee of the Vermont Governor's Marijuana Advisory Commission. As an attorney, she also directs the Pennywise Foundation. In that capacity and others, she has been active in the criminal legal system reform advocacy for many years and has been recognized as an expert in domestic violence by courts in Vermont and New York. Laura, thanks for being here. Finally, David Mickenberg is a partner at the Burlington law firm Mickenberg, Dung & Smith. At the firm, David focuses on civil litigation, workers' compensation, and public affairs. Prior to joining the firm, David served as a Dorat Fellow at Washington, D.C. at the Alliance for Justice, working on research and advocacy related to presidential appointees to the federal judiciary, including 3 Supreme Court nominations. Prior to law school, David spent 6 years at 2 programs started by George Soros' Open Society Institute, the Drug Policy Alliance, and the After School Corporation, working on policy, communications, and government relations. Dave, thanks for being here. So I want to start the conversation with Charlotte. We spoke the other day, Charlotte. You have an incredible background in business. You've worked in real estate in arguably the most difficult real estate market in the world, New York City. You've worked in the financial industry at Goldman Sachs. You worked and developed sustainable agriculture products while in San Francisco. But when we were talking on the phone the other day, you said to me, entering this market, the cannabis market in Massachusetts, quote, has been the most difficult thing you've ever done. I want to know why. Why has this been so difficult with somebody with your business experience, somebody who has engaged in difficult marketplaces in the past? What is different about this market?
I think that, if I could just sum it up in a couple of points, I think the way the regulations were designed in Massachusetts were very well-intentioned, sort of trying to push the responsibility down to the municipalities out of respect for the change that was afoot in these communities that were going to be welcoming cannabis. But what happened as a result of that was that it became very difficult to figure out where to go. A lot of municipalities banned it. And so I had to sort of, as someone not from the state actually, first decide, well, which town am I going to go to? What has the friendliest government that is, the most pro-business, pro-cannabis? And then I fast realized that real estate, the way that they had regulated out of respect to the municipalities, the first step that you had to take in Massachusetts was to identify and secure real estate and prove it to the state that you had some real estate under control and that the community, within a half a mile or whatever the buffer zone was around that real estate, came to a public meeting and voiced their concerns. And so it was a very decentralized sort of grassroots sort of mobilizing that you had to do of people around your real estate. But what happened as a result of that was that you had to then I had to start going through the regulatory process with the state, with the Cannabis Commission, which took a very long time. And through that process, you're carrying, very expensive real estate for a long time. And, this became apparent to property owners in all these municipalities that if you were in the zone where cannabis was going to be allowed, suddenly you had a valuable asset on your hands, and prices went up. You had to, and there was an interesting intersection with opportunity zones, which is a federal program to get investment into communities that have been hurt, economically. And so a lot of people started looking in these, at the intersection of opportunity zones and cannabis zones. So I was bidding on properties and that were $300,000 the year before were suddenly $2 million because the property owners realized that they had an asset. So it required a lot of capital. And the second part to what has been very difficult about this is the lack of liquidity. I'm used to, as a real estate investor, going to a bank and borrowing or having a line of credit against some asset. There's no liquidity available for this industry. There is liquidity, but I'm going to call it usury, 20, 30% rates if you want to borrow from private sources. And, recently there's been a little bit of a bubble in the cannabis market from an investment perspective, and equity, capital has really dried up. So it's become very difficult to get access to capital. So you have this interesting dynamic where people are in control of assets that you need in order to proceed, and you don't have access to capital. It's very difficult to get capital. So it required me to be incredibly creative and I'm used to taking risk. I take risk for a living, but to take a lot more personal risk than I had ever taken before. And so that is, if I could give any advice and input as a small business, I am a small business owner. It's just me and a few people working with me, and to really think about the small business and those kinds of challenges because of where we are with the federal laws and the lack of banking opportunities for people. I have a lot of, we can get to recommendations, but that would be sort of why it has been very difficult, because of the way the regulations were designed to make real estate the very first important step, and the lack of liquidity, to make that happen.
Thank you. Kevin, let me go to you. Give us the thumbnail sketch of the Massachusetts regulatory system. What does it look like? How did you guys get there? And I want to follow up on one of the things that Charlotte said about lack of access to capital, which I would translate as lack of entry for folks who don't have capital. Have the mass rules kept people out who don't have access to capital, but regulatory framework and some of the problems you've seen with Massachusetts thus far?
First, I just want to thank you, General, for having me here. I feel a bit conflicted being here. I was speaking to one of our clients who's got a dispensary, and his dispensary happens to be somewhat near the Vermont border, and I said to him, "What do you? I'm going up to Vermont. What should I talk about?" And he said, "You got to lie." I said, "What?" I said, "It's the Attorney General is doing this presentation. I can't lie at a presentation from the Attorney General." He said, "No, you got to lie." He said, "You got to say that we are selling to kids. You got to say that it's led to increased crime." He said, you've got to say all of those bad things that are going on. I said, "I can't say that. None of that's going on in Massachusetts. I can't say that." He said, "You have to." And I said, what are you talking about? He said, "Do you know how many people drive across the Vermont border who come to Massachusetts and buy product and come back to Vermont?" I said, "Well, okay. So if you hear some bad things out of me tonight, it's largely because I'm trying to protect my clients. But for the most part, things are going very, very well in Massachusetts." And I'll give you a quick regulatory overview. We passed an adult use referendum in 2016. We today have 35 dispensaries in Massachusetts, kind of spread across the state. Some are near state borders because we have so many people coming to the state because of cannabis now. We're going to do about $600 million in cannabis sales in Massachusetts next year. That we have a 20% tax in Massachusetts, and so that's about $125 million.
Is that money earmarked anywhere in the state?
That is not earmarked. That money goes back to the general fund and is used. Our Cannabis Control Commission is about will has a budget about 7.5 million, and so this has been a real moneymaker for Massachusetts. Now, we are the first adult use state on the East Coast. Again, we get a fair number of people from out of state who come to Massachusetts just because of this. Just a couple of lessons that we have learned in Massachusetts, and we'll talk a lot more about this. One is we have this very strong local control in Massachusetts for our cannabis businesses. Charlotte and all of our cannabis businesses, to get up and running, have to go to their municipality and have to get an agreement from that municipality in order to even go through the licensing process. Part of that process of giving that agreement is that Charlotte is going to have to pay 3% of her revenues to the local town. That's too much local. We gave too much control to our municipalities, and if I had some advice for Vermont, it would be you need to have some local control, but we've got too much local control in Massachusetts. The second thing I would say is we have struggled some with diversity in our ownership. And Charlotte talked about this is a very expensive business to open. We are making efforts at diversity. There are some well-intentioned, our regulators are very well-intentioned on this issue. But one of the things we found is that we need better state loans. We need better state funding going to help small business owners open these businesses. And we're getting better at that. You're going to see a better system soon in Massachusetts. But I think a lot about how we can ensure that you have larger businesses and smaller businesses get into your operation in Vermont. Let me talk about capital.
Yep.
So capital is a big problem. We do have 5 banks, and we'll talk more about banking, who serve this industry, but they do not provide loans to this industry. And so you are, obviously the United States stock market, these companies are not traded on. It is a tough capital environment. It's only gotten tougher over the last couple. What we find is that most of our businesses rely on small investors, family offices to fund their businesses, but that has become a challenge, and it is a real challenge for folks who aren't in the normal capital challenges. I mean, Charlotte's somebody who worked at Goldman Sachs, has a very, very good network. It's challenging for her, but for folks who don't have those sort of networks, it is a real challenge, and it's had effects on our diversity. And that's one of the reasons that, a state like Illinois has provided specific loan programs for small businesses, because that's the only way you can get access to capital.
Thank you. And I want to come back, Kevin, but I want to put a pin in the regulatory framework of the state, which is the Cannabis Commission. I think a 5-member panel in Massachusetts. I think that's on the table in Vermont, but we'll hear from Dave Mickenberg on that. But the local control infrastructure. So I want to come back to that. Eric, tell us Maine's experience. Where are you today, and what's coming next?
Well, today was actually a really exciting day in Maine. We hit one of our major milestones. We actually announced and made public our applications for our cultivation, manufacturing, and retail store facilities at the very tail end of our what I'd call a staggered rollout of applications. Last month we introduced or made public applications for our IIC cards, our individual identification cards, applications for our testing facilities, and this closed loop on that. So a very exciting day. We made that commitment to make these applications public when we were established in February of this year. So I'm very proud of the work that our office has done. But that's essentially where we're at right now, and it took quite a bit of work to get here.
How long?
So
when did Maine legalize recreational adult use?
People in Maine like talking about this story because we legalized the same time Massachusetts did in 2016, yet we're a little bit behind. I don't want to talk too much about the history, but after we passed in 2016, the administration was hesitant to kind of work with what they were given. The legislature,
I want to ask this question. Public referendum vote or legislative vote?
Sorry, public referendum vote, yep. And the legislature took over essentially the bill that was passed at the polls and spent nearly a year and a half rewriting it. To make sure that they got it to the way they wanted it. A couple governors' vetoes. So people in Maine have been waiting a really long time for this. But I like to start our timeline from February of this year when the new Mills administration established my office in February. And since then, we have been working what I would consider to be at breakneck speed to get this up and running, understanding that people have been waiting a long time. A lot of that money has been sitting out there. People have made investments in real estate. So we've been working quickly, but
Does Maine require the real estate as Massachusetts does?
It doesn't. Nope. Okay. We're set up a little bit different. If we want to start talking about the local control piece, we do have that in Maine. We have an opt-in program. So in order for a municipality to take part in the program, they need to opt into the program. And as of right now, I think it's only 25 or 26 towns out of the 450 some odd towns in Maine have actually taken that step. I understand the policy concerns. In my past life as a policy advisor, I would have more stronger thoughts on that. But as a regulator, I'm here to do what I've been given. But I lost track. What was I talking about? Where was I? 26 towns have opted in. But to go back, when we were established, it's, again, working at breakneck speed. So we had a lot of work to do in a short amount of time. We had to put together our rules and regulations that were really set up the framework of what the program was going to look like. In Maine, those regs are what we call major substantive, meaning that the legislature has to actually sign off on them, give them their blessing before they can be implemented. In Maine, we have a part-time legislature. So we were established in February. We had our first draft of about 80 pages of regulations to set up the infrastructure, the bare bones regulatory structure in about 6 weeks. We went through intense internal and external stakeholder engagement. And then in June, luckily enough, we got it in front of the legislature and it was passed. And since then, my office has been working to essentially operationalize all those regulations.
Have you guys set a tax? Massachusetts, you heard 20%. Where's Maine?
Yep, Maine, the effective rate is 20% as well. We have a 10% excise tax at the point of cultivation and then a 10% sales tax.
Okay, and is that money going to be earmarked to prevention, to education, or not?
So 12% comes off the top of the excise tax and goes into what we call our Public Health and Safety Fund, which is a 50-50 divide between like public education and public awareness, and then law enforcement training. So those are two programs that we're currently developing.
Thank you.
Yep.
Joe Bergeron, you've just heard three folks talk about emerging markets in Massachusetts and Maine. As the banker on the panel, and given the uncertainty and the lack of clarity at the federal level, how would you advise somebody? You heard about the need for capital and the lack of access to capital. Do you see clarity coming on this banking issue anytime soon? What is the current status?
It's a real challenge for financial institutions, be it a cooperatively owned credit union or a bank of any sort, to make the decision to provide financial services to cannabis-related businesses like Charlotte's or anybody others. And it's because of the inherent risk involved, and that's not to infer that the kind of business that Charlotte is starting up is risky. It's the risk of, as you referenced, TJ, the conflict between current federal law and state law, where it's been legalized to some degree. So there are credit unions in the states where it's been legalized that have done their research, and some of them chosen to provide services to cannabis-related businesses, but usually it's pretty limited. And the reason for that is this. I need to give you a little bit of a background to help everyone understand why it's a problem for financial service providers. And that's that in Vermont, for example, let's limit our scope to there. All credit unions in Vermont are chartered either under federal law or under state law. But either way, they are federally insured. And that federal insurance is what insures all the deposits that all of us have as consumers in those financial institutions, be it a bank in Vermont or a cooperatively owned credit union. And so if you are in a state like Vermont, Massachusetts, or Maine, where cannabis business is legal to some degree, and you want to provide service, you are doing it at the risk of potentially, it hasn't happened yet to anyone, but potentially losing your federal deposit insurance coverage. And if you lose that federal deposit insurance coverage, you can't do business. You're out of business. And so the federal government, because it's an illegal substance still, has not offered any clarification as of yet. There's been minimal guidance to financial institutions that want to get into this business, but they're having to go an awful lot further than they would in serving any other business on Church Street here. So there's a lot of federal reporting involved that they have to do, kind of CYA kind of business, and they have to know Charlotte's business. They have to interrogate her, whether it's a bank or credit union or whatever, it doesn't matter what financial institution it is, and they have to know what kind of business that is, and they have to keep on top of that to ensure to their regulator, be it state or federal, that that's a viable and legal business and it continues to be that way. And even credit unions and banks that don't serve a cannabis business at all, they still have a risk because they don't know what businesses that they might have that are doing business with some cannabis-related business. So, think somebody that provides, services to a cannabis-related business, technically under federal law, that's a financial institution technically that is aiding an illegal business under federal law. So even though no federal agency has taken away the deposit insurance of a financial institution that I'm aware of for serving cannabis-related business, I kind of liken it to getting a parking ticket. Just because you didn't get a parking ticket for illegal parking yesterday doesn't mean if you do the same thing tomorrow, you're not going to get that ticket. And so that's where we're at. So right now, in response to your question, TJ, there's legislation that passed the House in Washington and is sitting in the Senate waiting for action that provides a safe harbor for financial institutions. But it's not going anywhere currently. You did, along with 33, I think it was, other attorney generals from around the country, sign a letter in support of that to the Vermont delegation and delegations from all of those states, and we very much appreciate that. Credit unions, and I believe banks too, aren't taking a position on legalization one way or another, but they do want to serve these businesses, but in order to do so, need some clarity and some safe harbor so that they know they can do so, rightfully, without risk of losing their deposit insurance.
Thank you, Joe. I want to come back to the federal level in a second. Laura Subin, we hear a lot in the Green Mountain State about legalizing, quote, the Vermont way. What does that mean? What does it mean for the farmer? What does it mean to perhaps the retailer here in Church Street? What does the Vermont way mean, but with a specific focus on, I think, our history as a rural agrarian state?
Well, I think it means a lot of things, and I want to be deferential to all the farmers and small business owners that I know are sitting in the audience and have a lot of experience to draw on about doing this the Vermont way and doing farming and agriculture the Vermont way when it comes to talking about small farms and small cultivators. One of the things that we know and we have listened and that we have been in a long process of listening and learning from other states that have gone before us is that we have to be protective of small farms. Their ability to raise capital and start businesses and move from the illicit market into a regulated market is going to depend on the costs. And if it can't be economically viable for them to make those transitions, then it's not going to happen. Some of the ways that we know that we do this is to issue small tiered licenses that are different for smaller farms than for larger farms, and that an unlimited number of small licenses is going to be essential to bring people to move from the illicit market to a regulated market. In Vermont, the Vermont way, we care about, in Vermont, when we talk about that, we care about protecting the small farms, and we care about understanding the needs of the Vermont farms The legislative proposal that S54, that is now sitting in the House Ways and Means Committee, that passed the Senate, is sitting in the House Ways and Means Committee, does have a number of substantial protections for small farms, which I think are really important. That legislation would create a cannabis control board and would require that cannabis control board take into consideration the needs of small farmers and make accommodations for those small farmers, and create this tiered system. Similarly, it would create a tiered system. It would require that the Cannabis Control Board create a tiered system for retailers, which I think is important also for small businesses. So that's part of looking at
So tell me a little bit more, when you say a tiered system, what does that mean? Who gets in first, who gets in second? Am I interpreting that tiered system correctly?
Yes and no. So it's tiered in terms of size. So as far as cultivators go, depending on the size of your grow operation, you would have a different type of license. So right now, the current proposal contemplates a different category for 500 square feet, and then the Cannabis Control Board may decide to make tiers of any different kinds. A lot of the other states that have gone before us have tiered systems, so that you're not making the same requirements as far as security or whatever on a tiny little farm that you would make on a great big farm. The other important piece of the current legislative proposal is that it would give priority access to small cultivators, and I think that's a really good thing. I think I'm really pleased that the legislature has listened to the fact that small farmers need to get access to the market quickly, and we need to remove as many barriers of access to the market as we can for small.
How are we defining a small cultivator?
So the legislative proposal defines it as less than 500 square feet.
Got it.
So there are differences of opinion about whether that should be 1,000 square feet but that type of size of cultivation operation. I also think that there are other key components of the Vermont Way, which was the initial question, which is about the product itself and having high quality cannabis that's tested for purity, for potency, for contaminants, for saying this is a Vermont product, we can stand up, we can be proud of it, much as has happened in Vermont with the craft beer industry. And I think people are really eager to have that happen, to have third-party testing happen, to be able to say this is a Vermont product and we stand behind our product and it's a really quality product. One other key component of the Vermont Way, I think, is again around removing barriers to access. And since we are at a panel of the Attorney General, we are a state that values restorative justice, and we believe deeply in a restorative justice model. So that means letting people that have been harmed by cannabis prohibition have access, removing the barriers of access for those people to an emerging cannabis industry. And I think that's a really important value in Vermont. It's been other states have worked to do that. It's a difficult thing to do, but I think it's a really key priority to say who's been hurt most by prohibition, how do we bring those people into the market? And so that's going to mean not only supporting small businesses and minority-owned businesses and businesses that are going to pay a living wage, but also to continue ongoing criminal legal system reform. So that right now we have legalization of some amounts of cannabis, but we haven't changed the penalties going upwards from those amounts. And I think we need to continue to look at the overall drug policy and look at what that means and how it reflects Vermont values and what we believe about restorative justice.
Okay, thank you. Dave, give us the legislative history of Vermont's action on cannabis from medicinal to recreational to the current bill, but I also want you to talk about two other things. I want you to talk about hemp, and I want to talk about the conversations in the legislature with this bill about the revenue generated. Where is it going to go? Is it going to go to education, prevention, or is it just straight general fund dollars?
Okay, thanks. Thanks for having me. I just want to say one thing about the Vermont Way, reflecting on what Laura said. I believe, and the folks from Massachusetts can correct me, that in Massachusetts a micro license is something like 10,000 square feet or something like that, or maybe
Even smaller,
something around
five.
that.
That's five.
So,
Five.
Or smaller.
Square feet, 500 square feet is going to be hard to survive in the
Right.
market
So,
at that
so,
small.
so a lot of folks. So the 500 square feet limit, which has been really prioritized in this bill, is the idea is that existing farmers perhaps can take advantage of that, have it value added for their farms, and continue the traditions they've had as farming in Vermont. But Vermont has sort of led the way on cannabis reform for many years. Was one of the first states, if not the first state, to pass medical cannabis through our legislature. That was maybe 10 years ago, 10, 15 years ago, something like that. We then went on to decriminalize low-level possession of cannabis, so it would be a civil penalty instead of a criminal penalty. And then a few years ago, we're the first state in the country through its legislature to legalize the possession and the growing of cannabis for personal use. And that's where we are right now. People are allowed to, folks in Vermont over the age of 21 are allowed to grow 2 mature plants and 4 immature plants and possess up to 1 ounce of cannabis. And it's created an interesting system. The New Yorker recently did an article about Vermont and the state of cannabis, and said in Vermont, marijuana is the new zucchini because people grow it at home, they have a lot of it, and they're sharing it with their neighbors in a variety of different forms. So you kind of alluded to that, and whether or not that system is the best system moving forward. I think in many ways, from a criminal justice perspective, not getting people involved in the criminal justice system for possession makes a lot of sense, so that was a great first step. But I think at this point, the legislature is really seriously considering whether a regulated model, one that provides consumer protections, one that provides for testing, one that provides for robust oversight, is the step that we need to go as a state. So right now, I don't know how much you want to get into the
Give me the highlights of what you expect to be introduced or is a bill in a committee coming in January.
Yeah. So last year the Senate S54 is the bill that's up for current consideration. The Senate passed it overwhelmingly. It has made its way through the initial committee, and it has touched many committees. I think at this point 7 or 8 different committees in the House, but the House Gov Ops Committee has done extensive work and passed out a substantive bill. It's 97 pages long, with many of the issues that we've touched on today are addressed, and we're happy to talk about what's in that bill vis-a-vis local control and things like that. The bill is currently in the House Ways and Means Committee, where they'll be looking at the tax rate, the fees. And just to be clear, this bill, while it's lengthy and very detailed, also is in some ways broad. It sets parameters that need to be followed, and it sets sort of the values that that the legislature wants to move forward, but also leaves up to the Cannabis Control Board a significant amount of responsibility to get into the
Cannabis
details.
Control Board, a 5-member board. Who are the appointees?
Well, the Senate version of the bill has a three-member. It's the governor, the House, and the Senate appoint the 3. In the House version of S54, it's it's a 5-member board: the governor, the Senate, the House, the treasurer, and the attorney general.
I like the House version.
So that's an issue that needs to be reconciled between the bodies, assuming the bill passes the House. But that board will then go through a lengthy and elaborate process of rulemaking in which a lot of the details of the bill will be fleshed out.
What are we talking about for the revenue? You heard Kevin talk about the revenue in Massachusetts. Are there any expectations, number one? Number two, is there any discussion about where that revenue would be directed? Would it go to education, prevention, schools?
So the only the Senate version did not. All the money would go to the general fund in the Senate version of S54, but the House specifically earmarked up to $6 million a year in revenue to prevention programs. As of now, that's the only thing that's been earmarked. There's a 2% local tax that's currently in the bill. Whether that remains or not, we'll see. And that money will go to localities that host cannabis businesses. So right now, there's a 16% general excise tax at the point of purchase, and then a 2% local option tax. We would say to your clients in Massachusetts, we have an 18% tax rate. One of the first times that Vermont has a lower tax rate than
that's why I'm conflicted.
Our surrounding states.
So I want to talk to you about the economics for a second, and I guess I'd open this up to anybody. How do you part of and I've evolved on this issue. I didn't support legalization. I certainly support medicinal and decriminalization. But I think like a lot of Vermonters, I had a very libertarian view about cannabis. It's not my business. It's up to what people are doing in the privacy of their home. But this is a business, and it needs transparency. It needs legitimacy. It needs regulations like any business. But part of the goal from a law enforcement perspective is to eradicate the black market, the illicit market. Is 20% or 18% the right tax to do that? Or do you get to a price point that it just grows the illicit market? What are the conversations? What's the analysis? And I guess I'd go to Dave and then Kevin and Eric.
Well, the legislature spent a lot of time. They'll continue to spend more time on this. I mean, we've looked at other states, California, Oregon, Washington, Colorado, where the tax rates are significantly higher, and there's still significant sales. But as we've seen in California, it's not just the tax rate. In California, they allowed localities to implement their own taxes. It's really the complexity of the taxation systems in all the states. But from all that we've heard, the testimony that's been taken, it seems like something around 18 to 20% is, at least from the analysis that the legislature has done so far, sort of the sweet spot. It could be less. The Senate bill started at 10%. Whether it could be more, who knows? But it seems from all the testimony that we've taken from other states that seems around the mark.
Kevin, what do you see in Massachusetts in terms of the illicit market based on that price point?
Yeah, I don't think it really matters if it's 18 or 20 for the illicit market. I think the things that are going to I mean, let's be frank. I think most people want to buy product in a regulated environment where their product has been tested, and they do that in a legal way. And so I think there are a lot of drivers that people want to come to this regulated market, right? It's pretty easy to purchase. You can use cash. You can use debit cards. It's an anonymous process, and so you're not registering. And so there are a number of ways that people can buy this product, and it is easy. I think the issue is for what is often driving the illicit market now is whether you can get enough regulated product up and running quickly enough. And one of the challenges we have in Massachusetts is that our dispensaries have been a bit ahead of our cultivation that has come online. And so the product is rather expensive in Massachusetts, not because of the tax rate, although 2018 it is because we don't have enough regulated product that is getting produced by our cultivation site. So one of the things I would urge you to do in Vermont is sort of think about making sure that those cultivation sites, including some of the larger ones, come on at the same time that before those dispensaries come on, so you have enough regulated product. I think that's really one of the drivers that is the issue about illicit drugs.
Laura, let me go to you on that point. I mean, where is Vermont? And I guess I want to go to Laura and Charlotte on this in terms of that 500 square foot small cultivator to Massachusetts 10,000 square foot micro. What are the economics on this? How does it work? How do we get the product to the market?
It's interesting because in Massachusetts, a lot of people are reconditioning old mill buildings. That's the economic development opportunity, and they're looking for, and this is sort of what's happening in the...
Is that the federal opportunity zone on the mill buildings?
Yeah.
Okay.
Holyoke, Springfield, a lot of these towns have these abandoned mill buildings, so it's an opportunity to revitalize communities, really. I say we're bringing jobs to towns that have depressed economies. So the mill buildings have been an opportunity. People like them because you can harvest. I've really dug into the economics of this outdoor versus indoor grow and the how much production that you can actually
does the climate support outdoor grow in the Northeast?
It's new. There was the first legal outdoor grows in Massachusetts were in the Berkshires, and they didn't get started until late. They didn't get in the ground until July, and they were small plants. They yielded, we can yield. You talk about the per light yield and how many harvests you can get inside an indoor facility. In a mill, you try to get 5 harvests a year, by fixing, adapting your lights, and so you have a high production indoor, but the outdoor plant isn't just going to grow the same way because you have to deal with, Mother Nature, and in California, it's a lot easier to grow these massive plants, and this is what's been happening in the market there. Suddenly prices went down recently when they harvested. Their price per pound was great when the market opened, and now it's pretty low because all these outdoor farmers have come online. We don't have that in Massachusetts. It's an indoor growing environment to some extent, greenhouses too, but the greenhouses, because of the climate, become almost as expensive as indoor. So it's, my facility is going to be, it's 28,000 square feet, and so, we just have to, we're going to produce, hopefully, several thousand pounds a year with eventually getting to 5 harvests. But it's expensive to fit out these indoor facilities.
What's the biggest cost?
HVAC, climate control, power. I'm trying to do, I'm very interested in, no outputs, just minimizing the outputs of our facility. So we're looking at things like we can generate power off of our heat. Solar doesn't really help much when you think about the amount of power that you need to run these things. But there's something called generating power off of your gas-fired heat systems. So I'm trying to minimize the amount of waste that comes out of these indoor production facilities because it's pretty serious.
Laura, let me ask you from and I know you can't speak for them, but you're on the panel, but again, that perspective from the Vermont farmer, do we have capital costs to build, whether it's a greenhouse? Does that infrastructure exist? Back to Joe's point about perhaps some reluctance from banks to lend. Tell me what the view is.
Yeah, and can I just say, I didn't even really answer. It's about $200 a square foot to build indoor in Massachusetts right now. That's sort of the cost of the build and on using these old mill buildings. Yeah.
Well, and I'm not a Vermont farmer, but I have spoken to hundreds of them about this issue over the past several years. And I think that we need to be careful to recognize that each of the aspects of cannabis policy might not achieve all of the goals that we're trying to achieve at once. So we can protect our small farmers and create access and remove barriers of access to our small farmers, and at the same time recognize, well, that might not be all we need to get the supply to where we really need it to be if we really want to eradicate larger percentages of the illicit market. And so I think those two things can happen at the same time, and that they're not at odds with each other. They can happen in ways that are compatible, so that we can, but I think that barriers to entries are enormous for small farmers, especially without lending, and there's no question about that.
Well, I want to ask Joe this question, and I think I understood it, but I want to be very clear that farmer comes to you to get a loan to build a greenhouse. It's going to be associated with they're going to cultivate cannabis there. Every banker is going to say no, correct?
There's a pretty good chance, yes. So that's what's going to happen.
Okay. Well, these are the challenges here. I want to go to license, and I kind of want to start with you, Eric. What's it cost to get a license, and what is that? And give us, I guess, the different types of license that you have.
Sure, the different types of licenses in Maine. We do our cultivation license, much like what it sounds like what's being proposed in Vermont, in a tier system. We actually have 5 different tiers. There's a 500, 2,000, 7,000, and 20,000 square foot. And then we also have what I think is unique to Maine, a nursery license where you can buy and sell immature plants.
What's the cost? How much does a license cost?
Very, very small. I mean, it obviously goes up with the tiers. It starts somewhere from like $500 for the 5,000 square foot. Again, I think the intention there from the legislature was to set a priority on the small farmers and also participants that are currently in our medical program, all the way up to like, God, off the top of my head, I think it was like $30,000 for the 20,000 square foot cultivation facility. We also have manufacturing facility licenses, and then we also have our retail store licenses that carry what I would consider a significant cost, but when you look across at other states that have legalized markets, Maine's licensing fees are pretty low. And again, I think that was with the intention to help the early movers, Maine residents and participants in the medical program, to lower the barrier of entry there so they can get into the programs.
Kevin, give us the license cost structure in Massachusetts.
I honestly, I don't know, and I'll tell you why I don't know. It costs $1 million to open up a dispensary in Massachusetts.
Break that cost down for us.
It's depending on how much construction you're going to do, it's going to be $300,000, $400,000 to do construction. It's going to be, getting your security system up and running is another $100,000, and Charlotte's got reasonably priced, really smart lawyers, but they cost a little bit of money too, and so this just adds up. And so, but let me just talk about the licensing fee for a second. It's great. One of the things that my clients have always asked for is they would rather pay more money in licensing fees in order to ensure that the regulators have the tools that they need to do to regulate their business. And they are very happy to pay licensing fees. They'd be happy to pay double the licensing fees if the regulators said, we need that money to properly regulate this business. I don't think the licensing fees, to tell you the truth, the application fees are really a big issue in this area. I appreciate it's good to keep your application fees low, but I'd rather the question be, what do the regulators need to regulate this business, and then what do we need to do for licensing fees to ensure that the regulators have the resources that they need?
On that $1 million price tag, part of that is the requirement under Mass law to purchase and own real estate.
Or lease.
Or lease.
Or lease.
I had to carry and pay the rent. No one was going to let me just, secure and option something without paying them. And so I had to carry a lease for 11 months. Before we could get
Dave or Laura, what are we talking about in terms of application fee, a license fee in Vermont? No requirement on real estate, or is there?
No, on the fees, that's yet to be determined. It's something that the Ways and Means Committee is going to think about and look at, but it very well, as the bill currently stands, I think the determinations on the fees are being left to the board to come up with a scheme for that. I mean, remember, if Vermont were to pass this bill this year, it would still be 18 months to 2 years before their sales likely, just because it could be quicker, but because of the rulemaking process. But
Eric, does that sound right to you? A 2-year rulemaking process?
I mean, we drafted about 85 pages of rules in like 2 months. Of course, we went at an insane pace, and it was a very odd exercise to go through. I would not recommend that. I would recommend taking your time and doing a very robust internal and external stakeholder engagement in that process. But yeah, I mean, as far as to get to a point, I think if you look at most states, it's something like 12 to 16 or 12 to 18 months from legalization to sale.
So I guess I want to...
It were 2 years. It took us 2 years, but that was because our legislature kind of slowed it down.
There is also, Vermont is unique in that we are one of the first states to do this through a legislative process. And so we have been deliberating about some of these details that will be part of the rulemaking now. In the current proposal, things have shifted. So in the earlier legislative proposals going back to 2014, 15, 16, there were a lot more details spelled out in the legislation, including the amounts of the fees and the tiered certification system and all of that kind of thing. This current proposal is, creates a cannabis control board and leaves a lot of those details out of the legislation. So that's a big change for Vermont. Whichever path we take, a lot of this discussion and debate and analysis and looking to our neighbors has already happened in Vermont. So it's a little bit of a different scenario than the states that get handed a referendum and then have to start the rulemaking after the law has already been passed. So it's an important distinction, I think.
Has there been conversation, Dave, then I'll go to Kevin and Eric on this, about a residency requirement in order to possess a license? In Vermont.
That's yet to be determined, but yes, that's absolutely been conversations.
But you have to be a Vermont resident.
Well, some have said, should it be a priority? Should you get prioritization if you're a Vermont resident? Should it be a straight residency requirement? Other states have straight residency requirements for ownership. Some question is would ownership, would the requirement be 51% Vermont resident? And then, I mean, one of the issues is access to capital. So if we're requiring, for instance, only Vermont ownership and only Vermont capital, that's going to make it difficult for Vermont's industry to get off the ground.
Eric, Maine, is there a residency requirement in order to possess a license?
Yeah, there most certainly is. When it was actually passed via referendum, the way the bill was written was actually the first actors, the people that could get in the program first were our caregivers, our participants in our medical program. And when the legislature rewrote the bill, they didn't want it necessarily just to be the participant in the medical program, that there might be other Mainers, other farmers that wanted a shot at this new program. So they rewrote it with a residency requirement that the directors, the managers, the partners of the businesses that own these licensees all need to be Mainers. But the second point to that is there was a robust conversation in the legislature about equity ownership. There wasn't enough in Maine to really have a thriving program. So 51% equity owners need to be Maine residents. 49% equity owners can come from out of state. So I'm sure when you go through that process in the legislature in Vermont, there'll be a very robust conversation about that, but that's the way we're set up.
Kevin, Massachusetts residency requirement and thoughts on that?
We do not have a residency requirement in Massachusetts, and I think it's a bad idea, and I'll tell you why I think it's a bad idea. First is, look, there are, I forget now, what are we at, 11 regulated states, adult use states in the country right now. You are going to need to have out-of-state people help you set up these regulated businesses. This is a highly regulated industry, and you are going to need the people from out of state to help you do that in order to do it the right way. We had influx of people from Colorado when we opened ours, and those people helped us a lot. It made for a better system, and so I get nervous when you talk about residency requirements. The second reason I get nervous about it is, Eric is implementing the rules, not making up the rules. It becomes a very difficult, burdensome process for regulators to have to go through and analyze these businesses and understand who owns these businesses. And people like me, lawyers, spend a lot of time with regulators talking about our corporate structures instead of talking about how to make this system safe, how to do it in the right way. And so you can get bogged down a lot in these systems that talk about, and I'm sure Eric's doing it the right way, and no criticism at all, but you can get bogged down a lot in when you set up these sort of artificial rules about who owns and not. It really becomes a drag on a business. It means you got to hire lawyers, and it raises your costs.
Can I just add to that? Because I have to agree with Kevin. So in my past life, before the position I had now, I was a policy advisor for our Speaker of the House and Maine policy point person for the committee that actually rewrote the Maine Legalization Act. And at the time, when you're having these conversations, I mean, I might disagree that I think the residency piece is nice to kind of gear towards Mainers and give them the first shot. But when you're going through that process and setting it up, it may seem like a good idea. But now when I shift to this new position and I'm the regulator and I'm putting together a licensing regime, Kevin is spot on. Trying to understand the complex corporate structures and how their businesses and the flow of money keeps me up at night, among a few other things. But he's right on. It's just keep in mind that it may seem like a good idea, but it's very, very difficult to execute.
Charlotte, I want to talk about testing. Tell me what the requirement is in Massachusetts who's doing, what's the cost, and who's certifying?
Well, I have to admit that we're not doing any testing yet.
Is there a requirement?
There is a requirement and there's a specific license for testing companies that third parties test your product. And then we're in the process of buying, so I'm asking all of the manufacturers and the cultivators to give me their test results so that I can look at how the product tests. That was a slow process. I think that getting the testing companies on board was one of the things that did slow down production in the state, because they were the last to get regulated. They didn't get certified until after the retailers were approved. There was some problem in the timing of things, I think. So I think it's getting better, and there's not a backlog anymore, but it does add time. But it's nice to know that we can ask and look at test results of product. Whereas in the hemp industry, I started sort of exploring hemp, and it was really frustrating because I would ask people, what's the name of the variety that's in this CBD oil that you want to, this distillate that you want to sell? And no one could disclose what it was. So I like the testing regulations, really strong, robust testing in states, because we know that we can prove. I mean, we in the legal cannabis industry, we actually are under so much more scrutiny relative to any other form of agriculture. Any plant that you eat and put in your body, you can't get the kind of test results that are publicly available like you can with cannabis.
Joe, same question, different facts. Testing company wants a loan. Reluctant to lend?
I haven't heard anyone ask that of a financial institution before, so I don't know that I have an answer for that, but I would guess that if it is able to be interpreted as, aiding a business that is dealing in a product that's still federally legal, that it still poses an issue for a financial institution that's federally insured.
Thank you. Kevin, give me the rundown of the testing requirements in Massachusetts. Is there a certifying authority? Where do the test results go?
So we went with the system of a third-party testing, and so we have, I think now, 3 third-party testing companies that have been licensed by the state. So these are independent companies. They are required to not have any ownership in a dispensary or cultivation site, so they truly have to be independent. That system has worked somewhat well. I think that the problem that we ran into in Massachusetts, which was we didn't, the testing lab licenses didn't catch up with the number of dispensaries. And so we had many more dispensaries than we had testing labs, and we got a backlog. And so one of the lessons that I think you bring to Vermont is you got to make sure that you license enough testing labs so you can test this product in a quick and efficient way, in a safe way, make sure that's done well, but it doesn't become a backlog on the system.
On the licensing of the testing, is it specific to cannabis, or is it CBD, hemp, and cannabis, or is there a breakdown?
So I don't know the answer to that question. They do other types of testing. There's a specific, very detailed regulatory structure for cannabis, and our cannabis regulators in Massachusetts do not regulate hemp in any way. That's a different entity, and they set up a certain area in the labs that are specifically for cannabis, because you're going to have regulators in there who are going to go through that process. And just picking up Joe's, they have a hard time getting loans as well, and it's really because they're a plant touching entity. They're actually touching the plants, and that's the reason they have a hard time with loans. So,
Dave, Laura,
yep.
Where are we on testing in Vermont? And talk a little bit about the hemp industry in Vermont. It was booming. Perhaps, according to reports, that we had an oversupply this past harvesting season. Are we testing there or not? What does it look like?
Well, I'll just start on the testing. The testing in the bill in S54, again, it models other states. There'll be third-party testing required for products. They've prioritized the licensing of the testing labs to make sure that they're up and running so that small cultivators and others can get their products tested prior to going to market. But the testing issue is an interesting one, as and I'm not an expert on hemp, but Right now, under new proposed federal guidelines, testing laboratories will need to be DEA certified. So there's a question, and it's not required for cannabis, but there's a question whether there will be testing labs in Vermont that will be DEA certified for hemp products, and whether those same laboratories likely could be the same ones that are doing the testing for cannabis. It's unclear at this point.
But I guess I'll go back to my opening remarks. Isn't the genie out of the bottle on this? I mean, the product is in the store. It's on the counter in gas stations, and now we're going to put a new rule saying it's got to be tested. What happens to those products that are already in the stream of commerce?
You're talking about hemp or CBD products? Well, I mean,
because I think it's analogous if we're talking about a retail regulated market and that distribution chain about how you get it to market.
Yeah, go ahead, Laura.
Well, I think there are conflicts between the new rules that have come down federally on hemp and what Vermont has moved forward with, and that's creating a lot of anxiety. I think that Vermont has done a lot of really positive things around the rules they've set up around hemp, and should, I hope, carry on. We have states that are adopting policies and developing programs that are against federal law. I mean, there's a lot of lawyers on this panel, and that's just a fact. And my hope is that states will continue to lead the way, and that eventually some of the problems with the new rules that have come down from federally on hemp will change too. But there is a conflict there. There's no question about that.
But without robust testing, the illicit market has an area to now enter.
Well, there will be robust testing in Vermont. It just won't be in line with the testing as it relates to hemp. So there's no doubt that that regulators in Vermont have the legislature and others have prioritized that third-party testing. I mean, the entire sort of import of the bill in many ways is a consumer protection bill, and testing is a key part of that. So interesting, in the Department of Health just put out some information about cannabis in Vermont, the Vermont Department of Health.
Yeah.
And one of the things they said, interestingly, was that you should check the THC content on cannabis in Vermont. Well, we can't do that because we don't have a regulated market at this point. But that's the type of thing, I think, the testing is a key part of knowing whether there's pesticides, knowing whether there's what THC content, and there's a limit on THC content.
And that's a consumer protection issue. Charlotte, to your point, or perhaps Kevin, about the consumer walking in saying, I want to know what I'm buying, and I want to know what I'm going to put into my body.
Can I make a comment on that as well? Because my cultivator's from California, and we've been really following what they've been doing on testing, and it's been interesting to see they've rolled out the testing protocols over time, over a year, and people started failing as they became more and more rigorous. And one of the things that came up last year that was really interesting to me, or earlier this year, was that they started in this past summer testing hardware. And I think that that's really important.
What does that mean?
The vaping hardware. There's so much stuff that is made in China that has lead in it, and I'm actually personally very concerned about that.
Okay.
And in Massachusetts, the hardware isn't tested, and so you're heating these products that have lead in them. The coils have lead, and there are very few manufacturers for some of this vaping hardware that passed these California tests over the summer. So everyone failed the lead test. So I think if I could just advocate for one thing, because I am very concerned about producing a safe product, is to look to what California implemented in their taste.
On the Massachusetts vaping ban, did it include hardware?
It did, but Charlotte hit on the point, which is all vaping was banned in Massachusetts. It's going to be relieved as of December 11th. But Charlotte hit the point right on, right, which is the reason that you need a regulated cannabis product is because so many people are turning to the illicit market for their vaping products. And the way we're going to address this vaping issue is through testing of these products. And once we get the right system for testing them in Massachusetts, we will have a testing system that deals with some of these evils in these products, the lead, the vitamin E acetate. And that's why this testing and the regulated product is so important. And we will get there in Massachusetts, but Charlotte hit it right on the head.
Let me ask this question. I want to go back to the regulatory framework. And I was watching 60 Minutes. It's after the Patriots won. And I don't know if anybody saw this, but it was on California. And they talked about the oversupply of cannabis in California. And one of the reasons, if I understood the segment correctly, was because of the issue of local control that gave municipalities the ability to veto whether or not a retail shop could open up. Created oversupply. Well, the supply's got to go somewhere. It went into the illicit market. And if I heard correctly, Laura, and I'll go to Kevin and to Eric on this, that we have a statewide regulatory framework, whether it's a 5-person, 3-person, 5-person commission in Massachusetts. But then we got this local structure, and you're allowing towns to opt in and opt out. And is that going to create a system of haves and have-nots, and perhaps problems and not problems, or revenue and not revenue? Let me start with Laura and then go down the line here.
I think it's a huge issue and a critically important one. Right now what we have is a difference between the Senate version and the House version of the proposal in Vermont. So the Senate version did not have an opt-in. The House version had opt-in only for retail, and everything else the businesses could just would be allowed because it would be silent. And I think that's a really important distinction. It's a really important issue. We have right now the Vermont League of Cities and Towns is very actively advocating for opt-in for everything, and I think that would be a huge mistake. I think our farmers need to know I'm going to be able to add a cannabis crop to my small farm, and it is a huge barrier to access if you don't have predictability about whether in your location you're going to be able to operate this business. But so that remains to be seen. We also have a governor who was concerned about this issue, and that's some of the reasons why we got to where we did in the House.
Kevin, framework in Massachusetts at the local level.
We have an opt-out system in Massachusetts, and about a third of the towns, last time I checked, had opted out. It's a voter referendum, however, and so the voters have to affirmatively vote to opt out. It has initially thought was going to be a big barrier, but to tell you the truth, I think the 2/3 of towns that didn't opt out are the ones that are the winners on this, and I think some of the towns so far who opted out are sort of rethinking that. You are absolutely right. It really harms the cultivators, because the cultivators are just cultivating, right? You can't sell a product at that site, and so you're not having an effect on the town's residents, but necessarily by cultivating. And so that's been a real harm, though, and so I would, at the very least, I would tell you do an opt-out. Don't do an opt-in, because it sometimes can be hard, but I'm not even sure you want to even give towns the ability, especially on the cultivation side, to prevent the problem.
Dollars to the town's general fund?
Yep. So the standard is 3% of revenues from cultivation. Any marijuana business in a town, 3% of the revenues are going directly to the town.
Eric, local control in Maine?
Yep, like we talked about earlier, full opt-in for everything. We give a lot of power to the towns to pick and choose what they want. Some of our more progressive, larger southern towns have just opted in for everything, and then you see some other towns that will opt in for just cultivation or just manufacturing. It's oddly enough one of the ones that the towns tend to stay away from are the retail, which is a concern for, again, what you're speaking to in California.
Well, let me play devil's advocate on this a little bit. Are we going to create two different systems where affluent towns don't want it in their town? The less affluent towns are going to have it because they may need the money. Or is that a legitimate concern or not?
In Massachusetts, it's not really been the affluent towns who have banned it. You know, the Bostons, the suburban suburbs of Boston, for the most part, have allowed it. Obviously, the Western Mass Berkshires have allowed it, and there's some very affluent towns that have allowed it. You know, it really gotten into a more of a conservative, liberal, progressive, conservative issue as to which towns have prevented it, and it's not necessarily tracked to income or.
Okay.
And also too, right? It's the licenses so far, except for a little bit in Greater Boston, have been spread around the state. So you know, I think we're probably at the point now that. Probably the farthest resident in Massachusetts, probably at most has to drive maybe a half hour to their nearest dispensary. So it's not a big deal.
Kevin, I want to ask you this question. You said drive, which sparked a question about has there been an increase in driving under the influence cases, to the best of your knowledge, with cannabis in Massachusetts since full legalization?
So this is the challenge, right? We don't have a procedure, right? We don't have a product. We don't have a way to test, and so that has been an issue, and it's one that the industry is heavily focused on, working with police chiefs. The one thing I do want to say on this issue, though, right, is that this, you know, there was a feeling in Massachusetts when these things were opening that every parking lot of these dispensaries was going to be like Woodstock, right? You know, and for those of you who haven't been to a adult use dispensary in Massachusetts, these are the most controlled environments you've ever been in. You know, they're most of them have a police officer, a detailed police officer out front. There is no.
And let's just be clear: detailed police officer, the business is paying for the police officer, not the town.
There is no tolerance for any use of the product on premises, and no tolerance for any use of the product anywhere in the neighborhood of those places. And so a little bit off, but it's a really, for anybody who hasn't been to one, it's a very, very controlled environment.
Dave, you were going to say something.
Well, I can speak to what the bill does around this issue, around highway safety, but just on the previous point, just to be clear, the localities retain all of their inherent rights around zoning and permitting and things like that. So even whether it's an opt-in or opt-out system, there will be local control to the extent that they can, you know, you can't override local ordinance and zoning procedures and things like that. What the legislature did do, learning from the Massachusetts example, at least so far, was reject this idea of host agreements, which really.
What's a host agreement?
I mean, a host agreement is a specific contract between, and folks in Massachusetts can correct me, specific contract between the business and the locality over a variety of things. Oftentimes, what we heard in testimony was things like, well, you have to make a contribution to the Boys and Girls Club, or you know, you have to do X, Y, and Z, and it seemed like that was a massive barrier to entry for many of the businesses in Massachusetts. So the Vermont legislature at this point has said those host agreements aren't appropriate, but they have said that localities will retain their ability to regulate as they would any other business. So,
Joe, if you can't bank, where's the money going on this? Where's the revenue and the profits going? If you know.
So, you know, we have like one credit union in Vermont that serves is it 5 medicinal dispensaries we have in Vermont? So we have one credit union that is serving all of those dispensaries. And they are taking in the cash from those businesses because those businesses are limited to dealing in cash. You know, one of the issues that businesses like Charlotte's will have to contend with, or do have to contend with, is, you know, it's not just finding a financial institution to make your deposit at, who probably is not going to lend to you. So you are resorting to going to high-price lenders like Charlotte referenced, but you also are not able to get credit and debit card processing. So you're a cash business, and having all that cash on the street is a problem. You know, as your office knows, it has the potential to raise crime and whatnot. And so that's why, you know, there are, and it's predominantly credit unions nationwide, that have become depositories for dispensaries of all types.
So, and I don't know the distinction between Vermont law and Massachusetts law on this point, but in Massachusetts, you can use a debit card, and so you cannot use a credit card to make a purchase, but you can use a debit card to make a purchase. So I think most of our clients say that about 50% of the transactions now are in debit cards, and 50% of the transactions are in are cash. Now, I will say that the security around the cash is another cost driver for these businesses. I will say, though, that this, again, is one of the most tightly controlled things that these institutions do. And they are generally taking that cash out on a road. They generally are hiring security firms to help them with that cash, who set up security procedures to get that cash out. That was one of the lessons that was learned from Colorado.
That's right.
Where there were a
That's
couple
right.
of robberies. And that has not been an issue in Massachusetts. This cash gets out in a very safe way, and in a way that is in a secure environment. So it's not been an issue.
Reminds me, in 2013, I, along with I think about 10 other Vermonters, Dave Mickenberg being one of them, and the Commissioner of Public Safety and others, went out to Denver to study their market, and we were at a grow facility, and pretty amazing. And I said to the guy, I said, "How do you bank?" He looked at me and said, "Brinks." I said, "What?" I said, "Brinks." I said, "Brinks truck comes to the front door." So I don't think any of us would agree that that's a good system. Joe.
Two things real quick. One, you remind me that in Colorado, it's credit unions that are the largest number of depositories in Colorado for credit unions. And they tell me that there are entrepreneurs who have set up armored car services specifically for this business. They're not using Brinks or some well-known organization like that. They're private entrepreneurs who went out and bought an armored truck, and they do nothing but go to dispensaries and bring money to the credit unions. And the second point is, when I reference that dispensaries have difficulties being able to accept plastic cards, it's not in Vermont anyway because of the Vermont law. It's because Visa and MasterCard are opposed. They have the same issue that financial institutions do because of the federal illegality of it.
Laura, I want to ask this question. In Vermont, we talk about social equity on this issue. Tell us what that means, and then how is it being implemented?
So when we have these conversations, I think it's always absolutely essential to bring to the forefront of the conversation the devastating history of cannabis prohibition and all the people that have been harmed in its wake. And it's primarily people of color have been hurt way more by prohibition than white people. And this is true in Vermont, it's true across the country, and it's just an egregious part of our history that when we talk about what these systems should look like, part of what they need to look like is righting that wrong. So when we talk about social equity, we're talking about bringing people who have been disproportionately harmed by cannabis prohibition into emerging cannabis businesses. One of the very first ways you do that is by expunging criminal records for cannabis possession, by reducing penalties for other low-level possession crimes, and not making prior cannabis possession convictions a barrier to access to these emergent industries. That's part of it. And there are also huge economic justice issues involved that were part of cannabis prohibition. So we had decrim in Vermont, it was in 2013, and yet we were still issuing thousands of violations for cannabis for having possession of small amounts of cannabis, which carried about a $250 fine, which is a slap on the wrist to someone who has money. It's a week of wages for someone who's making minimum wage. So we have to recognize how our policies have hurt people who have less, and bring those people into these emerging businesses by having prioritization for minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, businesses in communities that have been disproportionately harmed by cannabis prohibition.
Charlotte, what keeps you up at night?
It's funny. I mean, Kevin knows one of the things that was actually really hard for me was that I actually do care a lot about that. You mentioned the farms that I did in San Francisco. Before I went to the dark side, if you will, in capital markets, I worked in social justice issues for a really long time, and criminal justice reform was. I've never really understood why. It's a plant that grows, for a reason on our planet. And why did we put people in jail over it? It bothers me. And why have certain communities been really, really hurt by the criminalization of this plant? So I have been working really hard to bring people into my organization from these communities. And provide opportunity to people. So, for example, one of the things that we're doing, there's an organization in the state of Massachusetts that works a lot with law enforcement to provide alternative sentences and, working with DAs to make sure people don't get put in jail over, nonviolent crimes. And so I'm working with this organization, and all these young people of 21 and over who are in this program are doing internships with me. To get careers in the cannabis industry. So, making sure I can find a way to provide a platform for people in communities that have been hurt by this to come on board with me and help build our business together, and just making sure I can make that work. I talk a lot about it, and it keeps me up at night, just actually getting traction on this and proving, a lot of people don't believe me when I say that. They say, oh, you worked at Goldman Sachs. I automatically don't believe that you actually want to do something good. And so I'm always overcoming that. And so, and just proving to the world, even Kevin didn't believe, he thought it was going to be hard. What I proposed to the commission, he thought they weren't, that I have a unique structure that I proposed, and no one really believed that we could do this. And so now it's time for me to bring all these young men into my organization and see if this little social experiment that I'm interested in trying is going to work.
Great.
So that's an interesting question on the heels of what you were just saying.
Kevin, do we know how many jobs have been created in Massachusetts as a result of?
Sure, somebody knows. I don't know. I will say that your average dispensary in Massachusetts has 35.
Yeah.
35 people working there, and it depends on the size of your cultivation site. One of our clients is one of the larger cultivation sites has 200 people working there. But obviously they're much smaller sites. But you can just do the math from there and realize how the effect is people. I will say it is Charlotte can talk about it. It is a great driver for people in their 20s who are looking for responsibility and looking to move up in a very kind of freewheeling and fast-moving environment. And so you walk into these places and you see a lot of eager faces and people who want to work hard.
Increase in tourism dollars as a result of legalization?
I joke about the number of Vermonters who've come to Massachusetts, but I haven't seen any stats on that. I'll tell you though, you can go to any of the ones that are near the borders, any state borders, and half the license plates at least are from out of state. So yeah, it's a big driver.
Eric, what keeps you up at night on this?
I feel like it would be easier to go through what doesn't keep me up at night in the middle of implementation right now. We talked about the corporate structures and the residency piece. It's very complicated. Rolling out a successful mandatory testing regime, it's such a vital part to the program and so important that it's done and done right to avoid some of the pitfalls that other states have seen. We haven't even talked about track and trace yet. Giant IT projects that can really cause a lot of trouble on the industry side and state side. Is a huge, and specific to Maine, those are the three big things that are really tough to work and manage, at least with the implementation piece. In Maine, much like Vermont, if you were to pass legalization, is aligning your two programs. Not enough people actually talk about that. So Maine has had a medical program for about 10 years now. And for whatever reason, over the last 10 years, it hasn't been given the resources or the attention it's needed, and it's turned into this very libertarian model way of doing things. And then in 2016, the voters of Maine come along and asked for adult use tax and regulate, right? So the two different programs are like oil and water, yet in Maine you have the Office of Marijuana Policy, which is the oversight agency for both programs. That presents a bunch of different challenges on a number of different levels, most specifically like the operations of the office itself. So one of the biggest things that keeps me up at night is trying to figure out a way, and I steal this term from the executive director of Massachusetts, the lift and shift, how to lift and shift the medical program to align with the adult use program while serving its purpose. There is a significant difference between patients and consumers, so doing it right both for the patients, the program participants, and the state, it is a very difficult task.
Okay. So we get about a half hour left, and I want to open it up to the audience for some questions, but I want to reserve some time at the end for the panelists to give final thoughts and recommendations. And I have another question too I want to ask, but I'm cognizant of the time. So if you do have a question, since I think this is on public access, just please go to the microphone so we can pick up. Great. Go ahead. How are you?
Fine, thanks.
Good.
My name is Catherine Antley. I'm a physician and I'm a member of the Vermont Medical Society. And I think that our concern is that commercialization is going to increase use. We know that 80% of product is consumed by just 20% of users, and therefore anyone who's interested in making money on this endeavor is going to be interested in creating addiction. And we're seeing in Colorado and all the other commercialized states that indeed they are focusing on addiction, and they're doing that by creating a more concentrated product, a more addictive product, and in making, advertising to children, THC gummies and that kind of thing. And in fact, in Washington State, where they tried to regulate that, to rule it out, the lobbyists, I don't know how they did it, but they reversed the rule. They passed the rule and then reversed the rule. I find that, and I think many in the American Academy of Pediatrics and others find that very concerning. And so I think that it's important. I guess my question is around, will you do another panel where we have, physicians and social workers so we can, explore this other position that many Vermonters hold? Thank you.
I'm always up for public panels. I had this conversation with Judge Joseph. I mean, for me, we're past go on this. I mean, we have legalized possession, and we have now created a legal limbo in Vermont where I think kids are more at risk because you don't have regulation, where you don't have transparency, and when you don't have legitimacy to these markets. So the Okay, that's what I said, Judge. Thank you. So let me. Okay. So I'm always happy to do that, but let me have Eric respond.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a lot to unpack there. And I think a good approach for Vermont and what's made us very successful, again, I don't know if we talked about stakeholder engagement, but the close relationship we have with public health officials in helping draft our regulations, how to operate our program is such an important piece to that. I mean, right in our mission statement as the office is to protect the health and safety of all Mainers and really help building a culture, at least from the regulator side, to ingrain that into your staff, to ingrain that into the culture that's going to regulate the industry, that's what should be guiding the decision making in your program will help to that end. And also, I mean, I would just go to the policy position. I mean, there are policy positions you can take to help protect against a lot of the things that you're saying. And then also I always refer back to, if it's in a regulated market with mandatory testing, you would think that it would be a little bit safer than the untested product that's currently out there.
Sir.
Thank you, sir. Bishop Jethro James, Newark, New Jersey. I'm a retired urban development executive at PSE&G, advisor to the last 6 governors and 10 attorney generals in the state on all urban matters, police matters also. Survivor, ground zero, did the triage there, state police chaplain. I've led the fight and worked our current governor and Governor Corzine, former Governor Corzine, you probably know from Goldman Sachs. Well, I've been advisor to both of them. And I've led the fight against what you're doing here. Number one, we have a problem in New Jersey. We lead the nation in low birth rate babies. Nobody's talking about the THC that stays in the mother's breast milk. No one is talking about the psychosis that goes on with the children. When we just recently defeated the bill, one of the things happened. Bergen County is one of the richest counties in our state. If you watch the Housewives of New Jersey, they all live in Bergen County. Well, the edibles somehow got loose in the Bergen County schools, Attorney General, and all the kids wound up in the hospital. Many of them didn't look like us, and so they froze the bill. They couldn't get it through, and of course, the bill is now dead. We ask that if you're going to do this, and we know the problems that it brings in young folks' minds, would you set aside 20, 30% for the trouble that it's going to come for these children that are born addicted? You guys aren't even talking about that. You talk about you want to do it the Vermont way. Well, let's talk. Vermont, I believe, they had the Minutemen. They led the fight against tyranny from the British. What you guys are doing, you're going to terrorize your own community. The reality is, why do you need, you already have legalized, the people have the right, why do you need this business? No state has been able to regulate it. No state, and you're brand new at it, you two are brand new at it, has been able to keep out the black market. No state. What makes you think that you're going to be different?
Thank you for the question. Dave.
Just to that point, the bill in the House does dedicate 30% of the tax revenue to the substance abuse prevention fund. So
okay, yeah.
I would just on the last two comments, just to make something clear, you're not allowed to sell a product in Massachusetts, a cannabis product that is appealing to children. There are specific consumer protection. I'm going to finish my point.
Let's be civil. Let's be civil.
There's a specifically laid out in the law, and there's specific, very, very detailed regulations that are around that. And I would urge Vermont, and I presume Vermont is thinking about this, on having some sort of structure that is like that. None of my clients want to be selling product to children. That is not something any of them want to do. And if they do that, they are going to lose their license and they are going to be out of business.
And I can just add, every single legislative proposal that's been considered in Vermont since they started considering legalization measures have had prohibitions against marketing products that are appealing to children and have protections for children and have contemplating funding for substance misuse treatment.
Can I just speak as a mother too, myself? I am a cannabis consumer. I mean, I have been for a long time. I sometimes choose to have a tincture, before bed, or have a joint before when I'm with friends, and instead of having a glass of wine. And I'm not an addict. My children are not allowed to consume cannabis, just like they can't have a glass of wine or a beer, and so I parent them around this the way that I do with anything that they're not allowed to do. They know that their mom sometimes smokes pot, and I've done pretty well in my life, and my kids are healthy, and all my friends smoke pot too. And I'm really, it's a plant. And I actually use it as an alternative. Sometimes I get anxiety, and I would much rather take a cannabis tincture with CBN in it, which actually has some very therapeutic properties to it, than these pharmaceutical drugs that are sold legally by doctors. So, that's just my personal point of view on that. I'm into the whole plant that grows out here. It's here for a reason. It has certain properties that I think can be beneficial to people, and for lots of different reasons. And I really, I'm in this business to help change the culture and the point of view around that, and that's really important to me.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Hi, I'm Dr. Bob Melamede. I was a former research professor at UVM here, and I was former chairman of the biology department at the University of Colorado at Colorado Springs. For 10 years, I taught the world's only course on endocannabinoids and medical marijuana. I'm 72 years old. I've been using cannabis daily for 56 years. It's the only thing that allowed me to learn how to learn. I would not have a degree without cannabis. And the pathetic truth is that cannabis is not a drug. It's a necessary nutrient for optimizing human health. It's an anti-aging drug. It inhibits the free radicals that are responsible for aging. We cure cancer sometimes in 3 weeks with the use of cannabis. This is all ridiculous. Cannabis is nothing more than an essential nutrient for optimizing human health. When you don't have it, you age quicker. This is just nonsense, lack of knowledge of what is going on in the scientific community, the scientific world. I have a web page, Cannasapiens. If you go there, you can see tons of literature. I gave a lecture recently at Harvard showing the effect of cannabis killing cancer. What we are doing is killing our people.
Thank you. Ma'am.
Hello, I'm Casey Massey. I own a couple retail stores here in Vermont, Get Yours. I want to talk first about addiction because I do think it's an important thing. I too am a mother and a community member, and our stores are actually geared to not let anyone in that's under those ages, so the exposure to our products would be severely limited. I also think it's important that we're teaching our kids about these things. I have a 13-year-old boy myself, and I have talked to him about drug use and how his mind is still developing until the age of 21. So he should not smoke any cannabis-related products before that because we want him to have a nice, healthy, strong mind. But I also think there's other things that are going on that are important for us to know during this. So I'm going to ask a couple specific questions for you two gentlemen. Do you guys have a limitation on retail stores owning one shop?
Yes.
You do. So one store, one shop.
Oh,
one
I'm
license.
sorry. No, for retail shops, we have common ownership of 3.
Okay. Do you think that that's a benefit, having stores own multiple stores? Maybe they pay their taxes better or more organized than people that might just have one shop?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a good answer for that. As the regulator, yeah, I don't.
All right. And then you, sir, on the end. Can you tell me how that 18% is actually going to come to be? Are the farmers going to pay it on a wholesale price? Are we going to do a sales tax? Do we have any clue how that's going to work?
It's not technically a sales tax because that has a legal definition that's separate and apart. That money would be 6% that goes to the ed fund.
Okay.
But it's an 18% excise tax. I'm sorry, it's a 16% excise tax at the point of sale. So if you were buying something for $100, it'd be adding 16% on that. And then if there was a locality participating, there'd be another 2% on that.
Okay, so the retailers are going to cover that.
At the retail store, yeah, at the point of sale. Yeah.
So I know we want to be able to allow a lot of people into this market, but I think when we're doing this, it's very important not to put barriers in place in order to limit the people that do know how to run a business and pay that very important tax. So just please keep that in mind when you are helping. As far as you, Mr. In the middle, the banker.
Not a banker, just a credit union guy.
Credit union guy. So my big problem here is, say I have a retail store and I'm renting it, right? And the guy has a mortgage on it. Is there any way he could get in trouble with his mortgage company by renting to me?
The landlord?
The landlord.
You're renting from, and he has a mortgage with some financial institution.
Yeah.
It's possible, you know, I won't say get in trouble, but it's a matter of whether he'll get his mortgage.
Okay.
Because they're going to look at, if they're doing their due diligence, they're going to have to look at, you're a landlord, what kind of tenants are you renting to?
Perfect.
But, you know, they may or may not ask that. It varies by institution.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ma'am.
Good evening. Thank you for taking our questions and for considering all thoughts. My name's Judith Margulies. I have a healthcare background, and I do live in Massachusetts. And I wanted to ask a question specifically about Curaleaf of Massachusetts, and it's a kind of a math question, but Curaleaf of Wakefield, Mass. is currently described as the largest Vermont medical marijuana license holder in Vermont. That's on their website. A Russian money-funded national cannabis company is Curaleaf. They're self-described as now the world's largest cannabis company in the world. That was as of June of 2019. These are all things that have been reported in the press, not necessarily local press, not the Boston Globe, I can tell you, but in places like the New York Times and the Oregonian and places like that. So they are currently, as of June, they were controlling the markets in 19 states in the United States. They believe that they're now controlling in 23. So my question is, how will the Vermont residents compete with this company? Because they have described their indoor grow facilities as 250,000 square feet. Doing the math times 200, 50 million? 250, if it's 200 per square feet, right? 250,000 square foot indoor facilities by Curaleaf of Wakefield, Massachusetts.
Sure,
I'd like
sure.
to know.
I'd be happy
I'd
to
like
address
to
that.
know how the Vermont resident is going to work with this company that has expressed intention by their two primary, they're Russian billionaires. They're billionaires, Russian money.
All right,
So I had that
Sure.
question.
So
how
when you
will
talk
Vermont
about a
compete
250,000 square foot facility, what Curaleaf is saying is that they don't have one 250,000 square foot facility. They've added up all their no, they do not.
No.
They've added up all their facilities across the country, and so the way they're not, and you can't ship in. Curaleaf can't ship their product across state lines, right? And so they have to grow the product here in Vermont in their own cultivation facility. I don't know the size of that facility, but I presume it's been approved by the regulators here. It's not anywhere near the size of 250,000 square feet. That's a huge facility. There's no facility that size in the country right now. So you're taking their national average and you're using it locally. So and then the second thing I'll say is, this is why you have strong regulations in your state, and this is why you think about having license, as the woman before you talk about having a specific license restriction on the number of licenses you can own, and that's what Massachusetts did. So in Massachusetts, as you know, Curaleaf only owns 3 retail licenses, and that's a way that a lot of states have decided, including Maine, have to limit the influence of larger businesses, and in a lot of states it really has worked, and I think Curaleaf is pretty happy here, but I don't know that. So
I think, actually, just to add, you did describe this when you were commenting about licenses and the way the business is actually organized. So what they're describing, including on some local somebody in Vermont actually has a podcast on this currently, that all they do is take over management through contracts. They don't actually own the license. And they may not own at this point 51%, but I'm not going to argue with you. I just want you wanted to ask that question, because $50 million for, as they said, 250,000 square feet. They said that. There's a video online.
Thank you. Ma'am.
Hi, I'm Martha Hafner. I'm from Randolph, Vermont. I'm here. I have 2 points, really. I'm a teacher by background, and I always put on my applications, the brains of our youth are the most precious natural resource that we have. And now I'd add, to protect. Massachusetts was encouraging Vermont with the Senate. I was in on the hearing with Dick Sears, where they were saying, keep it at the 500 feet away from your schools. We did increase it to 1,000 feet, but I ask, why not a mile like it is for the sex offenders? Why not keep it so that it's really away from our schools and being a much more attractive across the street, slip out during your break kind of scenario, and try to put a barrier in place to try and protect our youth?
Okay.
That's one point. Let me comment on the second. At a recent GOP gathering in Washington, Mitzi Johnson was invited to speak. She's the House Speaker. She's a Democrat, and GOP were inviting her. And it was a question of, they were asking, what question would you like us to discuss? And I said, SAMHSA put out a figure that was in 2014, and it was quoted in the Vermont Department of Health website, that said, here's this lovely map, and Vermont ends up being bright red because we have more illegal drug use than the average number of states. And they said $600 billion is being spent by U.S. taxpayers.
Excuse me, ma'am,
to address.
we're short on time. Do you have the question? What's the second question?
So I'm getting to it. $600 billion is U.S. taxpayers is going to drug-related expenses. My question, and it's not necessarily for this panel to answer, but it's one that the state needs to address, is what kind of expenditure are we putting into drug-related expenses already here in Vermont, and do we really want to be fanning that with additional gateway access?
Thank you. Dave, do we know, is there a restriction in terms of where a retail operation can be placed in relation to a school?
That's something that the legislature is still considering. I do want to say that what they have done, certainly in the House version of the bill and even in the Senate version bill, there's very, very strict requirements related to advertising, related to what needs to be on the packaging, related to breastfeeding mothers, relating to driving. I mean, they have essentially, within the parameters of the law, made advertising virtually impossible.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Sir.
Hello, my name's Robert. I'm 31, so I was a young person before dispensaries were really a thing, and there wasn't a legal way for adults to purchase cannabis. And just want to offer another perspective to some of the people here. It was way easier to get cannabis than alcohol when I was younger. Cannabis was not regulated, was not purchasable in stores, and I could get it when I was 13, 14, 15. I couldn't find a way to get alcohol till I was 18, 19, 20. You know what I mean? So when it comes to protecting the youth, putting it in the hands of who knows who doesn't seem to work. I mean, prohibition has failed over and over anyways. We've already seen that. There's no real example we can give to show that by keeping it out of regulated areas is not going to keep it out of the hands of kids. So I think it's important for the people who are here trying to protect children to consider that we need oversight. The only way to provide oversight is going to be through regulation. Look at the lung vaping thing. That had to do with vitamin E acetate. So that came from unregulated products that had no oversight. Fentanyl, same thing. You just look at all these different things. Never works.
Thank you, sir. Sir.
I just want to thank everyone for this event, the Attorney General, the esteemed panel. I think this is a fantastic event. My name is Jeffrey Pizzatello. If you guys don't know, I'm the Executive Director of the Vermont Growers Association. We are Vermont's basically the Vermont Brewers Association, but for our emerging cannabis scene. So we represent small businesses, family farmers of such. And, just for a moment, listening to the sentiments here, we've already heard some concerns about retail access, barriers to entry. We even heard some far-fetched claims about Russians owning some of the dispensaries in our state, okay? So there's concerns out there in the state. And so one of the things that I want to bring to awareness, at least, is we recently closed our policy survey. It's an annual survey that we send out. And one of the things that, just to be nuanced for a moment, is that's important to family farmers is canopy size. And right now, Vermont in S54 has about 500 square feet as its initial offering. And what we've heard through our survey, which is aligned with other states, is more or less a 2,000 plus square foot canopy size, at least for initial entry. That speaks to sustainability for these families and these small businesses that are running these entities. It's just accepting that reality. 500 square feet is not realistic by any measure. We have friends in New Jersey who are passing RET soon.
Do you have a question?
I do. So, with all of this in mind and the general consensus of what we're hearing, we respect the sentiment that the discussion is closed, if you will, moving forward for our next legislative session. How can you guys ensure that maybe, you can bring some of us into the fold? These family businesses that are out here clearly with ideas that aren't possibly represented in S54. There's probably better ways to do that. How can Vermont ensure that we're
Thank
listening
you.
to those voices as well?
Laura, you want to take that? How can we be more inclusive?
Sure. I think one of the exciting opportunities of the current proposal is that it is broad and it does create this commission where a lot of things will happen and a lot of the details will be decided further on down the road, which means that first of all, there's going to be a formal rulemaking process where public commentary is going to be required, and then there's a lot of time for advocacy with the Cannabis Control Commission. So there's still time for voices to be heard. There needs to be a lot of advocacy about who's going to ultimately be on that commission and how these decisions are going to be made. So if we can move forward with S54, it gives us the vehicle to keep these conversations going instead of keeping the small businesses in limbo indefinitely. So I think your points are, I think it's very critically important, and I think those are the ways that it can still happen in Vermont.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm cognizant of time. We got 3 questions left. Eli, you're gonna have the last question. If you have a question, let's ask the question.
Definitely. Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. I actually might have a slight response towards that. Remember that we got this all started because of the patients. We have to keep in mind we are providing medicine for people. So for that reason, maybe one of the best things to do is actually stack caregivers on top of each other. When you take a look at Vermont law, there's not too much stuff actually allowing patients to basically have one select grower and have a pool of people under one grower. If a patient likes the way somebody grows, then they actually have a choice. They have opportunity to choose who they want to grow for them. If you're growing in a greenhouse, somebody might want your product more than somebody who might be growing inside of an indoor facility. And so for that reason, I guess my main question was also to get to the people who are against legalizing cannabis. Remember, we are getting solid testing done. For that reason, we actually understand what pesticides are being added. Like, there's so much tests that are actually coming out.
Question.
To get to the question, when will we actually be able to stack some of these caregivers on top of each other so that way we can actually get back to the medicinal patients who started everything?
Okay, who wants to answer that? If we have a quick answer.
The quick answer is there is directives to consider co-ops and entities like what you're talking about. This is mostly around the adult use bill. There is also action on the medical side of things. There's a bill that's alive, S117, that's sort of dealing with some of the medical issues separately. But I think that it's good points, and there's still room for a lot of discussion about that as far as the medical side goes.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Ed.
Thank you, TJ.
Thank you for being here.
I'll be quick. I respect all of you. I admire TJ tremendously. I'd just like to say that tobacco, nicotine, and alcohol are regulated, and they're 2 of the 3 leading causes of preventable death on Earth. Opioids. We saw in the 90s and the early 2000s a proliferation of opioids on our streets. 72,000 people died of opioid overdose in 2017. Opioids are strictly regulated. In fact, you can't get them without a doctor's prescription. I think that there's a Trojan horse in the room. I don't think, believe me, I mean this from my heart, I don't think it's intentional. I think that people are undereducated when it comes to the psychoactive, addictive potential of tetrahydrocannabinol. And that's what we're talking about. Marijuana is a delivery system for a dangerous drug, period. My question is this. We know what the use is like today in Vermont. We have statistics from treatment, from youth service, youth studies.
Yep.
My question to you is this. Once commercialization goes into effect, if 5 years from now we see a significant jump in all negative statistics related to youth and adult cannabis youth, what will you do about that?
Good question. Who wants to take that?
No.
It's a good question.
I'm happy to. I still think it's the right thing to do. I think that it is, we need to deal with public health issues as
right,
public
let's be
health issues.
respectful.
We need to deal with public safety issues as public safety issues and find the right remedies. By criminalizing a substance is not the right approach to deal with public health issues, and they should be dealt with in the public health context.
Okay. Eli Harrington, who has been a leader and an advocate on this issue for many years, has been in the forefront, helped promote this event. Eli, thank you. And you have the last word.
All right. Well,
or question.
Yeah, question, very quickly. Thank you guys for doing this. For Eric and Kevin, when we're talking about social equity in Vermont, we've been talking, I think, a little bit more about geographic diversity. You know, considering what you guys have learned about how people travel, you know, and what this can do for certain communities who embrace it, do you think that we in Vermont, how should we think about where these businesses open and maybe prioritizing rural areas, or if it should be left totally up to the market, and kind of how we should rep geographic diversity or consider that in Vermont?
Great question.
I'll just jump in real quick before Kevin. Right now, Maine doesn't have a social equity program. I think that's just stems from the fact that the legislature was trying to get the Marijuana Legalization Act passed, and we quickly put together regs. That's definitely in phase 2. But I think there's a bunch of different social equity models across the country that Vermont can look to. There's a bunch of different ways you can do it. You can look to Los Angeles, you can look to Colorado, you can look to Massachusetts. But I mean, as far as Maine is concerned, that's definitely a phase 2 thing, and we would be happy to learn from Vermont if that was something they would roll out.
On geographic diversity, I think you get into real trouble if you start trying to place these businesses in places and don't, but as a state. And I think you got to allow your market to handle issues like that. And in Massachusetts, our market has handled those issues. We've opened some in urban areas, we've opened some in rural areas, but to sort of start dictating where they go, I worry about that.
Okay. 10 seconds each. Final thoughts, recommendations, lessons learned. Starting with you, Dave. 10 seconds each.
10 seconds. I think what we're going to see this next session is Vermont looking at how to do this the Vermont way, which will include things like not just social equity, but environmental equity. I mean, there's a big part of our legislation that's looking at environmental justice issues and how the environment is going to be impacted by these things. So that's something to look forward to.
Great. Thank you. Laura.
This is a racial justice issue. It's an economic justice issue. It's a social justice issue. It's the right thing to do. It's a civil rights our civil rights demand it. It's long overdue. We've studied and studied and studied. We have a good proposal. We got to move forward, and we got to get this done now.
Thank you, Laura. Joe.
Regardless of where you stand on legalization or not, if there are to be businesses on the street in a state in which it's legal, that's going to mean, under current standards, a lot of cash floating out there. And from a safety standpoint for consumers everywhere, we need a federal resolve to empower financial institutions to provide services to those businesses.
Thank you, Joe. Charlotte.
This is related to social equity. If I could give one proposal for legislation, it would be to really try to earmark tax dollars to put money back and liquidity back into communities that have been harmed by criminalization of the plant. Because if there was one area that could be earmarked, and those are census tracts that can be easily identified. So put real money into providing capital to those communities.
Thank you. Kevin.
This is a highly regulated industry that is not going to change your state too much. It's not going to lead to the end of the world. Burlington's still going to be beautiful, and it's not going to change things that much, and you're going to have more revenue.
Eric.
And I'll just wrap up with two things. You can tell there's a lot of good people with valid concerns on both ends of the spectrum here, so it's so important, if you do legalize it, to have, again, that in-depth stakeholder communications, listen to all angles, all views, and try to get it right. And then two, we didn't really talk about it a lot, but I think it would help with a lot of the concerns around youth use and whatnot, is the importance of thorough data collection.
Thank you. Okay. I saw them come in late, and I just want to acknowledge Representative Bob Hooper from the North End in Burlington is here. Representative Hooper, thank you for being here. Representative Jessica Brumstead from Shelburne is here as well. And we mentioned Representative Maida Townsend. I saw Representative Brian Chena from Burlington. If you can believe it, we are right on schedule. This is a conversation that provokes strong reactions from many folks, but it's a conversation that is long overdue given the legal status of where we are in Vermont. My position is that we need to act and create a regulated market. That's a responsible thing to do, and it should happen this legislative session, but this conversation will continue. But please join me in thanking the panelists for a robust conversation. Thanks for coming out.
We'll call it to order at 6:02. Welcome to the members of the public. If you haven't signed in, please do over there. There's a sign-in sheet. Rick, I signed you in. For additions and corrections to the agenda, I have one. I just want to give you a brief update towards the end of the meeting, like right before we adjourn. On negotiations, we have started. We had one meeting. Now, nothing's really happened, but I'll just give you the whole lowdown. Any other additions or corrections to the agenda? Okay. I want to just take a minute and remind you that on the card in front of you are our board norms. To save time, I won't read through them, but remember, it's all of our jobs to bust each other when we're not staying on track, maintaining focus, being respectful of the agenda and each other. So remember, thank you. Members of the public, if you're here for something that's on the agenda, please wait until then to talk about it. If you're here for something else, now's your moment. Anything? Okay. Blazing through this thing. I have two pieces of correspondence to report to the board. I forwarded them to the entire board. They've also been posted, as far as I know, on our website. They've been sent anyway. The first is a brief email from Crystal Corview just thanking us for allowing Kaylee, her daughter, to attend Leland and Gray in 6th grade, and just generally in support of both the move of 6th grade to the True Middle School and the allowance of her daughter from Wyndham. Really nice. I think it's our first thank you letter I can remember. The next is a letter from the Williamsville School Preservation Society, essentially giving us a little background on Timpson Hill and urging us to keep Timpson Hill Preschool as part of the solution to providing universal pre-K to district families. There's been some discussion of this. There's probably going to be more. Again, that's posted on our website if you want to see it. If anybody wants a copy, I have several here for you. Anybody else have correspondence that they wanted to report? Separate and apart? Yes.
I don't know if you saw this. It looked like it was forwarded to the whole board. There was also a letter from the Timpson Hill Preschool as well with some additional information.
I didn't get a letter like that.
Yeah,
So,
From No?
Rebecca?
From Rebecca McCullough?
I got an email that
On the
invited me to edit a document.
Yes. Yeah,
from,
I took a chance
this
and opened
person
it, and that's where
and
the
said,
letter is.
I don't know you. You're not from my thing. I don't open this stuff.
Yeah, she's the director at Timpson Hill.
Okay, well, does anybody have that?
I don't have the printout. I'll forward it.
Okay, so we apparently have a letter from the director. Did somebody who read it want to summarize it real quick, and then we can forward it to Meg to be put up on the website? I'm sorry?
I don't remember the summary. They gave some numbers.
Well, I'm just reading it now for the first time, but they are saying that they're suggesting that the board set aside funding to enable 15 students to attend one of the nearby private preschools full-time, or for a full-time, full program day, rather than just the 10 hours.
Okay, well, we'll have to look at that. I'd be curious to understand the economic reasons and the student reasons behind that, but we'll get that posted on the website. I apologize, since it was a link to edit a document and I wasn't familiar with the person, I didn't open it. So that will be posted on the website. So the next item is really actually fairly brief. It should be in the packet here. It's just the plan of action. It was the first item there. Essentially, that was just in there to take a look at what we had laid out for ourselves as what was going to happen when, in terms of at meetings going forward for the year at the retreat. And we're actually not doing too badly. You know, it's the first meeting in December. We've missed the November meeting, but those topics are on there. And in the first meeting in November, we're getting our first look at the budget. We have all of the rest of December and January to finish up with the budget discussions. And so we're actually doing a fairly good job of keeping to that timeline. Just wanted to make sure that we were doing that, and if anybody thought we'd missed something or needed to go back, then now would be the time to talk about that. Okay, I think we finally had everybody get all the value. Ken, something? Oh, the pen. I'm so observant. Did everyone get everything they needed for the values discussion to finalize those values? Okay, so
I just want to say thank you, because I really wanted all of these as well, and you sent all of that in, so thank you. And they've been updated in a great way, so thank you so much.
Okay, well, thank you. So, anyone else have anything to add to the values discussion, or can we, move forward with what we came up with at the retreat, and we'll get new posters and we'll look at those when we meet? Yes?
Can I ask just one question? If we, at any time during the future, decide, before we actively go through, going through our values, if there's something that's really important to us that we feel like we're missing, can we put that on our agenda and sort of revisit any values at any point, or is this something that we should just stick with once a year?
Gee, I never thought about that.
I ask only because things could change during a year.
I might think if circumstances dictated it and it was reasonable to have the conversation.
So I'm saying about putting it on the agenda,
Yeah,
not just putting it out there and trying to make changes, but putting it on the agenda.
No, I think
visiting.
if there was a request to put something on the agenda,
Okay.
we could do it. I don't think we would say, no, that's an annual thing, we can't discuss it. But it wouldn't be just like, well, let's check in.
Otherwise, it's annual?
Otherwise, I would say it would be annual.
Okay, thank you.
An annual review of it makes sense to me.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question about it.
Sure.
When we had, at the retreat, talked about high-quality education is a value, and I had wanted some clarification on what does that mean? And how do we, does that mean every student has a personalized learning plan? Does that mean that, high quality is yes, that's a lovely phrase to strive towards, but that's not something that we can measure or have some even real definition of. I just want I think we should have an idea of what that means in terms of just saying what I think is high quality may not be what you think is high quality.
True enough. I think it's hard to define. It's one of those. It's like I don't know how to define art, but I know it when I see it, kind of thing. Go ahead, Emily, help me.
I'm not trying to help you, but I would just share that I think that this board defines it, frankly. What we believe is high-quality instruction, and it's not really high-quality education, it's high-quality instruction, and that's what we put in there. And I think that through our conversations that we have, and this is just me, I'm not talking for anybody else, but through the conversations that we have and through feedback from our student board members and our administration and our teachers, that's how we develop a budget that is supposed to support what we believe as a board. Any of us individually will have different opinions in my mind about what high quality instruction really means. But for me, where I draw the line is where we decide through our budgeting process and our policy process as to what high quality instruction is. That's just my view. Others will have a different view, I'm sure.
And I would just make the pitch, I think it is defined fairly well as far as what those standards are for high quality instruction through our supervision evaluation documentation. There are industry standards, and we've adopted the Danielson framework of teaching, which highlights what high quality instruction actually looks like in 4 domains. So if that's something the board is interested in hearing about at some point, we could tell Bill to do a presentation. Since he's not here.
Okay.
He's gonna get an accident tonight, isn't he?
But that is, there is measurable
Cool.
amounts to that. There are standards, there are industry standards, and so, yeah, it's not some amorphous thing. There's actual, like, what that looks like, how to measure it.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe we should do that too.
Yeah.
I'm making a note for a future agenda. Yes, Al?
I think with the values, you have to be a little vague, right? You know, framers of the Constitution were vague in many circumstances, and knowing that in the future would lead to interpretation and changing of the times. So I think that's just kind of something that we have to do.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, can I make one more comment?
Sure.
So, I don't think I really have any like drastic changes or whatever to the values, but I do think how they're presented could be like tweaked a little bit maybe. We sort of talk about having like basic values and then adding little bits in on this paper. But things like, so quality education is not in the basic values. So just little things like that, it's there, right? But the words high quality education, well, we have high quality instruction, but, and then we're also saying quality education. Anyway, there's little tweaks that I think, it does not change the intent at all of the values. It does not change, you know, anything drastic, but I think there's a little bit of presentation stuff for somebody that hasn't been a part of all the conversations, that might make it easier for them to understand. I don't know that we need to get into that.
So if
level of
we
things
were to
right now,
get this document in an editable form to you, would you like to make those tweaks to that? They're not substantive, they're just presentational, but they give clarity for the people who didn't develop these values
Sure.
over months of work. Would you like some help? I could volunteer a committee for you. Scotty, you have a question?
I'd be happy to help and work with you on that.
Cool.
Making it look nice.
Anybody else want to help?
No, but I do have something to add.
Okay, hang on one sec. All right, so no substantive changes. These values that are condensed down into the one-page sheet reflect the values that we've agreed on. This is it. Lindsay and Scotty are going to work together to come up with something that's presentationally better but substantively the same. And that's what we're going to work with and look back to as we move forward for the next year or so.
Cool.
Thank you. Yes, Howie?
I just wanted to ask, is there any, am I missing something, or do I, because I don't see anywhere here that operating schools in our towns is mentioned. In other words, we're saying we're gonna deliver all these services, but ultimately, our responsibility is to operate a school in each of the member towns, and I just don't see that in our values anywhere here.
You're referring to the constitutional provision?
Well, I'm referring to, you know, us as a board making a commitment to our member towns that we're gonna operate a school in each town in this district, or not. You know,
I don't believe the board's made that commitment. It hasn't discussed making that sort of a commitment.
Well, I think it's something that should be discussed as soon as practical.
I'm just looking it up. I don't think it was part of our, were you there, Howie?
No, I wasn't, I'm sorry.
Because I'm not seeing it in there.
No, it wasn't part of anything that was discussed at the retreat. It wasn't part of the original values that are still behind us. It wasn't part of that discussion. It wasn't actually part of, it's never actually been in there that we were undertaking to commit to operate a school in every town.
You know, or schools, period. I mean, there's no commitment. I mean, when there was one board operating each school, it didn't need to be stated that that board's obligation was to operate the school. So, you know, we need to address that question as to whether we are going to commit to operating schools. Because if we're not, I mean, there's ways of educating and getting all these goals achieved without even having buildings.
Well, yes, Al?
We currently don't have a school in Brookline.
We haven't had one for quite.
No, we haven't had one for a little while.
but they're part of Newbrook.
Can I?
Correct.
Sure. Well, I'm going, basing that, I think that's actually a really good point, but the reason why there's no school in Brookline is because the voters in the two towns made the decision to do that, and we don't have the ability to close a school without the voters in each town saying that. So I think it sort of stands to reason that it's sort of a given. That's probably why it didn't come up that day. We spent all day working on those values, because communities will make those decisions.
But these are these goals shape our decisions, and our decisions then shape how viable each town school becomes. So it would be important to clarify. I want to bring this up. Is this the goal of the board to run a school in each town? Because that's going to affect every decision we make, from building maintenance to investing in staff and teachers. What is the direction we want to go? That, to me, is really the biggest question of this newly formed joint board.
Okay, well, we had discussed earlier if there was a value that, if something changed, then we could put that on the agenda and do it at a future meeting. I'm making a note to put that on the agenda once we get through the budgeting process this time. So it'd probably be, late January, early February, we'll have that discussion.
Okay.
Are we committed to run a school in every town? Anything else? Yes.
Mine might be a clarification, or it might be a warning thing for Lindsay to look at. The last one under high school is post-graduation support. Wondering, obviously it wasn't at the retreat, what is meant by that? Is that meant like after graduation we're still providing support for former students, or is that about post-secondary support and that we're providing support for kids to get to something after graduation?
Is the support
And what
before
does the
or
support,
after graduation?
Yeah, and what does the support mean? How much are we supporting these people?
So here it's also.
They're moving in with you.
Could be.
In a different version of this, it was postgraduate outreach and support. It is some level of staying in touch with
like alumni relations
kind of thing, because a lot of our students, they go off and they do things, and we couldn't tell you how many of our kids go on to do what, because that wasn't necessarily tracked.
Right.
And we were kind of interested in where do our students go from here.
Right.
And just to pile onto that, also that say somebody is taking a year off after graduation and says, gosh, I want to do something with my life, but I got no one to turn to and no idea what to do, they could at least have somebody to reach out to and be like, hey, what do I do? Like,
no, I hear that.
A little
and
push.
And this sounds like we do some of this already, so I'm just trying to clarify. So and if it's a value, then it's something that potentially the board's going to put resources towards. So I guess what I'm wondering is, are we assuming the responsibility of the Alumni Association? Or is this really about tracking the, I don't know, how long kids stay in college after they leave here? Like, what is it that you're trying to get out of it, I guess? Because I'm trying to, this could be a pretty costly endeavor, or this could be, or are we sort of taking over for another organization that does some kind of networking already?
So I'm happy to share my thoughts about it, because I remember as we worked in our retreat, we were walking around as smaller groups, working on each one of these areas. And my understanding was much more that we needed to provide support for our students to reach post-secondary endeavors. So that if anything would happen after, we've been talking about this long before you came back here as principal too. There is another side of that, which is how do we stay connected to how successful our students are after they leave, and there's a real value in that. I don't believe any of us were expecting our schools to provide that, but if we find we need to do that, we will have to support that, and we've never done it because we couldn't find the dollars to support it. I think there's real value, and I think it's really important for us to have that conversation as we move forward. But under these values, I think it was more, trying to make sure that our students know what's available to them post-secondary. That there are opportunities that, you know, I mean, I know I've always felt like it's our responsibility to do that, but we just wanted to put it out there as a value.
Right.
But I think that we did have conversations about we should
both,
track, yeah,
in a
but
sense.
not
Okay.
that we are expecting our, you know, guidance department to be doing that or anything like that,
I
because
just wonder if there's
it's
a,
a
if
bigger.
that should maybe wordsmith to envelop both those elements, and I worry about how later people are gonna look at that and go, what does that
Yeah.
mean? And just trying to figure that out, but.
And I'm only giving my opinion, so
Sure.
the board will have to decide whether they agree with my opinion, because I think that's what it is, and it'd be great to have it wordsmith.
Trash.
Agreed, and agreed with Lindsay, because I feel like it was, you and I had this conversation at the retreat that we felt very strongly that it was both. I think at the time, well, no, I really do think we were really talking about both, but a lot of our conversation focused around exactly what you said. If somebody takes a year off, or if somebody doesn't finish high school and wants to go back to, and ends up getting their GED and then goes, I want to go to college, what do I do? Where's my transcript? How do I get that? Just knowing that they can, if it isn't a true alumni association because we don't have the funds right this second, but that they can call the front desk and say, I need my transcript, where do I go, what do I do?
And just so that students know that the school's available, like, hey, you know, you can always call us back. Done, you know?
Okay,
That's all. Just
thank you for that.
being available.
But we do that anyway, right, Bob? If
Yeah.
somebody comes a year later and wants their
We
transcripts.
do a lot of that,
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely.
So you have what you need to,
I
okay.
got it.
Yes, Howard?
So if we really want to, if we're really serious about this, we need to appropriate some funds or come up with a budget to keep track of our alumni. Put, you know, give somebody a few hours a week, a month, you know, somebody has to be assigned to do this. Otherwise, it's just, you know, empty words on paper. I would think that maybe we could get somebody could put together a proposal as to how much it would cost to do a once-a-year questionnaire, maybe, to send out to alumni to keep track of our kids after they get out of school, so we, you know, we know where they are and can refer other kids to them, how many kids go to which college, stuff like that. Is that something that we would want to put in the budget to make sure it happens?
Based on the conversation that just was happening, that's not what we're looking for necessarily. Yeah. Could be. I mean, if we decide we want to do that, there is there an alumni association? Not being an
There's a
alumni?
very small.
Very small.
Alumni
But
association,
feisty
but it
one.
Okay.
Actually, we've been working with them lately on the spring events that we're doing collaboratively.
Okay.
So there is some outreach that's going back and forth, and we've been highlighting some alumni through the work-based learning program, local jobs and businesses that people have been doing, and
Great.
we had an alumni of the month or something thing that we were trying. So we're trying that to be more, because they're very small.
Okay.
The group itself.
Okay.
Yeah.
So could we get a proposal from them as to what it would cost to do an annual mailing?
I think we have to decide whether we want to do that or not.
Yeah.
Whether this board, because I don't think that was what my understanding was from our retreat.
Right.
Right, that wasn't something we were looking to have done. That wasn't what we were
We just
going
wanted to
for.
put it in the,
But, yeah, I mean, if we can talk about that.
Sure.
Perhaps we can ask the Alumni Association to come and talk to us about how we could work with them.
that'd be awesome.
Okay. Anything else, folks? Okay, values are put to bed, pending rewrite.
We won't vote on it. until
We
see
won't
it.
vote on them until we see the rewrite, but we're not gonna discuss them anymore. Okay,
No pressure.
no pressure, Lindsay. So, next, new business, we have the voluntary retirement incentive. It should be in the packet, he says, hopefully. If not, I have it, and I can explain. No, it's not. Okay, sorry. Okay, so anyway, we've done this before at Leland and Gray. Wyndham Central is doing it. Their board has adopted it. Essentially, what we do is we put the word out and let teachers know, let staff know that if you meet certain criteria, and the one that's being suggested in this is you must have been continuously employed within the district or the WCSU as a teacher for a minimum of 15 years on or before July 1, 2020, and have been employed in teaching for 2019 to 2020. You have to be 55 or older before January 1st of 2020. You have to have reached a minimum $60,000 base salary, prorated for FTEs. So if you're half-time, it's $30,000. Then you have to notify the superintendent of the intent to consider this offer by obtaining the appropriate documents, and you have to sign the waiver and release agreement. And essentially, anybody who meets these criteria would receive an early retirement benefit of $11,000 into the retirement fund. It's basically another year into the retirement fund. We've used this at Leland and Gray. It tends to take off certain higher end, higher cost teachers, and sometimes they're replaced with less expensive ones, and it sort of lets attrition go more quickly. I know WCSU has board adopted to, or decided to offer that to anybody that's employed in the district, and since we employ a bunch more teachers now at WCSU level, that's getting some. There would only be 5 slots, so the potential cost is $55,000, and we would just see. It's worked for us before. So the recommendation from the administration is that we, authorize the West River Education District to participate in this and see what happens. Questions?
Yeah.
Sure.
How do our principals feel about this? I mean, this means losing your most senior, experienced folks.
I mean, I think it can be a mixed bag, but I mean, I generally support if people are ready to retire, so I wouldn't want to hold anyone back who's interested in doing so. But I do think sometimes it can give people the opportunity to move on, and as Joe said, I mean, have them come in with someone who's got less experience, but maybe less cost. It is tough sometimes for that turnover to happen, and what does the collective institutional memory of a place. But I would say we've done it a couple times since I've been here, and I haven't noticed any major adverse effects to it.
What's the potential impact to Leland and Gray?
I think we talked about, I think there were 4 or 5 eligible just from Leland and Gray alone. Doesn't mean they'll all want to do it. I don't know about the other schools. I have no idea.
I agree with what Bob said. At my little school, I can't really envision there being, quite honestly, all that much interest. But like Bob said, I'd really like to support the people I work with in whatever choices they're making. And this is kind of a way of helping somebody to make that next step, when they're kind of wavering. We had somebody use a buyout a couple of years ago that I think went very well for that person. So, I mean, I'm in support.
Yeah, I have no objections.
Okay.
And the economic impact of this for the first year is up to a 10,000 per teacher hit.
11.
11. And what's the potential savings of replacing a teacher about to retire with a teacher that's new?
I mean, it can vary. It depends on healthcare a lot, is really the swing. It can be anywhere from 30,000 to 5,000, So it really depends on the healthcare plan, to be honest with you. That is really the biggest thing we just don't know, right? We know what the person has that is retiring, but that's all we know. So.
It depends on the area that they're retiring from, because the pool of candidates can vary depending on what the nature of the position is.
I would also say too, though, that when I'm hiring, I'm not looking to hire the cheapest person. I'm looking to hire the best person for the kids that are coming into that class. So, you know, I mean, I think that this will save us money, but that's not, you know, that's not what I'm thinking about when I'm working with a team to hire the best person.
Anybody else, questions? So I just need a motion to approve West River to enter into this. All right.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded to enter the West River Education District into the Voluntary Exit Incentive Program. Any further discussion on that? All right. Hearing none. Ready to vote? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it. Thank you. Okay, the next item, and this is in the packet, is the proficiency-based graduation requirements. Ken, you want to walk us through this one, please?
Walk us through it. Well, we've had a few meetings, and
tell us what we need to know.
What do you need to know? What you need to know is it's basically the same one that we've had on the books, and I can't find it, but that's okay.
It's like 6 pages deep in the packet.
Okay. So anyway, it's here we go. As Bob will attest to, we had a few meetings, went through, and the only thing is the West River Modified Union Education District may use credits instead of will or shall. That's the big change.
And
That's it. What?
Can I add to that?
Go ahead.
Also, the addition of the requirement for a successful completion of, well, it says successful completion or demonstration of content and skills of senior survival, so that would be added back in as a requirement, which was not,
So the end of that sentence is new again?
yes. Senior survival is back in as opposed to not in. Am I?
So,
that's
yeah,
just
so
it?
I'll take those two things in order, the way you just brought them up. The first one about the use of credits, schools are entitled to either use them or not use them. And since we're still in the development phase, as I explained in my presentation a couple months ago, it seemed prudent to go in with May, because then it could leave us with the option of doing either. And we can come to you guys with more as we get closer to that, and you can always modify the policy to one way or the other, or leave it at May. But that was my solution when we don't really know at this point which way we want to go. The above part, we wanted to include the 40 hours of community service, which the previous Leland and Gray board had already enacted as a requirement. And then based on the conversations this board had last year around the reduction of the consumer science program, a lot of the things that people were talking about, really wanting our graduates to have, are not things that are necessarily covered in the areas that are through the state's proficiencies lists of curriculum. And so in a lot of conversations back and forth, we are going to bring back a version of senior survival. Charlie was very excited when he heard about this.
I was just gonna say, he was my senior survival teacher when I
Right.
was here.
And it hasn't been in place, I think, since when I came here in '96, it was already long gone.
Yeah, it's that old.
Yeah, but it,
Yeah, thanks for that.
And the idea is we would run it as part of our flex schedule, so the kids, it wouldn't bump a requirement from a kid. They take it during our flex time, weekly through the course of the year. So it wouldn't have the depth and breadth that previous one did. This one, you survived that. But it would provide a lot of the financial literacy piece that people talked about were missing, and it would gel the 100% placement rate between college and work that we've talked about as well. So that's the idea. And we decided to use the same name because we thought people would really dig that.
I'm not trying to do, but it's fun. We did get asked to provide senior survival. People do remember it.
Oh, yeah.
Even though it is really old.
And we can do that at no additional cost, by the way.
Music to my ears.
I thought so.
So this policy then is is revised and you're proposing that we warn it for adoption?
That's correct.
Okay. More questions about the policy? Yes.
And I would just say that I don't know if there's a way to do this in the, maybe in the motion, but that this requirement would take effect for next year's senior class, not this year's. We don't want to convolute, we don't have the senior survival class in place. So to add it, to make that a requirement now effective immediately would create all sorts of problems for us. So maybe in the motion you could have it take effect, either that piece, that one line take effect, or I'm not sure how you would word it, but something where this would take effect for the class of 2021 and beyond.
Okay. All right, so we just need a motion to warn this policy for adoption, effective for the 2021 class.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All right, it's been moved and seconded to adopt policy, what?
Warn.
To warn, I'm sorry. Thank you. To warn policy D1, the proficiency-based graduation requirements, effective for seniors in the class of 2021. Any more discussion on that? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Beautiful, thank you. The ayes have it. Okay, next we have received an email. You want to talk about this, Lori?
I can.
You can? Oh, save me.
Okay. So, remember when I came around and we signed all sorts of documents with the solar agreement? We're back to that. So Peck Electric, who now owns the solar project, just had to get some refinance, basically, all of their projects. And I'm looking at the email as I'm making sure I get everything right here. So when Newbrook signed on to the project, it was done as a license, not a lease. The bank that they are financing with is requiring it to be a lease. So the lease that I think Joe has, I don't think everybody
No,
has.
I have the lease and the
Okay.
memorandum of lease.
All right. So the lease is basically replacing the license. There really was no other structural change other than it says lease now versus license. And it also is with West River and not Newbrook. So those were the only changes made to the document. But in order to get the lease payment, this needs to be signed. And so that they came to us about a month ago. We went back and forth. We had our lawyers actually visit, lawyers review the contract to make sure that it was, in line with the license that was signed before, which it was. They had some suggestions, which the Peck Electric made without question. One was that it needed to be a confidential document, and we all know that it's a public document, so they changed that, took that wording out. So it's pretty much the same thing, it's just they need it for their financing.
I have a copy of the lease here if anybody wants to see it. It also, in the original document, it said that if they needed a lease, that we could enter into a lease.
Yeah, so
They were
section-
going to be able to do it under the terms of the license, but if there was a requirement for the lease, it was already pre-authorized.
Right, section 7.2 refers to that in the license. If you so choose, the motion would be to have the board chair sign in front of a notary. So that needs to be a notarized document. And needs to be done before December 31st. The first lease payment is in January.
Well, I got something to say. Surprise, surprise. The Newbrook Board, Joint Contract Board, has previously made a decision to sell the solar field property back to the town of Newfane. And the original documentation for that was done. I don't know if the supervisory union ever put their, they were supposed to, the property transfers were supposed to be documented in each town. Was that ever done?
We requested it of the lawyers were doing it. I can't tell you if it's absolutely done for all of the entities yet or not.
Well, if it's not done for Newfane, the town of Newfane, on the town of Newfane's document that was signed by me from the board, it says on the last paragraph that all the properties to be transferred except for the lease payments and the property the solar field is on and a throughway to the solar field. And that property is supposed to go to the town of Newfane. So, if that document has been filed, then the SU already agreed well, the SU on behalf of Act 46 vote, whatever you want to call it, has transferred the property. So
we got that letter. Actually, that letter should have been in correspondence. And it was in the board packet, right, yeah.
I'm looking at the board packet.
Yeah.
That's what we're looking at.
You're talking about the letter that was to me from Fisher and Fisher? Ken?
October 23rd.
October 23rd? Asking, you know, from Fisher and Fisher, talking about Ken, you know. That they'd like to talk about the next steps to transfer the deed from the West River to them. Yeah. We had a discussion when they first approached us about this at the board level, where we talked about the vote that was taken in March conveyed all the property, and while the actual property transfer didn't take place by operation of law and under statute, the minute the taxpayers voted to combine, all that property became district property.
That's what a couple of members of this board decided.
We
never got the legal.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we got a letter from our attorney that said that, and then we can go back and find that. So, and we've now been, this letter was in your board packet, and I apologize, we skipped over it. We can go back to this in a second, but essentially, you know, Newfane approached us, and I've given this letter to Bill, and he's sent it to our attorneys. We don't, at this point, have a response to that letter yet, but they're essentially asking what are the next steps to complete the transfer to Newbrook. And when we discussed this, you know, I mean, we had this discussion once before when the town of Newfane came through the select board asking us about conveying the solar fields, and it was the consensus of the board and a written response back from our attorneys saying, no, by operation of law, when the taxpayers voted, this became district property and it belongs to the West River Education District, and you know, as far as I'm aware of right now, the West River Board is not interested in transferring the solar field and those lease payments to anyone. You know, the letter that's in the board packet tonight, you know, since the board has already sort of spoken on that, I can work with Bill to have our attorneys craft a response from us. If our viewpoint has changed, I guess we'd have to talk about that, but.
This was that untelevised meeting, I remember now, okay.
So, anyway, that's, I think, what you're talking about, but this is just sort of, you know, it was one landlord, it is the other landlord, and in order for PEC to continue operating the solar field, their lender's requiring that the current landlord, which is the West River Education District, sign this lease agreement so that they can make payments under this lease.
Yeah, this is more technical.
This is more
Yeah,
technical
it's
than
technical, and
anything else.
It's my understanding that the bank is requiring this from PEC Electric.
Yes.
So if it's not signed, I don't know that anybody gets the lease payment.
And I don't know if, I mean, we would have to check, but I don't know if PEC would get their refinance either.
Exactly.
that shouldn't be this board's concern, whether they get their refinance or not.
Well, we'd like to get paid,
Well,
but
right,
screw
right.
that up for
No,
them
that-
too.
That's true, but, you know, I'm just saying that shouldn't be this board's concern. Wouldn't it be prudent to get some more guidance on this before we make action one way or the other?
Specifically, what guidance?
Well,
We've already
well, I mean, I.
Well, the fact of the matter.
Mike has
Go
got the
ahead,
floor
Mike.
right now.
Yeah, well, you know, just the legalities of it. Like, I mean, I heard what you said. I remember that meeting. I remember reading that letter. But before we go ahead and draw something up to benefit a third party, we should make sure we're legally correct.
Where is the third-party benefit?
Peck Electric is the third party. They're refinancing, they're getting a benefit.
We're getting the benefit under the terms of this.
We're
getting
multiple
paid.
parties are getting a benefit, but this is specifically for them.
Well, this is specifically so that they can make lease payments to us.
Well,
This is just technical.
It's a banking.
it's a banking
The bank
issue, but
is
I
required.
personally would feel it would be prudent to get, you know, I haven't heard anything, like, I saw the letter that you emailed us, but I never heard anything back from that, right? So has.
That letter hasn't been responded to yet. We had the previous letter where the attorneys, where we sought this guidance, and the
Yeah,
attorney
I remember
said,
that too, yep.
you know, no, by operation of law, that all became district property, and so, you know, it's the West River Education District has all the lands, buildings, leases, everything is all entirely ours.
Right.
So we've already sought that guidance and got it, and now we just
But
have
this
to
is,
act
this
on
is setting the stage for potentially a legal issue with one of our member towns, or two of our member towns potentially, right? So I would think that we would have a more responsibility to our member towns than to, you know, Peck Electric's refinance request.
Go ahead, Emily.
Somebody's spoken first before me, but.
One of the points of this whole thing was Act 46 made a provision that any board business done before the 1st of July was to be honored by this new board.
Emily?
So I think we're talking about two separate issues. And correct me if I'm wrong, but this is a technical change as far as just the paperwork, essentially. I'm just trying to make it simple. This is just a technical change. It's the same thing we have today, will be the same thing tomorrow. It's just calling it a lease as opposed to a license. The other issue, I mean, it doesn't change the ownership or anything else like that or any of the agreements. It's just making a technical change. The other issue is one that we're still having to address down the road, and clearly we've got this letter and we're gonna have to respond to it. And I'm assuming that you, Joe, are in contact with Bill and whoever else you need to be in contact with
The
to find out
attorneys.
because we had already responded to the select board, I think, or whoever in Newfane about this. That's a separate issue. Am I wrong on that?
No, I was
So
gonna say essentially the same thing.
I want to make sure that we're staying on task on what we need to do and make sure that we are getting this lease thing straightened out so that we get this payment. This is really, so I'm going to just go ahead and make the motion, just so that we can continue the conversation under that motion to have the board chair sign that agreement to change the license to a lease.
I'll second it.
And now we can go on, other people can.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded to have the board chair sign the lease agreement and corresponding memorandum of lease between West River Modified Union Education District and Peck Electric. Further discussion, I agree with what Emily said. It's two separate issues. The lease and memorandum of lease allow the West River District to collect this money on behalf of our students and our district. The larger issue of ownership of that ultimate property, I mean, there's been a letter from the town of Newfane. There's been a response to that from our attorneys. There's now a second letter from their attorneys. I guess we can we've sent that to our attorneys, and we can certainly respond to that as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, and you're right, they
And
are
separate them.
kind of separate issues. I was just wondering if it would be prudent to not jump into something until we had a full view of what we're looking at.
Yeah, go ahead.
Since they are the two separate issues, should for some reason the town of Newfane prevail with the legal reasoning they're bringing forward, there would be nothing to prevent that lease from them being transferred to the town of Newfane, correct?
Nope.
That's right.
They would have to go through this procedure and sign the lease, and they would be the new landlord. I mean, whoever ultimately ends up owning that property would then have to enter into the lease with PEC.
But by this board signing a document
Which we've already done.
saying that they are getting the lease payment, that they're the beneficiary of the lease payment, when indeed other paperwork says they have not received this property. Because if the lawyers, like I said, went to each town like they were supposed to do, that because all the board chairs had to sign by July 1st, a document stating the real properties and, right? And that transfer, that was supposed to go to the lawyers, and the lawyers were supposed to bring them to each town and have them filed. And if that paperwork is filed indeed, like it was supposed to be months ago, therefore, it already states in that property that this district does not own that property.
But that's being questioned, right? Is that my understanding, that it's being questioned by the board?
Of course,
Right.
because we've already done that.
If the SU filed the paperwork, the SU is acknowledging the property does not belong to this district. That's why I'm asking, was it or was it not filed?
I can't answer that.
Al, go ahead.
I don't believe this is germane to the motion. And I think we should, looking at our norms, keep the board productive and effective. We should avoid sideline discussions like that.
Is it though, is questionable title? So does
There's a
it-
motion made and it had made no mention of what we're discussing.
I just don't want to see this board get sued further down the line by the town of Newfane for falsely signing documents that they're not supposed to be signing. I'm trying to save the board, but you do what you want.
It's not my motion, but.
Okay, well, duly noted, I guess. Any other discussion? All right. All in favor of the motion to authorize the chair to sign the lease and the corresponding memorandum of lease, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
How many opposed? Show of hands, 3? Okay. Abstentions? All right, the ayes have it. All right, I will sign that in front of a notary, and we can, we can decide what to do with the other letter. There was a letter written for me, actually, by the attorneys and sent back to you, Ken, as chair of the Newfane board. The last paragraph of which comes from this board, I'm speaking for this board. To be clear, West River's position is that any attempt to transfer the property underlying the solar field will be in clear violation of its legal rights and state statutes, and we will take all necessary steps to protect its legal interests in this regard. The board's already decided. The solar field is ours, and we will continue to, that's June 27th, prior to that, and we will continue to assert our legal rights there.
You have none, but that's okay.
I think that would be a matter for the attorneys.
I think it would be a matter for the judge. We'll find out in the future.
Okay, so, and you'll of course recuse yourself from this as you're one side of it, right?
Well, are you going to is the board going to recuse itself from it? Because they're going to benefit from it if they, gee, think about that.
Yeah, we'll move on. Okay, so with respect to that attorney's letter, I will have the attorneys draft a response to that, and we'll see what happens, right?
And you might want to find out if your attorney filed that paperwork or not.
Okay.
Well, that's a reasonable point. We should find out.
Sure. All right. Budget. First look. You've been waiting for this one, right, Lori?
All night long.
Room's ready for you now.
Yeah, Glad we got that at least thing out of the way. Okay, so, let me talk about the process first, and then we'll dive in. So, this year I met with, well, the big overall process is that Wyndham Central's budget is prepared and goes before their board first, and that involves the superintendent, special ed, and typically what we refer to as the agency fund budget, that actually has not been, it has not gone before the board. It doesn't usually get approved until March anyway, and there was a lot of movement in it this year. So, but I do have some I have the numbers in the West River budget. So of course the superintendent's, the special ed, and the agency fund budget all funnel into the West River budget. So at that point then I met with all of the principals and all of the department heads, and we had a protocol this year where if there were any requests, because we developed a budget committee, or you guys developed a budget committee, and we had a protocol where if there were any budget increases or decreases, anything changed to the budget, that we had a form that was filled out, and we uploaded that to a budget committee folder that we all share. So everybody on the budget committee has seen those. So that was basically the process that we went through. We also, when we were going through the process, we were always keeping in the forefront the value statements and the guiding principles that you all have, that I shared with you from the budget development and execution sheet that I had given you before, which were the guiding principles all aligned with your values. So, you ready to dive in?
So ready.
So ready, okay.
Already been swimming.
All right, so I gave you some fast facts on the front. That was a good suggestion by one of our committee members, so that you would understand that what the different buildings look like, so that's important to see. And then the next page gives us basically the overall summary of the increase of $904,000 and where those increases are coming from. So take a few minutes to field any questions on that summary sheet. Everybody's had lots of time to look at this, right? You've studied it all and you're good, right? Okay. All right, so the first page of the actual budget, we decided to go with a detailed budget for you, which is, every single line item in the budget, so that you would have a good understanding of the change in FTEs and also any particular notes that we wanted to put in there. So the first section of the budget is, the budget is laid out in levels. So we have our pre-K, then our elementary, and then our secondary, and then there's at the end what we call the district-wide expenses that basically apply to all the budget, at all levels. So the pre-K budget that you see in front of you here represents, the total represents about a 2.41% increase overall. So not that much of an increase really in the scheme of things. The one thing I will say that's throughout this whole budget, and this year we have the year over year, right? So last year we didn't really have that year over year look because it was a new budget. But the different, when I'm budgeting certain people in certain areas. And so those people tend to change after the budget has passed. And so that's a result of just changing your personnel around in your building or whatever the case may be. So that's why there's a decrease. There actually isn't a decrease in personnel. See, there were 2 FTEs and then 2 FTEs for fiscal year 21. Slight increase in FTEs for paraeducators, and that's mainly for the pre-K aftercare program, which is self-sustaining. Actually, there is revenue that covers that cost. You're not seeing any revenues here, so. It actually, I think, made a little money last year. Probably on camera. Okay, so now we're headed into the elementary. Any questions on pre-K before we move out of there?
That's assuming same thing that's happening this year for pre-K.
No.
What's
not necessarily. It could assume, and I think that this is later in the agenda, of potentially not having a pre-K at Jamaica and having all the pre-K at Townsend.
So the assumption is pre-K at Townsend in this thing? Okay.
Correct.
I have a question. So you said that this increase is offset by revenue? How much?
How much revenue?
Yeah, how much, like, where is that shown?
Well, you're not seeing revenues here, so
Where do we see that?
you will see it next time in the next budget cycle, or January, because
And do we have an estimate of how much that's gonna be?
it'll be whatever it costs to maintain the
cost.
program, yeah. Right. Or and you can probably speak a little bit better to this, or if there's not enough students to, then it'll be a reduction in expenses, right? Does that make sense to you? It's self-sustaining.
Would you like me to speak more to that?
Sure.
Okay. No, Lori's right. It is self-sustaining, and actually we did come out with a surplus last year. And we actually increased the fees per daily per student this year, so we're anticipating actually more in the revenue. And so we have coverage of 1 to 10 per student. We have gone over that for projected enrollment, but absences, maybe we have 3 kids out, maybe we're projected at 13, maybe we have 4 kids out that day. So the staff member that would be on would just be sent home, so it wouldn't cost us hourly.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so there's approximately 59 pre-K students throughout the district, and some of those are in a school, and some are in pre-K providers outside of the public school. All right, elementary, K through 5. All right, so this is actually a decrease in direct instruction, and it's merely a shift, so I want to make sure I point that out. So last year I budgeted a academic support teacher in this line item, and there was already a 0.6 academic support teacher. We're moving those positions to the central office as part of the academic support team. So it will give us a good look, give you a good look at what are we spending on academic support throughout the whole SU. So it's a shift, and we'll see as we go through the budget. I will show you later where it comes back into West River. You don't lose any service. That's the bottom line. There's some paraeducators. We saw a need this year for really having people, more bodies to do duties, right? So that was something that came out of some of the school choice, and also a 0.5 paraeducator was requested in order to reduce the principal at Jamaica down to 0.4. It's currently a 0.5 position there now, and so that other 10% would go to Leland and Gray. Okay. Moving down along, we got art that's relatively unchanged from fiscal year 21 to fiscal year 20, other than benefits and salary increases, of course, affect everything. Oh no. Something was not right in my copy. Did it skip a page?
Double-sided, did you flip it back?
No, okay, maybe I'm getting confused myself. All right, music and band, thank you. I don't have it double copied on here, that's why. Music and band, same thing. This is actually not a reduction in service, although it is a reduction overall, and that's just because of basically the agency fund. So anywhere that you see the 5591 account, and you see the account title is Purchase Service from Public Vermont LEA, that means it's coming in from what we refer to as the agency fund. So there may have been a change in healthcare or something that affected that cost to go down. Music education is a reduction here. Again, it's interesting that it's a 20.2 reduction, but the overall reduction isn't that much. And again, that's because of healthcare increases and that type of thing. Okay, PE. So this is where we are, there was an increase requested, and it's going from a 0.4, I'm sorry, a 1.0, if you look at both the line 60. I need my own ruler here. Anybody needs a ruler, please help yourself. And 68. So it's going from a 1.0 to a 1.2. And special education, this is just an overall shift in elementary to secondary. So there's no decrease really in this. The overall increase for special ed for this budget is $68,000, which is K through 12. Guidance also was a bit of an increase there as well. Requested increase. And the school nurse, this was a requested increase. So currently the school nurse for West River is through the agency fund, and it's we had a lot of laughs around this in the budget committee meeting because it's actually a 0.91 with the 0.01 going to Wyndham. And so, and then there's another entity that also had part of the nurse, which is not West River. So the overall for West River was a 0.80. Okay, so we're increasing that to 0.99 because we still need to have some amount of nursing in as a requirement in Wyndham. And then also another requested position for a full-time nurse. So really what you're ending up with is a 1.99 between the three schools, elementary schools. I thought he was coming for a ruler. All right, we're going pretty fast here. Anybody have any questions before we move on? No, okay.
Doing great, Lori.
All right. Library media, no real changes there. Again, it may have been some healthcare changes or something else changed within another entity that is why it's basically flat there. The principal's office, this is the administration. This is where, again, all the principals and their assistants and all of the costs for that, for elementary only, just to point that out. And this is also where the JVS split also comes into play with Leland and Gray. So you can see there was a 2.5 for fiscal year 20 down to a 2.4 based on the number of students that will be in the building that we're projecting for next year. Okay. Make sure we turn it the right way here. Okay, operations of buildings. This was another requested increase based on the, yes.
Sorry, can I have you go back?
Yeah, no problem.
I'm just looking at the nurse salary. It looks like the nurse that we're getting through the agency fund costs twice as much as the nurse that we get if we hire it directly.
Because you're combining all the salary and benefits and the whole program. You're paying a piece of the program through the agency fund. So whenever you see that throughout the whole budget, anywhere you're seeing that purchased from the LEA, you're seeing what it costs for salary, benefits, FICA, all of that combined.
So Drew, you'd have to add line 76, 77, 78, 79.
So it'd still be $13,000 cheaper if we just employed 2 of our own.
And that's part of what happens with the agency fund.
So, does it make sense for us to do it that way? If we can get it $13,000 cheaper if we just employ
So
them?
some of it's contractual in how you reduce and move around people. So we can look at that if you want to task me with looking at that.
Seems like an expensive way of doing business. If we're getting upcharged for all of these employees that we're moving to the SU, we're paying a premium on top of every one of them. That could be contributing to our $900,000 increase.
A little bit, it is. So, and it's also the same for River Valley. So I talked about this with the budget committee. The agency fund in its day was wonderful and really provided for all of the districts when you have very small districts that could not employ full-time teachers or full-time nurses, guidance counselors, whatever. Now that the entities are bigger, we're going to see a shift. Basically, the agency fund will probably go away. And so any new hires, I've started putting into the individual budgets. You know, if it's a 1.0, I'm not going to put it in the agency fund and then charge back West River when it's only going to serve. That position's only going to serve West River. So I hear what you're saying, and I haven't made that move with all of the different areas of the agency fund because it involves a lot of moving around of people. And so those are all contractual things that need to be worked through. I think you will see it for next year.
This looks really expensive.
It is, and I can relook at it and look at what effect it would have contractually. I can do that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Thank you. I know you didn't have anything else to do, so it's fine.
It's actually something that you will see a lot more of next year. So it's, you know, every year the budget evolves, and next year, and same thing for River Valleys, and the same thing for Marlboro and Wyndham, is they will start to see actual, you know, employment in their districts versus this agency fund, which served a very good purpose, but it's probably not needed or won't be needed in the future as much. Okay, moving along. Thanks for keeping me on track. All right, so this is another requested increase based on the amount of students at Townsend and the fact that they did not have a full-time, it's an equity issue as well. They didn't have a full-time person in the building. And so with some of these increases that are going from anytime you're getting over a certain amount of hours is then benefits kick in, right? So you're also adding not just salary, but you're also adding benefits. So
What's that number of hours, Lori?
we have to offer benefits at 17 and a half hours, but it's prorated based on the FTE, which is basically like a 0.47 is roughly the FTE. Anything over that is eligible. Any questions on operations?
I got one, Lori.
Sure.
Is there any particular reason why the snow plowing at Townsend is forecasted to go up like 6,400? What's that based on?
That's not just Townsend. So
Okay.
remember, this elementary budget.
It's all the schools, gotcha,
All
yeah.
your schools. And this is actually in response to the Newbrook, the town is no longer
Okay.
plowing.
Okay.
So they had to.
Fair enough.
Contract with somebody. Okay, So there we have it. That is basically the transportation is just this is just the transportation that is contracted for the whole SU. So that is the elementary portion of the budget. So we're moving along to secondary, and where you had in elementary, you had your direct instruction for all the subject areas combined. This in secondary has always been broken down by subject area. So the English, just a slight increase here in FTEs is what it ended up to be, 0.17. And math is the only requested increase here. English, math, and social studies is next, right? Or science, okay. All right.
I have a question.
Sure.
Sorry, and I'm just I was waiting for secondary, but maybe it should have not been, maybe I shouldn't have waited, I'm not sure.
Okay.
So now that we have a true middle school, we have 6 through 12 in one building, but we have one principal. Does it make sense, should we ever think about, does the middle school deserve one person that's overlooking those 3 grades as there are in each of the other buildings, with the exception right now of Jamaica, because that person is shared between.
Correct.
I don't know, it's something that I apologize that I didn't bring it up to the budget committee prior to this, but it's something that kind of just occurred to me lately. I'm not looking to increase the budget, of course, but it's a thought that came to me in looking at the first draft when we got it. I don't know, maybe it's more of a Bill question?
I think yes, and I think it's, maybe to your other board members about how they feel about that as well. I'll put anything that the board asks me to put in the budget.
I guess it was just something that I thought of. I don't know if anybody else had thoughts on that.
I would love to hear what you guys have to say about it. Do you mind?
Love being on the spot.
I know you do.
So historically, Leland did have what they called an associate principal for the middle school back in the day. And it was someone whose role was to basically be the principal of the middle school. And then the building principal was sort of the high school principal and the overall principal. To me, like with the number of students, the complexities of a middle school, the difference between a middle school and a high school, I think there's merit to having that conversation for sure.
And I wasn't meaning to take away from the overall principal job, like maybe it is a vice or an associate or something, but it's occurred to me just because having a child in the middle school, there are things that come up that I'm sort of like, oh, how does this, what makes the most sense, So if anybody else had thoughts, it's just something that I've thought about.
You and then Howie.
I don't mind if Howie goes first.
Okay, then Howie, then
Howie
you.
was on, whatever.
Well, Emily, you also probably remember back in the day when we actually did have 2 principals in this school. It took us years and years to finally reduce and force to get down to 1 principal. And as you point out when you say that, it costs money to have another administrator in the building. I mean, we're looking already at an increase that's going to be really tough to sell to our voters. So I would say that adding another administrative person to this whole thing is not.
Well, just how I clarify, it wouldn't be adding, there's already, the way that it's
That's
designed with the share with Jamaica, there's already a 0.6 administrator in this. So you really be talking about a 0.4 addition, not a full addition.
Well,
So just so you're.
Okay,
yeah,
so even a 0.4 addition, I would say any addition to the administrative load with declining enrollment, I don't think is practical.
So Howie and I remember the same time frame of trying to address a challenging issue that we had when we had 2 full-time principals in the school, 1 middle school, 1 high school. And it really did become quite challenging even for our staff members. Who do we go to, you know, who's in charge of what? But we didn't have a reduction in force or salary when we changed it. We actually changed it to an associate principal who worked under a building principal. There was no cost savings at the time. We kept the same person, and we hoped that the same person would stay, and they did. So it was really more a matter of operational, how, you know, it made it a lot more smooth at the time. You know, and then later, we did do a reduction in, can't remember what principal it was at the time, where we actually did reduce administration. I think it was under Durin, if I remember correctly, where we went down even farther with it. But when we moved from a building principal, two principals to a building principal overseeing the whole school with an associate principal, that wasn't a cost savings. They were doing the same job essentially for the most part. And I think it's worth us taking a look at the need, given the budget at the time. I think, I don't want to get too hung up on it, frankly. It's not a.
And also it
request.
doesn't, sorry, it may not be this year's budget. It was just a thought that I had that I wanted to bring up to the board level, just to say, hey, what's the consensus? Does anybody have feedback? Does anybody have thoughts?
It's an important conversation around supporting a middle school, I think, and I appreciate you bringing it up. I think we need to make sure that we're really supporting the middle school, especially now, in the transition time.
And I didn't mean to interrupt.
No,
you.
go
I
ahead.
was just going to say that also after having a full year of it functioning, of how is it working, when we have that evaluation process, I think that's when that should come up.
That's a good point, yeah.
Yep. I appreciate it.
Thanks. Your turn.
Thank you.
Okay.
Back to you, Lori.
All right, so, again, I was talking about, I guess, math being the only real requested increase in all of the secondary. And moving right along to science.
What are those math increases? What's the deal?
So last year, we had one of our veteran teachers retire, but stay on part-time as an emeritus, if you will, teaching AP calculus. That teacher's reached the end of the time he's willing to do that for. So a lot of challenges around maintaining the program. First of all, finding an instructor who can do AP calculus. But also, one of the things that we did last year is we brought in, as part of our reductions, we combined some stuff, and we combined a math and a science position at the high school so that there'd be a teacher hired to kind of be half of each as part of reductions to both departments.
Yep.
And what we found when we actually built the schedule with that FTE combined was that they really ended up teaching 5 out of the 6 classes in the math department and only 1 science. So it wasn't really 50-50. And that's really based on the complexities of how math courses are structured and sequenced, and the need to have a certain number of courses in each semester that kids can go from one to the other in, and having that one ready before the next one, and building that structure. So that was one of the things we discovered. And then the third element, which really pushed me to come to Bill and Lori and have the conversation, was in our home program, which is our special education hands-on minds engaged program that we have down in D-level. They have been functioning for the middle school and the high school program, and the only non-elective credit that they've been able to get while there is social studies, based on the licensure of the person that runs it. So it was my hope was to integrate another disciplinary area into that program so that those students could gather other credits. Now, normally, I don't want to make it sound like they never get any other credits. They do, but they have to come out of the program to do it. And it can slow down their ability to graduate on time. So by pushing some math instruction into that program, which I think is a logical place because of the nature of what they do with carpentry and so on and so forth, they'll be able to garner some math credit as well. So that was sort of the AP Calc, the non-50-50 split on that other position, and the home program need was where I came up with adding a 0.75 to 2.5 that's already there to make a full-time. So it's really a .75 addition.
Yep. Thanks.
Yep.
All right. Moving down to social studies, this is it's just a change in personnel, and looking back at fiscal year 20, because this is a fairly large increase, obviously, is that I did not budget quite enough for the to be hired that was going to be split in that category. Plus you have the negotiated raises, and there are actually many column changes, which they are not all represented in this, which is a wonderful thing, because it means teachers are really utilizing their professional development. But not all of the column changes are actually in this budget yet. Some just landed on my desk on Friday. So, but there were some column changes as well. So this is partially what's reflected in this. Journey East, as you see in the bottom there, that is reduced because we're on this fiscal year 21 budget would be the off year. So every other year it's 31 or 18 depending on whether they're coming or going. Art, no real major increases there for driver's ed. World language, health, all those FTEs remain the same, and they're just a matter of different healthcare or other increases. So PE is the same FTE. Please stop me if I'm going too fast. Just trying to point out where there's any major increases along the way. We have the direct instruction other. I've moved down now to line 274. If there's anything above that, just let me know. The direct instruction other is basically the other areas where how we run the school in terms of unemployment, where that gets hit and that type of thing. So the life and disability, you'll see actually a decrease there, and that's because it's separated into all of the different areas. It's actually easier to get a true cost per employee when you separate it out, so that's why we did that. Special education, you can see that involves the shift. You have the negative in the elementary. This is the increase here, but the overall again increase is 68,000. We haven't got the numbers on the vocational, so those are, I just flatlined those there. No real increases on the work ed. Okay. Nope. Tough time. All right, there we go. Page 7. Again, no personnel changes till we get down to guidance, which you can see again is another large increase in that area, and that is basically who was in the position at the time of the budget, when the budget was being built last year, and who is in the position now. And so there was a change in personnel there. School nurse, no change in the FTE there. This is instructional staff training, so this is all the administratively directed PD that takes place for the secondary. Library and media, no real change there. Principal's office is actually a slight reduction from the 2.0 in the mid-management supervisor line item to 1.6. And so that's where the other split position is in there, is the 0.6. Down to operation of buildings. So a slight increase there of 5.2. FTEs, and that's really to plan for the summer work that actually has been happening the last 2 summers, and there just hasn't, we haven't really put it into the budget, because we're never sure if it's going to happen, but after year 2 of it happening, and the need for it, because that's when the maintenance department can really get the most done is in the summer, so they hire some students in to help get that work done. So just budgeting for it. Page 9. Okay, coming down the home stretch, guys. All right. So the construction services in this part of the budget at the top, I'm still on building ops, 404. I just want to point this out because this is going to go along with some money that's in the district-wide budget that is for the deferred maintenance plan, and we'll review that there, but I just kind of want you to bookmark it so you can remember that number there, the 42.8. And Trey is not here tonight, but he's actually working with me as an intern in the office, and he's working on a project around the electricity and the solar. So you can see that right now we have it budgeted the same, but in the next draft, hopefully if we can finish up this project, we might be able to reduce the electricity a little bit because there's some savings with solar, and there was also some savings elsewhere by, I think they did a lot of retrofitting for the lights and that type of thing. So he's working on a project with me on that, so we're looking into that. Care and upkeep of grounds, that increase there on line 416, that's also, you'll see that in the deferred maintenance plan as well. Transportation, that's the district-wide transportation, and then of course co-curricular transportation. This is for field trips and also sports teams, that type of thing. Okay, now we're into the district-wide that affects everything. So we have our substitutes line in there because the substitutes are secondary, primary. And then I want to direct you to the line 431. 431. So remember I said that back in the elementary we took out the 1.6 and that this was just a shift, it wasn't actually a savings. So this is where the total is coming back in from what we refer to as the agency fund right now, where our academic support team is being budgeted as a whole, as a team. Okay. So that's 117,000. So that is, it's not an increase to the budget, but rather a shift. Co-curricular, that's the laughter program for the elementaries. And it doesn't happen at the high school level currently, except for maybe some transportation, I think, that comes out of that. But it could come back in the future, I guess. There's some summer stuff as well in there, yes. And the social work, again, is district-wide. It's not elementary or secondary. That's coming in from the agency fund. Instructional staff training, again, that is part of the master agreement. It's the PD. It's allocated by teacher union. The Board of Ed, no real changes there. The SU assessment went up 3.71% there. That's special items. I want to point that out because we talked about this earlier with the buyout. So we have not budgeted for the retirement buyouts of $55,000. It is open to 5, but typically we don't see all 5 used. So in order to put like a placeholder in there for those buyouts, I put 22,000, as I did last year. I think it ended up to be 3 last year, so it's a little bit over budget, but it depends on the year. Previous year it was less, so. The audit, legal services, I did increase that based on actual. This is another area where there's a large increase here in admin technology services. So this is the technology services that are purchased through the SU as a whole. Again, it's the whole technology budget for all of the SU. And it was recommended that that there be a 1.0, well, it's actually going to be a 1.15 increase for West River. The stats that Peter Golrick, our director of technology, threw out is should be 1 person to every 150 students. So this gets us more in line with that. Then the operation of buildings. So this is a fairly large decrease here, but it's really just, again, another shift. So last year, this, if you look at the fiscal year 20 column E, you see it was $235,000, so, which is this year. So that was put into the budget. I think at the first draft, it was $700 and something thousand, so it was reduced, but that was for a engineering consultant to come in, and which I believe the building committee is starting to work on. And also, it was for deferred maintenance that had not happened over the years, and so there was money there to do that. And it was also for the first payment of the bond that was going to happen. So what I did was I kept $150,000 in there on the recommendation of, which you'll find later in the packet, of all of the deferred maintenance from our Director of Operations. And he also met with all the principals, I believe, and went over that list as well as reviewing the capital needs assessment. So you'll see both things in there, requests from the principals and the capital needs assessment. So there's $150,000 budgeted for fiscal year 21, and the bond for the biomass project has been moved now to debt. So we were unsure where it was going to end up before, but now it's true debt. So it's moved down there. Okay. Food operations did increase a little bit. That, we're not quite halfway through the year yet with the West River Food Program. So I'm still working with Chris as far as what the budget will look like for next year, but there's always going to be your healthcare increases and your salary increases and that type of thing. So I did increase that slightly, but we actually don't really have a good feel quite yet for that. But we also know that we have support from outside agencies like the Stratton Foundation and other things too. So. Then we're into the debt, which is, increased obviously for the biomass, which is a 5-year bond. It is also the last year of the HVAC system at Newbrook. So in fiscal year 22, that will be reduced by about $68,000. So, the overall increase in FTE, it's a little different than what's on your summary sheet, because what's on your summary sheet is the requested increases. But the overall FTE increases is 4.46. Okay, next page. Well, we can do this all night, guys. So I just wanted to point out this is the building operations budget here. And anything you see in the column that says budget submission for first draft means that it has been put in there into this budget. Okay, so those are the items that will be done for fiscal year 21. There's still money, obviously, in fiscal year '20 to be spent, so for instance, in Jamaica, there's a plan to spend that money this year to take care of those projects there. Does anybody have any questions on that? You guys are so quiet. Okay.
I met with Mr. Medina the other day, and I thought that the roof and the lights in the gymnasium are gonna be, we're gonna use money from this year to spend that down, so we wouldn't need.
Right, so I should have put fiscal year '20 expense, and I
Okay.
didn't, but he has that on his radar.
Yep, yep.
Sorry.
No, that's great.
And then the last page is just the major expenses broken down by percentage, and, there's a fair amount that is non-controllable. And basically, if you kind of work your way from the 28% around to the yellow, to the 18%, all of those are related to contractual items, special education, that type of thing, that are fairly not, you don't have a lot of control over the 13% increase in healthcare, for instance. Minimum 13%, it went 13 to, 15, almost 15%, so. And there was a lot of movement in healthcare this year within our districts. So that was also very interesting with open enrollment that just happened. And column changes, that was the other thing I mentioned before. A lot of movement with column changes and insurance this year.
Does everybody understand what you mean when you say that? Column changes?
Column changes,
I mean,
so.
I just hope everybody understands.
Sure, it's part of the master agreement, there's a salary schedule, and each column is depending upon your education, and then the step you are on you can probably speak to this better because you've had more experience, but it's years of experience, basically. So when somebody jumps a column, it means they've gotten more education, more credits.
It can be significant if somebody gets a master's degree, that kind of thing, so.
Right, it can be, it can be like $5,000 or more, plus their normal increase. So it's not just the whatever percentage is negotiated, it's also jumping a column as well.
Right.
I have a question about transportation.
Okay.
So I was curious if you could speak a little bit to having made the shift to the adventure limousine service versus the privately done, or however it was previous to that, and has that actually been successful financially and otherwise?
Sure, so that's mainly for the special education, right? So it was necessary. I won't say it's financially advantageous. It was necessary because of the risk of having private providers driving students and for insurance purposes. So basically, the insurance company would not cover them.
But they are still in other districts, correct? That old system is still in place in other districts?
Not in Wyndham Central, no.
Not at all?
No, for all special education transportation. Now, if we pay a parent to drive their own student and they get paid just mileage, that's different than paying them a salary to transport.
Okay.
Okay, or paying anybody a salary to transport that student. A lot of this came into play because of Uber and Lyft. That added to the complexity because they're actually considered in a lot of ways an Uber or Lyft driver, right? So if they don't go out and get commercial insurance, they're not covered because they're not covered by our insurance.
Right.
So it was opening up the district to a huge risk of,
So it required individuals to have commercial insurance.
Which they were not willing to get for obvious reasons of cost.
So is it financially better to, I'm just trying to understand, if it's not the best time for it, that's fine, but is it financially better then to not cover the extra cost of insurance versus paying the limousine service?
So we looked at this several different ways and with our legal advice as well and the insurance company. And there is not really a good way around it other than to have a service do it. Unless we were to rent, so there is talk or we're looking into actually leasing vans ourselves and employing drivers. Our insurance covers that.
Right.
No problems, no questions asked. But because it's their private car, it posed a problem. And
so with that, this is just something that's been in the back of my mind for a little while. Here it is filling out.
And a lot of commercial insurances might not cover them because they're not actually considered their own business.
Right.
Right? They would have to go to the expense of becoming their own business.
Sure.
And Leanne has some great
I was just going to share a different perspective on that. Because I did help do some research when the issue came up. There's not a lot of companies out there that write this type of insurance, at least in our region. It's different actually than an Uber or Lyft. Same idea really.
Right.
But insurance company put it in a different classifications. A lot of them call it kiddie transport. I hate the name. That's what they called it. We did get some quotes, most of them for like one car, it was like 10 grand a year. So it wasn't less expensive on the insurance end looking to do it that way if it could even be managed.
And versus, if you said you are sort of looking into making it a in-house cost?
Right, so without going too far down the
sorry.
special ed trail, but it's fine. I did talk about this at the WCSU meeting, that we are looking at it. Right now, we're in a reimbursement model for special education. So for every dollar we spend, we get 56 cents back, okay? So in the next couple of years, we're going to be moving to Act 173, which I think you've heard about, which is basically, it's not a reimbursement model, it's a set amount that the AOE will give us. So if our, using round figures, if our special ed costs are $5 million and they write us a check for 2.5, we have to come up with the other 2.5. So right now, the cost, while it is more than what we want to be paying, we're, basically waiting until we get into that model of it's dollar for dollar. At that point, when you save money, it's dollar for dollar. So right now it's working. Adventure Taxi has been extremely responsive to our needs, and they manage it as well. So I'm sure you can imagine that it's, the calls at 5 in the morning.
Sure.
My kid's sick, don't come pick them up, that type of thing. They're managing all that as well. So there's, there needs to be somebody that manages that, and that may be our Director of Operations and Transportation and Food Service. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You don't
Go ahead now.
So we're looking at approximately 7.5%, 8% increase in budget. What are we looking at on the revenue side in terms of enrollment?
So, we don't have all the revenues in yet, so that will be coming in the next couple of weeks. I'll be getting more information on revenues. Their equalized pupil is due out December 15th. The healthcare is also going to be decided on December 15th, which could actually affect this budget as well. So I don't have all the revenues yet, but I will have it for the next meeting. Which, what you're getting to is the tax rate, basically, right? That's the bottom line for most people.
We have to sell this budget to the voters.
Right.
And the 7.5% increase is going to be a tough sell, unless there's revenue to, cover it.
I agree.
More board questions? Thoughts? Traditionally, after the budget presentation, the board gets first crack at questions and comments and discussion, and then we open it up to the public that's come to talk about the budget. At the end of this, we can give direction to go back and consider some other things. We've already given the direction to go back and look at the nurse that's in the agency fund, just to see if that's, makes sense to pull that out of the agency fund. If there are other things that we want to have the administration task the administration with for the next meeting, for the next draft that's presented to us, that's what they need to hear. Anything?
Well, yeah, I'll say something. If we don't have a corresponding increase of revenue or students or something to show the voters for this increase, we're gonna have to cut something. So you guys might want to start thinking about what you will cut in case we don't get more revenue to cover this. But I'm not gonna, I don't wanna push that because we don't know what the revenue is yet. But be prepared, because if without a corresponding increase in revenue, I don't see how we can present this to the voters.
Can I just respond?
Sure.
I can tell you that I do not believe there will be an increase in revenue. I mean, there are different things that I'm seeing that there are going to be a decrease in revenue. And as declining enrollment continues, there will probably be a decrease in equalized pupils, which is the driver for the tax rate. There's some question as to small schools grant, which is now called the transition grant, was actually reduced down from what they told me it would be for the current year that we're in, but I'm still going back at the AOE on that one. And I know that tuition is down at Leland and Gray from students doing early college and also perhaps going to a different school. So I will tell you without having to come back to another meeting that I don't anticipate there's going to be an increase in revenues that we see in this budget.
Then I would like to request that you guys put together a menu of options to present to us at the next meeting that will bring the budget down.
Mike? Lori, would it be possible for the next meeting to, on your little one-page summary, to take a look at the enrollment and put, year-over-year projected enrollment? You just brought up the declining enrollment. It'd be nice to have a view of that as we're looking at the budget.
So that's the task. I'm supposed to write down all the administrative tasks.
That year-over-year enrollment prediction is a one-page chart that's published on all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
If you just resend that out, that should do. I don't.
Well, don't we have actual numbers for this year? And then we could have a.
We just took the census and it just was certified. So ADM, year-over-year ADM, which isn't year-over-year equalized pupil.
Right.
But ADM are the kids in the chairs kind of thing. I can get that.
Okay, thank you.
And Lori, what is the cap on the equalized pupil reduction?
Right, so because you are a voluntary merger, you do have a 3.5% cap as far as being your equalized pupils dropping, which probably will come into play. I believe it will hold you at that 3.5%.
And we're at the 6-cent benefit for the property tax reduction.
That's correct.
That's like,
Anything else got on this board?
Hold harmless is still in effect
That's the
For now?
3.5%.
That's the 3.5.
for now.
Yeah.
Right. So there was a request to do something that Howie had. I just want to make sure that I have specifically what you asked for.
Yeah, that was just a menu of options to get the budget down to a level funded budget.
A level funded budget?
Is that?
sorry, what was the request for?
He asked him to come with recommendations for a level fund.
For a level funded budget.
Yeah.
Okay, can you just describe the things that are non-controllable? And
Sure.
what percentage of the budget they represent?
Right, so a level funded budget is actually a reduction of a budget because you have you know, increases that are going to happen that you do not have control over. The $68,000 increase, which was just actually K through 12, and then you have to add on the 41,000 for pre-K for special ed, is non-controllable, right? So when you're saying a level funded budget, that needs to be cut from somewhere else. Salary increases that are negotiated are pretty much a non-controllable. Healthcare increases of, I think we have $104,000 of just the benefit increase, and that's not the switching of, you know, I went from a single plan to a family plan. That's also non-controllable. So all of those things mean a budget that is, you know, not really level funded, but below level funded. Does that make sense? Is that what you were looking for, Al?
Yeah, I mean, so really what it boils down to at that point is we can tap into building operations again, which is everybody's pet, or administrative costs, or the reduction of force, or lack of increase in force. That's really kind of what it boils down to.
So in terms of reduction in force, you know, it would have to be more than 10 FTEs to do that.
Well, I mean, we need to present the options to the vote, we need to look at the options. So, you know, the voters are aware that we are looking at this. I mean, our pupil count is going down, and costs keep going up. So we may not, you know, we may not take all those cuts and implement them in the budget, but I think we need to know what these options look like, so the taxpayers know, okay, well, if we, you know, this is what we have to cut to give you guys a level funded budget. And if we don't want to cut that drastically, then we will have to increase the budget somewhat to, you know, put these things in. But I mean, the taxpayers, it's hard to justify the you know, the continual increases. I mean, you guys have done an awesome job, and I applaud you. It's a really great budget. You put everything's well laid out. I know the first draft of a budget should be what you want, and I appreciate you presenting it to us. But now we need to also look at what we can afford and get the taxpayers to pass. So.
Emily, go ahead.
Just something you just said triggered with me about what you want. So just, if there could be just a quick, forget the what we want for a second and just tell me what we have, just a quick summary of what programming we have increased. I know there was a little increase in the math piece or something, but which was based on need. But was there anything in there that was?
Sure. So I think, you know, the budget committee had access to all of the budget documents that showed it, but I'm going to let Craig speak to this, since most of the requests came through because of having how many more students in your building?
Just about 40.
Mm-hmm.
Continue on tonight.
Please.
Yeah. You know, the biggest shift from last year and this year was school choice, and we're had some really great families and some great students and some additional staff, but adding more, and I look in the foreseeable future with school choice again opening up, us increasing more students, which require more needs. One of the biggest things that we're looking to do is add teacher time because we need it. So next year, one of the things I asked for was to go single grade levels again, because the numbers can actually sustain that. But that impacts a lot. So nursing, guidance, personal development, PE are all things that need to also increase with it. So with increasing numbers being shifted and pre-K students coming into the building and providing early education services for, we also need to take care of them on different ends as well. EQS standards, their health, social emotional learning. So that's kind of the biggest, making sure that the school is clean. So we went from 75 students with a gender of 15 hours to now being at nearly 120. That's a big increase of kids in the lunchroom or walking up and down the halls, and it's just something you need to get taken care of. So yeah, I'd be happy to answer any questions beyond that.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Out of curiosity, did Jamaica lose some of those things? So this was not like a
Right.
straight jump?
I was
Okay.
just going to
Thank
respond to
you.
that as well. So, yes, in some cases, the teaching position moved from Jamaica to, so that was not an increase for you. That's not reflected in here. The custodial, that's a shift as well. There's a piece of that coming to Townsend as well. So those, anywhere that we could shift resources, we did. But there also is the EQS standard for the Jamaica students,
Yep.
where, that we have to maintain.
Of course,
So
of course.
you can't, cut all of PE out of Jamaica because all the kids are in Townsend now, or most of the kids are in Townsend.
And the trickiest thing is that PE needs to happen on 2 separate days for every child, and it needs to be at least 30 minutes, and so you can't have somebody come in for one day and teach, so it's, So these, and that is the issue with living in Vermont, is that we've got these pockets and needs that we need to fill, and it's not always easy.
Yeah, I just want to say, I'm not saying that the board's going to choose to level fund and do a drastic cut of programs, but we need to look at what that looks like. Because otherwise, how do we sell this tax increase to our voters? I don't want to have to do this budget twice. So, I would like to see, okay, this is what level funded looks like. Yeah, we have to make these draconian cuts. Okay, and then we can evaluate, okay, we don't want, let's put this back, let's put that back, and see what that looks like as a percentage increase and how it's going to affect the tax rate.
Yeah, I gotcha.
That's I know it's difficult.
Yeah, it really is, and the decisions I made and the requests that I made were strictly to benefit the quality of education for my kids.
Nobody's questioning.
Yeah, and so I hear you.
Yeah.
I know when I go and take a look back, as per your request, to make a reduction in one of those asks is going to be pretty tough.
Yeah.
And I feel like our community and our West River district has a finger on the pulse of what our schools are really like, which I think is great, and I hope that they kind of that they'll back the principals for their requests. But I'm looking at you saying, like, I'll try my best to do that for you.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not saying that we're gonna go with that kind of cut, but we need to know what it looks like, so our community, knows why they're getting hit with this tax increase and what they're paying for.
Yeah.
So, go ahead.
Well, Joe, I was going to suggest that if the board, I know Howie has one suggestion he's kind of putting out there, and I don't know if that is speaking to the board or not, but from the administrative perspective, to have, if there's a list of things that you guys want us to come back with, to be very, very specific about what those things are. If it's level funded, level service, X amount of dollars, slash that program, whatever the targets are that you guys want to set, we should know that, but I want, the more unified you guys are in what you're actually looking for, the better, the easier it's going to be to kind of meet the requests that you guys have. And I'm thinking just off the top of my head, like if we're talking about 10 teachers, 10 FTEs, that if I'm talking like half the kids are at Leland Gray, so that's 5 FTEs, like that's, draconian is the word to use, I think that's pretty much what it is. I'm happy to show you what that would look like. Well, I'm not happy to, but I will if that's what you guys want. But I just think the board should be directive and focused on what the list are, things you guys want to see collectively, so we know. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So not each person throwing out what they'd like to see, or one voice kind of thing.
I'm gonna let you go before me. I was next, but he hasn't spoken as much as me, so.
I think we should be careful in what we ask the administration to do. If we're all saying that we're not gonna make you cut 10 FTEs, then why are we asking you to model what it looks like to cut at 10 FTEs? Why create that anxiety amongst your staff and when we have no intention of doing that anyway? So I think we should make sure that the requests that we make are reasonable and that we're not asking for things simply to ask for things. Because we could play that game for the next 6 months and just cause nothing but trouble. I've been on this board, Leland Gray's board, and this board long enough that we've been down this road before, where we asked for a whole bunch of different things that we never intended to implement anyway, and it simply causes a room full of people to show up and scream at us because we asked for lots of options that we really had no intention of following through with. So I would agree with what Bob said. Let's give them a clear direction as to what we want to see, as opposed to give us the worst case, the most carnage you can create, and throw it back to us, because that's just ridiculous.
And Jill, just one more time, I'm not sure what the role of your budget committee is either. And if there's a second round, should they be looking at those ideas first, or, I just want to make sure you guys have, you have a committee, what's the purpose of it, how does that fit into that?
Well, the budget committee, who's the chair of the budget?
January 6th. Yes.
You want to explain it? I mean, I was going to answer it, and then I'm like, wait, there's a chair.
Did you explain the role of the?
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, we do the deep dive beforehand and with Lori, and then we kind of help report out. I mean, Lori's done the 95% of the reporting out today, but you know, certainly we can chip in and would help with the explanation to the community and the board in general. But, yeah, we'll gladly take whatever is discussed here today and bring it to that meeting on January 6th and do a deeper dive.
So there might be a way to just test the budget committee with looking at possible ways to reduce this between now and January 6th and come back with something maybe less draconian.
So,
Go ahead.
he just asked me, do you still want to speak? And I said, well, no, I think Bob pretty much said everything I was going to say, but now I feel like I have to say something more, as usual. So I apologize for that. But, you know, I guess it's hard for me to say to the budget committee, go see where we can cut. And the reason I say that is because what is it that we are interested in reducing? You know, we've got all of the program. So let's take it to programs. I think of it from the Leland Gray perspective, where you can actually say, well, maybe we can eliminate one of the foreign languages, or maybe you can stop doing some of the I mean, the elementary level is a little harder to take a program and take away, but that's what we're talking about. That's literally what we're talking about here. I mean, are we as a board going to support reducing the opportunities for our children? Because I don't see us increasing the opportunities for our children in this budget. Not much. And that concerns me. I'm totally in agreement with Howie about the dollars. That's pretty disturbing to me. But I also heard a pretty clear explanation as to why they're here. But our job is to try to make sure that we are educating our students in the best way we possibly can. And I'm not seeing very much of an increase in opportunities for our kids here. So we need to reduce opportunities for our kids if we're going to cut. And so I'm a little concerned about tasking the, and maybe it's not just for kids. We can say we're not going to do something in the buildings again. We've done this plenty of times before, and we're not the only school district doing this, because all over the state we've been seeing the results of deferred maintenance. But I'm just trying to put a face on it, what it means. It's a really challenging time, and the harder questions come out when we get deeper into these conversations, and that is it costs a lot to educate kids in small schools, and we value our local schools. So I know there was a time, and Bill's not here to speak to it, but he came to us with a different proposal on how we could save money by reconfiguring our students, the levels of students in schools, so pre-K, 1-2 in one school, 3-4 in another. I mean, are we ready as a board to have those kinds of conversations again? Because I actually really believe that if we can keep our small schools open, we should, but if we can't support the education that is in this budget for our kids, that are not increasing opportunities, but that are preserving the opportunities that we have valued in that thing we're going to vote on at our next meeting, all of our values, we've got some tough conversations to have, and they go a lot farther than asking the budget committee to come to us and say, here's a way we can cut 1 or 2% out of the budget. That's just my perspective, and it's a really tough conversation for us to have. So.
But this is the first pass of the budget, right? So if my memory's correct, last year's first pass was looking at almost a 10% increase. What we actually got to was something around 5, right? So I think it is reasonable, and Emily just kind of touched on it, to say, maybe we task the administration with, find us a way to, save 2% and what that would look like, as opposed to, trying to level fund or whatever. Like, I know this is a first pass, it's expected to be high, and then it whittles down. So how do we take it from 10,000 feet to 5,000 feet?
I would just comment on last year's process and budget. The first draft included a lot of deferred maintenance. And so that was the majority of dropping it from the 10 to the 5.
And I think our equalized pupils came up in the
right, there wasn't a lot of programmatic changes. Thanks, Scotty. Getting tired.
So we all.
No, but
So last year's resolution was a little easier than this year's resolution would be, because we haven't built in that maintenance. There's 150.
Right.
And if we took out the 150, that wouldn't be the 2% to get us from, that wouldn't be the 2%. We'd still be looking at, what opportunities are we going to remove?
Well, I guess the concern is, like, a lot of people voted for consolidation with the premise that it was gonna save money. I have a kid in the school. I don't wanna see the programmatic cuts either. I want my son and every student in this district to have the best education they can. So, I'm just trying to bridge the gap.
But the merger, the merger was supposed to increase opportunity, not necessarily save money. There were incentives, and we're supposed to, if we can find a way to save money, which goes back to Emily's point about, as we start to look at this, there are some really hard conversations that we as a board and the public need to actually have. There's no way to continue doing everything in every school and somehow have it magically cost less. You either do less or you do it in less places, and those are really difficult conversations to have.
They are.
But we need to, but we're starting to have one now, whether we do less for the students, and this, hopefully we can have this conversation and see where it goes. For the short term, in terms of direction, because we're not going to have the conversation about what we're going to do. We're not going to have that. That's going to be a long conversation with the public and the board, where we go. For the short term, in terms of direction, I struggle with what to give you. Al, help? Emily, anybody?
I actually think that Mike's suggestion was
of 2%
fairly reasonable to look at 2%. We could look at things like, what assumption of special education did we assume? Too high. I think there's some things on the margin we could probably take a look at that might account for 2%.
I just need to point out that, after all these incentives go away and the hold harmless and all that goes away, we're all gonna get racked with one big tax increase.
Or we're gonna have the hard conversation and we're gonna do something different.
Well, that's why you need to look at it now. You can't just keep bumping the budget up another $1 million every year. Because if you keep doing that for the next 3 years, because already you're saying we're looking at 7% right now at this point. Newfane had a 10% last year, which supposedly are only paying 5%, that after the 4 years, that 5% is gonna come back with the other 2% and the next, so another 20. And, you know, like I said before, you're looking at, by the 4th year, it's gonna be a 20% increase on top of all the increases we've had over the 4 years, is what taxpayers are gonna look at. We're forcing people out to go to districts that are theoretically cheaper for them to pay taxes to send their kids to school. It's the, people can't afford the taxes. Can't afford the taxes, they move out. When they move out, they take their kids with them. Declining enrollment.
They also label we don't have opportunities for them and high-quality education.
And we better look at redoing the whole budget from scratch.
Rick, did you have a comment?
Can I lighten the atmosphere a
Oh,
little bit? I'll give you a way. I'm gonna play OK Boomer here. I'll give you a way to reduce that cost increase by half. Right away. One line item. Get rid of technology services. That's 50% of your increase gone. See? Got it?
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, now, what do they do to teach, right? I mean,
It's just my favorite hashtag right now. Just gotta say it. I love it.
Thank you.
Can't use it, but I love it.
So, will of the board 2%, as suggested by Mike and Al,
Or whatever they.
or something else, or whatever, you know, shoot for 2, come up with your best. The budget committee will meet and we'll have a group cry.
So we need to meet before the 6th.
Do the 1.9.
Yeah.
We need to fit in.
Al, do the 1.9.
1.9, yeah.
Okay, we'll set something up. Did anybody out there, other than Rick, have something they wanted to add to the budget discussions? Okay, are we good?
So it's let's
We
be
can-
clear on the 2%.
Closest we can come to 2.
2%.
Work with the budget committee, we got you.
Okay.
Okay? Okay. Moving right along. Thank you all. We're almost on time, yeah. So, Abby, I hate to put you on the spot. There was nothing written. Anything you want to share with the board?
Well, I was one of the 2 choir students that visited Jamaica Village School to go and sing at their Thanksgiving lunch with Mr. Pexock and Mr. Bernard. And I think it was a good experience to be able to have high school students go to the elementary schools. And I feel like we should visit there more often so they can, because they'll be coming to Leland and Gray after elementary school. So I feel like it's good to have a connection between the high school, or Leland and Gray, and the elementary schools.
It's great.
Thank you.
I'm sure they looked up to you.
That's not the first time I've heard that this week. You have, Rick, you have a question?
oh yeah, just building on what she said. Many years ago, in the dark ages, Townsend used to have high school students over there all the time. I mean, it was a set program. And so the intermixing of the grade levels was just phenomenal.
They still do.
do that.
They
Do
still
they
do.
still do that? Because I wasn't sure, yeah.
I think they still do. Thank you. Any questions for Abby? Thank you. Next month's Trey. If he doesn't show up, we'll call him. Okay. With regard to the other reports, those are all in your packet. Does anybody have any questions that they wanted to ask any of the principals? Or I guess it wouldn't be fair to ask Lori all the bill questions from the cabinet report.
No, I have a question, or I have a statement to make, actually. When this was copied, it looks like the first page and the last page of my report are there, but I think that there were 3 pages in between that are not in there.
I think
And I
we
would
got-
be happy to send that to you, and I'd really like to send it to you, because it represents a lot of work.
Wasn't it in the?
It came
I
in
think
the
was
email,
in the-
it didn't come in
I
what was
didn't-
handed to us tonight.
I didn't read it in here, I read it in here, and I'm pretty sure there was all in there.
Yeah. Somebody edited you, Scotty, sorry.
That's what these guys are giving you stuff over here.
Yeah, they're like, yeah, you said too much.
Yeah.
The reduction in the paper budget that you're seeing.
There you go. There you go.
Rips.
No, we did get all the
That's great. Thank
pages
you.
in our
Thank you.
packet, thank you. So, no questions for any of the principals that are here? Okay, nice job. I enjoyed reading those reports, thank you.
I'm sorry, can I just ask one thing?
Yes,
I was going through here, this wasn't in the board packet electronically. This climate, I can't tell which is which, yes, no, on this because of the colors.
oh, no, and that would have been.
Sorry.
The dark gray versus the
Yeah, which is yes, which is no, 1442, I think I'm pretty sure, I'm not sure, is 43.5 on the climate and culture report.
Yeah, I can have her resend that, so the colors, I mean, it'd be electronically, you get the colors in.
Yeah, I didn't get it electronic, did I? Because it wasn't in the original report.
I think-
I went and
I've
looked,
seen it.
no, it wasn't in the, oh, maybe it was in a separate something.
I think it was sent, because it was supposed to be for the October board meeting, it was sent by.
Oh, I didn't look back. I looked at
by
November's.
By Johanna a long
If it,
time ago.
if it was sent, I will look, but I will look
Um,
at it again. I couldn't find it and it was just really hard to tell. There was really no difference.
I can tell you that the student council spent a day in, had a retreat going into that data from the student survey.
Yeah, it was important.
And they spent a lot of time going through, not the charts and the graphs, but the actual raw data with all the
Good.
textual, that people can submit things. And they actually, the student council presented to the faculty today, their staff meeting, about the results of that.
Wow.
Very powerful conversations.
Wow.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's really important because
Good stuff.
this was good.
Joe?
Thank you. Yes, Al?
Just one thing, and I don't know if this could be input throughout, but I think it's important to kind of reflect on new programs, like at a school. And obviously, we're gonna get a report in, I think it's January, February, on the food program. But just if there's anything that can be put in anecdotally, or how it's going, just kind of a little feedback as we go along.
About food specifically?
Yeah, just anything new in particular, food programs. Trying to think of some other things that are new. The climate, we'd asked about climate, and you already do that, so something like that, specific to any new programs.
Can I make a suggestion? Maybe we would talk about our new academic support team and their work. We could talk about our professional development this year, that we're really focused on trauma, transformation, and on keys to literacy, our literacy program.
Yeah, that'd be great. Any changes like that, yeah.
Okay. No more questions? Thank you, all. We have winter activities update on there. I'm not sure, is there one?
I'm sorry, what?
Winter activities update? I thought that kind of got resolved.
No,
Yeah, I thought we
I
voted
think
to
when
fund
Laura
it.
was not here, you guys told us to spend the money.
Yep.
I
Right.
think that's what I was told
We did.
today that you were going to do.
Okay, so there is no
But
not,
I will mention that at the time of that conversation, it was raised by someone, I forget if it was Al or Drew, but I'm thinking it was over there somewhere, that the question of whether or not these things were valued, to what extent do we value something, should it be part of the budget, should it be funded?
Oh, yeah.
None of that is in this budget, and you guys just already talked about being really high. So I just want to make sure you're super clear about that. There's no additional funding, right?
But that was
There's no additional funding.
That was
In the-
$3,000 we were talking about.
Well, that was this year.
Yeah.
We did not add the 3,000 even into next year's. So there's nothing in next year's budget towards winter activities at all, really, because we don't normally have any local funding towards it anyways. So that was something you guys had talked about talking about.
It's a good reminder. Thank
Yep.
you.
just
thank
wanna-
you.
Give it to you guys on the budget committee.
Sorry, Drew.
Thank you. Yeah, Al, remember that.
So, speaking of,
Yes?
would you recommend that we put that back in the budget?
The $3,000?
For, yeah.
Well, we'll do that at the budget committee, yeah.
Oh,
That's what he's
right,
talking about.
Yes.
Well, I mean, we should at least have a conversation at the board level about winter activities. And, I mean, we decided that we would do
The Band-Aid.
the Band-Aid, but we do need to have a longer conversation about, if we do value them, somehow we have to pay for them. So, I mean, I think we can have that at the next meeting, and decide whether we want to put it back in or not. There goes what? And
I mean,
you think?
Anyway.
It's it's $3,000
And we'll value
either
it,
way,
so.
but next
We
year
already
there could be
had that
more.
conversation.
Yeah,
That's why we did it.
all right.
Okay. All right. Next thing was we had the pre-K inquiry from the Newbrook Parent Action PAC. I can't remember what. Yeah, Principals Advisory Committee.
There you go.
And we had tasked the administration with, creating scenarios, and that created one document, and now we have another document that's in this board packet that talks about, what sort of gives a financial outlook, and sort of goes through, and, it has it's a yellow piece of paper, it has the 4 considerations, or the 4, scenarios, and the fourth one that is highlighted is the recommendation from the administration. In that we are filling the needs of all the pre-K students currently in the district with our pre-K. So it's not like we have students who are wanting to attend pre-K that are not being allowed to. So wait until April 2020 and then make whatever adjustments to the pre-K program we need to make, was the administrative recommendation. So the it's sort of anything else, we don't really have a problem yet, but we have some solutions that are presenting themselves. Lindsay, go ahead.
I just, seeing as there's lots of Timpson Hill people here, I thought maybe now they could, one of you might want to read your letter that you sent to us earlier, because it didn't get read in full, and it relates to this specifically.
Well, our policy is to not read letters in
Do
full
you want to just stand
anymore.
up and talk about it and not read a letter? You
There
guys
you
could
go.
do that too.
Yeah. So my name's Rebecca McCullough. I'm the director at Timpson Hill Preschool. And the letter that we sent to the board members was actually drafted from our board. But just expressing a concern and the thought about adding another pre-K option 5 minutes up the road from us. This year, adding the additional classroom at Townsend has hurt our enrollment. I have actually spoken with the director at Sunny Lane in Brookline. It has actually hurt her enrollment too. So my concern would be that if another classroom were added, and as you've said, there really kind of number-wise isn't the need for another classroom, that would hurt us even more and eventually could close some of our programs. And so I just wanted to be clear that if that's the intention, then that would be the step towards that direction. And we hope that that's not the intention. So that, I think that's why Sandy met with Bill and talked about some possible opportunities to work with the district if there was in fact a need for more students partnering in some way, and we're very flexible and open about what those opportunities could look like. But adding another classroom 5 minutes up the road when we're not full and Sunny Lane isn't full, just to name 2 providers, seems like it's a little bit of overkill. Thank you.
I would just add, if I could, Sarah Vangel Townsend, I'm the president of the board at Timpson Hill. I would really urge you all to take a close look at the letter, because we put a lot of financial information in there that I think, especially in light of this conversation that you're having about budget, is very important for the voters on the board to be able to consider. I mean, we did the research, put the numbers together, and really it looks like, providing funding for families throughout the district, speaking of equity, to choose where they could send their children for pre-K could actually be a more affordable budget option for the district when you have so much else to balance and so many other things to consider. So I would ask, I understand that your time is limited, that the budget is a very intense issue. If you would consider reading the letter into the record at the next meeting, because I think it is something important to have on the record and that you have the voters consider. You should have also received a letter from the WISP board, the,
We got that.
Yes, we
Middle
entered
School
that
for
into the
Education.
record, into correspondence.
Okay. So I would ask the same be done for our letter so that everybody is aware of that information and hopefully it will inform your budget discussions going forward.
Just to respond to your request to read the letter into the record, we, as a board policy, we don't read letters into the record. We receive them, we summarize them, and we post them on the website as correspondence so that they're available for anyone. There are copies available for anyone who comes to the meeting to see them, and you can request one from the central office, I guess, if you wanted. It just saves us from reading lots of correspondence into the record. And I apologize, the letter that your director wrote didn't make it into the record at all because it came to me as a request to edit documents from a person outside of my trusted email group, and I went, no. I don't need that virus. So but it will be corrected and it will be
Resend
put
it as a
on.
PDF or something.
It
that's
will
all.
be put onto the website, and we did note that we received that correspondence, and, and anybody who wants a copy of that should be able to get one.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So, any more questions, thoughts on pre-K? I mean, I think as the budget is constructed now, there's one pre-K program running in Townsend, and that's it. There's no staffing in Jamaica, there's no staffing, nor is there any construction in Newbrook. So
I would just like to say that I understand where we are in the budget, that this is probably a bigger conversation than can be had in the time that we have to make it for this particular budget. But I do think that it's something that needs to get really looked at closely, because I think there are bigger implications than there is something available somewhere. I think there's bigger things than just, we provided a thing somewhere. I do think we should get to that conversation. Maybe we won't be able to come up with a, wonderful solution or whatever, something that's perfect for this budget, or maybe where we're at is great for this budget, but let's also revisit that, I think. I think there's a bigger conversation to be had.
But the April date is a great time to revisit.
okay. I'll make a note to add it in April.
Because then we'll know.
Okay. Anything else? So, it's our favorite part of the meeting, tasking the administration for the next meeting. And I think is there anything to add to the budgetary tasks that we've given the administration? I think we've got everything we need already with you in terms of the budget. There are no tasks associated with anything else, although do find out if the property transfers I don't know if you wrote that one down, but find out if the property transfers were recorded in each town for the school districts, please.
And of course, the revenue projections.
Well, those come when they come, but yeah, we want those. We also really want the healthcare decision. I mean, right now, we're at 85-15. Both sides have said 80-20. So that's a savings for us. But then what do they do with HSA, HRA?
Right. There is also, in that both plans that currently our educational support contract only offers a single plan. And it looks like in both options, it opens it up to any plan, any tier plan.
Right.
So that would be an increase, mainly in the SU budget through mainly special ed.
Okay, anything else administrative?
I got one.
Sure.
I have had a couple of people talk to me about the school calendar and the Veterans Day holiday not being a day off this year.
That is a WCSU
Oh, you're right.
That's, WCSU
Shut up.
sets that.
Should tell your
Doesn't it
I,
follow the
I'm
curriculum?
gonna, can I task my chair? I'm not.
Oh.
I would like to task my chair.
If you send me an
With passing
email,
that
I will
along.
take it
Okay.
to the next meeting.
I'll do that.
If you tell me now, I'll write it down and I'll probably forget to take it to the next meeting, but if you send me an email, I
Oh, I have
guarantee.
another one.
She's on a roll today.
Oh, you would go.
Lindsay,
It's all rolling out. Look what time it is. You
Cut
gotta
it
watch
out.
out. You can't keep me out this late.
Remember, we started at 6.
I maybe task the school principals to get together, have a little powwow about how to possibly come up with some sort of, some sort of childcare for those who need it on the half days, all the extra half days. Because I've had a lot of people say to me that, wow, wait a minute. How am I
So
supposed
before
to do
you-
this? So all the extra half days that, professional development days and service days, so we have a bunch of half days.
Yeah.
So on those days, obviously, we've just added a whole bunch more days when somebody has to leave work and come get their kid, and that's hard. So what can we do about that? Maybe
Nothing if it's
a,
outside school hours.
maybe a,
Laughter program.
yeah, laughter program type
Some of
thing.
the LNG students that have to do their community service.
Look at all these ideas.
okay, so the administrative tasks come from the board, so if it's the will of the board to have that sort of thing investigated, and, you know, I would add to that, there certainly could be a cost to that. You know, nobody has to volunteer to work to watch somebody else's kids for free. I mean, you know, it's like the high school kids ought to be paid for that.
Well, they have
Or
to do
get their
community
community
service.
service hours.
Well, but community service is voluntary. They may take some other form of community service.
That's true.
Who's gonna supervise
Who's
that?
managing that?
Yeah, who manages that? You know, there's a lot going on there. Does the board
Adults
want
and
them,
staff who need to be paid.
board want to have that, take on that responsibility, board?
I would recommend not to touch that firecracker.
I would nominate Lindsay.
Well,
I'm not in charge, I'm just an idea person.
go ahead, Emma.
I'm wondering if that's a conversation we should have when we agree on how many half-days we approve. Just because I don't know how to deal with it now. We've already.
I don't either.
approved them. I'm asking, I'm just asking if that's a better time for us to have a conversation around it.
I mean,
I got you.
yes, I think we should talk about it all at the times.
I think it's, I've heard that too, Lindsay, I have.
Yeah,
Craig, you have
Yeah,
a suggestion?
Not a suggestion, but I just want to thank Lindsay for actually bringing that up. Because as a principal who asked for those days off for his own professional development of his staff, I realize it is a burden. And my staff, myself, get a lot out of it. And I don't want to be like numb with my comment of like, who's going to manage it? Because it really is valid, and it's a strain, especially if you have to take time off of work and you're paid hourly, and how that affects your monthly income. So I think it's a good thing to think about, and I will try to find some creative ways to maybe address that. Again, we've already sort of got a couple. But I just want to say, like, yeah, thanks, because it's out there, and it is a thing that we want to be considerate of it.
there may not be an awesome solution, but maybe there is.
Yeah.
You don't know until you talk about it, right?
Is that a task then?
If it,
Trish
my
had
comment
something
was
to add.
if at the WCSU level they set those days, should this?
We approved those days.
Oh, okay.
Some
We
of them
approve
are-
the
some of
Oh,
them
with
are
this-
SEU.
oh, sorry,
in
they're
our
the overall
district,
calendar.
but the overall calendar is WCSU.
Sorry, okay.
I was thinking that maybe we could ask Laughter, because another issue is that all the staff should be working. You know, we're all busy during those half days, so who is left? And that could be some paras, but we can't require them to work. So, but maybe Laughter could potentially put together a 2-hour, program. We don't have one coming for the next 2 months, right? March. So it's not till March, so we have a little bit of time to think about it. I think that would be a good conversation for our PAC as well, if we're going to be working on the school level to try to solve the problem, because you don't have that problem.
It's still a cost to the district, though. You still have to pay the Laughter people.
It's true.
Well,
But that's a balancing, right? If the teachers are getting a lot out of it, then it might be a worthwhile cost.
Maybe a way to, I
How
mean,
much
if
are
it's
you gonna
voluntary,
cut
some
that
parents
budget
might
by?
not have a problem with it and don't need
100%.
it.
Right.
So maybe you could do it at one school or something,
Right.
save staffing.
So do we want to make this an administrative task then to, one sec. One sec. Finish my sentence. Do we want to make this an administrative task to, as a board, to ask them to sort of look into this? But all based on what our member of the public has to say.
Put her on the spot.
Wow.
Katie Hazelton from Vega. If you're gonna do a laughter sort of thing, couldn't parents pay for it? And then you don't have that extra cost?
It's during the school hours, we can't charge during school hours.
It's not, it's
It's
not.
for
This is
schools
a
to
school
say so.
service.
It's not, during the, no, I think it is still.
Is it?
I'll look over there, but I think it's still, anything during
Because
the
they pay
school.
for laughter and pre-K aftercare.
Right, I think it's still
That could be one of
considered
the-
part of the school day.
I do, I think it is.
Well, that could be something they investigated.
Yeah, no harm, no foul.
All right, so it is a task
for it.
then.
Yeah.
All right. All right, you're done, Lindsay. Zip it. Okay. Other than the, Lori, you have a question,
Well, I just
thought?
wanted to, once we're all done here, I just want to go through them all and make sure I've got them all. So,
Okay. Committee assignments for the next meeting, other than the budget committee, which has to meet and work, are there any policy, you don't have anything, do you? Are you continuing to meet on, work on things, or are you good?
No, I got things are at a standstill right now. I have to sit down and talk to Bill before I schedule another meeting, and we're gonna be looking for a new, chair for that committee. I'm stepping down.
Okay. Building, we should probably meet if we can.
Yeah. On that thought. Lori, during our budget meeting, you mentioned something in particular that the building committee should meet about. Can you
I think
refresh
it
my
was
memory?
just the list of things to just go over that.
And the bond.
And the bond, yeah.
Yeah, but that's a future.
Mhm.
So we should pull together a building committee meeting, Mr. Chairman, of the building
I
committee.
hear that.
Yeah, you
Yes,
do,
you do.
you do.
Okay.
I'm very flexible.
Direct following this meeting.
Is there beer?
No.
If there's beer, I can be talked into it. All right. So the budget committee is gonna meet and the building committee is gonna meet before the next meeting. And that's it for committees.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Have the pay.
The pay orders are not done because we're meeting a week early.
So,
So the pay orders would have to be
so
pulled.
I'm gonna say, I'm gonna approve I'm gonna make a motion to approve the consent agenda containing the minutes of 10/21/19 only.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda containing the minutes of 10/21/19. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right, the ayes have it.
I'm happy to do pay orders if.
Okay, well, pay orders won't be done
Next week.
until next week.
No, I'm
Now,
just
we're
letting you
we're
know.
not meeting next week, but as long as the board is okay with it, Trish and I can review pay orders and they can get signed off and done. I don't need a motion or anything, just sort of, and we'll approve them at the next meeting when we actually have them, but they'll get,
That's great.
the bills will get paid,
Thank you.
okay? All right, we don't need an executive session, I believe that is, I'll
Motion
give you the
to adjourn.
negotiations update. 2 minutes, 2 minutes.
Hasn't been seconded yet. So.
Essentially, we sat down, we met, we've picked 4 meeting dates going forward. We're not meeting until the beginning of January because we want to wait until some things solidify with healthcare and budget, and then we've got 4 meetings planned out for January, February to work on the new master agreement. So that's it.
Excellent.
Yes,
Thank
Lori?
Can I just go down to my list real quick?
Oh,
that's right.
do it after, I'll go through it. All right, so there's a motion to adjourn. Any second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, everyone.
31. David, you set to go?
I can, yep.
Okay.
I need to just type in the title or rename it from blank.
So we have a short agenda, but I think it will be a long meeting. So we'll start with the special ed budget.
Very good. Maybe we should do a sign-in sheet just because I don't know everybody.
Oh, okay.
And you know, part of the minutes, you know, part, that would be helpful. And well, let's just at least introduce our presenters tonight. So I'm Frank Rucker, I'm the business administrator, and Christine.
Christina Naylor, WSESD board.
Tim Morris, WSESD board.
Carrie Amadon, Vernon Elementary School Board. Vernon Town Board.
And Beekman, WSESD board.
Marisa Duncan-Holly, Director of Special Education.
Shelley Wilson, Assistant Special Ed Director.
Joe Bearda, Coordinator of Special Education.
I think you're just doing presenters.
Oh, that's fine.
Oh, Dave Scholes, town school.
WSESD.
Yeah, district, the D, district.
Kelly Young, WSESD.
Okay.
All right. Take
Good?
it away.
All righty, I'm going to stand for a little bit just because
Okay.
I've been sitting too long all day. Let me give you a little bit of an overview of what we sent you. I think it was on Friday. And I do have copies for anyone who would like. Anyone need a hard copy, Tim?
I know I'm good.
You're
thank
good?
you.
Anyone else? Hard copy? There we go. Yep, we got.
Anyone at the table or anyone?
Anyone?
Anyone.
Maybe right off the bat, we're gonna acknowledge that budget data is public information, but in some of the assumptions, we have to look at enrollment, and this is about the budget for special education students. And in some instances, enrollment is right down to one student in one town. So where we have enrollment data reference, we want that to stay non-public. You're free to review the data here, but when we post to the website, we will remove the enrollment data that gets down to those very identifiable statistics where you have one student in one town.
So any hard copies that have gone to the public should probably come back because it would be.
That page, yeah.
So I think if we could just, before you leave, if we could take page 1 away from you, because page 2 has the enrollment data.
Right.
Was there another page, or is that something you guys are handing out later?
There is going to be a second handout,
Okay.
and I may as well hand that out now. You have some? Good.
Yeah, I have the wrong date.
Okay, I didn't have enough copies, so thank you, Shelley. Shelley's going to pass around
You
another
already have
enrollment
this, right?
data document.
I'll just give it to you and pass them around. Yeah, there should be enough here. Thank you.
Thank you. So, in usual fashion, I'll do a little bit of an overview of the budget, the financial impact, and then we'll turn it over to Shelley and to Marisa, maybe Joe, to describe some of the program development that's required for our projected student needs for fiscal year 21. And then I would assume this board will want to spend a fair amount of time on the assessment methodology because it's new to all of us. And it is the first year that we have Vernon having voted to become a tuition town instead of a member town of the Union High School. And that requires a different type of assessment methodology. But we're still consistent with the methodology that you you folks all reviewed and approved at our November 25th meeting, so we can revisit that if we need to. So, does that sound good for format tonight?
Sounds good.
Okay, very good. So our budget proposal. We'll come back to these first couple of pages of spreadsheet data. And if we flip to the page reference, it's at the bottom in the middle of the page. Okay, so I'm flipping to the budget data, which starts on page 445. We'll come back to this data as well, just giving you a little bit of a orientation on the report. So this budget's data starts with the revenues. Okay, so we'll talk about that. You see a lot of zeros and then a lot of variances there, and that has to do with us being a different entity in terms of doing business with Wyndham Southeast School District versus our prior separate districts. That's why you see that sort of inconsistency. And then also keep in mind revenues are in credits, so that's why you get the brackets. They're a credit and the expense is a debit. We'll as I say, we'll come back to that. But if you go to page 8, or now we'll go to what's called 11 of 45. It's the budget, page 8, but page 11 of 45. You see the total revenues. So after we talk about spending, we'll come back and understand a little bit better how the revenues are derived, and that has a lot to do with the assessment mechanism. But I think you will want to understand the spending piece first, because that drives the revenue. So page 8 is the beginning of the detail of the spending proposal. So we'll do just one more sort of a orientation of the pages, and we go all the way to the end, page 45 of 45. Okay. The very bottom number says grand total. That takes the difference between revenues and expenses. We like to see those zeros there. But right above that, so the second to the last line on page 45 of 45. This is the proposal. I had mentioned that we had a significant increase in this proposal based on the student need. So Marisa will be talking a good deal about what the major drivers of that are. But you see, we're going from a current budget of $11,882,000. That's the middle column. And the proposed budget is $14,014,000, up $2.1 million. Keep in mind, we have executive session this evening, and we're going to talk about raises. There are no raises in this budget. So this assuming there would be a typical compensation raise for a negotiated agreement, this is missing another significant assumption, and I hope we can address that tonight.
What about healthcare?
Healthcare is in here because we had a tentative agreement, if you may recall. Kelly's committee, Sean was part of that, met with supervisory union and the supervisory
so that is
district.
baked in.
And the healthcare is included.
Okay.
Okay, so there you have it. There's the shocker.
Copy of that, for some reason I'm ending on page 38.
Oh, you're lucky.
Yeah.
Save $2 million, just like that.
Yeah, just like that. Thank you.
Okay. So we want to give you maybe some of the top impact assumptions for that $2 million, and then I'm sure you'll have other questions, and then I'd like to turn it over to Marisa and to Shelley to talk more about the issues, and I think that's also where we'll come back to the other document that Shelley passed around, the enrollment, because obviously all of this is driven by student need. So the single largest increase in this budget are the outside placement costs that have increased substantially. We've gone from for outside placements, it's on here somewhere, Shelley, yeah, there it is. 29 students in FY19 to 48 currently, and going to 54 students. This is on line 13 of this single data sheet that Shelley has passed out. And I'm sure you'll have questions about that, and that's where I'll have Shelley and Marisa speak to it. When you look for where does that show up in the budget, it is in a number of areas, but it's basically in the tuition lines. And I think we made page notes on that. Do either of you remember? I'll find it.
Page 12 is BUHS.
Good, thank you.
Which is 15 of 45.
15 of 45.
In our double page number budget.
Yeah, this is so that we can put lots of different documents together. Page 15 of 45 is,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Tuition to private Vermont and tuition to non.
Yes, non-Vermont,
Non-Vermont private.
which is the out-of-state.
Okay.
So you can see in those assumptions, 780,000 is assumption this year. Based on what we know now, 992,000 up 212,000, and then a similar pattern there in the out-of-state. And unfortunately, what this reflects is the current budget not anticipating these increases. So we're going to have a deficit this current year, which is we haven't seen this over several years, but that's what's happening. So then we have a similar impact at the elementary level.
And that's on page 12 of 45.
I'm sorry, so these are BUHS. 1040 is BUHS, right?
That's right.
Okay.
And keep in mind, if this is a student from, let's say, Dover or Marlborough, they're going to get those costs directly. They're not going to come through this budget, of course. And I say that just to help us understand that that's the case for Vernon now.
That was written somewhere. I feel like I read that somewhere.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's new.
Okay.
That's new for us. But that's that.
Okay. So the elementary is
the.
Page 12 of 45?
And then you see, sort of in the middle of the page, we're going from 110,000 to 705,000. You see that sort of in the middle. And this is in the Brattleboro Town school systems. That's when you look at the far left under description, you see those descriptions, the BTS, Brattleboro Town Schools, is where we're seeing that significant increase in need. There's also an increase in the speech language. I recall that correctly? Yeah. And the speech language is in the district-wide budget. And it was a new position that was needed based on the student needs. That's on page 34 of 45. So these would be the top cost drivers. I think this is the last one that I want.
Is this the speech language pathologist or the communication facility?
The speech language you see right at the top of the page. The current budget's 367 and the proposed is 507. That's for additional FTEs for speech language, an increase of 133,000.
Looks like 4048 is district-wide.
That's right.
Thank you. I didn't bring my little key with me.
Yes, it's
I got mine.
always handy. Very handy. I did put that on the website too. It's under business. There's SU Finance, and we have a number of those sort of reference documents there for the general public and for you. So those are the major cost drivers. And as far as why is this happening, I don't know if we have an answer for that, in that so much of it is folks moving in to the area with high needs, students. But it's the reality that we are addressing. So shall we have Shelley and Joe and Marisa give you a little more of an overview, or do you want to just start off with questions?
What works for everyone? I'm fine getting sort of a deeper dive and then maybe doing general or questions after, if that seems good, unless someone's got something right off the top that you need an explanation of. Right, why don't we let you guys
describe the need, and you know, to some extent the enrollment document helps us understand the change in our population. So, can we go with you?
Sure. I would say probably over the past 3 years, but especially this year, you know, we've really seen a changing, more complex children coming through the school district. Kids with a lot of high needs, and the services that we have within the schools, though they help to support some students, sometimes those students' needs are just so great that we really don't have the resources to support the students. So we send them into out-of-district placements. The other is that we've inherited several students from other school districts where a school district, a neighboring school district may have placed a child in one of the private out-of-district placements, and then the family moves to Brattleboro or one of the surrounding towns, and now their child is already at this school, and we end up picking up that tuition and those costs for that child to be at the school. We do try to look at each one of those cases individually, but as you know, if the child's there, we can't just say, no, you know, now you're going to be part of Wyndham Southeast in the public school. So that can take some time also to figure out what the need is for that student. I think at the high school we've had even more students, and again it's for those same reasons. Either they're already in a placement or their needs are so demanding that the school just doesn't have enough resources to really help support those kids and be safe in school. We're working on it every day to figure out, you know, how to sort of move past this and build services and programs, but there have been just so many kids moving in that it's been very challenging to keep up with the need. I don't know if either of you have anything to add to that?
I would just piggyback on a comment about the out-of-district placements, is that something that I think has become more driving that out-of-district placement category, at least the last 2 years, and I would say it's sort of, you know, popped open about a year ago, right after we did the budget, right after, you know, we kind of got through the December time frame, is that it's not uncommon for DCF to, you know, they have been, it seems as though, at least anecdotal data, and the hard data I'm sure does support that there are more students in DCF custody, whether it's for a short period of time or a long period of time. And if a student has a need because of outside of school factors via DCF to be placed in a residential facility for treatment, it's not uncommon for a child to be in a place where they're living due to, for whatever reason. I couldn't guess as to all the reasons, but if they're placed at some place residentially, then when it's time to come back into like a foster home or perhaps their family of origin, it's we get a lot of there's a lot of pressure to keep a child in the alternative placement because they've been doing very well and things have come, you know, the issues that maybe were coming about. You know, teams make those decisions, IEP teams, and a lot of, you know, we do work very closely with DCF. I think that in a lot of times our goal is always for, you know, a student to be educated in their neighborhood school with their peers. But I, you know, have noticed over the last couple of years that it's harder to get kids back, and a lot of times it's due to things that we can't control, like where they live and in placement.
Another chair?
Yeah, and I guess at the secondary level, you know, middle
Can't get
school,
there
and
forever.
particularly the high school as well, just that in our community as a whole, we're seeing more and more need, more and more kids having some systemic challenges in their family structures and all kinds of other things that are happening to them. And as they age, that group is getting into the high school and older levels now. And we're still continuing to have younger kids that also still have that support. It's not like that's just ending and they're gonna matriculate out. That it's continuing to happen. And so we're just having to provide more robust services in general everywhere. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. And to be clear, you know, we need our partners in the community who provide those therapeutic day placements because, you know, they are, for some students, you know, the most appropriate placement that can really meet their needs. So just to be clear about that.
That really matters to parents.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Questions, anybody? Anything you need clarified? Anything we want to dig down on?
A couple of general ones. I noticed that we had another budget earlier, I'm not sure what it was, and it listed a whole bunch of district placements, so I saw this coming. But I went through all the rest of it, and this is the first time through the special ed budget, the first time on the SU board. And I just, many pages of questions, and as I was writing the questions, I realized these are, like, why is this one up and why is this one down? And basically, all of this is based on the changes that are needed in the special ed service plan because things change every year in every school. So I'm not going to ask any of those questions. So which kind of shifted me right into the, okay, what are we going to do about this?
Right.
And I think what would be helpful in terms of getting this information to the public and helping people understand it and the impact on all of them as well as the school district, and we've heard about the impact on the staff of you know, constantly dealing with really needy students, is if we could have all of this, put the tuitions, which I think is the 5640 line, and I'm not sure which of the case managers or how many case managers there are. There were several in there, and there's just 1710 and a 1210, and I don't know which if all of those have to do with this, and then any additional travel expenses. There are additional psychological services and other professional services that are in the budget. I'm sure that there's additional administrative time, although we don't necessarily, like your time or anybody else's, we don't break that down, but an estimate of that, so that we could really have an impact of, you know, a programmatic budget for this particular program and all of the needs that come, and there may be special diet plans too. I don't know the extent of it, but if we could get all of that, and here's how much this is this year, here's how much it was last year. We've had 3 years now of centralized special ed. Right? Is what's happened over the last 3 years, so people can see that, not just the big bump, but that it's been coming. And actually, it's here now, and we're looking at it now. It's the first time we've ever been able to anticipate it in the budget. So I'm asking that we be able to get that really concise numbers, so because I don't think we're gonna be looking, from what the principals have said, we're looking at projectors and, well, maybe a little building addition or something, but we're not looking at huge things in the rest of the programs. This is really the story for this year. And I think, so I'd like to be able to really give really clear, solid data on here's what's happening and here's what we have to deal with, and we don't have a choice but to pay for it. So anyway, that would be really helpful. I don't know if anybody else thinks that's a good idea or not, but I find having those kinds of, not having to figure that out myself is, and because I leave things out because I just don't know what all these different things apply to, that would be really helpful.
Yeah, I think that we can definitely help create, you know, I see you're looking at that chart of accounts that the state is saying you will use, so we are using it. It really does lend itself to getting to those questions that you're asking. So what will be helpful for us is, and this is typical where we take this really tough to digest information and we summarize it into the broader categories so that it's more like a 5-page report that says here are the major investments that special education is making for the intervention and for addressing the needs. So what I hear, and I'm not sure if I've got it right, I want to make sure that, you know, we respond to your question, but you can see that we're organized by the way the state is saying you will collect data around where the education is occurring, so that's the site. So we can give you breakdowns of site or compilations of sites or secondary, elementary. So that's one way of disaggregating or, you know, re-aggregating data. Then there are the various types of services. So there's the direct service between the teacher, the special education teacher, and the student. So that's a large portion of spending. We can organize information around the classroom teacher and then the non-classroom teacher, meaning like speech pathology, OT, PT, the general support. So those are two common ways of looking at how are we investing the money and how are we trying to get outcomes that address the need. Is there a third kind of a structure that you'd like us to?
I was thinking of it more in terms of just the out-of-placement costs.
Oh, out-of-placement.
I'm sorry, I guess I wasn't clear.
Oh, yeah, that's really
just
straightforward.
that. Yeah, with the case managers and the tuition.
Okay, sure, yeah, we can, that's very straightforward, yeah. And you're right, it's the 560 code, and we can give single data sheets on that, you know, very easily, and you're asking for over time.
Yeah, just so we can see the trend.
Yeah.
And as many of the parts of it as there are, like additional psychological testing and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, and we have out-of-district case managers who are hired and assigned specifically to case manage, you know, students who are in out-placements, and, you know, we need another one for next year to help, right, to manage, because, you know, the needs of you know, there's a lot more meetings, there's a lot more communication, sometimes there's a lot of travel involved.
Yeah, and there's only so many of those cases that one person can manage.
Right, effectively, right.
Which is kind of important.
Yeah,
And then,
absolutely.
Shelley, you might want to highlight the data that we reviewed specifically about that issue that David's raising. I mentioned it briefly, that line 13 on this single page. But as far as, did you need a copy?
No, I noticed that Franz doesn't have one, but maybe you found it online or something, the budget.
I don't have any.
You don't have anything?
You got that.
I got two.
Sample. Yeah. How about that big fat one?
Thank you.
Appreciate it. So, Shelley, if you would just kind of describe that pattern, and you know it's a U-shaped pattern. So you might mention the strategies that were put in place in fiscal year 17 to address, you know, what was a trend going higher.
Yeah.
And then we had the STEP program development across the region that really seemed to address the outside placement issue. But I'll let Marisa Shelley speak to that. It's gone in a different direction.
You want to start or you want me to? Go ahead. Okay. So as you can see where it says total SE students on site in this first bundle. So in 17, this is based on our child count. These past numbers or not?
Yeah, did you want to speak specifically about line 9, or excuse me, line 13, Frank? I think
And that David's point is really it's very significant.
Right.
It's the most significant impact.
I see where you're going with it. So I think I know where Frank's going here. Especially, it's in order to get this historical data going backwards, and at the risk of, I don't want to sound like a complainer, but the way that it's collecting special ed data has been super challenging, especially since 2015, when the publicly posted child count data hasn't been distributed on the website. It used to be just on the AOE website. We could take the data down, manipulate it in Excel. It was a lot easier and less time consuming to really dig in and get that data for our district. Coupled with the database system that we use is actually, it's not, I don't know how to explain it. It's a server as opposed to a database. Does that sound right? True. So the data always changes, right? And so I can't go into the system and say how many kids were in outside placements on December 1st, 2016. Because that data doesn't exist in the server anymore. So Frank and I talked, this morning about being able to get this historical data, and we can get it. It's just going to take a little more time to do that. At the elementary level, I mean, or especially in Bratt Town, over the last 3 or 4 years, I've come to a lot of board meetings, and we've talked a lot about the efficacy of STEP services and that group of professionals and their ability to serve kiddos with social emotional needs in their home schools, providing another layer of support. And there really was, the data there was pretty robust for a good 3, 4, 5 year period where the outside placements at the elementary level were on a nice trend down. That trend ticked up last year by a bit, and now is steeply rising. I think that, and again, I don't want to. There's multiple factors. I think it would be disingenuous to say, oh, it's this, and this. But I think that we are finding that there are the needs of students they're just more complex at the elementary level, and so it's not. There are multiple reasons why kiddos may not be successful in their neighborhood schools. At the secondary level, which Joe can speak to, there's been, I'll let you
so what frequently happens is, while we did have some declining numbers overall, it looks like in out of district, a lot of those younger children continue to require supports in out of district locations in other schools, and then they continue to get older, and so then they move up into the secondary level of category, and we have kids that are already existing or move into our district that also require those services. So again, we're not at this time seeing a decrease overall, because we're just more and more kids, as the system continues to grow, are getting placed out or having more and more systemic challenges at school. So, and furthermore, we haven't had a robust behavioral support service to the same extent implemented and staffed at the same level as the elementary schools that do have STEP services. We've modeled something that's similar to it at the high school, and to some extent at the middle school, but it's not staffed at nearly the level even of what is at one elementary school for step services, and we have half of the students in the district. So if that, in the SU, so as far as numbers go. So we are understaffed, and that is not, there's no anticipated increases in those staffing in this budget, if that makes sense. So we have an ask for more.
There's another social worker.
There is one social worker, correct.
For the high school.
Thank you.
Well, to clarify, that social, it's not actually an increase,
Oh,
because
that
there's
was
2 FTEs at the high school now, right? And it was, it's a coding issue, right? That social worker went from I think a 172 to a 171 because they obtained an A. I know, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
I didn't think
That explains it all.
I'm sorry. I've been hanging out with that sheet for way too long. It has to do with the licensing, like
Right.
if you have if you have an AOE license, you go in one category and the other.
Right.
So it's neutral. I think if we compared where that employee is last year, that I could show you where it
You don't
is.
need to.
Yeah.
Then you'd have to tell me why Vernon is different
But with
than
that-
and all the rest of it.
With that, we continue to show a need.
Right.
Students continue to need more supports than what we can provide in what would be considered, or what has historically been considered, a typical general education setting, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which I think when schools were designed was to serve the needs for the majority of kids. We're just finding that we're having more and more need.
Mhm.
And that's really what it comes down to.
And just to talk about the whole, how we've implemented a model at the elementary school and then how that evolves into middle school, high school, is that I think that, Joe and the feedback from he and Marisa, who I don't really do a lot of overseeing at the middle school, high school, but the efficacy of having social workers as opposed to behavior interventionists, I think was a real discovery that came about a couple years ago, that it's the age of the kids, it was we were getting a little more traction by having a different type of model, whereas 6-year-olds might respond to a support plan, whereas an older child might respond better to a different type of support. And frankly, that's evolving at the elementary level as well.
Basically, we're finding that we need to have really a multi-pronged approach to support the kids. The STEP was designed as an ABA behavioralist program, and they're realizing there's also still even more social emotional work that can be done as well, and we're trying to do the same thing at the secondary level. So we have a behavioralist as well as social work staff.
Was the academic dean added also last year to kind of address some of those needs? That was my understanding, and I missed.
From BUHS?
At the BUHS.
Correct. So starting this year, they brought back
This year,
as an additional administrator, a dean of students. Correct. Yeah. That person is there to typically does most of the discipline in the building, as well as just it's more kind of like a family liaison in a lot of ways too. I hate to think of that person having to just do discipline all day, because I know all the positive things in rapport building that the person does with kids and families.
I think I recollect it was said that this position was to support students with greater needs that would fall under this same sort of category that we're discussing.
It would. However, that would be all students, and we're looking just at the specific 100 and 14 for the coming year, 127 right now at the high school alone, and that person also supports all 750 or 800 students at the high school, if that makes sense. It's not a special ed specific position.
Right. But I thought there was like a lot of supporting of behavior issues, particularly with this, as opposed to a more, that was my recollection, but
Correct.
that could be faulty.
Oh yeah, no, it's very supportive.
Okay.
So that's a kind of a recap, and I've just mentioned for some of you that may have observed the SU budget over the years, this group was very excited about the impact the STEP program and that investment had on these statistics that, David, you brought to the attention. We ran surpluses 3-4 years ago in special ed because when you looked at historical patterns of outside placements, we said, well, maybe we can intervene earlier and be more effective. The STEP program appeared to have been effective, and we ran surpluses. But then, if the student isn't with us, they move in at the 7th, 8th, 9th grade level, as you see in this chart here. We haven't had the opportunity to apply those resources. And that trend is very significant. A quick recap on this topic, and we can get you a report on this, but when I just go into the accounting system and I say, what is the total tuition that you were asking about? So here's 4 numbers. Fiscal year, and I'll send this to you. Fiscal year 19 budget was $1,500,000. The actual was $1,600,000, so it wasn't too different. The next year is where we saw the favorable developments from STEP programming create a budget surplus when we put together the FY20. So we went from 1.6 million down to 1.3 million in outside placements. That's gone against us in a big way with the move-ins, and that's why what we know right now, we've gone to 2.4 million in outside placements, so if you add up all of those tuition lines. So that's where we are. So,
From my little article. The late load also
so that's our,
Can I just ask one other question? Is that the BUHS on-site numbers this year look to be 114 versus 127. So for 21 is 114, and FY20 is 127, yet we're adding a special education teacher at the, I can guess the answer, but I'd like.
Well, right now, I mean, we're under because we have all these choice students, and
Right.
Other districts sending their students to us. And so that's really to take care of that position, to take care of those numbers.
as we talk about the allocation methodology of costs, we'll cover that as well, but the short version of that is when you get into the data sheet on the front page there, you see a number 400.
435.
I hate to admit it, but I might have to get these glasses I never wear out. It's just getting low light here. Here we go.
The size of the font.
So we're taking out our proportional assessment for our Marlboro, Dover towns, and identify that for you. It is about a $400,000 cost.
Is it the 435.088?
Yeah, if we go to page 2 of 45, yeah, that's where it's really easy to see. For the folks that came in a little later on from our intro, this is the page because we have one or less than 10 students in a town. We're asking that this data stays here. We're not going to put this level of data on the website, but obviously it's important for the board to understand that methodology. But if we want to talk about that, it's probably time to do an overview of the assessment methodology, because that's one of the few variables that it'll be helpful for you to understand the context of that. But Christina, that addresses what Joe was referring to.
I got it now.
Do we want to jump into that?
Well, let me just make sure I'm understanding what
Oh,
you two
yeah.
were saying. So those students are not counted in the 114?
That's right.
So that
Correct.
does not include a Dover student or a Marlboro student? Okay, because the money doesn't come with them.
No, the money does come in, and the big picture question you're asking, which is a great segue into this whole, how do we share costs?
Yeah.
Is, at the elementary level, we're still a supervisory union with Vernon, just like Brattleboro or Dummerston or any other town in the supervisory union. So K through 6, and that would include K8 for Dummerston and Putney. So at the elementary school level, we're using the methodology that this board approved on the 25th, which is we're all in. It just doesn't, we're all in, and it's a regular ed proportional share. But when we get to the secondary level, Vernon is no longer in that same category. But Vernon is not like Dover. And the difference at the secondary level is that the state is going to pay the Wyndham Southeast Supervisory Union for the Vernon special ed kids. They're not going to pay Wyndham Southeast Supervisory Union for the Dover kids. That's the difference when we get to tuition towns. So that's why some costs we share, but some we make sure that we don't. And so costs for the Dover Marlboro group, they need to be pulled out of the budget that you're looking at, because we'll get 100% reimbursement for those costs from those towns.
Okay.
So we don't want to lump them in. The other things that we're pulling out of the total budget, the 14 million, is those outside placement costs at the secondary level. So at the secondary level, the state funding formula does not allow the Wyndham Southeast School District to assign as part of a cost reimbursement to, say, Dover, the cost, that 2.4 million that we just talked about, if that's a Brattleboro student or if that's a Putney student. There is no provision that says you can have a tuition town help pay for special education costs other than their own costs. So I don't know if that's clear, but
It started unclear, it got clearer at the end.
so maybe it helps to just look at that first page now, if we want to. Are we ready to kind of jump into the allocation? So I've given you the overview.
We can do it, we can do it. Right.
Yeah, I've given you the overview, which is basically, the SU has K-12 costs, right? And we actually have a triple E cost as well. But the SU has K-12 costs for special education by law. And last year, we just said 11.8 million, and here's the proportional share for each town of regular ed, and there's the assessment. We were done. This year, we have to say, let's understand K6 and K8 costs at the building level for the Wyndham Southeast Supervisory Union member towns, which is everybody in this area. And we'll apply that statistic, which we've done. But at the secondary level, we have to do the following. So the following is, first, on page 1 of 45, we look at all of the costs in the location 1040, which is the high school and bands. That's 5,192,000. So this budget you have right here, when we plug in, give me all costs of 1040, it's 5,192,000. Then our objective here is to share a cost appropriately, meaning if the SU is spending 5,192,000, the SU, as you know, doesn't tax. The SU has to be reimbursed either by the tuition town, by the member town, or by the state. Okay, so that's what we're trying to get to. How much do we allocate of this cost to those three entities? Okay, it's pretty straightforward. But now we want to make sure we don't have costs that shouldn't be shared, and we want to make sure we have costs that if they're not recorded in the 1040, the high school location code, then we want to make sure they get in there. So that's the second number. Line 2 is 386,000. Those are those costs that are delivered at the high school, paid by the SU, but they're the whole supervisory union wide. So those are primarily a pro rata share of your occupational therapy, your physical therapy services, and to some extent speech services. So Shelley's gone in and looked at the IEPs for students and the hours of service that are required, and translated that into a cost estimate for those services. Okay, so we went up a little bit there, but now we're going to take away the costs that are not shareable. They need to be paid directly because they have a special funding formula that goes with them. And that's primarily the secondary tuition costs that we were talking about. Now you see that's 1.4 million, it's not 2.4, and the reason is this is just the secondary portion, not the K-12.
So this whole top section is just secondary?
That's right.
Okay.
It's all, the whole top section is secondary, and then we don't get into elementary
until down below.
Down.
Okay.
Okay, so now we're trying to make sure we have a good cost basis for sharing. And so that's how we come down to the 3,687,000, okay? And let me also look at my calculations. I did this a few days ago, but that 452, I want to give you an explanation of that. Oh yes, that 452, 401, none of us paid for that. That is the federal grant that we received. And it's the IDEA grant, you may have heard of it. Mm-hmm. And that grant pays primarily for administration. And the thinking behind that, which is common to assign the administration to that grant, special ed administration that is that it's a shared resource among all of our towns. So it's an attempt to make it a fair distribution, or if you're just talking about finance, a fair relief from the tax rate proportionally. So that's how we get to the 3,687,000, and now again our objective is to say, okay, who is going to reimburse the SU for that cost? We already talked about the 435,000. That's the line 8. We can get into the detail of that, but that's the cost to serve those several students who attend UHS but are from towns other than the supervisory union region. Okay, so now we're down to a truly shareable cost between the SD, which is Brattleboro Town, Dummerston, Guilford, Putney, and Vernon, because Vernon is not part of that. They voted to not be part of that union. Okay, so before we say, oh, here's your cost, we've got to calculate the state aid that will come to the SU as a result of spending this $5 million. Okay, so we have to calculate how much is the state going to send us, and we have to calculate it based on secondary costs, not on total, but on secondary costs. So once we do that, you can see that we've got the notes that Vernon would have a net assessment of $223,000. When I say net, it means total cost minus all this aid that comes from the state, a net assessment for secondary of $223,000. And then we do the same calculation for the SD, and it's essentially what aid is going to be generated by the state as a result of spending their share of the 5 million. And you see those calculations. 761,000 is the primarily the block grant, and 1.7 million is called the intensive aid. And I've given you the calculations for those aids if you are interested, and I'm glad to go over the detail of that if you want, but it might be more detailed than you're interested. But there's all of the costs and the revenues, and we would be integrating these numbers into the Vernon and into the SD budget if you approve the budget. Now, knowing this is all preliminary and we don't have wage information added that we hope to address tonight. Secondary on that same page. Now we're into a much simpler analysis. Now we're back to the methodology you approved last meeting on the 25th, which is we just take everything else and we look at proportional enrollment, and Vernon pays their proportion and the SD pays their proportion. So as a recap, 13,106, you might not recognize that number because we haven't talked about it. We've talked about a $14 million number, but the $13 million number is all costs without the Tripoli, because this, remember, we got to get to secondary and elementary. Tripoli has its own funding formula, and we have to isolate that. But if you wanted to, you'd look at page 40 of your budget document, page 40 of 45, and you would see that 13,106. It's all school age special ed costs, and we've talked about the variances and what's driven the increase in those costs. Okay, so you can see from the SU point of view, if we missed that, if we didn't identify the total cost, then there would be a gap between what we spend and what we get reimbursed, and then we'd run a deficit, and that would be a problem. But there you go. All costs, we've already accounted for the $5,192,000, the $386,000, the $452,000. So that gives us a $7 million basis to share. Okay, you're following me on that? That's line 24. Okay, so that's all elementary costs, $7 million to share. We go to the state funding formula. We calculate the aid for block grant and intensive reimbursement. So we take $4 million of aid away from the $7 million in cost, and we get a $3 million assessment. And then we go to our proportional table of at regular enrollment, and Vernon's 12.3%. The SD is 87, and there's the reimbursement to the SU of the $3 million. The ADM statistics I do expect to revisit. We don't have the verified data back from the November census from the AOE. I expect it any time, but this is a typical response. So I've used the current year. I have not guessed. I've just used what we used last year. And so as soon as I get the new numbers, I will plug them in, and we'll have our final number along with what I hope to have this wage data in here for our Wednesday meeting. It's going to be a stretch to get there, but we're going to do the best we can. So there's our calculation, and if you want to now talk about revenues, I can kind of put this in the gobbledygook here of the detail into the financial statement if you're interested, or if you may not.
I just missed what the line 15 under back on secondary, when you're taking out right above the intensive aid, there's other money that came to us somehow of $761,925. What is?
Yeah, there's two major types of aid, and that 761. If we go to the next page here, you'll see that number. And the 761 is the secondary block grant. So you see on the line 2.
Which page are you on?
No, I'm on the page 3 of 45. Page 3 of 45, and it's just a big list. And if you go to just line 2, you're seeing the various types of aid, and line 4 has the 761 in the middle column.
Yeah.
And what you're looking at is we have to. We get a block grant number from the Agency of Ed, 381,000. They're going to send us a check for approximately that, based on our spending assumptions. And then the 380,000 is for those kids that cost more than 60,000. That's that aid.
Yeah, okay.
You add those two up, we're going to get hopefully a check for that. That's where that comes from.
You
And-
say hopefully, what?
Well, it's all dependent on how much we spend. And,
Okay.
And what the legislature appropriates to distribute to public schools.
Frank, is it worth interjecting? Joe reminded me too that the threshold has gone up from 50,000 to 60,000.
Yeah.
And that's, not a
Yeah.
huge contributor, but it does result in a lot less reimbursement for students that have costs over that
Yeah.
amount.
Yeah, it's a good.
And that would be your out-of-district
Right,
places.
for the 560s.
Right.
Yeah.
And so as a result, many of the out-of-district placements hover not far
Right.
above that
Right.
threshold,
Right.
if they even meet that threshold. So we are now taking the full cost
Right.
of those placements, as opposed to in the past having a limit at, I think the previous cap was 50,000, and then anything extraordinary above was reimbursed, or 90% of it was. So.
And Frank, is that what you kind of described at one point, the intent, you said the block grants and then the intensive aid, is that what this is?
Yeah, so the intensive aid, is a different calculation. It's much more money. Following on that same page, line 9, in order for us to understand how much the state might reimburse us, we've got to get back to what would be an eligible cost. So you see that 3,252,000 on line 9? We calculated that earlier, we talked about it. I know I'm throwing a lot of numbers at you so you wouldn't remember it, but it's back here, it's on line 8, or line 9. It's the shareable cost. Okay, so we have to identify the shareable cost, and the purpose of this is the state doesn't want us to make a profit, and they don't want to pay us twice. So we again come back to how much are we spending, then we have to subtract out all the aid that we're already getting, which is the grant, the money from the tuition towns, and this block grant money. Okay, so what it is we have eligible costs of in total 3,252,000 between the two entities, and then we want to make sure now we get aid on those costs that we removed, the 1,437,000. So we don't want to forget that. So we got to add that back in. And then we take away the block grant and we take away the extraordinary aid. And it says, okay, now you've got 3,570,000 that the state is going to throw a factor at and give us a check. And the factor is something, again, they set every year. It's 56% of spending. So for the SD, it's 3,156,000 times 56% reimbursement is 1,767,000. For Vernon, it's the same 56%, but the cost basis is 517,000 minus the aid there of 62 and 41 is 414,000. So Vernon's going to get 231,000. But again, that comes to the SU, and then the SU reduces Vernon's assessment on that.
I got it.
Oh, good.
That's awesome, because I didn't expect you
I was
a
giving
lot of
over that. You
folks
thought I couldn't get
with,
that.
there's a lot of derivative numbers that the state does that they're not intuitive, like the local share. Did you pick that up, Christina? I bet you did. That the local share of the block grant, line 13 on that same page, that's not real money. That local share, line 13, 295,000, that's not cash. What they say is, hey, we're going to give you a block grant of 443,000, but we're going to make sure we deduct from your reimbursement 40% of that, so that we pay 60 and you pay 40. So it's just a way of shifting cost to the local. But that's something that's been around for 20 years, so that's nothing new.
So that makes it sensible.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
So those processes and assumptions and methodologies that you've approved along with the state aid funding formula all get interpreted into revenue assumptions. And maybe it's actually easier to look at the bottom of page 3 of 45 for the totals. That spreadsheet puts in one place revenues that go into a whole lot of different parts of the budget. But that line 50 and line 51 basically takes the elementary and the secondary revenues, and it says the state's going to send the SU 887,000 in the block grant. That's what 3201 is. 3202 is the intensive aid. They're going to send the SU 5.4 million, and they're going to send 512,000 in 3203. We're not getting any 3205. That's state place. They're going to send us 6.8 million. And then we get another 900,000 in grants, and then we're going to get 435,000 from Marlboro, Dover, and other towns. And then Vernon's going to pay us 372 and for elementary and 223 for secondary. And the SD is going to pay the SU 2.6 million for elementary and 1.6. So you get a total of 4.8 million in assessments. And there's how we balance the budget. And if you go to the far right, those are the comparison statistics. Oh, I'm sorry, they didn't print off on this page, so I will want to show you.
Well, I was trying to find it on last year's budget. There's got to be a way to pull it from here.
It's 305,000 on that document. And do you see the special ed assessment? I can point it out.
Special ed.
Yep, 305.
Wasn't the baby.
So, right, so Vernon is going from 305 to 595.
That is correct.
Okay, and then the then it would be the everything minus. So the SD is basically going from 4 million to 4.3 million?
That's right. That's right.
We can talk at Vernon.
Well, we were very concerned about that result when we saw it, and we said, why would that happen? Why? How can that be? So we revisited all of these assumptions. Did we assign the right revenue to Vernon so that they're not getting like a double bill? Did we understand the Vernon proportion correctly of students on IEPs as a proportion of total? Did we incorrectly share the outside placement costs with Vernon, which, as I started right off the bat, absolutely should not do that. It's because that aid is specific to a town, the extraordinary cost. So we checked all of those assumptions, double-checked and triple-checked. And then Shelley did another very deep dive. I don't know how many hours that was.
A bajillion.
Yeah, but we looked at all students from Vernon with an IEP. We translated the minutes of services on the service page to a staff person. We then took the staff person's salary and benefits and computed them to test this methodology.
Mhm.
And that actually produced a higher number, but not significantly so. We thought that we have a problem with the methodology. Another way to say it is, when we go to page 2 of 45, the issue for Vernon is when you're not sharing costs anymore, you are a small subset of data when it comes to a pro rata methodology of costs. So instead of being 165 kids out of 2,300, that's the regular ed. Vernon's 165 as a proportion of 2,000, the whole region. Now it's on column A on page 2. It's out of a small set of 157 students with IEPs. Vernon has 25 of those. 25 divided by 157 is 517,000, or it's 16% of that total. That's the number that we tested, and we said, does that make any sense? That 25 kids out of 157 would generate a $500,000 bill, and the answer was, if we got into job cost work and cost accounting, that number was closer to 600,000. So it says that Vernon's still getting the benefit of some sharing, but nothing to the extent that you were when you were part of the member, the whole region. But what's also conspicuous in the data is that Brattleboro Town has had the largest increase in outside placements, and Vernon is not sharing. I think if I was in Vernon, I would be the most, that would be the most concern I would have is, am I having to pay, I'm a tuition town, I know I'm going to pay every time a student enrolls at UHS or Northfield Mount Herman or wherever the choice allows, I'm going to pay an invoice, but I don't want to be paying, for something that I don't participate in, and that's all part of state law. So that's the thing we took a lot of time to test, and we're confident that that's or another way to say it, you can look at student IEP data and you can identify over $517,000 of costs that are very, very visible. So then the question is, okay, if 517 is okay, did we get the right aid assigned to Vernon? So you're not paying 517, but you're paying, your fair share after the aid comes back. And that's again where we double, triple check those numbers. But I think it's really important that you ask those questions. If you don't understand it, we can break it down. There's a lot of confidentiality in terms of looking at actual student data, but we have the data, and it is also a reflection of the whole system being much higher.
Other questions? Clarifications?
I'm not, I guess more informational, I think, than me. Frank had mentioned the years that we had surpluses, and part of that was early intervention, particularly K through 3, was really effective. But early intervention doesn't work with these out-of-district placements, obviously. So there's not, that's not going to work. I'm wondering what approach, I guess I'm wondering specifically about restorative justice as a much greater and much more conscious effort in terms of changing the culture of the schools, as opposed to trying to just keep focusing on these individual kids when they show up. Hiring, I know with the elementary school, Brattleboro, we hired one and then another social worker. The intention was to work with families and not just help make sure they had food and shelter, but that the parents had, if there were opportunities, that they would try and connect them with, like with folk rehab or community college or whatever, to try and help people get out of poverty as well. But basically looking at the whole, the wraparound, or whatever the current description is of helping, dealing with the whole family. It seems like that's, right now, that's one option that might make a difference. And I only know based on what people have told me. We had a presentation at the SD board at the last meeting. But one of the things they suggested was a coordinator for those services, for restorative justice, to coordinate the efforts and scale it up a little bit. I'm just wondering do you have any attitude or ideas about that? I know it's not really your field, but it is in a sense.
Right. I think that the students that we're talking about have been through a lot in their personal lives. And I feel like I don't know enough about restorative justice, but I don't know, that might help in the moment, but I don't know that helps.
Yeah, I was thinking more about for kids that have less, for the students that the early intervention worked with and that the step services worked with.
Yeah.
And, the culture in school, for all the other kids that need behavioral support.
Right.
Would that be a way to be able to target the professional services part on the kids that are, have the intense needs and take some pressure off?
Yeah. I definitely think it's a factor. I mean, I think that one of the things that we've been doing as an administrative group over this last year is really, I mean, Act 173 is coming into fruition here very shortly. I mean, we as a leadership group are working on, a long-term plan as to how are we going to implement the myriad of findings from this. This is a huge change in special education service delivery mandated, from the legislature. And, starting in August, we've been getting, the state has been sending out, like, here are the 4 things that we're focusing on as a state, and this is what we are expecting you, school district, to do and implement. And I think that the recommendations are not maybe as concrete as I would like them. I just want, like, do these exact things and everything will be better. It's certainly not that simple. I mean, we have a lot of work to do as a group and as a whole system, not just special ed, right? And so I think that some of the work that we've been doing at leadership, like we have we keep changing his job title, but right now he's the behavior coach, Greg Stoller. He's a BCBA. He's also a school counselor. And he's been meeting with, throughout this year since last spring, meeting with the school counselors, and as a group they are talking about social and emotional learning and doing research into what's the research base for social and emotional learning. Like, we have all these great sort of, I don't want to say siloed, but sometimes they are a little siloed. Like, this school might be doing restorative justice. This school might have STEP and a social worker, and they might have, the counselor doing lunch buddy groups. I mean, I'm being a little flip, but we're
those things all work.
Exactly. And why is this school seeing such robust results with this type of program and this school isn't, or vice versa? And so, through that lens, they are doing work to, to report back to the leadership group. Like, this is what we're doing in our schools. This is what's working. This is what is not as effective, and hopefully, doing some research into the literature onto what practices are effective and what ones are not so effective. Because we obviously want to do things that are effective for our students, for all our students. Did that answer your question?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I think. Yeah, well, it's really helpful. I mean, the question is, and I think it's a question for the board: are we going to add a coordinator for those for those practices and try and expand them?
Right.
Are we going to do that? Because we're not going to put it on you. That's for sure.
Well, ultimately, that's overarching school climate in
Right.
school is an entire SU district,
Yeah.
everybody's need. It's not a special education service.
Yeah, and it's something that we've, for the entire time I've been on the board, I think it's 11 years now, it's been a focus of every school all the time, is constantly looking at the climate, constantly
Yeah.
making it more welcoming, more inclusive.
Yeah.
Constant attention to that. This is just,
Yeah.
more of that based on what's coming in the door now.
Yep, absolutely, and belonging, like all my conversations with folks, and I lean I'm a very behaviorally left-brained person, but all my conversations in the last couple of years are really centered around belonging. It's that simple. Children and that feeling of belonging, these direct correlations to I'm a part of my school, I'm a member of this community. Those children are more successful, they learn more, and there's data to support that. So that's a little broad, kind of a broad statement, but I think that it behooves us, I think, at the leadership level to really, we are doing, that work, and also we need to be doing that work under the umbrella of Act 173 implementation, because the change has happened, and we need to change our practices to support the eventual change in funding that will be happening.
Ultimately, it comes down to improving Tier 1 instruction and social emotional climate, all of that. That's ultimately what it comes down to.
Right.
Christy, you had a comment?
Oh, sorry. I was going to say Tier 1 instruction doesn't just mean academics.
Correct.
Right.
It's everything that a child needs in school.
For all students.
I just had a few questions. You talked just about the need to make some changes. I'm Christy Agden from Guilford. Because of Act 173, where is the conversation happening around programming that's really shared? I know this is really a budget meeting, but in terms of what practices the district hopes to improve, would there be a future opportunity at a board meeting just to talk further about that? Because I think, when you talk about increases in spending, it really makes me think about what other practices, how are we evaluating our practices, what are our measures for effectiveness, how are we gathering input from parents, families, community about programming. I don't know where that happens in the context of special ed budget, and I feel like that's kind of missing.
Any thoughts?
Are you speaking, sorry, I was just going to say, are you speaking, Krista, in terms of like the whole, all instructional practices, meaning like everybody, or just through the work that we're doing like for students on IEPs?
Well, I mean, the changes in Act 173 are really a whole system change and require really more of a collaboration between special education and general education and students with IEPs, students with varying needs. I mean, it's really a multi-layered system that we're looking at, and how all those pieces fit together to meet the needs of all children, and then also to build capacity at all of our schools. I mean, I think you're talking about why something works at one school, not another. It's really hard for families and community members to understand why one school has a social worker and another school doesn't, or why one school has an after-school program and another school doesn't, because we know that all of those factors, we talk about belonging, impact whether a student can feel successful and be successful in a school. So I'm just curious where the opportunity to have more conversations around that will happen.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I can answer that for the whole system, but I can just comment that, our work certainly at leadership level has been very focused on implementing Act 173, and there's a lot of work to be done, especially around some of the issues that you mentioned concerning programming.
Some of those inequities are part of why that whole consolidation process, I believe, was originally wanted, was the idea that some of those are leftovers from the prior districts. you know, that one district's served a certain population, and it chose how they wanted to serve that population. And so, and it varied from town to town, and I think one of the purposes is that, and we're still early in that process of figuring out, I think, as a leadership team and as boards and as communities, on how do we provide more equitable services for all students across the school districts.
I just know that as a community member, when we're hearing about budget, not really knowing what that looks like in terms of programming and what efforts are being made. I know, like I said, this may not be the exact meeting for that, but a way to talk about how programming is evaluated, why costs are, you know, like having more specific data, talking about program level initiatives would be really valuable if you want a really good partnership with your parents, families, and community members around special ed, which takes up a pretty huge percentage of our budget, right?
Yeah.
So.
Would it be
I think we should
appropriate?
always
have a baby at the table. I'm sorry.
Would it be appropriate to just ask if we and maybe some other parents could set up a meeting with you three folks to unpack this a little bit more and ask more direct questions instead of involving the whole board? Like maybe we could just start there with a less formal meeting for questions and
You know,
things.
and I would love our board members to be more involved. I mean, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, I think, but I know, so, and when you said there are 4 specific areas in 173, I don't think I even could articulate that. So it's not just, it's not, I mean, I would come, whoever sponsors it. I see the chair looking at.
I'm just going to say that our plate is incredibly full of the
Wait,
superintendent search.
yeah.
This is our first budget that's actually put together. We haven't even really looked at programmatic equity, and we're 6 months into it, and I don't see it happening. So I just want to caution against how much really I can expect our board can really do at this point, because I think the wheels are almost coming off our board. It's really important that we keep doing all the things we really need to do to make sure there's a superintendent in place next year and a budget in place next year, which are really important things. So I look forward to having more of these conversations, but our deep diving time, it's a pretty shallow pool for us right now with a lot of water, and you can drown in 2 inches of water.
But there is, Krista, there is another committee, but there's the programmatic and, performance equity committee. And when Christina mentioned that there are, we haven't even started talking about equity in programs, but actually that committee has, and we've got some issue sheets that we issue tracking sheets. So I'll send you the next meeting, and you can come and we'll put this on our list. The committee has not yet reported to the board, even on the ones that we already have identified. I don't think, have we? No. Yeah. So it could be slow.
Hi, Tasha Tillman, Guilford. Would this be something that would be appropriate to take to leadership council for the school and get feedback?
Does that seem like a? They've been established.
Guilford and Putney.
Guilford and Putney.
So far.
Okay.
And
But I would think more are coming,
I just so
right?
happen to be on the council.
Well, isn't that wonderful?
December 20th.
Sucker for a meeting. What can I say?
I haven't heard Bratt wrote down yet, so.
I mean, the money's going to be spent. I hear that you guys are obviously strapped. Like, I decided to not run because I knew what this was going to be like. So, but the money has to be spent, so we might as well spend it on things that are going to be most effective for the schools. And
Absolutely.
we have to have those conversations. You have to have due diligence with your community members to know what is working and what isn't working, because it's silly to spend money on something that isn't as effective or not effective, or spend it in a way that is inequitable, because there are community members that do take note of the fact that certain schools have certain resources that other schools do not have access to. Or keep babies.
You just got to come every single time. Yeah. All right, other questions?
So I have this overview sense, but you know, I like to get down to the brass tacks.
Yep.
I'm interested in the run-in piece, but for the WSESD piece, when you take out the money and the grants and blah, 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 we are at the spending cap, so if we look to increase any program, what is going to be the hit on our pupil cost roughly? Do you have a sense of that with these increases?
Well, we need that equalized student data to do those kind of projections. And unfortunately, we've tried to use a projection based on the census data, and there seems to be no correlation between what comes back from the state and what you can do, what I can do in terms of looking at, okay, here's where we were last year, and then we know we've had, say, 2% increase. I don't know, David, if you remember that, I think it was 3 years ago in Brattleboro town, we had a substantial increase in in regular enrollment, and we were thinking, hip hip hooray, this is going to be the year we get to really invest in these programs and it was the opposite in a significant way, and it's really problematic. So the best I can do is take the current statistic, and I can impose this impact, and then we can have that discussion on the 18th.
I would love to.
Yeah.
So I can, I just think it's important going in, prepare.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I don't think the stomach is there to go over the spending cap, and we're already going in with a deficit, and so we kind of need to be prepared in the middle of the night, and 2 a.m. when I think about this, about if we're gonna have to,
Pull something back.
pull something back.
You hate to say it, but.
Yeah, I hate to say it,
Yeah.
but we're talking about increasing things that, if we're looking for equity, it might mean pulling things back. So I think we need to be thinking about it.
Do we have any concept if they're gonna come in on time?
The state law requires December 15th.
Well, I've heard that before, but do we have any concept if they'll come in on time?
They have not met that for the last 3 years,
Right.
so it's not optimistic. But on the other hand, the last 3 years, there's been so many structural changes that it wasn't just the AOE not, it was the legislature not foreseeing that they created formula that didn't work, and then the agency tried to resolve it. So they know how important it is to us, so I know they're intending to give this data to us.
So, again, just so we know where we are process-wise, tonight was special ed. We meet on Wednesday to hopefully approve the whole budget. I'm assuming you're not expecting much to change between now and then?
The only thing is what I mentioned about
When we talk in executive session, okay. So then that will be incorporated. Will you be able to send us something prior to Wednesday's meeting, or will we be seeing it? Okay,
Yeah.
okay, so we might have a little bit of time?
It does mean re-importing every data point
Yeah.
for all of the salaries in this
Okay.
45-page document, so it's a lot of work, but
Okay.
we're going to try.
Okay.
And the plan was, we would have this discussion last Monday.
Right, and then we had a little bit of weather.
And that seemed like a reasonable plan,
Yeah.
but that didn't work.
Mother Nature did not cooperate. Okay, so then we will talk again on Wednesday, and then this is going to allow you to go back and work with Christina and work with me as far as our district budgets go. Okay.
Right. And that's been the sequence of the SU making the
Right.
vote and then the draft to the other districts. Now it's just two, but it used to be all with these assumptions pretty firm.
Okay. Other questions?
Just one clarification, Frank. Early on, you mentioned, I need to get this right. You mentioned that we would be looking at a deficit, and that's a deficit for 1920 this year.
ESU, yeah.
And looking, or not projecting one, but likely, since we're doing the 21 budget, looks like we won't have enough money there.
Yeah, we're seeing that it's primarily in outside placements that it's exceeding the current plan. There are some offsets, so it's not at this point severe, but it's something we're not accustomed to.
Sure.
All right. Well, I said you'd earn your keep today, Frank, if I could understand that first page.
Well, thank you.
Frank.
I want to take a minute to acknowledge the tremendous tremendous amount of work that Marisa and Shelley and Joe have put into this.
Thank
And
you.
You can imagine. This is not under.
Nice,
But I will say, next year, we're gonna need a larger font, or else we all need
Yes.
reading glasses.
Yeah.
Replace me with a younger board member.
Yeah. We're gonna have eyesight tests. If you wanna be a board member, you have to read this.
I'm sorry, do you not remember me reading budget with
With
magnifying glass?
All right, so if there's nothing else on special ed, I would entertain a motion to go into executive session.
Under 1 VSA 313 to discuss employee contracts?
Yeah. I would say that.
These are
Do we have a
supposed to stay.
second?
The one that seems to
All
For
right.
sure.
Oh, and who, we are inviting Frank in,
Do
correct?
you want yours?
All right. All those in favor?
Because
Aye.
there's a, we also have to ask any other board members
Oh,
who are here.
yeah, do we want, yeah, do you want to be?
Sure.
So Ann?
Before anyone leaves, if we can get.
Oh,
this
yeah,
document.
you guys have your,
We turned it in.
you did, thank you,
And this
thank
document,
you.
these 2 pages, please.
Those two?
Because they have individualized information pertaining to student services. They're
This,
expensive. Correct.
on the back
Yeah,
of all this?
do you need them from us? or
I don't
just-
take a picture of it real quick? What's
Yeah,
that?
but we can keep ours,
No,
right?
no.
Can they keep their?
board.
Oh, the board can keep theirs.
Oh, you can keep yours.
Yeah. We just can't share it.
It was
It does
it was
need
the
to
public.
remain.
We're
Share it out. Is that yours?
No.
No?
Mine's got writing on it.
Not yours.
Mine's the one with the writing on it.
This is yours.
Good morning. I want to start by thanking this group for being here with me this morning, including General Knight and members of the Vermont National Guard, Dr. Rush and his team from the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, and Mental Health Commissioner Sarah Squirrel, representatives from our hardworking congressional delegation, including John Tracy on behalf of Senator Leahy, Catherine Van Pace on behalf of Senator Sanders, and Ryan McLaren on behalf of Congressman Welch. We're all here today to bring attention to the serious issue of suicide and to share details on what's available for help to those who need it. Because suicide is preventable, and we all have a role in preventing it. Suicide is a public health issue that does not discriminate. It touches people from all walks of life in every community, and unfortunately, that includes too many of our veterans. This is why General Knight, Dr. Rush, and I have joined together to reach out to Vermont's veterans, service members, and families to ensure they know the resources available to them and their loved ones if they're having thoughts of ending their life. We'll be signing a letter today which provides that information. The message we want to send is that there is hope and there is help. Those who step forward to serve our country are the best amongst us. They often put their lives on hold, get sent thousands of miles away in order for us here at home to be safe and enjoy the freedoms we have. We owe our veterans so much, and that includes providing the support when they return from battle and care need when they come back home as well. Because we're all in this together, and no one should feel alone in times of crisis. This group will be sharing more details, and a list of contacts and resources will be sent with our letter today. And I just want to encourage anyone who's having thoughts of taking their life, or those who know someone in crisis, to use these services. And know we're here for you. I'll now invite General Knight to share more about the Guard's work in preventing this from happening to one of our own. General Knight.
Thanks, Governor. Governor, thank you for hosting us here today. And thanks to everybody who made the trek. I know the roads can be a little bit of a challenge this time of year. Suicide is a sobering topic, and it's not one that I take lightly. I wish I could say that I've never known someone that committed suicide, but I can't. I've lost soldiers, friends, and colleagues to suicide, and countless others of our brothers and sisters in the Vermont National Guard share similar experiences. Understand this problem is not unique to Vermont, and it's a concern that reaches across all military branches and components. It's important to note, in 2018, the National Guard had a higher suicide rate than any other military component within the Department of Defense. It's unacceptable. One death by suicide is one too many, and we're working to prevent it from happening. Not minimize it, prevent it. We must do better, and we will. We consistently work to communicate available resources to service members, veterans, and their families. As leaders, we must be ready to recognize when someone is in need of help and know how to react. We must see that need and understand it, even when someone may not want to reach out for that help. Excuse me. First line supervisors, soldiers, and airmen have and will continue to receive the training necessary to look out for their colleagues. Every soldier is also required to receive resiliency training. This training provides tools to help soldiers cope with difficult situations. It identifies their strengths and weaknesses and helps them to improve their overall mental strength. We do, however, need to improve the availability of resources for those facing challenges. There's much work to do, as Vermont simply does not have a robust network of specialists that focus on post-traumatic stress or adjustment disorder. No one comes back from deployment the same, and those changes impact everybody differently. Our vet centers are a great resource, with one in White River and one in South Burlington. When I returned from Ramadi, Iraq in 2006, that was where I went to work through some of my life-changing experiences. I, the Adjutant General of Vermont, have personally sought help to cope with the stress that comes from military service. Seeking help does not make someone weak, and I don't believe it had any bearing on my military career. We need to work hard to eliminate that stigma and recognize that there is no shame in seeking help. I'm here with Lieutenant Trevor Pittock, who's the Vermont National Guard Resilience, Risk Reduction, and Suicide Prevention Coordinator. His team provides multiple resources for those in need, and they're included in the letter that we've drafted for today. Additionally, the National Guard offers a National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 1-800-273-8255. This is not a problem we can fix overnight, and we can't fight this alone. I'm thankful to have such great resources and people, in addition to our own, to help solve this horrible epidemic. For those struggling, I encourage you to reach out for assistance. You have options. Tomorrow won't be the same without you. Now, my pleasure to introduce Dr. Bratt from our White River Junction VA, and I'd like to take the opportunity, sir, to thank you very much for what you do for us.
First, I just wanted to say thank you to Governor Scott and General Knight for joining me on the stage here today and giving us this opportunity to speak together as a unified voice. As a psychiatrist, have spent my life working in the realm of suicide and mental illness. It is hard to overstate how unique and special this is to have the VA and the state of Vermont and the Guard and all standing together in unison with a single voice, bringing a message like this together. Suicide is a national public health issue, and as General Knight just told us, Vermont has more than its fair share of this struggle. The tragedy of suicide is not limited to the person that dies. It affects our families, it affects our towns, it affects our communities. And so this really is something that affects all of us. I believe that Vermont is actually really well equipped to take this issue head on because of the way our communities are constructed. Our communities are tight-knit. We have relationships that are the foundations of these communities. And it is on that foundation that our efforts to eliminate suicide will succeed. We're here together to show you that we care, that treatment is available, and that it works. Over 45,000 Americans died by suicide in 2017, and of that, 6,000 of them were veterans. These are preventable deaths. Suicide prevention is the VA's highest priority. We've made great strides, especially in crisis intervention. However, we need to go beyond engaging mental health providers in the community to move forward on this. We need to engage everybody to join together in this mission. We want to reach veterans where they live, where they work, and where they thrive. As a national leader in suicide prevention, and as the nation's largest integrated healthcare system, the VA cannot do this alone. We encourage veterans to seek and use our services and our benefits. However, the reality is maybe 50% of veterans are getting services through the VA. If we want to reach every veteran, we need your help. We need to work together. To serve all veterans, we have to build effective networks of support, communication, and care across the communities in Vermont where veterans live and where they work. And again, this is where I believe that Vermont is uniquely well equipped because of how our communities are built to succeed in this mission. No one organization can tackle veteran suicide alone. To save lives, multiple systems must work in a coordinated way to reach veterans. The VA is broadening its efforts, and we need partners from like-minded groups from all sectors, not just healthcare, but also faith-based organizations, community organizations, state and local government to work with us in reaching all veterans wherever they may be. Coordinated resources across our state will help to prevent these tragic deaths. As the 86th Infantry Brigade combat team begins ramping up for their likely 2021 deployment, please know that we are here as an additional resource to support soldiers and their families. Before our next speaker, Megan Snicken, a suicide prevention coordinator from White River Junction, takes the podium, I want to leave you with one final remark. We are here today, united for you, the state of Vermont. Together, we will be an example of how a community prevents suicide.
Thank you, Governor Scott, General Knight, and Dr. Rush. I'm honored to be here today to talk about suicide prevention and the VA and its resources. As the previous speakers have said, suicide prevention is a public health issue that we're dealing with across the state and in our own communities, and it's affecting veterans in our own states. As Dr. Rush mentioned, suicide prevention is a top priority for the VA, and on average, across our country, we lose about 6,000 veterans a year to suicide. So here in Vermont, I want you to know that the VA is here as a resource and as a community partner in this effort to prevent suicide. So I want to mention a few things about the VA. As Dr. Rush said, it's an integrated healthcare system. I like to think about it as a holistic healthcare system. We don't just serve your medical needs and your mental health needs, but we have a social mission. We work on things such as housing and transportation, financial resources, employment, peer support services. These are all very important to us and very important to serve the whole person so that they can have positive coping skills and move forward in their life. Additionally, we have an entire suicide prevention team, and as Dr. Rush said, I'm the suicide prevention coordinator for the VA. I coordinate services, I provide education, I work with you all in the community. We have a dedicated team of case managers at the VA who are there to provide ongoing support and resources to you, to our veterans, to their families. They reach out to families, they reach out to veterans to keep in touch, to keep them connected. They help coordinate their care, all the services they need to live a healthy and productive life. Additionally, the VA has 7 outpatient clinics, 5 of which are spread across the state of Vermont. They're in your communities, close to where you are. They provide many of the services that I mentioned earlier, in addition to walk-in mental health services. So that's one of the things that I want to say is that we have easy access to care. You do not need an appointment to get mental health services. And I'm going to give you a number that you can walk in, but the best way and the easiest way to get connected is to call 802-295-9363, extension 6961. We screen for suicide at all access points in the VA. So if a veteran were to come in and end up in our emergency department or on one of our inpatient units, we screen for suicide. We think that's extremely important so that the veterans can get connected to the care and resources that they need. Additionally, we've been expanding access to care to a program called VA Video Connect, which is essentially a program where veterans can be in the comfort of their own home or in their car or on vacation, and they can connect with their providers through their smart device or through their computer. And I also want to share that, and I believe that General Knight mentioned this, but the VA has a 24/7, 365 days a year Veterans and Military Crisis Line and Text Line. This is a wonderful resource for veterans who are struggling, family members who are concerned, community members who need support and consultation and resources. That number is 1-800-273-8255, and you would press 1 to reach the Veterans and Military Crisis Line. They also have a text option, and that number is And I'll share that the Veterans and Military Crisis Line has a very strong connection with the VA medical centers and outpatient clinics. And if somebody's calling that crisis line and they feel like they need to get connected to care or they need follow-up, even if they're not connected to the VA, we get a message at our VA and me and my team follow up with those veterans or family members directly. And lastly, this was mentioned earlier, but I just really want to share that partnerships is a critical piece of this approach to care. As partners, we're able to expand our reach and deliver care and support to veterans where they live, work, and thrive. Why is this important? Because we have 20 million veterans nationwide, and only about 30% of those veterans are accessing VA health care. This makes it extremely challenging for the VA to identify veterans who may be at risk for suicide and to connect them with mental health care, peer networks, employment, and other resources to help with coping and restore a sense of purpose. So we know that reaching beyond the VA system of care and into the communities is one of the key ways that we can support all at-risk veterans, families, and caregivers across the state. So we need to partner with you, with veterans, with caregivers, with family members, with community organizations, state and local government, as we're doing here today, to reach all the veterans across the state of Vermont. We need all of your support and collaboration so together we can and we will save veterans' lives. Thank you. It's now my honor to introduce Vietnam veteran John Tracy from Senator Leahy's office, who will now say a few words on behalf of the Senator.
Good afternoon. I'm here on behalf of Senator Leahy in appreciation of the combined effort and that we're taking on suicide prevention as a public health issue. When you enter the military, your life changes. When you go to basic training, you're already in the subsection of society that the general population really has no idea. When you're deployed, you experience things that you just don't experience as part of the general population. When you're deployed to a combat zone, it's a different lens. Depending on what you do when you're in that combat zone, it's a different lens. And the transition back is hard for people. Your lens and how you view the world is a perspective that the general population doesn't have. The additional challenge we have in the National Guard in particular is while we don't have a major military installation in Vermont, where other states do, I remember seeing when they came back from Afghanistan, after the families, the troops gathered, they departed, they got into their individual cars and literally drove off into the midst. They didn't have a compound they were going to. Now, the delegation has worked very hard with the Guard and the military to work on how to reintegrate troops when we get back from deployment, spend time, trying to find out, do an evaluation, see what's going on. But when you go home to the private life in your community, with your family, it's a different world. And so the fact that there's a focus on the prevention is significant. Senator Leahy has worked with direct funding to the National Center for Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder, which is located at the VA Medical Center campus down White River Junction, where they're working on evidence-based practices to help treat people with PTSD, including funding for a brain bank. As often is the case, there are medical advancements made on the battlefield that have benefits to the civilian population down the road. This will be another example of the fact that we're identifying veterans, but for the broader population. And so on behalf of Senator Leahy, thank you very much for this combined effort, putting a face on it. And we all have what work we can do. It's how we treat each other as young kids, as young adults, as seniors. A lot of this interaction from Vermont's a small state. There are only 2 or 3 degrees of separation on a good day. That's a benefit for us, but thank you for this combined effort. We appreciate it. And I'd like to introduce Catherine Becker-Andrews, Lieutenant Secretary.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Governor, and everyone else who's here today. On behalf of Senator Sanders, I just want to highlight the importance of this conversation that we're having here today. Back in 2007, Senator Sanders saw this need that John was just describing about our Vermont Guard members coming home and dispersing to every corner of the state. And working with the TAG at the time, created the Vermont Veterans Outreach Program. We have a couple members of that team here today. They are a phenomenal resource that I just want to mention. They are folks who can go into the homes of our veterans, our Guard members, and talk to them where they're at. I know from their stories, they have literally stopped potential suicides with a gun on the table. And their work is so critical, which is why Bernie has always fought to continue that funding year after year in Congress, and we look forward to continuing to do so for years to come, and making sure that more states have this same resource. I would also say that we know how important it is to have the data from the VA on suicide. One of the best ways that we can do prevention is to know what we've seen in the past. And one of the things that the most recent national report on suicide shows is that one of the groups at the highest risk for suicide are members of the National Guard who have never deployed. Think about that. Members of the National Guard who have never deployed. That means because of Congress's rules, they are not eligible to receive care from the VA. In Vermont, we're working hard to find ways to bridge those gaps for those folks and get them to care, and it's one of the things that Bernie is working on in Congress with both DOD and VA to make sure our Guard members who go through training shoulder to shoulder with their colleagues who have deployed have the same resources available to them. As we prepare for deployment, it's also absolutely critical that our community mental health providers are able to sign up for TRICARE so that those mental health providers can see our Guard members as they get ready to deploy. Having those resources in the community, in addition to the resources at the VA, will make sure that access is available when it's needed. I want to commend the VA for their tremendous mental health access. It is some of the best in the country, not just in the VA, but in any healthcare system in this country. It is absolutely phenomenal that you can walk in and get the care you need. And in Congress, Bernie is working hard to make sure that the VA has all the resources it needs to meet the promises that we've made to the members of our military and to our veteran community, including the families. I just want to close with one request because we have so many members of the press here today. There are guidelines put out by the VA and by the CDC in terms of how to talk about suicide. This is all evidence-based research that's very important in helping make sure that we talk about suicide and deaths by suicide in the right way. This is evidence-based, scientific, federally funded research. Please use it to make sure that your reporting is done in an accurate, factual way that makes sure that we help prevent suicides. So on behalf of Senator Sanders, thank you to everyone for being here today. Thank you, Governor, Adjutant General, Dr. Rush, Megan, my colleagues in the delegation. This is really an impressive effort that we're all here together on behalf of such an important issue. It's my now pleasure to turn it over to Ryan McLaren from Congressman Peter Welch's office.
Thank you, Katie. I'm really happy to be here, and I think Governor Scott mentioned two reasons why we're here today. And the first is help. And it's actually fairly serendipitous that I'm here today, because in just a few hours, the House Committee on Veterans Affairs will be taking up the Improved Well-Being for Veterans Act, which is aimed at utilizing a public health approach to help connect veterans with existing community resources in an effort to provide key services before a veteran reaches a point of crisis. So this bill is really written to address a lot of what Dr. Rush is talking about. Connecting veterans with resources already available in the community, and strengthen coordination and capacity of community-based organizations that veterans serve. So we'll be doing outreach to community members to get feedback on this bill. But this is exactly the sort of community-based and public health-based approach that Peter has supported throughout his career and is critical to rural communities in Vermont and across the country. So we really need to be we need to be all in, reaching out to veterans and addressing their needs at any opportunity. So with the VA's leadership and with partners across the state, many of which are in this room, we hope to reach veterans where they are and prevent tragedies of hopelessness and isolation that befall way too many veterans. But the second reason we're here that Governor Scott mentioned, and I think the most important reason, is hope. It's to honor the service and sacrifice of our veterans. I really feel like it's our duty as civilians to bear witness to their experiences and make sure they know how much we value their commitment to us and that that commitment will be reciprocated in kind. So what I want to say from Peter is that you're not alone. And I want to say thank you to Governor Scott, to Adjutant General Knight, and to everyone else here for spreading that message today and every day. Thank you.
I'm going to sign the letter at this point. So at this point in time, we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. If we could stick to on topic first, and then other questions you may want to ask. If we could do those first, I'd appreciate it.
Dr. Rush, you mentioned faith-based organizations. As we head into the holidays, stressful times for families, and also perhaps more connection with churches, what can faith-based organizations do to help you help veterans?
So specifically as it relates to what we're talking about today, which is the risk of suicide and that tragedy, the driving factor in suicide in many cases, if not most cases, is loneliness and isolation. Faith-based communities are perfectly suited to help veterans see the extent to which they are not alone and that they are part of a community. And those are powerful communities that carry a tremendous amount of meaning in people's lives, and to see one's connection and that you are not isolated through the caring of a faith-based organization is a tremendously powerful response to that feeling.
Other questions?
It seems like way back when all, a decade or more ago, when all the soldiers were coming back from when the deployments were at the top of our mind, I know there were so many programs like this that I remember being talked about. Too many to even be specific, but did those work? And are they still in practice? Are they still being used?
That I don't know.
A little bit of, I can speak to my personal experience. When we got back, it was very difficult to get soldiers who just returned to speak about their experiences. So the guidance that we received from Colonel Coffin, who was our state psychiatrist at the time, who was very gracious in sitting us down, knowing what we've been through. It wasn't a formal program, but he encouraged us to keep an eye on each other, keep an eye on ourselves, and know that it manifests differently in everybody. And you wouldn't see things for 5 or 6 months down the road. I think what we've done since then, and of course my experience is dated at this juncture, I think we've just made exponential leaps forward with communicating all the resources, our outreach specialists, within family programs, the VA, our vet centers, and we're going to continue that. I think it comes down to communication, ensuring people know there is hope and they have an avenue for assistance.
General, on that issue, as a veteran, and there are several of them, we always talk, the guys who aren't talking are the guys that saw the most action or saw the really bad stuff. And it's the same with the guys that have come back dying. And they're pretty stubborn. How do you crack that nut?
I think we need more people to be the example. And if I can be that example, I will. I would share my experiences. As I said before, there's no shame in it. We've got to get rid of that stigma. and ensure, at least within our own organization, that when somebody seeks help, it doesn't have an impact, a negative impact on the group. And we give them the options they need to seek the help that they require. That's our responsibility. We've asked a lot of folks, and I would go back to what Katie said about the number of suicides that happen in veterans, National Guard veterans particularly, that haven't been reported. We've got to get after that as well, because being in the Guard is different. And we ask a lot of folks, and they have pressures outside the Guard. And being in the Guard is at times stressful. We ask a lot of folks, so we need to give them all the assistance and resources they need and make sure they know how to communicate.
Any other on topic? With that, you may want to move off to the side.
Late yesterday, your Secretary of Human Services said that you had instructed him to thoroughly investigate allegations that 7 Days published about Chipping Regional Correctional Facility. I'm wondering if you could describe in more detail what precisely it is you are hoping the Secretary will do. What is the nature of this investigation? How long do you hope it will take? What specific things are you hoping you will look at?
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank you for investigating and writing the article. I read the article, was alarming and eye-opening, and I felt that there was enough evidence there that we needed to move forward and do something. So having a new secretary on board with his background in turnaround operations and so forth, I thought he was the right person to take a look and gather facts and see where we go from here. I'm hoping that this won't take long. When I say not long, I would hope within the next couple of weeks we come to some conclusion as to where we go next. The Attorney General reached out this morning as well, offered his assistance, and working together on this. Inevitably, I believe that there's going to be enough evidence here that we're going to have to move forward with something. So his assistance is greatly appreciated, and I'm sure we'll be working together, as well as with the legislature when we come back in January, if there's anything that we need to do in that regard. But whether it's personnel, whether it's procedure, there are things that I believe that we'll have to change in the future based on what I read.
Such as what?
Well, I don't know yet. We have to gather the facts, make sure that we know where we're going, and then take the actions needed. You know, there's all kinds of things that the article brought up, and I thought it was again interesting, and we're taking this very seriously. And I guarantee we'll get to the bottom of it because it's unacceptable.
You received weekly reports from your cabinet members, pretty detailed ones. Have you ever heard any of these allegations? Any of these things been reported to you in your time as governor?
I have not, and that's concerning as well. And so that's one of the areas we want to make sure that we get to the root, the bottom of this, so that we can take action to make sure that I'm getting the information that I need in order to make the changes that I think will be necessary.
I want to read you, if I could. I apologize for springing this on you, but I just received it about an hour ago. This is a copy of a formal complaint that was filed by a corrections officer directly to Mike Touchette, who at the time was deputy commissioner, in June 2017. And it's a lengthy report. I certainly won't read the whole thing. I'll forward it to your staff afterward. In this report, the corrections officer alleges to the deputy commissioner multiple instances of suspected retaliation against guards for reporting various things at the facility. And I'm going to just read one specific thing because it relates to a focus of the story, the alleged actions of Daniel Zorzi, the second shift supervisor who guards and inmates say was using drugs on duty for years. This corrections officer reported again to Mike Touchette in June 2017. Several second shift staff have noticed a huge increase in corrective action being taken against them that correspond with making allegations of the second shift supervisor using cocaine and Ritalin while running shift. Staff have reported seeing white powder around the brim of his nose and behavior consistent with the use of stimulants. When officers initially approached myself and the other stewards about the observations, we reported to management on their behalf. And management, the superintendent, the assistant superintendent at the time, advised us to have the staff report the incident. Personally, said they were not in violation of mandatory reporting policy. It goes on a bit longer, but essentially it alleges the people who reported that behavior, that suspected behavior, were retaliated against for reporting it. What do you make of that, given that the person who received this report is now your corrections commissioner?
Yeah. Well, again, concerning. We want to investigate this, get to the facts, and find out if what action was taken as a result of situations such as that. But I can assure you, I had not received any weekly report with any of that information.
Do you still have confidence in the commissioner?
Well, again, we'll go through and gather the facts. We'll learn a lot over the next 2 to 3 weeks, and we'll make determinations at that point.
Some prosecutions against former corrections officers at that facility have fallen apart for multiple reasons. We don't always know why. It seems that it may have to do with whether the alleged victim was able to testify. In one case recently, just last week, prosecution was dropped because the alleged victim died of an overdose. Do you believe that any action should be taken in the law enforcement realm against these officers who have not been fully prosecuted?
That's something that I'll be talking with the Attorney General about, but personally, I believe that we should continue to make the case so that the general public is protected and action is taken. But again, I don't know about that particular issue, but that's something that I would be talking to the Attorney General about.
The Chittenden County State's Attorney said yesterday that she plans to review the sentences of all the inmates serving that facility who her office has sent to the facility, and she may seek to reduce their sentences if she deems that appropriate. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think it's perfectly appropriate to go back and take a look at some of those cases, including, I think she had a couple of the correctional officers as well that were dismissed. Taking a look at those, as well as those females who were incarcerated, to make sure that when they're under the supervision of the Department of Corrections, that there wasn't anything that would prevent them from coming forward, or in terms of their rehabilitation, affecting that in any way. So I think it's appropriate for them to take a look.
Do you believe that the employment requirements for corrections officers in Vermont are appropriate? For one thing, there are no drug tests required of COs.
Yeah, I thought that was, again, something that I learned from your article. I didn't know that previous to that. It's something that we'll take a look at. I'd like to see what other states do, so that we make sure that we have the best there that are overseeing our offender population.
Does that mean you support drug tests?
I would like to see what other states do, but I was surprised to see that it wasn't there, and I'm not sure why. And that's part of why one of the areas that I'd like Mike to take a look at as well, to see how we stack up against other states and why we don't have some of those provisions. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's two separate issues from my standpoint. I still believe the facility's outdated. We need to move forward with something at some point. But we're looking at different models. We've looked at a model in Maine, a step-down kind of facility, as well as Connecticut, and we'll take a look and see where that goes. But they are two separate issues. I wouldn't want to use this as a reason to move forward with a new facility, because that's not the problem. I would say it's more of a personnel problem and maybe an adjudication problem.
Final question from me, and I swear I'll let other people ask questions, but and this is actually more of a statement. A number of the people that I've spoken to about this situation, inmates and guards who are still working there, are quite fearful of being retaliated against for speaking to the press about these matters. What can you do to ensure that there is no further retaliation or retribution against both employees and inmates?
Yeah, I think it's important as we move forward to set up some sort of a way for people to voice their opinions anonymously in some way, because when they're reporting to their superiors, that doesn't always get to the conclusion that I think is appropriate. So we have this. We're going to make sure that nobody is retaliated against. We're going to pay attention to this, and we'll get to the bottom of it.
You will personally ensure that nobody is.
I will personally ensure that anyone comes forward with factual information on this is there's no retribution.
What's happening today with the Agency of Human Resources, Agency of Human Services, to ensure that none of the current inmates at the women's prison are being subjected to the kinds of abuses that would be
Well, again, we're in this first 24 hours here.
And that's the first 24 hours.
Right.
What's happening right now?
Yeah, Commissioner Secretary Smith is probably, I'm hoping, will take action on this. He has his plate full, but we want to make sure that, again, that this doesn't continue. And then we do, again, research as to how we got to the position we're in today. So I'm sure he's taking appropriate action to be sure that this isn't happening as we speak.
What's happening under the watch of the Agency of Human Services, under the watch of your governorship, previous governorships? Why shouldn't we have confidence in an internal probe that's being taken by the same people who were in control when all was happening?
Yeah, and I understand that. And this is just the first step. Maybe this may lead us to another, like a blue ribbon commission of some sort. I don't know. But I understand we have to first understand what's happening and then determine what steps we take next, which may include some sort of a neutral body that would take a look at this to give everyone the sense of trust in their government, so to speak. But first of all, we need to figure this out and make sure that it's not continuing to happen.
What's your specific directions to Mike Smith?
Get to the bottom of this. This is unacceptable.
If your investigation verifies the allegations in this reporting, are you going to still have any confidence in the current leaders of DOC and of prison in particular?
We should step back. And I read a couple of the comments on the article, and there was one person who was incarcerated and talked about, or previously incarcerated, and talked about the fact that there are some good COs, correctional officers, and some bad. But we don't want to throw everyone out with this. We have good people there, and we have some bad ones as well, apparently. And that's what we want to find out, who the bad ones are, and make sure that we prevent them from continuing in that position. So it's on us to reinstill the faith and trust people should have in any government agency. And this one in particular is something that we're paying attention to as we speak.
This work going on under the leadership of people at the top who would have.
Well, again, we'll see when we take a look at this as to how far this went, and we'll go from there.
Another topic. Do you think the president should be impeached?
I've said before that I think there should be a process, and they've opened this process up. I thought it should be transparent, and they're doing that at this point in time. It appears the House will take a vote on impeachment. I would imagine that this will happen in the next few weeks. But we have a long ways to go. I look forward to the Senate, their hearings, and how that will go from there, and determine. From my standpoint, I think the president took some steps that were inappropriate, and I think it's up to the Senate after the House takes the action that I think they will. To investigate further and convince us, the general public, as to what should happen from there.
But do you think you should be impeached?
After the Senate hearings, I'll continue to watch.
But the House impeached?
Well, they bring the allegations and they cite the president in some respects, and then it goes on to a trial after that. So I don't want to get ahead of the trial.
You appointed a new Supreme Court justice today. You, in the past, have criticized the Judicial Nominating Board for failing to send enough female candidates for the judiciary. I'm struck by the fact that, in appointing a male, you've returned the court to a male-dominated body. Can you address that?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I want to give great credit to the Judicial Nominating Board. They've turned the corner in a lot of respects. We're seeing a very diverse group of candidates at this point in time. It should be noted, just last month I appointed 2 Superior Court judges who are female, and we had some great candidates in this round for Supreme Court Justice. It wasn't easy. A lot of good, qualified candidates came forward. But I had to, at the end of the day, I had to pick the person that I thought had the background, the temperament, and was connected enough to Vermont to do this in this position at this point in time. And I thought Judge Cohen was the appropriate person.
What is it about Cohen's philosophy, judicial philosophy?
He's just a common type of person. He explains things well, so the average Vermonter can understand it. And I think that his upbringing in the Rutland area and his humbleness, I think will suit him well in this role as Supreme Court Justice. He doesn't take himself as being any better than anyone else, and I think that's important for anyone in a position of power.
It's interesting. You just cited largely personal characteristics, nothing about his legal record. Is that
well, he's been a judge that's been well respected for over 20 years.
But I'm just in describing your process. Are personal attributes, the way people conduct themselves, where they're from, that's
part of it. You know, you probably heard my 4 C's, right?
I've heard your 4 C's.
All right. So I mean, that's what I use when I try and hire anyone and look to see if they have the talent and the capability needed, and they have to have that character integrity, they have to be competent, and they have to be committed to the process. It's difficult being a judge of any sort, and particularly a Supreme Court justice. But then they have to have the chemistry needed for the team that they're going to be a part of, and be independent enough, but yet at the same time see what the court needs, what the judicial system needs, because they oversee that. So I thought he had 20 years of experience in the Superior Court. And again, I thought he had all the legal background and all the attributes, and the other. I mean, he has a degree in environmental studies of some sort. And I thought that was good as well. I thought that was an attribute.
We heard this morning about the one type of preventable death. I want to ask you about another, those in Vermont's elder care homes. Last week, 7 days, and VPR published findings from an investigation based primarily on state Senate records, and those records showed dozens of instances of harm, abuse, and neglect in these state-regulated facilities, as well as at least 5 preventable deaths in the last 5 years, and scores of homes that have failed to meet some basic regulations designed to protect residents, like conducting background checks before you hire an employee. Yet the state regulators only check in on these homes once every 2 years, even as they are enabled to watch over some of the most frail people in the state, hundreds who would qualify for nursing homes. And even in the vast majority of even repeat violations are going unpunished, unfined, or otherwise unsanctioned in these homes. I'm wondering if any of this is surprising to you, and what if anything, you plan to do.
Well, I know we're struggling in the state on many different perspectives. Our demographics are shifting. We're getting older. There are more people in care than ever before. We're struggling to find the help needed to be a part of these facilities. I'm again disappointed, maybe not as surprised, but as well. I haven't circled around with our folks at AHS, determine what the steps are next in trying to make sure that we protect the most vulnerable, the seniors that have given so much to us.
Do you think the state can be doing better on this front?
Obviously, we can. I mean, we should, because we have an obligation to make sure that we protect those across the board, Vermonters of all walks of life, and our seniors are amongst the most vulnerable.
Do you think this is worthy of consideration of additional funding, whether so regulators can go out more frequently?
We'll determine that. I'm sure that there'll be provisions that move forward with the legislature, work together in order to provide the oversight needed.
It sounds kind of passive, especially when you compare it to what you were just saying about Department of Corrections. I mean, you're reporting that BPR in 7 days that found that there were at least 5 preventable deaths in the period that they were looking at.
I would say it's a much different situation. We have people in power that are using their power to take advantage of someone in their confines. And I think it's a totally different situation than in some of our elder care facilities.
But are you going to take action?
Well, obviously we'll take action, but this the story that came out yesterday about the abuse of power in some of these facilities is concerning to me. I don't see the same abuse of power in some of our elder care facilities.
You said you were concerned but not surprised about the findings in elder care?
Only because we have so many people. Our demographics, again, are shifting. And as I stated before, we're having trouble hiring people in all different sectors of Vermont, that included. So now I know they're struggling in that respect. So we need to do better. We're trying to do whatever we can to attract more people to the state, and we're trying to do whatever we can to make sure that we protect people. But I'm sure there'll be steps that will need to be taken in order to do so.
Are you willing to expand the Division of Licensing Protection's authority to issue sanctions or fines? I mean, we tally 150 repeat problems at homes, and yet the state has only issued 6 fines for about $8,000 in the last 5 years. Is that something you're willing to take a look at, or do you think that
obviously we'll take a look at anything that will help rectify the situation?
I mean, I get a fine for getting the quarter in the meter on the street because homes who have let down these residents usually face no such penalty. Is that?
We are not fearful of penalizing people in the state with fines in all different areas. So I would be surprised to see that there isn't fines that are being issued.
Do you think the state?
I think Derek is just telling you that they're not.
I know. So, and I'm saying that I haven't looked into that enough to know whether we have or should or haven't followed through or what the issue is. But I haven't done that.
The State House leaders signaled they're going to send you a minimum wage if you don't like, and a mandatory paid leave bill if you don't like. Earning property taxes and protecting the law quite a bit next year. What will your response be to those things?
Well, again, probably no different than before. I believe that supply and demand will work in terms of minimum wage. I think they already have an effect on wages. That we don't need to artificially raise the minimum wage. We're already one of the highest in the country at this point in time. We have a state right next door that has a minimum wage of $7.25, and their economy is doing quite well. In terms of the paid family leave, I think we all agree that this would be helpful. I have a different approach, and I believe a voluntary approach is the first step necessary. It could create the structure needed as we move forward. Whatever we do, even if it's in the future they determine it to be mandatory, I believe that this is the right approach. So I'm going to continue to work with them, trying to argue our point, convince them that this is a better step in the right direction without a payroll tax that could be anywhere from $20 to $50 million or $20 to $80 million for paid family leave, when we are already seeing pressures in so many different areas, whether it's in education, another $80 to $100 million of new expenses in education as our student population continues to drop.
I mean, this sets the stage for what kind of session?
Well, probably no different than any others. We have our differences of opinion. We'll try and work through them as best we can. We'll disagree on many. I'll look for opportunities to work together on common goals.
So it sounds like they've settled, leadership settled on a minimum wage increase in the $12 to $13 range. Before we were talking about $15. Is any mandated increase increase in minimum wage and non-starter fee?
Again, we'll take a look at whatever they pass. I haven't seen anything in writing at this point. I haven't seen either body that has agreed to that. So we'll take a look.
Your tax commission is forecasting a 6% increase in property tax rates next year. Will we see any proposals from you to reduce or eliminate that increase?
Yeah, based on projections as we see them today. That's what the letter is statutorily obligated to do. I vetoed 3 budgets over property taxes over the last 3 years. So suffice it to say, I'm sensitive to property tax rate increases. We've taken different approaches. In the first year, we tried to force through something that they weren't willing to do. In the second year, we had a whole list of different approaches that we would like them to consider, and that didn't work. So I need a willing partner. We're willing to have the conversation. I believe we're going in the wrong direction. We're spending over $1.7 billion now, or probably over $1.8 billion at this point for education for about 75,000 kids. So we have a structural problem on our hands that needs to be addressed. And we can't continue, even with everything that's been done in terms of finding different alternatives to the property tax increases, sales and use and so forth. And even with the grand list growing because of all the new building and improvements that we're doing across the state, I think that in itself, the grand list is growing by $50 million. So that should take care of the ongoing increased expense, but it's not. So that's why the property tax rate will increase if we do nothing. And I just think that we can do better. But I need them to work with me in order to do so.
So will we see a specific proposal?
I think there are going to be some of the same proposals we've seen before. Healthcare is one area that is concerning. I think that's driving some of the increase, not all of it. I think the inefficient system is really the culprit. But we have some ideas. But again, they have to be willing to work with us on that. I can't drive this. Obviously, I've tried that 3 times. So we'll do what we can to work with them to try and give some relief to Vermonters.
And back to Derek's line of questioning, on the eldercare issue, I just want to be clear on that. Is there a plan of action right now in your administration to address some of the issues that were covered in that investigation?
I am not aware of what we're doing, but I'm confident that we're doing something. But I haven't addressed that personally myself at this point in time.
This week, there's 2 juveniles that are back in Woodside after the alleged home invasion. Do you still stand by your administration's proposal to shut down Woodside?
Yeah, well, again, it's a facility that is geared towards having a population of 30. So the problem still exists. So that's an area that I think that we'll be able to work with the legislature on. I think we're both at the point where we think the Woodside should close. Maybe not everyone, but many in positions of leadership have signaled that they think we have to do something. So we're willing to work with them on that. But we have to take some other approach. I mean, we do have need in the state.
Have you spoken to Commissioner Touchette? And is he not?
I have not.
You've not?
I have not spoken to Commissioner Touchette. You mean in the last 24 hours?
Yeah.
No, I have not.
Does he remain on the job?
He does.
Vermont's Department of Motor Vehicles has been making a lot of money selling personal information. Do you support that practice?
Well, it's been going on for a long time. Some of it is in statute, actually, interestingly enough. I did take some action last week and told them to stop with private investigators accessing that information. So we put a hold on that for now. That seems to be the biggest sticking point. The rest is some from insurance companies and so forth in determining rates, and they have to make sure that those with licenses agree to that before they can access the information. So some of it's in statute. There's no choice. But I am a little concerned about privacy, and the private investigators is an area that I think we should take a step back and take a look at. So I told them to stop that practice.
Why does that concern you?
Well, it's just that, I'm not sure what they use the information for. And I just think it's an area that we should just, let's take a step back and take a look and make sure we know what we're doing with that. And talk with the legislature to see where we want to go from there.
Besides private investigators, there are other corporations that receive this information, purchase it, that are not insurance companies. Are you interested in reviewing this practice holistically?
I'm sure it will lead to that, but the private investigators was an area that I was most concerned with.
You've already started fundraising for 2020. Can we expect an announcement soon? Are you planning on announcing?
I'll be making that determination in the spring after the legislature is out of session. But I always want to be prepared. You never know. So we want to get started whenever we can.
People who are not running for election don't raise money.
Oh, I don't know that for sure, but I haven't seen any data on that.
Senator Baruch, he's going to be introducing legislation banning semi-automatic firearms in some public spots. What are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, I think we've taken a lot of steps in this regard over the last few years, as you might recall. And I think there's an opportunity for us to take the laws that we passed, make them better, and make sure that we're putting them into practice and making sure that we're educating people on how to use particularly the red flag laws. So I think there's a lot of opportunity to do better with what we have right now rather than stepping out and passing new legislation.
So you're opposed to it, so?
Well, I'm not sure what the issue is they're trying to solve, but again, I'll listen to anything. We'll see where it goes in the legislature, but should be an interesting session.
Is it a solution to a problem that doesn't exist?
Don't know that. I mean, that's something that we'll take a look at, and I'm sure it'll be debated within the legislature themselves.
Secretary Moore, you said TCI might not be a carbon tax if the proceeds are allocated for economic development and affordability. Is that right?
I'm not sure. We'll see when the proposal comes out sometime in December, I believe. I'm not sure what it is at this point in time, but we have a seat at the table. We'll reflect on that. I've been consistent in my belief that a carbon tax isn't what Vermont needs, so I would not support it if it was a carbon tax. Okay. Thank you very much.
Well, good afternoon. It is great. Thanks for having us. It's great to be at the Heidenberg Senior Housing Complex. Thanks for having us, guys. My name is TJ Donovan, Vermont Attorney General. With me today is Honor Horton, who's the Executive Director of Hunger Free Vermont. Honor, thanks for being here. Sarah Launderville, the Executive Director for the Vermont Center for Independent Living, is here. Sarah, thanks for being here. Chris Moldovan, who's the Director of Nutrition and Wellness Services at Age Well, is here. Chris, thanks for being here. Sure. Incredibly happy that Aaron Segrist, the President of the Vermont Retail and Grocers Association, is here with us today. Aaron, thank you. Joining me from the Attorney General's office are Assistant Attorney Generals Bessie Weiss and Jamie Renner. Thanks for being here, guys. So we are here to talk about a proposed change from the Trump administration in Washington that is going to possibly limit the amount of SNAP benefits, known as 3 Squares Vermont, by changing the way the benefits are calculated. And I just want to put this in context. And when we talk about 3 Squares Vermont, it used to be called Vermont Food Stamps. We're talking about food. Right. That's right. A basic need. Thank you. Thank you. A basic need, a basic human value that everybody should have enough food to be healthy and to be well fed. It's a basic human right. We all know that. Yep. And we know that this world is tough. We know that it's expensive, it's complicated, and that we take care of the most vulnerable, because that's what we do in Vermont. And that 3 Squares has been so good to so many in this state. It's a program that I support, that we all support, that we want to protect, and that we want to maintain. And this latest rule is the 3rd time the Trump administration has tried to change these rules to hurt the poor, to hurt older Vermonters, and to hurt folks with disabilities. But here's the good news. We can do something about it. We fought them at every step. They tried to change the public charge rule, which made it harder if you needed a helping hand, not a handout, a helping hand. We went to court and we got an injunction and we stopped that. They tried to change the eligibility requirements for 3 Squares. And we said to Vermonters, we need to speak out about this, because for any rule to go through, they have to go through what's called a public comment period, where we, the people, get to register our displeasure about these policies that are going to hurt us. Vermonters stood up and spoke out and said, we think that food is a basic right. Well, unfortunately, here we go again. The new rule that the Trump administration is proposing to cut Vermont's SNAP benefits, known as 3 Squares Vermont, by changing the way the benefits are calculated. Right now, a household's eligibility for SNAP benefits depends on the household's income after certain deductions are made. Well, we all understand that. And last time I checked, Vermont is a northern state and it gets a little cold up here. One of the deductions is the standard utility allowance. These are, as we all know, significant costs in Vermont, given our winters, which I think started a little early this year. Staying warm costs money. Well, the proposed rule from the Trump administration would reduce the standard utility reduction for Vermonters by almost half, cutting the deduction almost in half. And what that means for SNAP eligibility is this: that Vermonters will receive fewer SNAP benefits, meaning less money for less food. Some may lose their SNAP benefits altogether. Let me sum it up. It's unacceptable. We know that, and we got to fight it. So here's how the money breaks down. Right now, the average monthly benefit for Vermont households receiving SNAP benefits is $216. Let me just say this. That's not enough to begin with. Okay, that's not enough to begin with. But if this proposed rule goes through, which is going to cut in half that standard utility deduction, Vermont is going to be hurt the worst. And more than 26,000 current households in Vermont would lose an average of $82 a month. Now, I'm not great at math, But 216 minus 82 is what?
Not enough.
Thank you, Honor. By the end of this press conference, we're going to know the answer to that question. But think about this. $216 a month's not enough to begin with. Now they want to cut it by 82 more bucks? This is completely unacceptable. And here's the thing. It's not just about folks who may receive SNAP benefits, and there's no shame in receiving benefits. Everybody needs to eat. Everybody needs to be healthy. It's a basic human right. But to the Vermont economy, this would result in more than 25 million annual loss in total benefits. That's money that's not going to stores, to small businesses in this state. Here's probably the worst part of this new rule by the Trump administration. The proposal is going to hurt elder Vermonters and folks with disabilities the hardest. 80% of these households would see a reduction in benefits. Now, I don't know about you guys, but in Vermont, we take care of people who need our help. We stand up for folks who need our help. We have their backs. This is a time for us to speak up and to speak out against this proposed rules that's going to hurt older Vermonters and folks with disabilities. We have an obligation to do this. We can't afford this. You guys know this better than I do. Vermonters can't afford this. It's too hard already. And we can't have making Vermonters to make an impossible choice to choose each month between spending their money on food or other critical needs like prescription drugs, medicine, which aren't cheap, utilities, or housing. According to Vermont Food Bank, over 100,000 Vermonters, think about that, 100,000 of our neighbors are using multiple strategies to get enough food, including eating food past expiration date, pawning or selling personal property, watering down their food and drinks. It's the 21st century we're living in a civilized world. And people are scrimping and saving just for that basic need of food. We have to oppose this rule. This is what we have to do. We can do something about it. As I said, any time this rule is proposed, it's got to go through a process, and they got to hear from Americans and Vermonters. Use your voice. Speak out against this. We need you to do it too. We got to take care of people. We got to take care of people who need our help, and we certainly can't let older Vermonters and folks with disabilities be hurt the most. We stand up for the most vulnerable. They deserve our support. They deserve respect, and most of all, they deserve basic human dignity, which food represents. So, as I said, we'll submit comments. We're asking you to reject us, to join us in rejecting this rule as well. To do so, visit Hunger Free Vermont's website. There's a website up here that Honora's going to talk about. Here's the thing. It's just like school. The deadline's coming up. It's on December 2nd. I don't know about you guys. I always waited to the last minute to do my homework. We got to change the way we do business. We got to get out in front of this. We got to get these comments in before December 2nd. I know next week's a holiday, but it's a great time because I know we'll have a little bit of downtime to go online and just make your voice heard. Speak out about how hurtful, how harmful, how draconian these rules are, because it's not enough money to begin with. By changing the rule, it's going to be even less money. Let's take care of each other. Let's speak up against these rules. Thanks for having me. Now let me turn it over to Sarah Launderville, the Executive Director of Vermont Center for Independent Living. Sarah.
So hi, everybody. Thank you so much for allowing us into your home today. I really appreciate this. I am the Executive Director of the Vermont Center for Independent Living, as well as the President of the Vermont Coalition for Disability Rights and the National Council on Independent Living. VCL is a statewide nonprofit organization working for the rights of individuals with disabilities. And we support individuals with disabilities through peer support, providing services like home modifications and grants for assistive technology, and provide Meals on Wheels. I'm going to speak up, all right, happy to, for individuals under the age of 60 who have a disability. Better? Great. About 85% of the VCL staff have a disability, and many have experience with living on benefits. In addition, we serve about 2,000 Vermonters annually who have disabilities, and most of these individuals are also on benefits. VCIL is in solidarity with these other organizations today, fighting against the strategic attack on people with disabilities who are in need. We are asking for a stronger response from our neighbors as we rise against the proposed rule change that disproportionately will affect people with disabilities and elders. This is a cookie-cutter government attempt to cut an important basic need, a basic program, and it doesn't work for Vermont, and it needs to be stopped. This proposal will bring harm to people with disabilities. It's that simple. People with disabilities seem to be an easy target, especially those living on benefits. We see a snapshot of this every day, of those with disabilities living in poverty and struggling, but we also see a path out of that struggle. A path out comes from a collective response that provides a system that's not based on ableism, one that acknowledges that some people have more serious health issues and needs than others, one that acknowledges that people with disabilities do not have the same access to opportunities in employment or socialization or even in our healthcare system. The continued attack by putting out proposed rule changes that take away those supports does not solve these problems. And until we can change those systems, we can't just put people in situations where their health and lives will be at greater risk. The snapshot of the people we work with through peer support, providing home modifications and Meals on Wheels, are people who are trying to figure out basic needs while still setting goals to live life to their full potential. The struggle of living in poverty and having a disability is immense. Disability affects 1 in 5 Vermonters, and living with a disability costs more than living without one. For those whose health is at a place where they cannot work and are typically stressed on a daily basis, trying to keep their health in check, trying to figure out transportation to the doctor's appointments, getting medical equipment they need, and figuring out how to pay bills, in dealing with a culture that dismisses and calls us lazy. A culture in which the federal government is putting out ways to cut the small benefit that provides food and heat to these individuals. A culture in which people setting forward these rules have privilege, and most have not experienced the anxiety, the hopelessness felt when wondering where you might eat again. A system in which those developing it most likely have not sat in their living room with blankets, huddled with family members, hoping for enough money to turn the heat back on. Many of us will use the word vulnerable here. And yes, people are now in a vulnerable place. But with good supports, that picture changes. With heat and food comes the ability to fight off infections, keep healthy. We must all agree on the benefits of food and warmth. And if we do, then the path to ensure that those who are in need becomes apparent. Instead of fighting for the 3rd time this year on benefits and SNAP, we should be talking about the incredible impacts this program makes when fully funded. If we want people to thrive, we need to support people when they need support. Food security is a part of that solution. We know it works. We know it when we see less visits to the hospital, more activity in the community, and moving on to employment opportunities. Healthier bodies, healthier minds. Symptoms of a disability at its worst, healing and getting better. Our hope is that everyone sends a clear message to the federal government that Vermonters don't leave our neighbors with disabilities behind, that we collectively feel that struggle, and we are not going to allow for our neighbors to be cold and hungry. It takes only a few moments to donate your time and send that message today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah. Next, Chris Moldovan, the Director of Nutrition and Wellness Services at Age Well. Chris, thanks for being here.
Hi, everybody. My name is Chris Moldovan. I'm the Nutrition and Wellness Director at Age Well. We are an area agency on aging that serves Northwest Vermont, and one of 5 area agencies on aging in the state that comprise the V4A organization. As many of you know in this room, we provide services to people over the age of 60 to help people live independently in their homes. We provide care and services, information and assistance, state health insurance, Meals on Wheels. We provide community meals, as well as 3 Squares outreach. This is information to get information to people to understand that this is a valuable benefit that will help older Vermonters live as independently as possible, get that basic need met of getting adequate food, healthy food of their choice so that they can live healthy lives. Many Vermonters, as we age, are having more and more problems with their health. More and more people are being diagnosed with chronic health diseases, things like diabetes, hypertension, heart disease. And in order to manage those illnesses, healthy food is a must. When people don't have access to food, don't have the dollars to spend on healthy food, make the choices that will keep them well fed and, again, managing those illnesses, it becomes an issue later on as the illnesses progress. People will need more health care, more problems with admissions to, say, the ER, hospital admissions, and so forth. 3 Squares benefit provides that needed assistance. For people who are eligible, they receive money that they can go to the grocery store, make choices, bring home food, make meals, high protein, nutrient-dense foods. And without those benefits, or if those benefits are cut, they have to make very difficult choices. I work with many, many people in our service area who have told me about the benefits that they receive through 3 Squares. If they didn't have it, they don't go to the grocery store weekly, even monthly sometimes. They don't have the luxury of going in and making choices of foods that they like. They look in the cupboard and use what they have. This isn't right. This proposal is something we do all need to speak out about. We need to take the time, let our voices be heard. Absolutely, I'm proud to be a Vermonter. I'm proud to take care of my neighbor and our community, and I think we all should make our voices known. We need to make sure that this cut, this change in the eligibility and the standard utility allowance is unreasonable. Heat, mortgage, rent, property taxes all need to be paid. How can we meet this need when we're worried about the next meal that we can put on the table? Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Next, I ask Aaron Segrist, the president of the Vermont Retail and Grocers Association, to say a few words. Aaron, thanks for being here.
Hi, I'm Erin Segrist. I'm the president of the Vermont Retail and Grocers Association. We are a statewide organization. Can you hear me? We're a statewide organization. We represent retailers, food retailers, and general retailers around the state. So where you buy your groceries, whether it's the grocery store, the neighborhood market, the convenience store, your country store, we represent them. And we're here today to, first of all, I'd like to thank the Attorney General for inviting me today. We believe that cutting an average of $82 per month from your grocery bill is the difference between maintaining your health and falling ill because of poor nutrition. The overall impact in eliminating $26 million from the Vermont economy not only impacts you, the food consumer, but it also impacts the businesses and the communities that they're in. It also impacts the jobs that each of our family members, that all of the Vermonters have working in those stores. So $26 million being removed from the Vermont economy doesn't just impact our food source, it also impacts the jobs and the overall economy. This is not how we do business in Vermont. So we are joining the Attorney General and Hunger Free Vermont and every other organization in this room today to urge you to make your voice heard as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron, and thank you for articulating the economic impact this cut would have on the Vermont economy. Close to $26 million wouldn't be spent supporting small businesses in this state. It's bad for folks, it's bad for business. This is why we have to fight this rule. Next, I want to say a few words before I invite Honora Horton to come up, the Executive Director of Hunger Free Vermont. She has been the catalyst in the state of Vermont in urging folks like me and others to join this fight. She has been an absolute champion for the hungry and the vulnerable and the elderly in this state. She's the one that alerted us to the public charge rule, to the earlier attempt at limiting the eligibility to SNAP benefits, and now the third attempt at hurting older Vermonters, this attempt to change the standard utility allowance. Honora, we thank you for your leadership. We thank you for your advocacy. We thank you for the fight that you're bringing on behalf of Vermonters to the Trump administration in Washington, D.C. Please welcome Honora Horton from Hunger Free Vermont. Honora.
Well, thank you so much, Attorney General, for that incredibly generous introduction. It's my honor and privilege to have the opportunity to spend my days fighting on behalf of Vermonters and making sure that here in Vermont we can bring an end to the injustice of hunger and malnutrition for every single one of us. That is Hunger Free Vermont's mission. And we couldn't do it alone. We need everybody who's up here. We need all of you, because there's different steps that we can take to keep these really devastating cuts from taking effect. And a lot of times we feel, I know I feel like, as one person, what can I do in the face of everything that's going on in Washington? How much power do I really have? But it turns out that we really do, every one of us, have real power to stop these cuts from happening. Because every single public comment that we make, so every single voice that's raised, every single person who goes to this web address right here, which I'll say more about in a second, and types in what you want to say to the administration in Washington about this cut, that comment has to get read, it has to get analyzed, it has to get accounted for. And maybe we'll sway the people making this decision, and maybe we'll change their mind at that point. But maybe we won't. But that's okay, because that's not the end of the process. And if hundreds of thousands of people all around the country put those comments in, first of all, that delays the opportunity for this cut to get put into effect. So we can delay by months and months and months the next step of the process. And the next step of the process, even if they don't listen to us and they want to go ahead and make these cuts, well, then we have our Attorney General who's going to join a lawsuit with others, just like he did on public charge, and the states can bring a lawsuit to say, no, this is unjust, and this is outside of the scope of the intent of the law, and you can't implement it. And the courts so far have agreed. They've agreed with us. And then they can issue an injunction and prevent those cuts from taking effect. But do you know what they use? Do you know the evidence that they use to make that happen? They use our comments to show the harm. So we have to help it be possible for our Attorney General and other states' Attorney General all around the country to make their case. And that's the other reason why we've got to put our comments in. All right? So I'm going to tell you exactly how to do that. Are you ready? Are you ready? Yeah, okay, good. That's what I thought. I thought I was in a room full of rebels here. All right. So right here on the front of the podium is a web address. You don't even have to remember it though, because we have a handout for every single one of you that you can take with you. And not only can you take it with you for you, but you can pass it around to all your friends, your family, everybody you're going to see over Thanksgiving, everybody. All right? All right. Yes. And that web address is www.hungerfreevt.org. hungerfreevt.org. Or you can just type in Hunger Free Vermont and our website will come up. On the very first page of our website, there'll be a big button that will come up to say Protect 3 Squares Vermont Now, and you just click on that. It's going to take you to a page with everything you need. Information, sample comments you can use, and the place where you can go to just submit your comment. Now, if you don't want to go through the website, you need help submitting your comment, then if you will let one of us know, we can do it for you. All right? So everybody, there is a way for everybody to have their voices heard. Even if computers and, websites are not for you, which honestly, they're not for me either, but I have to. So here we are. All right, so I'm counting on all of you. We're all counting on all of you to help us stop this cut from happening. Thank you so much for hosting us today. It's really an honor to be here with you, and we're